Book Roman 1, Chapter Roman 1, in which the history opens with a description of the social manners, habits and amusements of the English people as exhibited in an immemorial national festivity characters to be commemorated in the history introduced and graphically portrayed with a nasological illustration original suggestions as to the idiosyncrasies engendered by trades and callings with other matters worthy of note conveyed in artless dialogue after the manner of Herodotus, father of history, mother unknown. It was a summer fair in one of the prettiest villages in Surrey. The main street was lined with booths abounding in toys, gleaming crockery, gay ribbons, and gilded gingerbread. Farther on, where the street widened into the ample village green, rose the more pretending fabrics, which lodged the attractive forms of the mermaid, the Norfolk giant, the pig-faced lady, the spotted boy, and the calf with two heads, while high over even these edifices, and occupying the most conspicuous vantage ground, a lofty stage, promised to rural playgoers the grand melodramatic performance of the remorseless baron, and the bandit's child music lively, if artless, resounded on every side, drums, fifes, penny whistles, catcalls, and a hand-organ played by a dark foreigner, from the height of whose shoulder a cynical but observant monkey eyed the hubbub and cracked his nuts. It was now sunset throng at the fullest on animated joyous scene. The day had been sultry, no clouds were to be seen, except low on the western horizon, where they stretched in lengthened ridges of gold and purple, like the borderland between earth and sky. The tall elms on the green were still, save near the great stage, one or two upon which had climbed young urchins, whose laughing faces peered forth here and there from the foliage, trembling under their restless movements. Amidst the crowd, as it streamed saunteringly along, were two spectators, strangers to the place, as was notably proved by the attention they excited, and the broad jokes their dress and appearance provoked from the rustic wits' jokes, which they took with amused good humour, and sometimes retaliated with a zest which had already made them very popular personages. Indeed, there was that about them which propitiated liking. They were young, and the freshness of enjoyment was so visible in their faces that it begot a sympathy, and wherever they went other faces brightened round them. One of the two whom we have thus individualized was of that enviable age ranging from 25 to 27, in which if a man cannot contrive to make life very pleasant, pitiable indeed must be the state of his digestive organs, but you might see by this gentleman's countenance that if there were many like him, it would be a worse world for the doctors. His cheek, though not highly coloured, was yet ruddy and clear, his hazel eyes were lively and keen, his hair, which escaped in loose clusters from a jean shooting cap set jauntily on a well-shaped head, was of that deep sunny auburn rarely seen, but in persons of vigorous and hardy temperament he was good-looking on the whole, and would have deserved the more flattering epithet of handsome, but for his nose, which was what the French call a nose in the air, not a nose supercilious, not a nose provocative, as such noses mostly are, but a nose decidedly in earnest to make the best of itself, and of things in general, a nose that would push its way up in life, but so pleasantly that the most irritable fingers would never itch to lay hold of it. With such a nose a man might play the violoncello merry for love, or even write poetry, and yet not go to the dogs. Never would he stick in the mud so long as he followed that nose in the air. By the help of that nose, this gentleman wore a black velveteen jacket of foreign, cut a moustache and imperial, then much rarer in England than they have been since the siege of Sebastopol, and yet left you perfectly convinced that he was an honest Englishman who had not only no designs on your pocket, but would not be easily duped by any designs upon his own. The companion of the personage thus sketched might be somewhere about 17, but his gait, his air, his lithe, vigorous frame, showed a manliness at variance with the boyish bloom of his face. He struck the eye much more than his elder comrade, not that he was regularly handsome, far from it, yet it is no paradox to say that he was beautiful. At least few indeed were the women who would not have called him so. His hair, long like his friend's, was of a dark chestnut with gold gleaming through it, where the sun fell, inclining to curl, and singularly soft and silken in its texture. His large, clear, dark blue happy eyes were fringed with long ebon lashes, and set under brows which already wore the expression of intellectual power, and better still of frank courage and open loyalty. His complexion was fair and somewhat pale, and his lips in laughing showed teeth exquisitely white, and even but though his profile was clearly cut, it was far from the Greek ideal, and he wanted the height of stature which is usually considered essential to the personal pretensions of the male sex. Without being positively short, he was still under middle height, and from the compact development of his proportions, seemed already to have attained his full growth. His dress, though not foreign like his comrades', was peculiar, a broad-brimmed straw hat, with a wide blue ribbon shirt collar, turned down leaving the throat bare, a dark green jacket of thinner material than cloth white trousers, and waistcoat completed his costume. He looked like a mother's darling, perhaps he was one. Scratch across his back went one of those ingenious mechanical contrivances familiarly in vogue at fairs, which are designed to impress upon the victim, to whom they are applied, the pleasing conviction that his garment is rent in twain. The boy turned round so quickly that he caught the arm of the offender, a pretty village girl, a year or two younger than himself, found in the act sentenced, punished, cried he, snatching a kiss, and receiving a gentle slap. And now, good for evil, here's a ribbon for you, choose. The girl slunk back shyly, but her companions pushed her forward, and she ended by selecting a cherry-coloured ribbon for which the boy paid carelessly, while his elder and wiser friend looked at him with grave, compassionate rebuke, and grumbled out. Dr. Franklin tells us that once in his life he paid too dear for a whistle, but then he was only 7 years old, and a whistle has its uses, but to pay such a price for a scratchback prodigal come along. As the friends strolled on, naturally enough all the young girls who wished for ribbons, and were possessed of scratchbacks, followed in their wake. Scratch went the instrument, but in vain. Lasses, said the elder, turning sharply upon them, his nose in the air, ribbons are plentiful, shillings scarce, and kisses, though pleasant in private, are insipid in public. What still beware, know that innocent as we seem, we are women-eaters, and if you follow us farther you are devoured. So saying, he expanded his jaws to a width so preternaturally large, and exhibited a row of grinders so formidable that the girls fell back in consternation. The friends turned down a narrow alley between the booths, and though still pursued by some adventurous and mercenary spirits, were comparatively undisturbed, as they threaded their way along the back of the booths, and arrived at last on the village green, and in front of the great stage. "Oh-ho, Lionel," quoth the elder friend, Thespian and classic Alworth, seeing no doubt. Then turning to a grave cobbler in leathern apron, who was regarding with saturnine interest the motley figures ranged in front of the curtain, as the dramatis persona, he said, "You seem attracted, sir. You have probably already witnessed the performance." "Yes," returned the cobbler, "this is the 3rd day, and tomorrow's the last. I are NT missed once yet, and I shall NT miss, but it are NT what it was a while back." "That is sad, but then the same thing is said of everything by everybody who has reached your respectable age, friend. Summers and Sons, stupid old watering places, and pretty young women are NT what they were a while back. If men and things go on degenerating in this way, our grandchildren will have a dull time of it." The cobbler eyed the young man and nodded approvingly. He had sense enough to comprehend the ironical philosophy of the reply, and our cobbler loved talk out of the common way. "You speaks truly and cleverly, sir. But if old folks do always say that things are worse than they were bent, they're always summat in what is always said. I am for the old times, my neighbour Joe Spruce is for the new, and says we are all eight progressing, but he 's a pink, I am a blue." "You are a blue," said the boy. "Lionel, I don't understand." "Young un, I am a Tory that's blue, and Spruce is a rad that's pink, and what is more to the purpose, he is a tailor, and I am a cobbler." "Aha," said the elder with much interest. "More to the purpose, is it? How so?" The cobbler put the forefinger of the right hand on the forefinger of the left. It is the gesture of a man about to ratiocinate or demonstrate, as Quintilian, in his remarks on the oratory of fingers, probably observes, or if he has failed to do so, it is a blot in his S. "You see, sir," quoth the cobbler, "that a man's business has a deal to do with his manner of thinking. Every trade I take, it has ideas as belong to it. Butchers don't see life as bakers do. And if you talk to a dozen tallow chandlers, then to a dozen blacksmiths, you will see tallow chandlers are peculiar, and blacksmiths too." "You are a keen observer," said he, "of the Jean Cap admiringly. Your remark is new to me. I dare say it is true." "Course it is, and the stars have somewhat to do with it, for if they order a man's calling, it stands to reason that they order a man's mind to fit it. Now a tailor sits on his board with others, and is always a-talking with them, and aerating the news, therefore he thinks as his fellows do, smart and sharp, bang up to the day, but nothing original, and all his own like. But a cobbler," continued the man of leather with a majestic air, "sits by hisself, and talks with hisself, and what he thinks gets into his head, without being put there by another man's tongue." "You enlighten me more and more," said our friend with the nose in the air, bowing respectfully. "A tailor is gregarious, a cobbler solitary. The gregarious go with the future, the solitary stick. By the past I understand why you are a Tory, and perhaps a poet." "Well, a bit of one," said the cobbler with an iron smile, And many the cobbler who is a poeter discovers marvellous things in a crystal, whereas a tailor so spoken with great contempt only sees the upper leather of the world's soul in a newspaper. Here the conversation was interrupted by a sudden pressure of the crowd. Towards the theatre the two young friends looked up, and saw that the new object of attraction was a little girl, who seemed scarcely 10 years old, though in truth she was about 2 years older. She had just emerged from behind the curtain, made her obeisance to the crowd, and was now walking in front of the stage with the prettiest possible air of infantine solemnity. "Poor little thing," said Lionel. "Poor little thing," said the cobbler. "And had you been there, my reader, 10 to 1, but you would have said the same. And yet she was attired in white satin with spangled flounces and a tinsel jacket, and she wore a wreath of flowers. To be sure the flowers were not real on her long fair curls with gaudy bracelets, to be sure the stones were mark on her slender arms. Still, there was something in her that all this finery could not vulgarize, and since it could not vulgarize, you pitied her for it. She had one of those charming faces that look straight into the hearts of us all, young and old, and though she seemed quite self-possessed, there was no effrontery in her air, but the ease of a little lady, with a simple child's unconsciousness that there was anything in her situation to induce you to sigh, poor thing. You should see her act, young gents, said the cobbler. She plays uncommon, but if you had seen him as taught her seen him a year ago. Who's he? Waif, sir. Mayhap you have heard speak of Waif? I blush to say no. Why, he might have made his fortune at Common Garden, but that's a long story. Poor fellow, he's broke down now anyhow. But she takes care of him, little darling. God bless thee. And the cobbler here exchanged a smile and a nod with the little girl, whose face brightened when she saw him amidst the crowd. By the brush and palette of Raphael, cried the elder of the young men, before I am many hours older, I must have that child's head. Her head, man, cried the cobbler aghast. In my sketchbook, you are a poet, I a painter, you know the little girl. Don't I? She and her grandfather lodge with me. Her grandfather, that's Waif, a marvellous man, but they alusses him, and if it warn't for her he de-starve. He fed them all once, he can feed them no longer, he de-starve. That's the world, they use up a genus, and when it falls on the road, push on. That's what Joe Spruce calls a progressing. But there's the drum they're a going to act, want you lookin' gents. Of course, cried Lionel, of course, and hark ye, Vance, well, toss up, which shall be the first to take that little girl's head. Murderer in either sense of the word, said Vance with a smile that would have become Correggio if a tyro had offered to toss up which should be the first to paint a cherub. Chapter Roman 2, the historian takes a view of the British stage as represented by the irregular drama, the regular having ere the date of the events to which this narrative is restricted disappeared from the vestiges of creation. They entered the little theatre, and the cobbler with them, but the last retired modestly to the threepenny row. The young gentlemen were favoured with reserved seats, price 1 shilling, very dear, murmured Vance, as he carefully buttoned the pocket, to which he restored a purse, woven from links of steel, after the fashion of chain mail. Ah, messieurs and confreres, the dramatic authors, do not flatter yourselves that we are about to give you a complacent triumph over the grand melodrame of the remorseless baron and the bandit's child. We grant it was horrible rubbish regarded in an aesthetic point of view, but it was mighty effective in the theatrical. Nobody yawned, you did not even hear a cough nor the cry of that omnipresent baby, who is always sure to set up an unappeasable wail in the midmost interest of a classical 5-act piece, represented for the first time on the metropolitan boards. Here the story rushed on per fars out neffers, and the audience went with it, certes. Some man who understood the stage must have put the incidents together, and then left it to each illiterate histrio to find the word swords. My dear confreres, signify so little in an acting play. The movement is the thing grand secret. Analyze, practice it, and restore to grateful stars that lost plead the British acting drama. Of course the bandit was an illused and most estimable man. He had some mysterious rights to the estate and castle of the remorseless baron, that titled usurper, therefore did all in his power to hunt the bandit out in his fastnesses, and bring him to a bloody end. Here the interest centred itself in the bandit's child, who we need not say was the little girl in the wreath and spangles, styled in the playbill Miss Juliet Araminta wife, and the incidents consisted in her various devices to foil the pursuit of the baron and save her father. Some of these incidents were indebted to the comic muse and kept the audience in a broad laugh. Her arch playfulness here was exquisite. With what vivacity she duped the high sheriff, who had the commands of his king, to take the bandit alive or dead into the belief that the very lawyer employed by the baron was the criminal in disguise, and what pearly teeth she showed when the lawyer was seized, and gagged how dexterously she ascertained the weak point in the character of the king's lieutenant June Premier, who was deputed by his royal master to aid the remorseless baron in trouncing the bandit. How cunningly she learned that he was in love with the baron's ward June Amorous, whom that unworthy noble intended to force into a marriage with himself on account of her fortune. How prettily she passed notes to and fro, the lieutenant never suspecting that she was the bandit's child, and at last got the king's soldier on her side as the event proved. And oh, how gaily, and with what mimic art she stole into the baron's castle disguised as a witch, startled his conscience with revelations and predictions, frightened all the vassals with blue lights and chemical illusions, and venturing even into the usurper's own private chamber while the tyrant was tossing restless on the couch over which hung his terrible sword abstracted from his coffer, the deeds that proved the better rights of the persecuted bandit. Then, when he woke before she could escape with her treasure, and pursued her with his sword, with what glee she apparently set herself on fire and skipped out of the casement in an explosion of crackers. And when the drama approached its denouement, when the baron's men and the royal officers of justice had, despite all her arts, tracked the bandit to the cave in which, after various retreats, he lay hidden, wounded by shots and bruised by a fall from a precipice, with what admirable byplay she hovered around the spot, with what pathos she sought to decoy away the pursuers. It was the skylark playing round the nest, and when all was vain, when no longer to be deceived the enemies sought to seize her, how mockingly she eluded them, bounded up the rock, and shook her slight finger at them in scorn. Surely she will save that estimable bandit, still now hitherto, though the bandit was the nominal hero of the piece, though you were always hearing of him his wrongs, virtue's hairbreadth escapish had never been seen. Not Mrs. Harris in the immortal narrative was more quoted and more mythical. But in the last scene there was the bandit there in his cavern, helpless, with bruises and wounds, lying on a rock. In rushed the enemy's baron high sheriff, and all to seize him. Not a word spoke the bandit, but his attitude was sublime. Even Vance cried bravo, and just as he is seized halter round his neck, and about to be hanged down from the chasm above, leaps his child, holding the title deeds filched from the baron, and by her side the king's lieutenant, who proclaims the bandit's pardon with due restoration to his honours and estates, and consigns to the astounded sheriff the august person of the remorseless baron. Then the affecting scene, father and child in each other's arms, and then an exclamation which had been long hovering about the lips of many of the audience broke out. Waif, waif, yes, the bandit who appeared but in the last scene, and even then uttered not a word, was the once great actor on that itinerant thespian stage, known through many a fair for his exuberant humour, his impromptu jokes, his arch eye, his redundant life of drollery, and the strange pathos or dignity with which he could suddenly exalt a jester's part, and call forth tears in the startled hush of laughter. He whom the cobbler had rightly said might have made a fortune at Covent Garden. There was the remnant of the old popular mimel, his attributes of eloquence reduced to dumb show, masterly touch of nature and of art in this representation of him, touch which all who had ever in former years seen and heard him on that stage felt simultaneously. He came in for his personal portion of dramatic tears. Waif, waif, cried many a village voice as the little girl led him to the front of the stage. He hobbled, there was a bandage round his eyes. The plot, in describing the accident that had befallen the bandit, idealized the genuine infirmities of the man, infirmities that had befallen him since last seen in that village. He was blind of one eye, he had become crippled, some malady of the trachea or larynx had seemingly broken up the once joyous key of the old pleasant voice. He did not trust himself to speak even on that stage, but silently bent his head to the rustic audience, and Vance, who was an habitual playgoer, saw in that simple salutation that the man was an artistic actor. All was over, the audience streamed out much affected, and talking one to the other. It had not been at all like the ordinary stage exhibitions at a village fair. Vance and Lionel exchanged looks of surprise, and then by a common impulse moved towards the stage, pushed aside the curtain which had fallen, and were in that strange world which has so many reduplications, fragments of one broken mirror, whether in the proudest theatre or the lowliest barn, whether in the palace of kings, the cabinet of statesmen, the home of domestic life, the world we call behind the scenes. Chapter Roman 3, striking illustrations of lawless tyranny and infant avarice, exemplified in the social conditions of Great Britain, superstitions of the Dark Ages still in force amongst the trading community, furnishing valuable hints to certain American journalists and highly suggestive of reflections humiliating to the national vanity. The remorseless baron, who was no other than the managerial proprietor of the stage, was leaning against a side scene with a pot of porter in his hand. The king's lieutenant might be seen on the background, toasting a piece of cheese on the point of his loyal sword. The bandit had crept into a corner, and the little girl was clinging to him fondly as his hand was stroking her fair hair. Vance looked round and approached the bandit. "Sir, allow me to congratulate you. Your bow was admirable. I have never seen John Kemble before my time, but I shall fancy I have seen him nosen him on the night of his retirement from the stage. As to your grandchild, Miss Juliet Araminter, she is a perfect chrysolite." Before Mr. Waif could reply, the remorseless Baron stepped up in a spirit worthy of his odious and arbitrary character. "What do you do here, sir? I allow no conspirators behind the scenes earwigging my people." "I beg pardon respectfully. I am an artist, a pupil of the Royal Academy. I should like to make a sketch of Miss Juliet Araminter." "Sketch nonsense, sir," said Lionel with the seasonable extravagance of early youth. "My friend would, I am sure, pay for the sitting handsomely." "Ah," said the manager, softened. "You speak like a gentleman, sir. But Sir, Miss Juliet Araminter is under my protection. In fact, she is my property. Call and speak to me about it tomorrow, before the first performance begins, which is 12 o'clock. Happy to see any of your friends in the reserved seats. Busy now and in short excuse. Messervant, sir. Servant, sir." The Baron's manner left no room for further parley. Vance bowed, smiled and retreated, but meanwhile his young friend had seized the opportunity to speak both to Waif and his grandchild. And when Vance took his arm and drew him away, there was a puzzled, musing expression on Lionel's face, and he remained silent till they had got through the press of such stragglers as still loitered before the stage, and were in a quiet corner of the sword. Stars and moon were then a lovely summer night. "What on earth are you thinking of, Lionel? I have put to you 3 questions, and you have not answered one." Vance answered Lionel slowly. "The oddest thing, I am so disappointed in that little girl, greedy and mercenary." "Precocious villain, how do you know that she is greedy and mercenary?" "Listen, when that surly old manager came up to you, I said something civil, of course." To Waif, who answered in a hoarse, broken voice, but in very good language. "Well, when I told the manager that you would pay for the sitting, the child caught hold of my arm, hastily pulled me down to her own height, and whispered, 'How much will he give?' Confused by a question so point-blank, I answered at random, 'I don't know, 10 shillings. Perhaps you should have seen her face." "See her face, radiant. I should think so. Too much by half," exclaimed Vance. 10 shillings, spendthrift. Too much. She looked as you might look if one offered you 10 shillings for your picture of Julius Caesar, considering whether he should cross the Rubicon. But when the manager had declared her to be his property, and appointed you to call tomorrow, implying that he was to be paid for allowing her to sit, her countenance became overcast, and she muttered sullenly, 'Ill not sit, ill not.' Then she turned to her grandfather, and something very quick and close was whispered between the two, and she pulled me by the sleeve and said in my ear, but so eagerly, 'I want £3, sir, £3. If he would give £3, and come to our lodgings, Mr. Merle, Willow Lane, £3, 3. And with those words hissing in my ear, and coming from that fairy mouth which ought to drop pearls and diamonds, I left her," added Lionel as gravely as if he were 60, and lost in illusion. £3, cried Vance, raising his eyebrows to the highest arch of astonishment, and lifting his nose in the air towards the majestic moon. £3, a fabulous sum. Who has £3 to throw away? Dukes, with 100,000 a year in acres, have not £3 to draw out of their pockets in that reckless, profligate manner. £3. What could I not buy for £3? I could buy the dramatic library bound in calf for £3. I could buy a dress coat for £3, silk, lining not included. I could be lodged for a month for £3, and a jade in tinsel, just entering on her teens, to ask £3 for what? For becoming immortal on the canvas of Francis Vancebother. Here Vance felt a touch on his shoulder. He turned round quickly, as a man out of temper does under similar circumstances, and beheld the sweat face of the cobbler. "Well, master, did not she act fine? How I like her. Not much in her natural character, but she sets a mighty high value on herself. Anan, I don't take you. Shall not catch me taking her £3, 3 kingdoms. Stay," cried Lionel to the cobbler, "did not you say she lodged with you? Are you Mr. Merle?" "Merle's my name, and she do lodge with me, Willow Lane." "Come this way then, a few yards down the road, more quiet. Tell me what the child means if you can." And Lionel related the offer of his friend, the reply of the manager, and the grasping avarice of Miss Juliet Araminter. The cobbler made no answer, and when the young friends, surprised at his silence, turned to look at him, they saw he was wiping his eyes with his sleeves. "Poor little thing," he said at last, and still more pathetically than he had uttered the same words at her appearance in front of the stage. "Tease All for her grandfather, I guess. Oh, cried Lionel joyfully, I am so glad to think that it alters the whole case, you see, Vance. It don't alter the case of the £3, grumbled Vance. What's her grandfather to me, that I should give his grandchild £3, when any other child in the village would have leaped out of her skin, to have her face upon my sketchbook, and 5 shillings in her pocket, hang her grandfather. They were now in the main road. The cobbler seated himself on a lonely milestone, and looked first at one of the faces before him, then at the other. That of Lionel seemed to attract him the most, and in speaking it was Lionel whom he addressed. Young master, he said, it is now just 4 years ago, when Mr. Rugg coming here, as he and his troop had done at Fairtime ever sin, I can mind have brought with him the man you have seen tonight, William Waif. I calls him Gentleman Waif. However that man fell into 6 straits, how he came to join sich a caravan would puzzle most heads. It puzzles Joe Spruce uncommon, it don't puzzle me. Why, asked Vance. Cause of Saturn. Satan. Saturn dead agin his 2nd and 10th house, ill swear lord of ascendant mayhap, in combustion of the sun who knows. You're not an astrologer, said Vance, suspiciously edging off. Bit of it, no offence. What does it signify, said Lionel impatiently. Go on. So you called Mr. Waif Gentleman Waif, and if you had not been an astrologer, you would have been puzzled to see him in such a calling. Aye, that's it, for he warn't like any as we ever see on these boards hereabouts, and yet he warn't exactly like a Lunnon actor as I have seen in Lunnon, either, but more like a clever fellow, who acted for the spree of the thing he had sich droll jests, and looked so comical yet not common-like, but always what I calls a gentleman, just as if one o' ye two were doing a bit of sport to please your friends. Well, he drew hugely, and so he did every time he came, so that the great families in the neighbourhood would go to hear him, and he lodged in my house and had pleasant ways with him, and was what I call a scholard, but still, I don't want to deceive ye, and I should judge him to have been a wild dog in his day. Mercury elaspic had not a doubt of it. Last year it so happened that one of the great gents who belonged to a Lunnon theatre was here at Fairtime, whether he had heard of Waif Chanceways, and come express to judge for hisself. I can't say like Eno, and when he had seen Gentleman Waif act, he sent for him to the Inn Red Lion and offered him a power o' money to go to Lunnon Common Garden. Well, Sir Waif did not take to it all at once, but hemmed and hawed, and was at last quite coaxed into it, and so he went, but bad luck came on it, and I knew there would, for I saw it all in my crystal. Oh, exclaimed Vance, a crystal too, really, it is getting late, and if you had your crystal about you might see that we want to sup. What happened, asked Lionel more blandly, for he saw the cobbler, who had meant to make a great effect by the introduction of the crystal, was offended. What happened? Why, just what I foreseed. There was an accident in the railway tween this and Lunnon, and poor Waif lost an eye, and was a cripple for life, so he could not go on the Lunnon stage at all, and what was worse, he was a long time atwixt life and death, and got summat bad on his chest while catching cold, and lost his voice, and became the sad object you have gazed on, young happy things that ye are. But he got some compensation from the railway, I suppose, said Vance with the unfeeling equanimity of a stoical demon. He did, and spent it. I suppose the gentleman broke out in him as soon as he had money, and ill though he was the money went, then it seems he had no help for it, but to try and get back to Mr. Rugg. But Mr. Rugg was sore and spiteful at his leaving, for Rugg counted on him, and had even thought of taking the huge theatre at York and bringing out Gentleman Waif as his trump card, but it warn't fated, and Rugg thought himself illused, and so at first he would have nothing more to say to Waif, and truth is, what could the poor man do for Rugg? But then Waif produces little Sophie. You mean Juliet Araminta, said Vance. Sam in private life, she be Sophie, and Waif taught her to act and put together the plays for her, and Rugg caught at her, and she supports Waif with what she gets for Rugg, only gives him 4 shillings a week, and that goes on barkey and such like. Such like drink, I presume, said Vance. No, don't drink, but he do smoke, and he has little genteel ways with him, and 4 shillings goes on and they have been about the country this spring, and done well, and now they be here, but Rugg behaves shocking hard to both on and I don't believe he has any right to her in law, as he pretends only a sort of understanding which she and her grandfather could break if they pleased, and that's what they wish to do, and that's why little Sophie wants the £3. How, cried Lionel eagerly, if they had £3 could they get away, and if they did, how could they live, where could they go? That's their secret, but I heard Waif say the first night they came here that if he could get £3, he had hit on a plan to be independent. Like I tell you, what put his back up, it was Rugg insisting on his coming on the stage again, for he did not like to be seen such a wreck, but he was forced to give in, and so he contrived to cut up that plaistery, and appear himself at the last without speaking. "My good friend," cried young Lionel, "we are greatly obliged to you for your story, and we should much like to see little Sophie and her grandfather at your house tomorrow. Can we?" "Certain sure you can after the play's over tonight if you like." "No, tomorrow, you see my friend is impatient to get back, now we will call tomorrow." "'Tis is the last day of their stay," said the cobbler, "but you can't be sure to see them safely at my house afore 10 o'clock at night, and not a word to Rug, mum." "Not a word to Rug," returned Lionel. "Good night to you." The young men left the cobbler still seated on the milestone gazing on the stars, and ruminating they walked briskly down the road. "It is I who have had the talk now," said Lionel in his softest tone. He was bent on coaxing £3 out of his richer friend, and that might require some management, for amongst the wild youngsters in Mr. Vance's profession, there ran many a joke at the skill with which he parried irregular assaults on his purse, and that gentleman with his nose more than usually in the air, having once observed to such scoffers that they were quite welcome to any joke at his expense. A wag had exclaimed, "At your expense, don't fear, if a joke were worth a farthing you would never give that permission." So when Lionel made that innocent remark, the softness of his tone warned the artist of some snake in the grass, and he prudently remained silent. Lionel, in a voice still sweeter, repeated it, "Is I who have all the talk now?" "Naturally then," returned Vance, "naturally. You have, for it is you I suspect who alone have the intention to pay for it, and £3 appear to be the price, dearish, eh?" "Ah, Vance, if I had £3. Tush, and say no more till we have supped. I have the hunger of a wolf." Just in sight of the next milestone, the young travellers turned a few yards down a green lane, and reached a small inn on the banks of the Thames. Here they had sojourned for the last few days, sketching, boating, roaming about the country from sunrise, and returning to supper and bed at nightfall. It was the pleasantest little inn, Nan Arbor, covered with honeysuckle between the porch and the Rivera, couple of pleasure rowboats moored to the bank, and now all the waves rippling under the moonlight. "Supper and lights in the arbor," cried Vance to the waiting maid. "Hey, presto, quick, while we turn in to wash our hands, and hark a quart jug of that capital whiskey-toddy." Chapter IV, being a chapter that links the past to the future by the gradual elucidation of antecedents. O wayside inns and pedestrian rambles, O summer nights, under honeysuckle arbors on the banks of starry waves, O youth, youth. Vance ladled out the toddy and lighted his cigar, then leaning his head on his hand, and his elbow on the table, he looked with an artist's eye along the glancing river. "After all," said he, "I am glad I am a painter, and I hope I may live to be a great one." "No doubt if you live you will be a great one," cried Lionel with cordial sincerity, "and if I, who can only just paint well enough to please myself, find that it gives a new charm to nature." "Cut sentiment," quoth Vance, "and go on." "What," continued Lionel, unchilled by the admonitory interruption, "must you feel who can fix a fading sunshine, fleeting face on a scrap of canvas, and say sunshine and beauty live there forever?" Vance, "Forever no colours perish, canvas rots, what remains to us of Zeuxis still. It is prettily said on behalf of the poetic side of the profession, there is a prosaic one, well, blink it. Yes, I am glad to be a painter, but you must not catch the fever of my calling. Your poor mother would never forgive me if she thought I had made you a dauber by my example." Lionel gloomily, "No, I shall not be a painter, but what can I be? How shall I ever build on the earth one of the castles I have built in the air? Fame looks so far, fortune so impossible. But one thing I am bent upon," speaking with knit brow and clenched teeth, "I will gain an independence, somehow, and support my mother." "Vance, your mother is supported, she has the pension." Lionel, "Of a captain's widow," and he added with a flushed cheek, "a first floor that she lets to lodgers." Vance, "No shame in that, peers let houses, and on the continent princes let not only first floors, but fifth and sixth floors, to say nothing of attics and cellars. In beginning the world, friend Lionel, if you don't wish to get chafed at every turn, fold up your pride, carefully put it under lock and key, and only let it out to air upon grand occasions. Pride is a garment, all stiff brocade outside, all grating sackcloth on the side, next to the skin. Even kings don't wear the dalmaticum, except at a coronation. Independence you desire, good, but are you dependent now? Your mother has given you an excellent education, and you have already put it to profit. My dear boy," added Vance with unusual warmth, "I honour you at your age, on leaving school, to have shut yourself up, translated Greek and Latin per sheet, for a bookseller at less than a valet's wages, and all for the purpose of buying comforts for your mother, and having a few pounds in your own pockets to rove your little holiday with me, and pay your share of the costs. There are energy and spirit, and life in all that, Lionel, which will found upon rock some castle as fine as any you have built in your hand, my boy. This burst was so unlike the practical dryness, or even the more unctuous humour of Frank Vance, that it took Lionel by surprise, and his voice faltered as he pressed the hand held out to him. He answered, "I don't deserve your praise, Vance, and I fear the pride you tell me to put under lock and key has the larger share of the merit you ascribe to better motives independent. No, I have never been so. Vance, well, you depend on a parent who at 17 does not." Lionel, I did not mean my mother, of course. I could not be too proud to take benefits from her. But the truth is simply this: my father had a relation not very near, indeed a cousin, at about as distant a remove, I fancy, as a cousin well can be to this gentleman. My mother wrote when my poor father died, and he was generous for it. Is he who paid for my schooling? I did not know this till very lately. I had a vague impression, indeed, that I had a powerful and wealthy kinsman, who took an interest in me, but whom I had never seen. Vance, never seen? Lionel, no, and here comes the sting. On leaving school last Christmas, my mother, for the first time, told me the extent of my obligations to this benefactor, and informed me that he wished to know my own choice as to a profession, that, if I preferred church or bar, he would maintain me at college. Vance body, oh me, where's the sting in that? Help yourself to toddy, my boy, and take more genial views of life. Lionel, you have not heard me out. I then asked to see my benefactor's letters, and my mother, unconscious of the pain she was about to inflict, showed me not only the last one, but all she had received from him. Oh, Vance, they were terrible, those letters. The first began by a dry acquiescence in the claims of kindred, a curt proposal to pay my schooling, but not one word of kindness, and a stern proviso that the writer was never to see nor hear from me. He wanted no gratitude, he disbelieved in all professions of it. His favours would cease if I molested him. Molested was the word. It was bread thrown to a dog. Vance, only a rich man's eccentricity, a bachelor, I presume. Lionel, my mother says he has been married and is a widower. Vance, any children? Lionel, my mother says none living, but I know little or nothing about his family. Vance looked with keen scrutiny into the face of his boyfriend, and after a pause said dryly, plain as a pikestaff, "Your relation is one of those men who, having no children, suspect and dread the attention of an heir presumptive. And what has made this sting, as you call it, keener to you is, pardon maze, in some silly words of your mother, who in showing you the letters has hinted to you that heir you might be if you were sufficiently pliant and subservient. Am I not right?" Lionel hung his head without reply. Vance, cheeringly, so no great harm as yet. Enough of the first letter. What was the last? Lionel, still more offensive. This kinsman, this patron, desired my mother to spare him those references to her son's ability and promise, which, though natural to herself, had slight interest to him, the condescending benefactor. As to his opinion, what could I care for the opinion of one I had never seen? All that could sensibly affect Mio. But I cannot go on with those cutting phrases, which imply, but this all I can care for, is the money of a man who insults me, while he gives it. Vance, emphatically, without being a wizard, I should say your relative was rather a disagreeable person, what is called urbane, and amiable, in fact, a brute. Lionel, you will not blame me then, when I tell you that I resolved not to accept the offer to maintain me at college, with which the letter closed. Luckily, Dr. Worley's, the head master of my school, who had always been very kind to me, had just undertaken to supervise a popular translation of the classics. He recommended me at my request to the publisher engaged in the undertaking as not incapable of translating some of the less difficult Latin author, subject to his corrections. When I had finished the first installment of the work, thus entrusted to me, my mother grew alarmed for my health, and insisted on my taking some recreation. You were about to set out on a pedestrian tour. I had, as you say, some pounds in my pocket, and thus I have passed with you the merriest days of my life. Vance, what said your civil cousin when your refusal to go to college was conveyed to him? Lionel, he did not answer my mother's communication to that effect till just before I left home, and then, it was not his last letter from which I repeated that withering extract. No, the last was more galling still, for in it he said that if, in spite of the ability and promise that had been so vaunted, the dullness of a college and the labour of learned professions were so distasteful to me, he had no desire to dictate to my choice, but that as he did not wish one who was however remotely of his blood, and bore the name of Houghton, to turn shoe-black or pickpocket. Vance, lock up your prideth sackcloth frets yond go on, and that therefore he, Lionel, would buy me a commission in the army, or get me an appointment in India. Vance, which did you take? Lionel passionately, which so offered, which of course neither, but distrusting the tone of my mother's reply, I sat down the evening before I left home and wrote myself to this cruel man. I did not show any letter to my mother, did not tell her of it. I wrote shortly that, if he would not accept my gratitude, I would not accept his benefits, that shoeblack I might be pickpocket, know that he need not fear I should disgrace his blood or my name, and that I would not rest till sooner or later I had paid him back all that I had cost him, and felt relieved from the burdens of an obligation, which the boy paused, covered his face with his hands and sobbed. Vance, though much moved, pretended to scold his friend, but finding that ineffectual, fairly rose, wound his arm brother-like round him, and drew him from the arbour to the shelving margin of the river Comfort. Then, said the artist almost solemnly, as here from the inner depths of his character the true genius of the man came forth, and spoke, Comfort, and look round, see where the islet interrupts the tide, and how smilingly the stream flows on, see just where we stand how the slight pebbles are fretting the wave, would the wave, if not fretted, make that pleasant music a few miles farther on, and the river is spanned by a bridge, which busy feet now are crossing. By the side of that bridge now is rising a palace. All the men who rule England have room in that palace. At the rear of the palace soars up the old abbey, where kings have their tombs in right of the names they inherit. Men lowly as we have found tombs there, in right of the names which they made. Think now that you stand on that bridge with a boy's lofty hope, with a man's steadfast courage. Then turn again to that stream calm, with starlight flowing on towards the bridge, spite of islet and pebbles. Lionel made no audible answer, though his lips murmured, but he pressed closer and closer to his friend's side, and the tears were already dried on his cheek, though their dew still glistened in his eyes. Chapter Roman 5 Speculations on the moral qualities of the bandit. Mr. Vance, with mingled emotions, foresees that the acquisition of the bandit's acquaintance may be attended with pecuniary loss. Vance loosened the boat from its moorings, stepped in, and took up the oars. Lionel followed, and sat by the stern. The artist rowed on slowly, whistling melodiously, in time to the dash of the oars. They soon came to the bank of garden ground, surrounding with turf, on which fairies might have danced. One of those villas never seen out of England. From the windows of the villa, the lights gleamed steadily over the banks. Dipping into the water hung large willows. Breathlessly, the boat gently brushed aside their pendant boughs, and Vance rested in a grassy cove. And Faith, said the artist gaily, Faith, said he, lighting his third cigar, it is time we should bestow a few words more on the remorseless baron, and the bandit's child. What a cock-and-dabble story! The cobbler told us he must have thought us precious green. Lionel roused. Nay, I see nothing so wonderful in the story, though much that is sad. You must allow that Waif may have been a good actor. You became quite excited merely at his attitude, and bow natural therefore that he should have been invited to try his chance on the London stage. Not improbable that he may have met with an accident by the train, and so lost his chance forever. Natural then that he should press into service his poor little grandchild. Natural also that, hardly treated, and his pride hurt, he should wish to escape. Vance, and more natural than all that he should want to extract from our pockets £3. The bandit. No, Lionel, I tell you what is not probable, that he should have disposed of that clever child to a vagabond like Rugg. She plays admirably. The manager who was to have engaged him would have engaged her if he had seen her. I am puzzled. Lionel, true, she is an extraordinary child. I cannot say how she has interested me. He took out his purse and began counting its contents. I have nearly £3 left. He cried joyously, L2 18s, if I give up the thought of a longer excursion with you, and go quietly home. Vance, and not pay your share of the bill yonder. Lionel, I forgot that, but come, I am not too proud to borrow from you. It is not for a selfish purpose. Vance, borrow from me, Cato, that comes of falling in with bandits and their children, no. But let us look at the thing like men of sense. One story is good, till another is told. I will call by myself on Rugg tomorrow, and hear what he says, and then if we judge favourably of the cobbler's version, we will go at night and talk with the cobbler's lodgers, and I dare say, added Vance kindly, but with a sigh, I dare say the £3 will be coaxed out of me. After all, her head is worth it. I want an idea for Titania. Lionel joyously, my dear Vance, you are the best fellow in the world. Vance, small compliment to humankind. Take the oars, it is your turn now. Lionel obeyed. The boat once more danced along the Thora waves, skirting the grassy islet. Out into pale moonlight they talked, but by fits and starts. What, oh, for thousand things, bright young hearts, eloquent young tongues, no sins in the past, hopes gleaming through the future, oh summer nights, on the glass of starry waves, oh youth. Chapter Roman 6, wherein the historian tracks the public characters that fret there. hour on the stage into the bosom of private life, the reader is invited to arrive at a conclusion which may often, in periods of perplexity, restore ease to his mind, namely that if man will reflect on all the hopes he has nourished, all the fears he has admitted, all the projects he has formed, the wisest thing he can do 9 times out of 10 with hope, fear and project is to let them end with the chapter in smoke. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening of the following day. The exhibition at Mr. Rugg's theatre had closed for the season in that village, for it was the conclusion of the fair. The final performance had been begun, and ended somewhat earlier than on former nights. The theatre was to be cleared from the ground by daybreak, and the whole company to proceed onward betimes in the morning. Another fair awaited them in an adjoining county, and they had a long journey before them. Gentleman Waif and his Juliet Araminta had gone to their lodgings over the cobbler's stall. Their rooms were homely enough, but had an air not only of the comfortable, but the picturesque. The little sitting-room was very old-fashioned, panelled in wood, that had once been painted blue, with a quaint chimney-piece that reached to the ceiling. That part of the house spoke of the time of Charles Roman I. It might have been tenanted by a religious Roundhead, and framed in over the low door there was a grim faded portrait of a pinched-faced saturnine man, with long lank hair starched band, and a length of upper lip that betokened relentless obstinacy of character, and might have curled in sullen glee at the monarch's scaffold, or preached an interminable sermon to the stout protector. On a table under the deep-sunk window were neatly arrayed a few sober-looking old books. You would find amongst them Carley's Astrology, Owen Feltham's Resolves, Glanville on Witches, The Pilgrim's Progress, an early edition of Paradise Lost, and an old Bible. Also 2 flower-pots of clay brightly reddened and containing stalks, also 2 small worsted rugs, on one of which rested a carved coconut, on the other an egg-shaped ball of crystal. That last, the pride and joy of the cobbler's visionary soul. A door left wide open communicated with an inner room. Very low was its ceiling, in which the bandit slept, if the severity of his persecutors permitted him to sleep. In the corner of the sitting-room near that door was a small horsehair sofa, which by the aid of sheets and a needlework coverlid did duty for a bed, and was consigned to the bandit's child. Here the tenderness of the cobbler's heart was visible, for over the coverlid were strewed sprigs of lavender and leaves of vervain, the last, be it said, to induce happy dreams and scare away witchcraft and evil spirits. On another table near the fireplace the child was busied in setting out the teethings for her grandfather. She had left in the property room of the theatre her robe of spangles and tinsel, and appeared now in a simple frock. She had no longer the look of Titania, but that of a lively, active, affectionate human child. Nothing theatrical about her now, yet still in her graceful movements, so nimble, but so noiseless in her slight fair hands, in her transparent colouring. There was nature's own lady, that something which strikes us all as well-born and high-bred. Not that it necessarily is so. The semblances of aristocracy in female childhood more especially are often delusive. The souvenance flower wrought into the collars of princes springs up wild on field and Gentleman Waif, wrapped negligently in a grey dressing-gown, and seated in an old leathern easy-chair, was evidently out of sorts. He did not seem to heed the little preparations for his comfort, but resting his cheek on his right hand, his left drooped on his crossed Nisan attitude, rarely seen in a man when his heart is light, and his spirits high. His lips moved. He was talking to himself, though he had laid aside his theatrical bandage over both eyes. He wore a black patch over one, or rather where one had been the eye exposed was of singular beauty, dark and brilliant. For the rest, the man had a striking countenance, rugged and rather ugly than otherwise, but by no means unprepossessing, full of lines and wrinkles and strong muscle, with large lips of wondrous pliancy, and an aspect of wistful sagacity that no doubt on occasion could become exquisitely comedy that makes others roar when the comedian himself is as grave as a judge. You might see in his countenance, when quite in its natural repose, that sorrow had passed by there, yet the instant the countenance broke into play, you would think that sorrow must have been sent about her business, as soon as the respect due to that visitor, so accustomed to have her own way, would permit. Though the man was old, you could not call him aged. One-eyed and crippled, still marking the muscular arm, the expansive chest, you would have scarcely called him broken or infirm, and hence there was a certain indescribable pathos in his whole appearance, as if fate had branded on face and form characters in which might be read her agencies on career, and mind plucked an eye from intelligence, shortened one limb for life's progress, yet left whims sparkling out in the eye she had spared, and a light heart's wild spring in the limb she had maimed not. "Come, Grandy, come," said the little girl coaxingly, "your tea will get quite cold, your toast is ready, and here is such a nice egg, Mr. Merrill, says you may be sure it is new laid come, don't let that hateful man fret you smile on your own Sophie come. If said Mr. Waif in a hollow undertone, if I were alone in the world. Oh Grandy, I know a spot on which a bedpost grows, and do remember where a roper lives. Delightful prospect not to be indulged for if I were in peace at one end of the rope, what would chance to my Sophie left forlorn at the other? Don't talk so or I shall think you are sorry to have taken care of me. Care of thee, O child, and what care it is thou who takest care of me, put thy hands from thy mouth, sit down darling there opposite, and let us talk now Sophie thou hast often said that thou wouldst be glad to be out of this mode of life, even for one humbler and harder think well is it so? Oh yes indeed grandfather. No more tinsel dresses and flowery wreaths, no more applause, no more of the dear divine stage excitement. The heroine and fairy vanished, only a little commonplace child in dingy gingham, with a purblind cripple for thy sole charge and playmate Juliet Araminta, evaporated evermore into little Sophie. It would be so nice, answered little Sophie laughing merrily. What would make it nice, asked the comedian turning on her, his solitary piercing eye with curious interest in his gaze. Sophie left her seat and placed herself on a stool at her grandfather's knee. On that knee, she clasped her tiny hands, and shaking aside her curls looked into his face with confident fondness. Evidently, these two were much more than grandfather and grandchild, they were friends, they were equals, they were in the habit of consulting and prattling with each other. She got at his meaning, however covert his humour, and he to the core of her heart, through its careless babble between you and me, reader. I suspect that in spite of the comedian's sagacious wrinkles, the one was as much a child as the other. Well said Sophie, I will tell you Grandy what would make it nice, no one would vex and affront yow should be all by ourselves, and then instead of those nasty lamps, and those dreadful painted creatures, we could go out and play in the fields and gather daisies, and I could run after butterflies, and when I am tired I should come here where I am now any time of the day, and you would tell me stories and pretty verses, and teach me to write a little better than I do now, and make such a wise little woman of me. And if I wore gingham, but it need not be dingy Grandy, it would be all mine, and you would be all mine too, and wed keep a bird, and you teach it to sing, and oh would it not be nice? But still Sophie, we should have to live, and we could not live upon daisies and butterflies, and I can't work now for the matter of that I never could work, more shame for me. But so it is Merrill says the fault is in the stars with all my heart, but the stars will not go to the jail or the workhouse instead of me, and though they want nothing to eat we do. But Grandy, you have said every day since the first walk you took after coming here, that if you had £3, we could get away and live by ourselves, and make a fortune. A fortuneth, that's a strong word, let it stand a fortune, but still Sophie, though we should be free of this execrable rug, the scheme I have in my head lies remote from daisies and butterflies, we should have to dwell in towns and exhibit. On a stage, Grandy, said Sophie, resigned but sorrowful. No, not exactly, a room would do. And I should not wear those horrid dresses, nor mix with those horrid painted people. No, and we should be quite alone, you and I. There would be a third. Oh Grandy, cried Sophie in a scream of shrill alarm, I know you are thinking of joining us with the pig-faced lady. Mr. Waif, not a muscle relaxed, a well-spoken and pleasing gentlewoman, but no such luck, £3 would not buy her. Sophie, I am glad of that, I don't care so much for the mermaid, she's dead and stuffed, but oh another scream, perhaps T is the spotted boy. Mr. Waif, calm your sanguine imagination, you aspire too high, but this I will tell you, that our companion, whatsoever or whosoever that companion may be, will be one you will like. I don't believe it, said Sophie, shaking her head, I only like you, but who is it? Alas, said Mr. Waif, it is no use pampering ourselves with vain hopes, the £3 are not forthcoming, you heard what that brute Rugg said, that the gentleman who wanted to take your portrait had called on him this morning, and offered 10s for a sitting, that is 5s for you, 5s for Rugg, and Rugg thought the terms reasonable. But I said I would not sit. And when you did say it, you heard Rugg's language to meet you, and now you must think of packing up and be off at dawn with the rest. And added the comedian, colouring high, I must again parade to boors and clowns, this mangled form again, set myself out as a spectacle of bodily infirmityman's last degradation, and this I have come to. No, Grandy, it will not last long, we will get the £3, we have always hoped on hope still, and besides I am sure those gentlemen will come here tonight. Mr. Merrill said they would at 10 o'clock, it is near 10 now, and your tea cold as a stone. She hung on his neck, caressingly kissing his furrowed brow, and leaving a tear there, and thus coaxed him till he sat quietly at his meal, and Sophie shared it, though she had no appetite in sorrowing for him, but to keep him company. That done, she lighted his pipe with the best canister, his sole luxury and expense, but she always contrived that he should afford it. Mr. Waif drew a long whiff, and took a more serene view of affairs. He who doth not smoke hath either known no great griefs, or refuseth himself the softest consolation, next to that which comes from heaven. What softer than woman, whispers the young reader, woman teases, as well as consoles woman, makes half the sorrows which she boasts the privilege to soothe. Woman consoles us, it is true, while we are young and handsome. When we are old and ugly, woman snubs and scolds us on the whole. Then, woman, in this scale, the weed in that Jupiter, hang out thy balance and weigh them both, and if thou give the preference to woman, all I can say is, the next time Juno ruffles thee, O Jupiter, try the weed. Chapter Romans 7. The historian, in pursuance of his stern duties, reveals to the scorn of future ages some of the occult practices which discredit the march of light in the 19th century. May I come in? Asked the cobbler outside the door. Certainly, come in, said gentleman. Waif Sophie looked wistfully at the aperture, and sighed to see that Merrill was alone. She crept up to him. Will they not come? She whispered. I hope so, pretty one. It be NT10 yet. Take a pipe, Merrill, said gentleman Waif with a grand comedian air. No, thank you kindly. I just looked in to ask if I could do anything for ye in case ye must go tomorrow. Nothing, our luggage is small, and soon packed. Sophie has the money to discharge the meaner part of our debt to you. I don't value that, said the cobbler, colouring. But we value your esteem, said Mr. Waif, with a smile that would have become a field marshal. And so, Merrill, you think, if I am a broken-down vagrant, it must be put to the long account of the celestial bodies. Not a doubt of it, returned the cobbler solemnly. I wish you would give me date and place of Sophie's birth. That's what I want. Id take her horoscope. I am sure she'd be lucky. Id rather not, please, said Sophie timidly. Rather not, very odd. Wise. I don't want to know the future. That is odder and odder, quoth the cobbler, staring. I never heard a girl say that afore. Wait till she's older, Mr. Merrill said. Waif, girls don't want to know the future till they want to be married. Summat in that, said the cobbler. He took up the crystal. Have you looked into this bowl, pretty one, as I bade ye? Yes, 2 or 3 times. Ha, and what did you see? My own face made very long, said Sophie, as long as that, stretching out her hands. The cobbler shook his head dolefully, and screwing up one eye applied the other to the mystic bowl. Mr. Waif, perhaps you will see if those 2 gentlemen are coming. Sophie, do, and if they will give us £3. Cobbler triumphantly, then you do care to know the future after all? Sophie, yes, so far as that goes, but don't look any further, pray. Cobbler, intent upon the bowl and speaking slowly, and in jerksay, missed now ha an arm with a besom sweeps all before it. Sophie, frightened, send it away, please. Cobbler, it is gone ha, there's Ruggerlooks very angry, savage indeed. Waif, good sign that, proceed. Cobbler shakes his fist, gone ha, a young man, boyish dark hair. Sophie, clapping her hands, that is the young gentleman, the very young one, I mean, with the kind eyes. Is he coming? Is he? Waif, examine his pockets. Do you see there £3? Cobbler testily, don't be interrupting ha, he is talking with another gentleman, bearded. Sophie, whispering to her grandfather, the old young gentleman. Cobbler, putting down the crystal, and with great decision, they are coming here. I see them at the corner of the lane, by the public house, 2 minutes' walk to this door. He took out a great silver watch. Look, Sophie, when the minute hand gets there, or before, if they walk briskly, you will hear them knock. Sophie clasped her hands in mute suspense, half credulous, half doubting. Then she went and opened the room door and stood on the landing place to listen. Merrill approached the comedian and said in a low voice, I wish for your sake she had the gift. Waif, the gifter, £3, so do I. Cobbler, pooh, worth 100 times £3, the gifter, spirituous gift. Waif, spirituous, don't like the epithet, smells of gin. Cobbler, spirituous gift to see in the crystal, if she had that she might make your fortune. Waif, with a sudden change of countenance, I never thought of that, but if she has not the gift I could teach it here. Cobbler, indignantly, I did not think to hear this from you, Mr. Waif. Teach her, you make her an impostor, and of the wickedest kind, inventing lies between earth and them, as dwell in the 7 spheres. Fino, if she hasn't the gift natural, let her alone. What here is not heaven sent is devil taught. Waif odd but dubious then, you really think you saw all that you described in that glass? Cobbler thinkem I a liar I spoke truth, and the proof is the ratet went the knocker at the door. The 2 minutes are just up, said the cobbler, and Cornelius Agrippa could not have said it with more wizardly effect. They are come indeed, said Sophie, re-entering the room softly. I hear their voices at the threshold. The cobbler passed by in silence, descended the stairs, and conducted Vance and Lionel into the comedian's chamber. There he left them, his brow overcast. Gentleman Waif had displeased him sorely. Chapter Roman 8, showing the arts by which a man, however high in the air nature may have formed his nose, may be led by that nose, and in directions perversely opposite to those which, in following his nose, he might be supposed to take, and therefore that nations the most liberally endowed with practical good sense, and in conceit thereof carrying their noses the most horizontally aloof when they come into conference with nations more skilled in diplomacy and more practised in stage play, end by the surrender of the precise object which it was intended they should surrender before they laid their noses together. We all know that Demosthenes said everything in oratory was acting stage play. Is it in oratory alone that the saying holds good? Apply it to all circumstances of fife. Stage play, stageplainly ars est, celer artem, conceal the art gleesum in soul, to behold his visitors, calculating already on the £3, to be extracted from them, seeing in that hope the crisis in his own checkered existence. Mr. Waif rose from his seat in superb eupocrisia or stage play, and asked with mild dignity, what am I indebted, gentlemen, for the honour of your visit? In spite of his nose, even Vance was taken aback. Pope says that Lord Bolingbroke had the nobleman air, a great comedian. Lord Bolingbroke surely was, but had Pope seen Gentleman Waif taking advantage of the impression he had created, the actor added, with the finest imaginable breeding. But pray be seated. And once seeing them seated, resumed his easy-chair, and felt himself master of the situation. Said Vance, recovering his self-possession after a pause. Hem rechoed Gentleman Waif, and the 2 men eyed each other much in the same way as Admiral Napier might have eyed the fort of Kronstadt, and the fort of Kronstadt have eyed Admiral Napier. Lionel struck in with that youthful boldness which plays the deuce with all dignified strategical science. You must be aware why we come, sir. Mr. Murrell will have explained. My friend, a distinguished artist, wished to make a sketch, if you do not object, of this young lady's very pretty little face, quoth Vance, taking up the discourse. Mr. Rugg, this morning, was willing, I understand, that your grandchild refused. We are come here to see if she will be more complacent under your own roof, or under Mr. Murrell's, which I take it is the same thing for the present. Sophie had sidled up to Lionel. He might not have been flattered if he knew why she preferred him to Vance. She looked on him as a boy, a fellow-child, and an instinct moreover told her that more easily through him than his shrewd-looking bearded guest could she attain the object of her cupidity. £3. £3, whispered Sophie, with the tones of an angel, into Lionel's thrilling ear. Mr. Waif, sir, I will be frank with you. At that ominous commencement, Mr. Vance recoiled, and mechanically buttoned his trousers pocket. Mr. Waif noted the gesture with his one eye, and proceeded cautiously, feeling his way, as it were, towards the interior of the recess. Thus protected, my grandchild declined your flattering proposal with my full approbation. She did not consider, neither did it, that the managerial rights of Mr. Rugg entitled him to the moiety of her face-off. The stage. The comedian paused, and with a voice the mimic drollery of which no hoarseness could altogether mar, chanted the old line. My face is my fortune, sir, she said. Vance smiled. Lionel laughed. Sophie nestled still nearer to the boy. Gentleman Waif, with pathos and dignity, you see before you an old man. One way of life is the same to me as another, but Shido, you think Mr. Rugg's stage the right place for her? Vance, certainly not. Why did you not introduce her to the London manager, who would have engaged yourself? Waif could not conceal a slight change of countenance. How do I know she would have succeeded? She had never then trod the boards. Besides, what strikes you as so good in a village show may be poor enough in a metropolitan theatre. Gentlemen, I do my best for her. You cannot think otherwise, since she maintains me I am no Oedipus, yet she is my Antigone. Vance, you know the classics. Sir Mr. Murrell said you were a scholaried Sophocles in his native Greek, I presume, sir. Mr. Waif, you jeer at the unfortunate. I am used to it. Vance, confused. I did not mean to wound you, I beg pardon, but your language and manner are not what one might expect to find in a bandit, persecuted by a remorseless baron. Mr. Waif, so you say you are an artist, have you heard no tales of your professional brethren men of genius, the highest who won fame, which I never did, and failed of fortunes, as I have done their own fault, perhaps improvidence, wild habits, ignorance of the way how to treat life, and deal with their fellow men? Such fault may have been mine too, I suffer for it, no matter, I ask none to save me. You are a painter, you would place her features on your canvas, you would have her rank amongst your own creations, she may become a part of your immortality. Princes may gaze on the effigies of the innocent happy childhood, to which your colours lend imperishable glow. They may ask who, and what was this fair creature? Will you answer, one whom I found in tinsel, and so left sure that she would die in rags? Save her. Lionel drew forth his purse, and poured its contents on the table. Vance covered them with his broad hand, and swept them into his own pocket. At that sinister action Waif felt his heart sink into his shoes, but his face was as calm as a Roman's, only he resumed his pipe with a prolonged and testy whiff. "It is I who am to take the portrait, and it is I who will pay for it," said Vance. "I understand that you have a pressing occasion for £3, muttered Sophie sturdily through the tears which her grandfather's pathos had drawn forth from her downcast eyes. £3, 3. You shall have them, but listen, I meant only to take a sketch. I must now have a finished portrait. I cannot take this by candlelight. You must let me come here tomorrow. And yet tomorrow I understand you meant to leave. Waif, if you will generously bestow on us the sum you say, we shall not leave the village till you have completed your picture. It is Mr. Rugg and his company we will leave. Vance, and may I venture to ask what you propose to do towards a new livelihood for yourself and your grandchild by the help of a sum which is certainly much for me to pay, enormous, I might say quod me, but small for a capital, whereon to set up a business? Waif, excuse me if I do not answer that very natural question at present. Let me assure you that that precise sum is wanted for an investment which promises her and myself an easy existence, but to ensure my scheme, I must keep it secret. Do you believe me?" "I do," cried Lionel, and Sophie, whom by this time he had drawn upon his lap, put her arm gratefully round his neck. "There is your money, sir, beforehand," said Vance, declining downward his betrayed and resentful nose, and depositing 3 sovereigns on the table. "And how do you know," said Waif, smiling, "that I may not be off tonight with your money and your model?" "Well," said Vance curtly, "I think it is on the cards still, as John Kemble said when rebuked for too large an alms. It is not often that I do these things, but when I do them handsomely." "Well applied, and well delivered, sir," said the comedian, "only you should put a little more emphasis on the word do." "Did I not put enough? I am sure I felt it strongly. No one can feel the do more." Waif's pliant face relaxed into a genial brightness. The equivoque charmed him, however, not affecting to comprehend it. He thrust back the money and said, "No, sir, not a shilling, till the picture is completed. Nay, to relieve your mind, I will own that had I no scruple more delicate, I would rather receive nothing, till Mr. Rugg is gone. True, he has no right to any share in it, but you see before you a man who, when it comes to arguing, could never take a wrangler's degree, never get over the ass's bridge, sir, plucked at it scores of times clean as a feather. But do not go yet. You came to give us money. Give us. What, were I rich, I should value more highly a little of your time. You, sir, are an artist, and you young gentlemen," addressing Lionel. Lionel colouring, "Nothing as yet." "Waif, you are fond of the drama, I presume, both of you. Apropos of John Kemble, you, sir, said that you have never heard him. Allow me, so far as this cracked voice can do it, to give you a faint idea of him." "I shall be delighted," said Vance, drawing nearer to the table, and feeling more at his ease, "but since I see you smoke, may I take the liberty to light my cigar?" "Make yourself at home," said Gentleman Waif with the good humour of a fatherly host, and all the while Lionel and Sophie were babbling together, she still upon his lap. Waif began his imitation of John Kemble. Despite the cracked voice, it was admirable. One imitation drew on another. Then succeeded anecdotes of the stage of the Senate of the bar. Waif had heard great orators, whom everyone still admires for the speeches which nobody nowadays ever reads. He gave a lively idea of each. And then came sayings of dry humour and odd scraps of worldly observation, and time flew on pleasantly, till the clock struck 12, and the young guests tore themselves away. "Merrill, Merrill," cried the comedian when they were gone. Merrill appeared. "We don't go tomorrow when Rugg sends for us, as he will do at daybreak. Say so, you shall lodge us a few days longer. And then me, little Sophie, kiss me, kiss me. You are saved at least from those horrid painted creatures." "Ah," growled Merrill from below, "he has got the money, glad to hear it." But he added, as he glanced at sundry weird and astrological symbols, with which he had been diverting himself, That's not it. The true horary question is, what will he do with it? Chapter Roman 9, the historian shows that notwithstanding the progressive spirit of the times, a Briton is not permitted, without an effort, to progress according to his own inclinations. Sophie could not sleep at first. She was too happy, without being conscious of any degradation in her lot, amongst the itinerant artists of Mr. Rugg's exhibition. How could she, when her beloved and revered protector had been one of those artists for years? Yet, instinctively, she shrank from their contact. Doubtless, while absorbed in some stirring part, she forgot companions, audience, all, and enjoyed what she performed. Necessarily enjoyed, for her acting was really excellent, and where no enjoyment there no excellence. But when the histrionic enthusiasm was not positively at work, she crept to her grandfather with something between loathing and terror of the painted creatures and her own borrowed tinsel. But more than all, she felt acutely every indignity or affront offered to gentleman waif. Heaven knows, these were not few, and to escape from such a life, to be with her grandfather alone, have him all to herself to tend, and to pet, to listen to, and to prattle with, seemed to her the consummation of human felicity. But should she be all alone, just as she was lulling herself into a doze, that question seized and roused her. And then it was not happiness that kept her waking, it was what is less rare in the female breast, curiosity. Who was to be the mysterious third, to whose acquisition the £3 were evidently to be devoted? What new face had she purchased by the loan of her own? Not the pig-faced lady, nor the spotted boy. Could it be the Norfolk giant, or the calf with 2 heads? Horrible idea, monstrous phantasmagoria, began to stalk before her eyes, and to charm them away with great fervour, she fell to saying her prayers, an act of devotion which she had forgotten in her excitement to perform, before resting her head on the pillow. An omission, let us humbly hope not noted down in very dark characters by the recording angel. That act over her thoughts took a more comely aspect than had been worn by the preceding fantasies. Reflected Lionel's kind looks, and repeated his gentle words. Heaven bless him, she said with emphasis as a supplement to the habitual prayers, and then tears gathered to her grateful eyelids, for she was one of those beings whose tears come slow from sorrow, quick from affection. And so the grey dawn found her still wakeful, and she rose, bathed her cheeks in the cold fresh water, and drew them forth with a glow like Hebe's. Dressing herself with the quiet activity which characterized all her movements, she then opened the casement, and inhaled the air. All was still in the narrow lane, the shops yet unclosed. But on the still trees behind the shops, the birds were beginning to stir and chirp. Chanticleer from some neighbouring yard rang out his brisk, rurally pleasant English summer dawn in the pleasant English country village. She stretched her graceful neck far from the casement, trying to catch a glimpse of the blue river. She had seen its majestic flow on the day they had arrived at the fair, and longed to gain its banks. Then her servitude to the stage forbade her now. She was to be free. Oh joy, now she might have her careless hours of holiday, and forgetful of waif's warning that their vocation must be plied in towns. She let her fancy run riot amidst visions of green fields and laughing waters, and in fond delusion gathered the daisies, and chased the butterflies. Changeling, transferred into that lowest world of art, from the cradle of civil nature, her human child's heart yearned for the human childlike delights. All children love the country, the flowers, the sward, the birds, the butterflies, or if some do not despair, oh philanthropy of their afterlives. She closed the window, smiling to herself, stole through the adjoining doorway, and saw that her grandfather was still asleep. Then she busied herself in putting the little sitting-room to rights, reset the table for the morning meal, watered the stocks, and finally took up the crystal, and looked into it with awe, wondering why the cobbler could see so much, and she only the distorted reflection of her own face. So interested, however, for once did she become in the inspection of this mystic globe, that she did not notice the dawn pass into broad daylight, nor hear a voice at the door below her in short take into cognition the external world, till a heavy tread shook the floor, and then starting she beheld the remorseless Baron, with a face black enough to have darkened the crystal of Dr. D himself. Ho ho, said Mr. Rugg, in hissing accents, which had often thrilled the threepenny gallery with anticipative horror. Rebellious, won't come, where's your grandfather baggage? Sophie let fall the crystal. Mercy, it was not broken, and gazed vacantly on the bear. Your vile scamp of a grandfather. Sophie with spirit, he is not vile, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, speaking so, Mr. Rugg. Here simultaneously Mr. Waif, hastily endued in his grey dressing-gown, presented himself at the aperture of the bedroom door, and the cobbler on the threshold of the sitting-room. The comedian stood mute, trusting perhaps to the imposing effect of his attitude. The cobbler, yielding to the impulse of untheatric man, put his head doggedly on one side, and with both hands on his hips said, Civil words to my lodger's master, or out you go." The remorseless baron glared vindictively first at one, and then at the other. At length he strode up to Waif, and said with a withering grin, "I have something to say to you. Shall I say it before your landlord?" The comedian waved his hand to the cobbler. "Leave us, my friend, I shall not require you step this way." Mr. Rugg entered the bedroom and Waif closed the door behind him. "On," quoth the cobbler, scratching his head, "I don't quite take your grandfather's giving in British ground here, but your ascendant cannot surely be in such malignant conjunction with that obstreperous tyrant as to bind you to him hand and foot. Let's see what the crystal thinks of it. Take it up gently, and come downstairs with me." "Please no ill stay near grandfather," said Sophie resolutely. "He shan't be left helpless with that rude man." The cobbler could not help smiling. "Lord love, you said you have a spirit of your own, and if you were my wife I should be afraid of you, but I won't stand here eavesdropping. Mayhap your grandfather has secrets I am not to hear. Call me, if I am wanted." He descended. Sophie, with less noble disdain of eavesdropping, stood in the centre of the room, holding her breath to listen. She heard no sound. She had half a mind to put her ear to the keyhole, but that seemed even to her a mean thing if not absolutely required by the necessity of the case. So, there she still stood, her head bent down, her finger raised. Oh, that Vance could have so painted her. Chapter Roman 10, showing the causes why men and nations, when one man or nation wishes to get for its own arbitrary purposes what the other man or nation does not desire to part with, are apt to ignore the mild precepts of Christianity, shock the sentiments and upset the theories of peace societies. "Am I to understand," said Mr. Rugg, in a whisper, when Waif had drawn him to the farthest end of the inner room, with the bed curtains between their position and the door deadening the sound of their voicesome, "I to understand that, after my taking you and that child to my theatre out of charity, and at your own request, you are going to quit me without warning French leave, is that British conduct?" "Mr. Rugg," replied Waif deprecatingly, "I have no engagement with you beyond an experimental trial. We were free on both sides for 3 months. You to dismiss us any day, we to leave you. The experiment does not please us, we thank you, and depart." "Rugg, that is not the truth," I said. "I was free to dismiss you both if the child did not suit you, poor helpless creature, could be of no use. But I never heard you say you were to be free too. Stands to reason not put my engagements at a waif's mercy. I Lorenzo Ruggestuff. But I am a just man and a liberal man, and if you think you ought to have a higher salary if this ungrateful proceeding is only, as I take it, a strike for wages, I will meet you. Juliet Araminta does play better than I could have supposed, and conclude an engagement on good terms, as we were to have done if the experiment answered for 3 years." Waif shook his head. "You are very good, Mr. Rugg, but it is not a strike. My little girl does not like the life at any price, and since she supports me I am bound to please her. Besides," said the actor with a stiffer manner, "you have broken faith with me. It was fully understood that I was to appear no more on your stage. All my task was to advise with you in the performances, remodel the plays, help in the stage management, and you took advantage of my penury, and when I asked for a small advance, insisted on forcing these relics of what I was upon the public pity. Enough, we part. I bear no malice. Rugg, oh, don't you know more, do Roman one, but I am a Briton, and I have the spirit of one. You had better not make an enemy of me." "Waif, I am above the necessity of making enemies. I have an enemy ready-made in myself." Rugg placed a strong bony hand upon the cripple's arm. "I dare say you have a bad conscience, sir. How would you like your past life looked into and blabbed out?" "Gentleman," Waif mournfully, "the last 4 years of it have been spent in your service, Mr. Rugg. If their record had been blabbed out for my benefit, there would not have been a dry eye in the house." "Rugg, I disdain your sneer. When a scorpion nursed at my bosom sneers at me, I leave it to its own reflections. But I don't speak of the years in which that scorpion has been enjoying a salary and smoking canister at my expense. I refer to an earlier dodge in its checkered existence. Ha, so you wince. I suspect I can find out something about you which would—" Waif fiercely would. "What?" "Rugg, oh, lower your tone, sir. No bullying me. I suspect I have good reason for suspicion, and if you sneak off in this way and cheat me out of my property in Juliet Araminta, I will leave no stone unturned to prove what I suspect. Look to it. Slight man, come, I don't wish to quarrel. Make it up," and drawing out his pocketbook, "if you want cash down, and we'll have an engagement in black and white for 3 years for Juliet Araminta, you may squeeze a good sum out of me, and go yourself where you please. You'll never be troubled by me. What I want is the girl." All the actor laid aside. Waif growled out, "And hang me, sir, if you shall have the girl." At this moment Sophie opened the door wide and entered boldly. She had heard her grandfather's voice raised, though its hoarse tones did not allow her to distinguish his words. She was alarmed for him. She came in his guardian fairy to protect him from the oppressor of 6 feet high. Rug's arm was raised not indeed to strike, but rather to declaim. Sophie slid between him and her grandfather, and clinging round the latter flung out her own arm, the forefinger raised menacingly towards the remorseless Baron. How you would have clapped if you had seen her so at Covent Garden. But ill swear the child did not know she was acting. Rug did, and was struck with admiration and regretful rage at the idea of losing. Bravo, said he involuntarily. Come, Waif, look at her. She was born for the stage. My heart swells with pride. She is my property, morally speaking. Make her so legally, and hark in your ear, £50. Take me in the humour. Golconda opens £50. No, said the vagrant. Well, said Rug sullenly, let her speak for herself. Speak, child, you don't wish to return to Mr. Ruggind without me too, do you, Sophie? Without you, Grandy, I'd rather die first. You hear her, all is settled between us. You have had our services up to last night, you have paid us up to last night, and so good morning to you, Mr. Rugg. My dear child, said the manager, softening his voice, as much as he could do. Consider, you shall be so made of without that stupid old man. You think me cross, but T is he who irritates and puts me out of temper. I am uncommon fond of children. I had a babe of my own, upon my honour I had, and, if it had not been for convulsions caused by teething, I should be a father. Still supply to me the place of that beloved babe. You shall have such fine dresses, all nuchus your minced veal and raspberry tarts for dinner every Sunday in 3 years under my care. You will become a great actress, and make your fortune, and marry a lords go out of their wits for great actresses, whereas with him, what will you do? Drudge and rot and starve, and he can't live long. And then where will you be? T is ashamed to hold her so, you idle old vagabond. I don't hold her, said Waif, trying to push her away. There's something in what the man says. Choose for yourself, Sophie. Sophie, suppressing a sob, how can you have the heart to talk so? Grandy, I tell you, Mr. Rugg, you are a bad man, and I hate you and all about you, and ill stay with grandfather, and I don't care if I do starve, he shan't. Mr. Rugg, clapping both hands on the crown of his hat, and striding to the door. William Waif, beware, tea is done. I am your enemy. As for you too, dear, but abandoned infant, stay with him. You'll find out very soon who and what he is. Your pride will have a fall when. Waif sprang forward despite his lameness, both his fists clenched, his one eye ablaze, his broad, burly torso confronted and daunted the stormy manager. Taller and younger though Rugg was, he cowered before the cripple he had so long taunted, and humbled. The words stood arrested on his tongue. Leave the room instantly, thundered the actor, in a voice no longer broken. Blacken my name before that child by one word, and I will dash the next down your throat. Rugg rushed to the door, and keeping it ajar between Waif and himself, he then thrust in his head, hissing forth, Fly, caitiff, fly, my revenge shall track your secret, and place you in my power. Juliet Araminta shall yet be mine. With these awful words, the remorseless Baron cleared the stairs in 2 bounds, and was out of the house. Waif smiled contemptuously, but as the street door clanged on the form of the angry manager, the colour faded from the old man's face. Exhausted by the excitement he had gone through, he sank on a chair, and with one quick gasp as for breath fainted away. Chapter XI. Progress of the Fine Arts. Biographical anecdotes. Fluctuations. The value of money. Speculative tendencies of the time. Whatever the shock which the brutality of the remorseless Baron inflicted on the nervous system of the persecuted but triumphant bandit, it had certainly subsided by the time Vance and Lionel entered Waif's apartment, for they found grandfather and grandchild seated near the open window at the corner of the table, on which they had made room for their operations by the removal of the carved coconut, the crystal egg, and the 2 flowerpots, eagerly engaged, with many a silvery laugh from the lips of Sophie, in the game of dominoes. Mr. Waif had been devoting himself for the last hour and more to the instruction of Sophie in the mysteries of that intellectual amusement, and such pains did he take, and so impressive were his exhortations, that his happy pupil could not help thinking to herself that this was the new art upon which Waif depended for their future livelihood. She sprang up, however, at the entrance of the visitors, her face beaming with grateful smiles, and running to Lionel, and taking him by the hand while she courtesied with more respect to Vance, she exclaimed, We are free, thanks to you both. He is gone, Mr. Rugg is gone. So I saw on passing the green stage, and all, said Vance, while Lionel kissed the child and pressed her to his side. It is astonishing how paternal he felt, how much she had crept into his heart. Pray, sir, asked Sophie, timidly glancing to Vance, has the Norfolk giant gone too? Vance, I fancy sold the shows were either gone or going. Sophie, the calf with two heads. Vance, do you regret it? Sophie, oh dear no. Waif, who after a profound bow and a cheery good day gentleman had hitherto remained silent putting away the dominoes, now said, I suppose, sir, you would like at once to begin your sketch. Vance, yes, I have brought all my tools, see even the canvas, I wish it were larger, but it is all I have with me of that material. Tea is already stretched, just let me arrange the light. Waif, if you don't want me, gentlemen, I will take the air for half an hour or so. In fact, I may now feel free to look after my investment. Sophie, whispering, Lionel, you are sure the calf has gone as well as the Norfolk giant? Lionel wonderingly replied that he thought so, and Waif disappeared into his room, whence he soon emerged, having doffed his dressing gown for a black coat, by no means threadbare, and well-brushed hat stick and gloves in hand. He really seemed respectable, more than respectable gentleman. Waif, every inch of him, and saying, look your best, Sophie, and sit still, if you can, nodded pleasantly to the three, and hobbled down the stairs. Sophie, whom Vance had just settled into a chair with her head bent partially down 3/4, as the artist had released the loose train of her amber-dropping hair, and was contemplating aspect and position with a painter's meditative eye, started up to his great discomposure, and rushed to the window. She returned to her seat with her mind much relieved. Waif was walking in an opposite direction to that which led towards the whilom quarters of the Norfolk giant and the two-headed calf. Come, come, said Vance impatiently, you have broken an idea in half. I beg you will not stir till I have placed you, and then if all else of you be still, you may exercise your tongue. I give you leave to talk. Sophie penitentially, I am so sorry, I beg pardon, will that do, sir? Vance head a little more to the right, so Titania watching bottom asleep. Will you lie on the floor, Lionel, and do bottom? Lionel indignantly, bottom, have I an ass head? Vance immaterial, I can easily imagine that you have one. I want merely an outline, a figure, or something sprawling and ungainly. Lionel sulkily, much obliged to you, imagine that too. Vance, don't be so disobliging, it is necessary that she should look fondly at something. Expression in the eye. Lionel at once reclined himself incumbent in a position as little sprawling and ungainly as he could well contrive. Vance, fancy, Miss Sophie, that this young gentleman is very dear to you. Have you got a brother? Sophie, oh no, sir. Vance, but you have or have had a doll? Sophie, oh yes, grandfather gave me one. Vance, and you were fond of that doll? Sophie, very. Vance, fancy that young gentleman is your doll grown big that it is asleep, and you are watching that no one hurts it. Mr. Rugg, for instance, throw your whole soul into that thought, love, for doll apprehension of Rugg. Lionel, keep still, and shut your eyes, do. Lionel grumbling, I did not come here to be made a doll of. Vance, coax him to be quiet, Miss Sophie, and sleep peaceably, or I shall do him a mischief. I can be a Rugg too if I am put out. Sophie, in the softest tones, do try and sleep, sir. Shall I get you a pillow? Lionel, no thank you, I am very comfortable now, settling his head upon his arm, and after one upward glance towards Sophie, the lids closed reluctantly over his softened eyes. A ray of sunshine came aslant through the half-shut window, and played along the boy's clustering hair and smooth pale cheek. Sophie's gaze rested on him most benignly. Just so, said Vance, and now be silent, till I have got the attitude and fixed the look. The artist sketched away rapidly with a bold practised hand, and all was silent for about half an hour, when he said, you may get up, Lionel, I have done with you for the present. Sophie, and me too, may I see? Vance, no, but you may talk now. So you had a doll, what has become of it? Sophie, I left it behind, sir. Grandfather thought it would distract me from attending to his lessons and learning my part. Vance, you love your grandfather more than the doll. Sophie, oh, 1,000 million times more. Vance, he brought you up, I suppose. Have you no father, no mother? Sophie, I have only grandfather. Lionel, have you always lived with him? Sophie, dear me, no, I was with Mrs. Crane, till grandfather came from abroad and took me away, and put me with some very kind people. And then when grandfather had that bad accident, I came to stay with him, and we have been together ever since. Lionel, was Mrs. Crane no relation of yours? Sophie, no, I suppose not, for she was not kind. I was so miserable, but don't talk of it. I forget that now. I only wish to remember from the time grandfather took me in his lap, and told me to be a good child and love him, and I have been happy ever since. You are a dear good child, said Lionel emphatically, and I wish I had you for my sister. Vance, when your grandfather has received from me that exorbitant not, that I grudge itsum, I should like to ask what will he do with it, as he said it was a secret I must not pump you. Sophie, what will he do with it I should like to know too, sir, but whatever it is I don't care so long as I and grandfather are together. Here Waif re-entered. Well, how goes on the picture? Vance, tolerably. For the first sitting I require 2 more. Waif, certainly onlionly. He drew aside Vance, and whispered, only the day after tomorrow, I fear. I shall want the money. It is an occasion that never will occur again. I would seize it. Vance, take the money now. Waif, well, thank you, sir. You are sure now that we shall not run away, and I accept your kindness. It will make all safe. Vance, with surprising alacrity, slipped the sovereigns into the old man's hand. For truth to say, though thrifty, the artist was really generous. His organ of caution was large, but that of acquisitiveness moderate. Moreover, in those moments, when his soul expanded with his art, he was insensibly less alive to the value of money, and strange it is that though states strive to fix for that commodity the most abiding standards, yet the value of money to the individual, who regards it, shifts and fluctuates, goes up and down 6 times a day, for any part. I honestly declare that there are hours in the 21st, such for instance as that just before breakfast, or that succeeding a page of this history, in which I have been put out of temper with my performance and myself, when anyone in want of 5 shillings at my disposal would find my value of that sum put it quite out of his reach, while at other times, just after dinner for instance, or when I have effected what seems to me a happy stroke, or a good bit of colour in this historical composition, value of those 5 shillings is so much depreciated, that I might be, I think so at least I, might be almost tempted to give them away for nothing under some such mysterious influences in the money market. Vance, therefore, felt not the loss of his 3 sovereigns, and returning to his easel drove away Lionel and Sophie, who had taken that opportunity to gaze on the canvas. Don't do her justice at all, quoth Lionel, all the features exaggerated. And you pretend to paint, returned Vance in great scorn, and throwing a cloth over his canvas. Tomorrow, Mr. Waif, the same hour. Now, Lionel, get your hat and come away. Vance carried off the canvas, and Lionel followed slowly. Sophie gazed at their departing forms from the open window. Waif stumped about the room, rubbing his hands. Hell, do he do? I always thought so. Sophie turned. Hall doth young gentleman do what? Waif, the young gentlemaners, if I was thinking of him, our new companion. I have been with him this last hour. Wonderful natural gifts. Sophie ruefully, it is alive then? Waif, alive, yes, I should think so. Sophie half-agreeing, I am very sorry, I know I shall hate it. Waif, tut darling, get me my pipe, I am happy. Sophie cutting short her fit of ill humour, are you then? I am, and I will not hate it. Chapter Roman 12, in which it is shown that a man does this or declines to do that for reasons best known to himself, a reserve which is extremely conducive to the social interests of a community, since the conjecture into the origin and nature of those reasons stimulates the inquiring faculties and furnishes the staple of modern conversation, and as it is not to be denied that if their neighbours left them nothing to guess at, 3/4 of civilized humankind, male or female, would have nothing to talk about, so we cannot too gratefully encourage that needful curiosity termed by the inconsiderate tittle-tattle or scandal, which saves the vast majority of our species from being reduced to the degraded condition of dumb animals. The next day the sitting was renewed, but Waif did not go out, and the conversation was a little more restrained, or rather Waif had the larger share in it. The comedian, when he pleased, could certainly be very entertaining. It was not so much in what he said as his manner of saying it. He was a strange combination of sudden extremes, at one while on a tone of easy, but not undignified familiarity with his visitors, as if their equal in position, their superior in years, then abruptly humble, deprecating, almost obsequious, almost servile, and then again jerked as it were into pride and stiffness, falling back, as if the effort were impossible, into meek dejection. Still the prevalent character of the man's mood and talk was social, quaint, cheerful. Evidently he was by original temperament a droll and joyous humorist with high animal spirits, and withal an infantine simplicity at times, like the clever man who never learns the world, and is always taken. A circumstance trifling in itself, but suggestive of speculation, either as to the character or antecedent circumstances of Gentleman Waif, did not escape Vance's observation. Since his rupture with Mr. Rugg, there was a considerable amelioration in that affection of the trachea, which, while his engagement with Rugg lasted, had rendered the comedian's dramatic talents unavailable on the stage, he now expressed himself without the pathetic hoarseness or cavernous wheeze, which had previously thrown a wet blanket over his efforts at discourse. But Vance put no very stern construction on the dissimulation which his change seemed to denote, since Waif was still one-eyed, and a cripple he might very excusably shrink from reappearance on the stage, and affect a third infirmity, to save his pride from the exhibition of the two infirmities that were genuine. That which most puzzled Vance was that which had most puzzled the cobbler. What could the man once have been, how fallen so loafer fall it was? That was clear. The painter, though not himself of patrician extraction, had been much in the best society, he had been a petted favourite in great houses, he had travelled, he had seen the world, he had the habits and instincts of good society. Now in what the French term the beau monde, there are little traits that reveal those who have entered it, certain tricks of phrase, certain modes of expression, even the pronunciation of familiar words, even the modulation of an accent. A man of the most refined bearing may not have these peculiarities. A man otherwise coarse and brusque in his manner, may the slang of the beau monde is quite apart from the code of high breeding now. And then something in Waif's talk seemed to show that he had lighted on that beau world now, and then that something wholly vanished, so that Vance might have said he has been admitted there, not inhabited it. Yet Vance could not feel sure, after all comedians are such takes in, but was the man by the profession of his earlier life a comedian? Vance asked the question adroitly. "You must have taken to the stage young," said he. "The stage," said Waif, "if you mean the public stage, no. I have acted pretty often in youth, even in childhood, to amuse others, never professionally to support myself, till Mr. Rugg civilly engaged me 4 years ago." "Is it possible, with your excellent education? But pardon me, I have hinted my surprise at your late vocation before, and it displeased you." "Displeased me," said Waif with an abject depressed manner. "I hope I said nothing that would have misbecome a poor broken vagabond like me. I am no prince in disguise, a good-for-nothing varlet, who should be too grateful to have something to keep himself from a dunghill. Lionel, don't talk so, and, but for your accident, you might now be the great attraction on the metropolitan stage. Who does not respect a really fine actor?" Waif gloomily. "The metropolitan stage, I was talked into it. I am glad even of the accident that saved me. Say no more of that, no more of that. But I have spoiled your sitting. Sophie, you see, has left her chair." "I have done for today," said Vance, "tomorrow, and my task is ended." Lionel came up to Vance and whispered him. The painter, after a pause, nodded silently, and then said to Waif, "We are going to enjoy the fine weather on the Thames after I have put away these things, and shall return to our inn at far hensito. Sup at 8 o'clock. Supper is our principal meal. We rarely spoil our days by the ceremonial of a formal dinner. Will you do us the favour to sup with us? Our host has a wonderful whisky which, when raw, is Glenlivet, but refined into toddy is nectar. Bring your pipe, and let us hear John Kemble again." Waif's face lighted up. "You are most kind. Nothing I should like so much." But and the light fled, the face darkened. "But no, I cannot. You don't know that is I have made a vow to myself to decline all such temptations. I humbly beg you'll excuse me." "Vance, temptations of what kind?" "The whisky toddy." Waif puffing away a sigh. "Yes, whisky toddy, if you please. Perhaps I once loved a glass too well, and could not resist a glass too much now. And if I once broke the rule and became a tippler, what would happen to Juliet Araminta? For her sake, don't press me." "Oh, do go, Grandy. He never drinks, never anything stronger than tea. I assure you, sir, it can't be that." "It is silly, child, and nothing else," said Waif, positively drawing himself up. "Excuse me." Lionel began brushing his hat with his sleeve, and his face worked at last. He said, "Well, sir, then may I ask another favour? Mr. Vance and I are going tomorrow after the sitting to see Hampton Court. We have kept that excursion to the last before leaving these parts. Would you and little Sophie come with us in the boat? We will have no whisky toddy, and we will bring you both safe home." "Waif, what I, you are very young, sir, a gentleman born and bred ill swear, and you to be seen perhaps by some of your friends or family, with an old vagrant like me in the Queen's Palace public gardens. I should be the vilest wretch if I took such advantage of your goodness. Pretty company. They would say you had got into with me. Don't be alarmed, Mr. Vance, not to be thought of." The young men were deeply affected. "I can't accept that reason," said Lionel tremulously, "though I must not presume to derange your habits, but she may go with us. Mayn't she well take care of her? And she is dressed so plainly and neatly, and looks such a little lady," turning to Vance. "Yes, let her come with us," said the artist benevolently, though he by no means shared in Lionel's enthusiastic desire for her company. He thought she would be greatly in their way. Heaven bless you both, answered Waif, and she wants a holiday, she shall have it. I'd rather stay with you, Grandy, you'll be so lone. No, I wish to be out all tomorrow, the investment. I shall not be alone making friends with our future companion Sophie. And can do without me already, hey. Vance, so that's settled, good be to you. Chapter Roman 13, inspiring effect of the fine arts, the vulgar are moved by their exhibition into generous impulses, and flights of fancy checked by the ungracious severities of their superiors, as exemplified in the instance of Cobbler Merrill and his servant Offalwork. The next day, perhaps with the idea of removing all scruple from Sophie's mind, Waif had already gone after his investment. When the friends arrived, Sophie at first was dull and dispirited, but by degrees she brightened up, and when the sitting over and the picture done, save such final touches as Vance reserved for solitary study, she was permitted to gaze at her own effigy, she burst into exclamations of frank delight. I like, that is it possible, oh how beautiful, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Merrill. And running out of the room before Vance could stop her, she returned with the cobbler, followed too by a thin gaunt girl, whom he pompously called his housekeeper, but who in sober truth was servant Offalwork. Wife he had none, his horoscope, he said, having Saturn in square to the 7th house, forbade him to venture upon matrimony. All gathered round the picture, all admired, and with justice. It was a chef-d'oeuvre. Vance in his maturest day never painted more charmingly. The £3 proved to be the best outlay of capital he had ever made. Pleased with his work, he was pleased even with that unsophisticated applause. You must have Mercury and Venus very strongly aspected, quoth the cobbler, and if you have the dragon's head in the 10th house, you may count on being much talked of after you are dead. After I am dead, sinister omen, said Vance, discomposed. I have no faith in artists who count on being talked of after they are dead. Never knew a dauber who did not, but stand back time. Flies, tie up your hair, put on your bonnet, Titania. You have a shawl, not tinsel. I hope quieter the better you stay and see to her, Lionel. Said the gaunt servant Offalwork to Mr. Merrill, id, let the gentleman paint me if he likes, shall I tell him, master? Go back to the bacon, foolish woman, why he gave L3 for her likeness cause of her benefics, but you'd have to give him 3 years' wages afore he'd look you straight in the face, cause, you see, your aspects are crooked, and added the cobbler, philosophizing, when the malefics are dead agin a girl's mug, man is so constituted by nature that he can't take to that mug, unless it has a golden handle. Don't fret, T, is not your fault, born under Scorpioc or Celimbedal complexion, and the head of the dragon aspected of infortunes in all your angles. Chapter Roman 14, the historian takes advantage of the summer hours vouchsafed to the present life of Mr. Waif's grandchild in order to throw a few gleams of light on her past. He leads her into the palace of our kings and moralizes thereon, and entering the royal gardens shows the uncertainty of human events and the insecurity of British laws. By the abrupt seizure and constrained deportation of an innocent and unforeboding Englishman. Such a glorious afternoon, the capricious English summer was so kind that day to the child and her new friends, when Sophie's small foot once trod the sward, had she been really queen of the green people, sward and footstep could not more joyously have met together. The grasshopper bounded in fearless trust upon the hem of her frock. She threw herself down on the grass and caught him, but oh so tenderly, and the gay insect, dear to poet and fairy, seemed to look at her from that quaint sharp face of his, with sagacious recognition, resting calmly on the palm of her pretty hand. Then, when he sprang off, little moth-like butterflies peculiar to the margins of running waters quivered up from the herbage fluttering round her, and there, in front, lay the Thames glittering through the willows. Vance, getting ready the boat, Lionel seated by her side, a child like herself, his pride of incipient manhood all forgotten, happy in her glee, she loving him for the joy she felt, and blending his image evermore in her remembrance, with her first summer holiday, with sunny beams, glistening leaves, warbling birds, fairy wings, sparkling waves. Oh, to live so, in a child's heart, innocent, blessed, angel-like, better than the troubled reflection upon woman's later thoughts, better than that mournful illusion over which tears so bitter are daily shed, better than first love. They entered the boat. Sophie had never, to the best of her recollection, been in a boat before. All was new to her, the lifelike speed of the little vessel, that world of cool green weeds, with the fish darting to and fro, the musical chime of oars, those distant stately swans. She was silent, no, her heart was very full. What are you thinking of, Sophie? Asked Lionel, resting on the oar. Thinking? I was not thinking. What then? I don't know, feeling, I suppose. Feeling what? As if between sleeping and waking, as the water perhaps feels with the sunlight on it. Poetical, said Vance, who, somewhat of a poet himself, naturally sneered at poetical tendencies in others, but not so bad in its way. Ah, have I hurt your vanity? There are tears in your eyes. No, sir, said Sophie falteringly, but I was thinking then. Ah, said the artist, that's the worst of it. After feeling ever comes thought what was yours. I was sorry poor grandfather was not here, that's all. It was not our fault, we pressed him cordially, said Lionel. You did indeed, sir, thank you, and I don't know why he refused you. The young men exchanged compassionate glances. Lionel then sought to make her talk of her past life, tell him more of Mrs. Crane. Who and what was she? Sophie could not or would not tell. The remembrances were painful. She had evidently tried to forget them, and the people with whom Waif had placed her, and who had been kind. The Mrs. Burton, and they kept a day school and taught Sophie to read, write and cipher. They lived near London in a lane, opening on a great common with a green rail before the house, and had a good many pupils, and kept a tortoise-shell cat and a canary. Not much to enlighten her listener did Sophie impart here. And now they neared that stately palace rich in associations of storm and splendour of the grand cardinal, the ironclad protector, Dutch William of the immortal memory, whom we tried so hard to like, and in spite of the great Whig historian, that Titian of English prose, can only frigidly respect. Hard task for us Britons to like a Dutchman who dethrones his father-in-law and drinks schnapps. Prejudice certainly, but so it is harder still to like Dutch William's unfilial Fran. Like Queen Mary, I could as soon like Queen Goneril. Romance flies from the prosperous phlegmatic Aeneas, flies from his plump Lavinia, his Phidias Achates Bentinck, flies to follow the poor deserted fugitive Stuart. With all his sins upon his head, kings have no rights divine, except when deposed and fallen. They are then invested with the awe that belongs to each solemn image of mortal vicissitude, that startles the Epicurean Insanientes sapientiae consultus, and strikes from his careless lyre the notes that attest a god. Some proud shadow chases another from the throne of Cyrus, and Horus hears in the thunder the rush of Despater, and identifies Providence with the fortune that snatches off the diadem in her whirring swoop. But fronts discrowned take a new majesty to generous natures. In all sleek prosperity, there is something commonplace. In all grand adversity, something royal. The boat shot to the shore. The young people landed, and entered the arch of the desolate palace. They gazed on the great hall and the presence chamber, and the long suite of rooms with faded portraits. Vance as an artist, Lionel as an enthusiastic well-read boy, Sophie as a wondering, bewildered, ignorant child. And then they emerged into the noble garden, with its regal trees. Groups were there of well-dressed persons. Vance heard himself called by name. He had forgotten the London world, forgotten, amidst his midsummer ramblings, that the London season was still ablaze, and their stragglers from the great focus, fine people with languid tones and artificial jaded smiles, caught him in his wanderer's dress and walking side by side, with the infant wonder of Mr. Rugg's show, exquisitely neat indeed, but still in a coloured print of a pattern familiar to his observant eye, in the windows of many a shop lavish of tickets, and inviting you to come in by the assurance that it is selling off. The artist stopped, coloured, bowed, answered the listless questions put to him with shy haste. He then attempted to escape. They would not let him. You must come back and dine with us at the Star and Garter, said Lady Selina Vipont, a pleasant party you know most of them. Dudley Sloe's dear old lady, Frost, those pretty ladies, prim Janet and Wilhelmina. We can't let you off, said sleepily Mr. Cramp, a fashionable wit, who rarely made more than one barn mow in the 24 hours, and spent the rest of his time in a torpid state. Vance, really you are too kind, but I am not even dressed for. Lady Selina, so charmingly dressed, said so picturesque. Besides, what matters, everyone knows who you are. Where on earth have you been? Vance, rambling about, taking sketches. Lady Selina, directing her eyeglass towards Lionel and Sophie, who stood aloof. But your companions, your brother, and that pretty little girl, your sister, I suppose. Vance, shuddering, no, not relations. I took charge of the boy, clever young fellow, and the little girl is. Lady Selina, yes, the little girl is. Vance, a little girl, as you see, and very pretty, as you say, subject for a picture. Lady Selina, indifferently, oh, let the children go and amuse themselves. Somewhere now, we have found you positively, you are our prisoner. Lady Selina Vipont was one of the queens of London. She had with her that habit of command natural to such royalties. Frank Vance was no tough thunter, but once under social influences, they had their effect on him, as on most men who are blessed with noses in the air. Those great ladies, it is true, never bought his pictures, but they gave him the position which induced others to buy them. Vance loved his art needed its career was certainly brightened and quickened by the help of rank and fashion. In short, Lady Selina triumphed, and the painter stepped back to Lionel. I must go to Richmond with these people. I know you'll excuse me. I shall be back tonight somehow. By the by, as you are going to the post office here for the letter you expect from your mother, ask for my letters too. You will take care of little Sophie, and in a whisper hurry her out of the garden, or that grand mogul feminine Lady Selina, whose condescension would crush the Andes, will be stopping her as my protégé, falling in raptures with that horrid coloured print, saying, dear, what pretty sprigs, where can such things be got, and learning, perhaps, how Frank Vance saved the bandit's child from the remorseless Baron T. Is your turn now, save your friend. The Baron was a lamb compared to a fine lady. He pressed Lionel's unresponding hand, and was off to join the polite merrymaking of the Frosts, Slows, and Prims. Lionel's pride ran up to the fever heat of its thermometer, more roused though on behalf of the unconscious Sophie than himself. Let us come into the town, Ladybird, and choose a doll. You may have one now without fear of distracting you from what I hate to think you ever stooped to perform. As Lionel, his crest erect and nostril dilated, and holding Sophie firmly by the hand, took his way out from the gardens, he was obliged to pass the patrician party, of whom Vance now made one. His countenance and air as he swept by struck them all, especially Lady Selina. A very distinguished-looking boy, said she. What a fine face. Who did you say he was, Mr. Vance? Vance, his name is Houghton, Lionel Houghton. Lady Selina. Houghton, any relation to poor dear Captain Houghton, Charlie Houghton, as he was generally called. Vance, knowing little more of his young friend's parentage than that his mother let lodgings at which once domiciliated himself, he had made the boy's acquaintance, and that she enjoyed the pension of a captain's widow, replied carelessly. His father was a captain, but I don't know whether he was a Charlie. Mr. Cramp, the wit Charlies are extinct. I have the last in a fossil box and all. General laugh. Wit, shut up again. Lady Selina, he has a great look of Charlie Houghton. Do you know if he is connected with that extraordinary man, Mr. Darrell? Vance, upon my word, I do not. What Mr. Darrell do you mean? Lady Selina, with one of those sublime looks of celestial pity with which personages in the great world forgive ignorance of names and genealogies in those not born within its orbit, replied, oh, to be sure, it is not exactly in the way of your delightful art to know Mr. Darrell, one of the first men in Parliament, a connection of mine. Lady Frost, nippingly, you mean Guy Darrell the lawyer? Lady Selina, lawyer, true. Now I think of it, he was a lawyer, but his chief fame was in the House of Commons. All parties agreed that he might have commanded any station, but he was too rich perhaps to care sufficiently about office. At all events, Parliament was dissolved when he was at the height of his reputation, and he refused to be re-elected. One Sir Gregory Stolehead, a member of the House of Commons, young, wealthy, a constant attendant of great promise, with speeches that were filled with facts, and emptied the benches. I have heard of him before my time. Lawyers not much weight in the House now. Lady Selina, I am told that Mr. Darrell did not speak like a lawyer, but his career is over, lives in the country, and sees nobody. 1,000 pities. A connection of mine, too great loss to the country. Ask your young friend Mr. Vance. If Mr. Darrell is not his relation, I hope so for his sake now that our party is in power. Mr. Darrell could command anything for others, though he has ceased to act with us. Our party is not forgetful of talent. Lady Frost, with icy crispness, I should think not. It has so little of that kind to remember. Sir Gregory, talent is not wanted in the House of Commons. Now don't go down. In fact, business assembly. Lady Selina, suppressing a yawn. Beautiful day. We had better think of going back to Richmond. General assent and slow retreat. Chapter Roman 15. The historian records the attachment to public business which distinguishes the British legislator, touching instance of the regret which ever in patriotic bosoms attends the neglect of a public duty. From the dusty height of a rumble-tumble affixed to Lady Selina Vipont's barouche, and by the animated side of Sir Gregory Stolehead, Vance caught sight of Lionel and Sophie at a corner of the spacious green near the palace. He sighed. He envied them. He thought of the boat, the water, the honeysuckle arbour at the little inn pleasures. He had denied himself pleasures, all in his own way. They seemed still more alluring by contrast with the prospect before him: formal dinner at the Star, and Garter with titled prim sloes, and Frost's a couple of guineas ahead, including light wines which he did not drink, and the expense of a chaise back by himself. But such are life and its social duty, such above all ambition, and a career who that would leave a name on his tombstone, can say to his own heart, perish stars, and garters, my existence shall pass from day to day in honeysuckle arbours. Sir Gregory Stolhead interrupted Vance's reverie by an impassioned sneeze. Dreadful smell of hay, said the legislator with watery eyes. Are you subject to the hay fever? I am Atishatishatisha sneezing country, frightfully unwholesome at this time of year. And to think that I ought now to be in the house in my comitirum, no smell of hay, their most important committee. Vance rousing himself. Ahun what? Sir Gregory regretfully sues. Chapter Roman 16 Signs of an impending revolution, which like all revolutions seems to come of a sudden, though its causes have long been at work, and to go off in a tantrum, though its effects must run on to the end of a history. Lionel could not find in the toyshops of the village a doll good enough to satisfy his liberal inclinations, but he bought one which amply contented the humbler aspirations of Sophie. He then strolled to the post office. There were several letters for Vance, one for himself in his mother's handwriting. He delayed opening it for the moment the day was far advanced. Sophie must be hungry in vain, she declared. She was not. They passed by a fruiterer's stall. The strawberries and cherries were temptingly fresh. The sun still very powerful. At the back of the fruiterer's was a small garden, or rather orchard, smiling cool through the open door. Little tables laid out there. The good woman who kept the shop was accustomed to the wants and tastes of humble metropolitan visitors. But the garden was luckily now empty. It was before the usual hour for tea parties, so the young folks had the pleasantest table under an apple tree, and the choice of the freshest fruit, milk and cakes were added to the fare. It was a banquet in Sophie's eyes worthy that happy day, and when Lionel had finished his share of the feast, eating fast as spirited impatient boys, formed to push on in life and spoil their digestion, are apt to do, and while Sophie was still lingering over the last of the strawberries, he threw himself back on his chair and drew forth his letter. Lionel was extremely fond of his mother, but her letters were not often those which a boy is overeager to read. It is not all mothers who understand what boys are, their quick susceptibilities, their precocious manliness, all their mystical ways. And oddities. A letter from Mrs. Houghton generally somewhat fretted and irritated Lionel's high-strung nerves, and he had instinctively put off the task of reading the one he held till satisfied hunger and cool-breathing shadows, and rest from the dusty road, had lent their soothing aid to his undeveloped philosophy. He broke the seal slowly. Another letter was enclosed within. At the first few words, his countenance changed. He uttered a slight exclamation, read on eagerly, then, before concluding his mother's epistle, hastily tore open that which it had contained, ran his eye over its contents, and dropping both letters on the turf below, rested his face on his hand in agitated thought. Thus ran his mother's letter. My dear boy, how could you do it, slyly unknown to your own mother? I could not believe it of you. Take advantage of my confidence in showing you the letters of your father's cousin to write to himself clandestinely, who I thought had such an open character, and who ought to appreciate mine. Everyone who knows me says I am a woman in 10,000, not for beauty and talent, though I have had my admirers for them too, but for goodness. I, as a wife and mother, I may say, I have been exemplary. I had sore trials with the dear captain and immense temptations, but he said on his deathbed, Jessica, you are an angel, and I have had offers since, immense offers, but I devoted myself to my child, as you know, and what I have put up with letting the first floor nobody can tell, and only a widow's pension going before a magistrate to get it paid, and to think my own child, for whom I have borne so much, should behave so cruelly to me clandestine, that is that which stabs me. Mrs. Inman found me crying, and said, what is the matter, you who are such an angel, crying like a baby? And I could not help saying, T is the serpent's tooth, Mrs. L, what you wrote to your benefactor, and I had hoped, patron, I don't care to guess, something very rude and imprudent, it must be, judging by the few lines he addressed to me. I don't mind copying them for you to read. All my acts are above board, as often, and often Captain H used to say, your heart is in a glass case, Jessica. And so it is, but my son keeps his under lock and key. Madam, this is what he writes to me. Your son has thought fit to infringe the condition upon which I agreed to assist you on his behalf. I enclose a reply to himself, which I beg you will give to his own hands, without breaking the seal, since it did not seem to you indiscreet to communicate to a boy of his years letters written solely to yourself. You cannot blame me if I take your implied estimate of his capacity to judge for himself of the nature of a correspondence, and of the views and temper of Madam, your very obedient servant, and that's all to me. I send his letter to Yausiel unbroken. I conclude he has done with you forever, and your career is lost. But if it be so, oh my poor child, I at that thought, I have not the heart to scold you further. If it be so, come home to me, and I'll work and slave for you, and you shall keep up your head, and be a gentleman still, as you are every inch of you. Don't mind what I've said at the beginning, dear. Don't you know I am hasty, and I was hurt, but you could not mean to be sly and underhand. 'Twas only your high spirit, and it was my fault. I should not have shown you the letters. I hope you are well, and have quite lost that nasty cough, and that Mr. Vance treats you with proper respect. I think him rather too pushing and familiar, though a pleasant young man on the whole. But after all he is only a painter. Bless you, my child, and don't have secrets again from your poor mother. Jessica Houghton. The enclosed letter was as follows. Lionel Houghton, some men might be displeased at receiving such a letter as you have addressed to me. I am not at your years, and under the same circumstances, I might have written a letter much the same spirit. Relieve your mind, as yet you owe me no obligations. You have only received back a debt due to you. My father was poor. Your grandfather, Robert Houghton, assisted him. The cost of my education, I have assisted your father's son. We are quits before, however, we decide on having done with each other. For the future I suggest to you to pay me a short visit. Probably I shall not like you nor you me, but we are both gentlemen and need not show dislike too coarsely. If you decide on coming, come at once, or possibly you may not find me here. If you refuse, I shall have a poor opinion of your sense and temper, and in a week I shall have forgotten your existence. I ought to add that your father and I were once warm friends, and that by descent I am the head not only of my own race, which ends with me, but of the Houghton family, of which, though your line assumed the name, it was but a younger branch. Nowadays young men are probably not brought up to care for these things. I was yours, Guy Houghton Darrell, Manor House, Fawley. Sophie picked up the fallen letters, placed them on Lionel's lap, and looked into his face wistfully. He smiled, resumed his mother's epistle, and read the concluding passages which he had before omitted. Their sudden turn from reproof to tenderness melted him. He began to feel that his mother had a right to blame him for an act of concealment. Still, she never would have consented to his writing such a letter, and had that letter been attended with so ill a result. Again he read Mr. Darrell's blunt, but not offensive lines. His pride was soothed. Why should he not now love his father's friend? He rose briskly, paid for the fruit, and went his way back to the boat with Sophie. As his oars cut the wave he talked gaily, but he ceased to interrogate Sophie on her past. Energetic, sanguine, ambitious, his own future entered now into his thoughts. Still, when the sun sank, as the inn came partially into view from the winding of the banks and the fringe of the willows, his mind again settled on the patient, quiet little girl, who had not ventured to ask him one question in return for all he had put so unceremoniously to her. Indeed, she was silently musing over words he had inconsiderately let fall. What I hate to think you had ever stooped to perform. Little could Lionel guess the unquiet thoughts which those words might hereafter call forth from the brooding, deepening meditations of lonely childhood. At length said the boy abruptly, as he had said once before, I wish, Sophie, you were my sister. He added in a saddened tone, I never had a sister. I have so longed for one. However, surely we shall meet again. You go tomorrow, so must Roman one. Sophie's tears flowed softly, noiselessly. Cheer up, Ladybird. I wish you liked me half as much as I like you. I do like you, oh so much, cried Sophie passionately. Well, then you can write, you say. A little. You shall write to me now and then, and I to you. Ill talk to your grandfather about it. Are there? He is surely. The boat now ran into the shelving creek, and by the honeysuckle arbor stood Gentleman Waif, leaning on his stick. You are late, said the actor as they landed, and Sophie sprang into his arms. I began to be uneasy, and came here to inquire after you. You have not caught cold, child? Sophie, oh no. Lionel, she is the best of children. Pray, come into the inn, Mr. Waif. No tardy, but some refreshment. Waif, I thank you no, sir. I wish to get home at once. I walk slowly. It will be dark soon. Lionel tried in vain to detain him. There was a certain change in Mr. Waif's manner to him. It was much more distant. It was even pettish, if not surly. Lionel could not account for it, thought it mere whim at first. But as he walked part of the way back with them towards the village, this asperity continued, nay, increased. Lionel was hurt. He arrested his steps. I see you wish to have your grandchild to yourself. Now may I call early tomorrow? Sophie will tell you that I hope we may not altogether lose sight of each other. I will give you my address when I call. What time tomorrow, sir? About 9. Waif bowed his head and walked on, but Sophie looked back towards her boy-friend, sorrowfully gratefully twilight in the skies that had been so sunny, twilight in her face that had been so glad. She looked back once, twice, thrice, as Lionel halted on the road, and kissed his hand the third time. Waif said with unwanted crossness, "Enough of that, Sophie. Looking after young men is not proper. What does he mean about seeing each other, and giving me his address? He wished me to write to him sometimes, and he would write to me." Waif's brow contracted, but if in the excess of grandfatherly caution, he could have supposed that the bright-hearted boy of 17 meditated ulterior, ill to that fairy child in such a scheme for correspondence, he must have been in his dotage, and he had not hitherto evinced any signs of that. "Farewell, pretty Sophie, the evening star shines upon yon elm tree, that hides thee from view. Fading grows, the summer landscape faded already from the landscape. Thy gentle image, so ends a holiday in life. Hallow it, Sophie, hallow it, Lionel. Life's holidays are not too many." Chapter Romans 17. By this chapter it appeareth that he who sets out on a career can scarcely expect to walk in perfect comfort if he exchanges his own thick-soled shoes for dress boots which were made for another man's measure, and that the said boots may not the less pinch for being brilliantly varnished. It also showeth for the instruction of men, and states the connection between democratic opinion and wounded self-love, so that if some liberal statesman desire to rouse against an aristocracy, the class just below it, he has only to persuade a fine lady to be exceedingly civil to that sort of people. Vance, returning late at night, found his friend still up in the little parlour, the windows open, pacing the floor with restless strides, stopping now and then to look at the moon upon the river. "Such a day as I have had, and 12 shillings for the fly-pikes, not included," said Vance, much out of humour. "I fly from plate, I fly from pomp, I fly from falsehood's specious grin. I forget the third line, I know the last is to find my welcome at an inn. You are silent, I annoyed you by going, could not help it, pity me, and lock up your pride." "No, my dear Vance, I was hurt for a moment, but that's long since over." "Still you seem to have something on your mind," said Vance, who had now finished reading his letters, lighted his cigar, and was leaning against the window, as the boy continued to walk to and fro. "That is true, I have. I should like your advice. Read that letter. Ought I to go? Would it look mercenary, grasping? You know what I mean." Vance approached the candles, and took the letter. He glanced first at the signature. Darrell, he exclaimed. "Oh, it is so then." He read with great attention, put down the letter, and shook Lionel by the hand. "I congratulate you, all is settled, as it should be. Go, of course you would be an ill-mannered lout if you did not. Is it far from hence? Must you return to town first?" Lionel, "No, I find I can get across the country 2 hours. By the railway there is a station at the town, which bears the postmark of the letter. I shall make for that if you advise it." "You knew I should advise it, or you would not have tortured your intellect by those researches into Bradshaw." "Shrewdly said," answered Lionel, laughing, "but I wished for your sanction of my crude impressions." "You never told me your cousin's name. Was Darrell? Not that I should have been much wiser if you had, but thunder and lightning, Lionel, do you know that your cousin Darrell is a famous man?" Lionel, famous nonsense. I suppose he was a good lawyer, for I have heard my mother say, with a sort of contempt, that he had made a great fortune at the bar. Vance, but he was in Parliament. Lionel, was he? I did not know. Vance, and this is senatorial fame. You never heard your schoolfellows talk of Mr. Darrelthy, would not have known his name if you had boasted of it. Lionel, certainly not. Vance, would your schoolfellows have known the names of Wilkie, of Landseer, of Turner Maclies? I speak of painters. Lionel, I should think so indeed. Vance, soliloquizing, and yet her serene sublimityship Lady Selina Vipont says to me with divine compassion, not in the way of your delightful art, to know such men as Mr. Darrell. Oh, as if I did not see through it too, when she said apropos of my jean cap and velveteen jacket, what matters how you dress? Every one knows who you are. Would she have said that to the Earl of Dunder, or even to Sir Gregory Stolehead? No, I am the painter, Frank Vance, nothing more nor less, and if I stood on my head in a check shirt and a sky-coloured apron, Lady Selina Vipont would kindly murmur, only Frank Vance the painter. What does it signify? Ahand, they think to put me to use puppets and lay figures. It is I who put them to use. Hark ye, Lionel, you are nearer akin to these fine folks than I knew of. Promise me one thing, you may become of their set, by right of your famous Mr. Darrell, if ever you hear an artist, musician, scribbler, no matter what, ridiculed as a tough than seeking the great, and so forth before you join in the laugh. Ask some great man's son, with a pedigree that dates from the Ark, are you not a toad-eater too? Do you want political influence? Do you stand contested elections? Do you curry and fawn upon greasy Sam the butcher and grimy Tom the blacksmith for a vote? Why, useful to your career, necessary to your ambition? Aha, is it meaner to curry and fawn upon white-handed women and elegant coxcombs? Tut tut, useful to a career, necessary to ambition. Vance paused out of breath, the spoiled darling of the Circlesh, to talk such republican rubbish. Certainly, he must have taken his 2 guineas worth out of those light wines. Nothing so treacherous, they inflame the brain like fire, while melting on the palate like ice. All inhabitants of light wine countries are quarrelsome and democratic. Lionel, astounded. No one, I am sure, could have meant to call you a tough thunter. Of course, every one knows that a great painter. Vance dates from Michelangelo, if not from Zeuxis. Common individuals trace their pedigree from their own fathers, the children of art from art's founders. Oh, Vance, Vance, you are certainly drunk if that comes from dining with fine people at the Star, and Garter, you would be a happier man, and as good a painter if your toddy were never sipped save in honeysuckle arbours. But, said Lionel, bewildered and striving to turn his friend's thoughts, what has all this to do with Mr. Darrell? Vance, Mr. Darrell might have been one of the first men in the kingdom. Lady Selina Vippout says so, and she is related, I believe, to every member in the cabinet. Mr. Darrell can push you in life, and make your fortune without any great trouble on your own part. Bless your stars, and rejoice that you are not a painter. Lionel flung his arm round the artist's broad breast. Vance, you are cruel. It was his turn to console the painter, as the painter had 3 nights before apropos of the same Mr. Darrell consoled him. Vance gradually sobered down, and the young men walked forth in the moonlight, and the eternal stars had the same kind looks for Vance as they had vouchsafed to Lionel. When do you start? asked the painter as they mounted the stairs to bed. Tomorrow evening. I missed the early train, for I must call first and take leave of Sophie. I hope I may see her again in after life. And I hope for your sake that if so she may not be in the same coloured print, with Lady Selina Vippont's eyeglass upon her. What, said Lionel, laughing, is Lady Selina Vippont so formidably rude? Rude? Nobody is rude in that delightful set. Lady Selina Vippont is excruciatingly Roman. 153. Chapter Roman 18, being devoted exclusively to a reflection not inapposite to the events in this history, nor to those in any other which chronicles the life of men. There is one warning lesson in life which few of us have not received, and no book that I can call to memory has noted down with an adequate emphasis. It is this: beware of parting. The true sadness is not in the pain of the parting, it is in the when and the how you are to meet again, with the face about to vanish from your view, from the passionate farewell to the woman who has your heart in her keeping, to the cordial goodbye exchanged with pleasant companions at a watering place, a country house, or the close of a festive day's blithe and careless excursion. A cord, stronger or weaker, is snapped asunder in every parting, and times busy fingers are not practised in resplacing broken ties. Meet again you may. Will it be in the same way, with the same sympathies, with the same sentiments? Will the souls, hurrying on in diverse paths, unite once more as if the interval had been a dream? Rarely, rarely have you not, after even a year, even a month's absence, returned to the same place, found the same groups reassembled, and yet sighed to yourself, but where is the charm that once breathed from the spot, and once smiled from the faces? A poet has said eternity itself cannot restore the loss struck from the minute. Are you happy in the spot on which you tarry with the persons whose voices are now melodious to your ear? Beware of parting, or if part you must say not in insolent defiance to time and destiny, what matters, we shall soon meet again. Alas and alas, when we think of the lips which murmured soon meet again, and remember how in heart, soul, and thought we stood forever divided the one from the other, when once more face to face we each inly exclaimed, met again. The air that we breathe makes the medium through which sound is conveyed, be the instrument unchanged, be the force which is applied to it the same still. The air that thou seest not, the air to thy ear gives the music. Ring a bell underneath an exhausted receiver, thou wilt scarce hear the sound. Give the bell due vibration by free air in warm daylight, or sink it down to the heart of the ocean, where the air all compressed fills the vessel around it, and the chime heard afar starts thy soul, checks thy footstep unto deep, calls the deeper voice from the ocean, is borne to thy soul. Where then the change when thou sayest, lo, the same metal we, so fainted the ringing? Ask the air that thou seest not, or above thee in sky, or below thee in ocean art thou sure that the bell so fainted is not struck underneath an exhausted receiver? Chapter Roman 19, the wandering inclinations of nomad tribes, not to be accounted for. On the principles of action peculiar to civilized men who are accustomed to live in good houses and able to pay the income tax. When the money that once belonged to a man civilized vanishes into the pockets of a nomad, neither lawful art nor occult science can with certainty discover what he will do with it. Mr. Vance narrowly escapes well-merited punishment from the nails of the British fair Lionel Houghton in The Temerity of Youth braves the dangers of a British railway. The morning was dull, and overcast, rain gathering in the air, when Vance and Lionel walked to Waif's lodging. As Lionel placed his hand on the knocker of the private door, the cobbler at his place by the window, in the stall beside, glanced towards him, and shook his head. "No use knocking, gentlemen, will you kindly step in this way?" "Do you mean that your lodgers are out?" asked Vance. "Gone," said the cobbler, thrusting his awl with great vehemence through the leather, destined to the repair of a ploughman's boot. "Gone for good," cried Lionel. "You cannot mean it. I call by appointment." "Sorry, sir, for your trouble. Stop a bit, I have a letter here for you." The cobbler dived into a drawer, and from a medley of nails and thongs drew forth a letter addressed to Roman 50 Houghton-esque. "Is this from Waif? How on earth did he know my surname? You never mentioned it, Vance." "Not that I remember, but you said you found him at the inn, and they knew it. There it is on the brass plate of your knapsack. No matter, what does he say?" And Vance looked over his friend's shoulder and read, "Sir, I most respectfully thank you for your condescending kindness to me and my grandchild, and your friend for his timely and generous aid. You will pardon me that the necessity which knows no law obliges me to leave this place some hours before the time of your proposed visit. My grandchild says you intended to ask her sometimes to write to you. Excuse me, sire, in reflection you will perceive how different your ways of life are from those which she must tread with me. You see before you a man, but I forget you. See him no more, and probably never will. Your most humble and most obliged obedient servant, W.W. Vance, who never more may trouble you. Trouble you? Where have they gone? Cobbler, don't know. Would you like to take a peep in the crystal? Perhaps you've the gift unbeknown. Vance, not I. But come away. Lionel, did not Sophie even leave any message for me? Asked the boy sorrowfully. To be sure she did. I forgot. No, not exactly a message, but this I was to be sure to give it to you. And out of his miscellaneous receptacle the cobbler extracted a little book. Vance looked and laughed. The butterfly's ball and the grasshopper's feast. Lionel did not share the laugh. He plucked the book to himself, and read on the flyleaf in a child's irregular scroll, blistered too with the unmistakable trace of fallen tears, these words: "Do not scorn it. I have nothing else I can think of, which is all mine. Miss Jane Burton gave it me for being good. Grandfather says you are too high for us, and that I shall not see you more, but I shall never forget how kind you were. Never, never, Sophie," said the cobbler, his awl upright in the hand which rested on his knee. "What a plague did the astronomers discover Herschel for? You see, sir," addressing Vance, "things odd and strange all come along. Oh, Herschel." "What, Sir John?" "No, the star he poked out. He's a awful star for females, hates 'em like poison. I suspect he's been worriting hisself into her nativity, for I got out from her the year, month, and day she was born, hour unbeknown. But calculating by noon Herschel was dead agin her in the 3rd and 9th house voyages, travels, letters, news, church matters, and such like. But it will all come right after he's transited her. Jupiter must be good. But I only hope," added the cobbler solemnly, "that they won't go a-discovering any more stars. The world did a deal better without the new one, and they do talk of a Neptune as bad as Saturn." "And this is the last of her," said Lionel sadly, putting the book into his breast pocket. "Heaven shield her wherever she goes." "Vance, don't you think Waif and the poor little girl will come back again?" "Cobbler, p'raps. I know." He was looking hard into the county map at the stationer's over the way. "That seems as if he did not mean to go very far. P'raps he may come back." "Vance, did he take all his goods with him?" "Cobbler, barrin' an old box, nothing in it, I expect, but theatre rubbish, playbooks, paints, an old wig, and sick like. He has good clothes, always had, and so has she, but they don't make more than a bundle." "Vance, but surely you must know what the old fellow's project is. He has got from me a great sum. What will he do with it?" "Cobbler, just what has been a-bothering me. What will he do with it? I cast a figure to know, could not make it out. Strange signs in 12th house, enemies, and big animals. Well, he's a marvellous man." And if he warn't a misbeliever in the crystal, I should say, he was under Herschel for you. Caesar laying hold of Vance's button, as he saw that gentleman turning to escape you. See Herschel, though he be a sinister chap, specially in affairs, connected with other sex, disposes the native to dive into the mysteries of nature. I am a Herschel man out, and outer born in March and as mad as its hairs, muttered Vance, wrenching his button from the cobbler's grasp, and impatiently striding off, but he did not effect his escape so easily, for close at hand, just at the corner of the lane, a female group headed by Merle's gaunt housekeeper had been silently collecting from the moment the two friends had paused at the cobbler's door, and this petticoated divan suddenly closing round the painter, one pulled him by the sleeve, another by the jacket, and a third, with a nose upon which somebody had sat in early infancy, whispered, "Please, sir, take my picture fust." Vance stared aghast. "Your picture, you drab?" Here another model of rustic charms, who might have furnished an ideal for the fat scullion in Tristram Shandy, bobbing a courtesy, put in her rival claim. "Sir, if you don't objects to coming into the kitchen after the family has gone to bed, I don't care if I lets you make a miniature of me for £2. Miniature of you, porpoise?" "Polly, sir, not porpusax, pardon, I shall clean myself, and I have a beautiful new cap, honeyton, and—" "Let the gentleman go, will you?" said a third. "I am surprised at ye, Polly, the kitchen unbeknown, sir. I am in the nussery, yes, sir, and Alice's says you may take me any time, pervided yowl take the babby in the back parlour. Yes, sir, no 5 in the High Street, Mrs. Spratty's. Sir, babby has had the smallpox, in case you're a married gentleman with a family, quite safe. There, yes, sir." Vance could endure no more, and forgetful of that gallantry, which should never desert the male sex, burst through the phalanx with an anathema blackening alike the beauty and the virtue of those on whom it fell, that would have justified a cry of shame from every manly bosom, and which at once changed into shrill wrath the supplicatory tones with which he had been hitherto addressed. Down the street he hurried, and down the street followed the insulted fair Hishis. "No gentleman, no gentleman, a heskulk oftalo blackguard," shrieked Polly from their counters. Sharp folks rushed to their doors. Stray dogs, excited by the clamour, ran wildly after the fugitive man, yelping in madding bray. Vance, fearing to be clawed by the females, if he merely walked, sure to be bitten by the dogs. If he ran, ambled on, strove to look composed, and carry his nose high in its native air, till, clearing the street, he saw a hedgerow to the right, leaped it with an agility which no stimulus less preternatural than that of self-preservation could have given to his limbs, and then shot off like an arrow, and did not stop till, out of breath, he dropped upon the bench in the sheltering honeysuckle arbour. Here he was still fanning himself with his cap, and muttering unmentionable expletives, when he was joined by Lionel, who had tarried behind to talk more about Sophie to the cobbler, and who, unconscious that the din which smote his ear was caused by his ill-starred friend, had been enticed to go upstairs and look after the crystal. Vainly, when Vance had recited his misadventures, and Lionel had sufficiently condoled with him, it became time for the latter to pay his share of the bill, pack up his knapsack, and start for the train. Now the station could only be reached by penetrating the heart of the village, and Vance swore that he had had enough of that pest. Said he, "I should pass right before no 5 in the High Street, and the nuss and the babby will be there on the threshold, like Virgil's picture of the infernal regions. Infantum anima flens in limine prima. We will take leave of each other here. I shall go by the boat to Chertsey, whenever I shall have sufficiently recovered my shaken nerves. There are 1 or 2 picturesque spots to be seen in that neighbourhood in a few days. I shall be in town. Write to me there, and tell me how you get on. Shake hands, and heaven speed you. But now you have paid your moiety of the bill, have you enough left for the train?" "Oh yes, the fare is but a few shillings, but to be sure a fly to folly I ought not to go on foot proudly, and supposing he affronts me, and I have to leave his house suddenly, may I borrow a sovereign? My mother will call and repay it." "Vance, magnificently, there it is, and not much more left in my purse. That cursed star and garter, and those £3. Lionel, sighing, "which were so well spent. Before you sell that picture, do let me make a copy." "Vance, better take a model of your own village full of them. You could bargain with a porpoise for half the money, which I was duped into squandering away on a chit. But don't look so grave, you may copy me if you can." "Time to start, and must walk brisk, sir," said the jolly landlord, looking in. "Good be." And so departed Lionel Houghton upon an emprise as momentous to that youth-errant as Perilous Bridge or Dragon's Cave could have been to knight-errant of old. Before we decide on having done with each other a short visit, so ran the challenge from him who had everything to give unto him who had everything to gain. And how did Lionel Houghton the ambitious and aspiring contemplate the venture, in which success would admit him within the gates of the Golden Cardinal, an equal in the lists with the sons of paladins, or throw him back to the arms of the widow, who let a first floor in the back streets of Pimlico, truth to say, as he strode musingly towards the station for starting where the smoke cloud now curled from the wheel track of iron, truth to say, the anxious doubt which disturbed him was not that which his friends might have felt on his behalf in words, it would have shaped itself thus: where is that poor little Sophie, and what will become of her? What? But when launched on the journey, hurried on to its goal, the thought of the ordeal before him forced itself on his mind. He muttered inly to himself, done with each other, let it be as he pleases, so that I do not fawn on his pleasure. Better a million times enter life as a penniless gentleman, who must work his way up like a man, than as one who creeps on his knees into fortune-shaming birthright of gentleman, or soiling honour of man. Therefore, taking into account the poor cousin's vigilant pride on the qui-vive for offence, and the rich cousin's temper as judged by his letters rude enough to resent it, we must own that if Lionel Houghton has at this moment what is commonly called a chance, the question as yet is not what is that chance, but what will he do with it? And as the reader advances in this history, he will acknowledge that there are few questions in this world so frequently agitated, to which the solution is more important to each puzzled mortal than that upon which starts every sage's discovery, every novelist's plot, that which applies to man's life from its first sleep in the cradle. What will he do with it? Book Roman 2, Chapter Roman 1, Primitive character of the country in certain districts of Great Britain. Connection between the features of surrounding scenery and the mental and moral inclinations of man after the fashion of all sound ethnological historians. A charioteer to whom an experience of British laws suggests an ingenious mode of arresting the progress of Roman papacy carries Lionel Houghton and his fortunes to a place which allows of description and invites repose. In safety, but with naught else rare enough in a railway train to deserve commemoration, Lionel reached the station to which he was bound. He there inquired the distance to Fawley Manor House. It was 5 miles. He ordered a fly, and was soon wheeled briskly along a rough parish road through a country strongly contrasting the gay river scenery he had so lately quitted, quite as English, but rather the England of a former race than that which spreads round our own generation like one vast suburb of guarding ground and villas. Here nor village, nor spire, nor porter's lodge came in sight. Rare even were the cornfields, wide spaces of unenclosed common opened solitary and primitive on the road, bordered by large woods chiefly of beech, closing the horizon with ridges of undulating green. In such an England Knights Templars might have wended their way to scattered monasteries, or fugitive partisans in the bloody wars of the Roses have found shelter under leafy coverts. The scene had its romance, its beauty, half savage, half gentle, leading perforce the mind of any cultivated and imaginative gazer far back from the present day, waking up long-forgotten passages from old poets. The stillness of such wastes of sward, such deeps of woodland, induced the nurture of reverie gravely soft, and lulling their ambition might give rest to the wheel of Ixion, avarice to the sieve of the Danaids. Their disappointed love might muse on the brevity of all human passions, and count over the tortured hearts that have found peace in holy meditation, or are now stilled under grassy knolls. See, where at the crossing of 3 roads upon the waste the landscape suddenly unfolds an upland in the distance, and on the upland, a building, the first sign of social man. What is the building? Only a silenced windmill, the sails dark and sharp against the dull leaden sky. Lionel touched the driver. Are we yet on Mr. Darrell's property? Of the extent of that property, he had involuntarily conceived a vast idea. Lord, sir, no, we be 2 miles from Squire Darrell's. He ha'n't much property to speak of hereabouts, but he bought a good bit o' land too some years ago, 10 or 12 mile t other side o' the county. First time you are going to Fawley, sir? Yes. Or I don't mind seeing you afore, and I should have known you if I had, for it is seldom indeed I have a fare to Fawley Old Manor House. It must be, I take it, 4 or 5 years ago sin. I were there with a gent, and he went away while I were feeding the horse, did me out o' my back fare. What business had he to walk when he came in my fly shabby? Mr. Darrell lives very retired, then sees few persons s'pose, so I never seed him, as I knows on seed 2 o' his horses thorough good uns, and the driver whipped on his own horse took to whistling, and Lionel asked no more. At length the chaise stopped at a carriage gate receding from the road, and deeply shadowed by venerable Tresnow Lodge. The driver, dismounting, opened the gate. Is this the place? The driver nodded assent, remounted, and drove on rapidly through what night by courtesy he called a park. The enclosure was indeed little beyond that of a good-sized paddock. Its boundaries were visible on every side, but swelling uplands covered with massy foliage sloped down to its wild, irregular turf, saucil poor for pasturage, but pleasant to the eye, with dell and dingle basks of fantastic pollards, dotted oaks of vast growth here and there, a weird hollow thorn-tree patches of fern and gorse horse, and loud cawed the rooks, and deep, as from the innermost core of the lovely woodlands came the mellow note of the cuckoo. A few moments more, a wind of the road brought the house in sight. At its rear lay a piece of water scarcely large enough to be styled a lake, too winding in its shaggy banks, its ends too concealed by tree and islet, to be called by the dull name of pond. Such as it was, it arrested the eye before the gaze turned towards the house. It had an air of tranquillity, so sequestered, so solemn. A lively man of the world would have been seized with spleen at the first glimpse of it, but he who had known some great grief, some anxious care, would have drunk the calm into his weary soul like an anodyne. The house, small, low, ancient, about the date of Edward Roman VI, before the statelier architecture of Elizabeth. Few houses in England so old, indeed, as Fawley Manor House, a vast weight of roof with high gables, windows on the upper story, projecting far over the lower part, a covered porch, with a coat of half-obliterated arms, deep, panelled over the oak door. Nothing grand, yet all how venerable. But what is this? Close beside the old, quiet, unassuming manor house rises the skeleton of a superb and costly pile, a palace uncompleted, and the work evidently suspended, perhaps long since, perhaps now forever. No busy workmen, nor animated scaffolding. The perforated battlements roofed over with visible haste, with slate there, with tile. The Elizabethan mullioned casements, unglazed, some roughly boarded across, some with staring, forlorn apertures that showed floorless chambers for winds to whistle through, and rats to tenant. Weeds and long grass were growing over blocks of stone that lay at hand. A wallflower had forced itself into root on the sill of a giant oriel. The effect was startling, a fabric which he who conceived it must have founded for posterity, so solid its masonry, so thick its wallsand, thus abruptly left to moulder. A palace constructed for the reception of crowding guests, the pomp of stately revels abandoned to owl and bat, and the homely old house beside it, which that lordly hall was doubtless designed to replace, looking so safe and tranquil at the baffled presumption of its spectral neighbour. The driver had rung the bell, and now turning back to the chaise met Lionel's inquiring eye, and said, "Yes, squire, Darrell began to build that many years agohen. I was a boy, I heard say it was to be the show house of the whole county, been stopped these 10 or a dozen years." "Why do you know?" "No one knows, squire, was a lawer, I believe. Perhaps he put it into chancery. My wife's grandfather was put into chancery just as he was growing up, and never grew afterwards, never got out o' it nout ever does. There's our churchwarden comes to me with a petition to sign agin the Pope. Says I, that old Pope is always in trouble. What's he been doing now? Says he, spreading his agate into Parliament, and he's now got a college, and we pays for it. I does in't know how to stop him. Says I, put the Pope into chancery, along with wife's grandfather, and hell never spread again." The driver had thus just disposed of the papacy when an elderly servant out of livery opened the door. Lionel sprang from the chaise, and paused in some confusion, for then, for the first time, there darted across him the idea that he had never written to announce his acceptance of Mr. Darrell's invitation, that he ought to have done so, that he might not be expected meanwhile. The servant surveyed him with some surprise. "Mr. Darrell?" hesitated Lionel inquiringly. "Not at home, sir," replied the man, as if Lionel's business was over, and he had only to re-enter his chaise. The boy was naturally rather bold than shy, and he said, with a certain assured air, "My name is Houghton. I come here on Mr. Darrell's invitation." The servant's face changed in a moment. He bowed respectfully. "I beg pardon, sir, I will look for my master. He is somewhere on the grounds." The servant then approached the fly, took out the knapsack, and observing Lionel had his purse in his hand, said, "Allow me to save you that trouble, sir. Driver, round to the stable-yard." Stepping back into the house, the servant threw open a door to the left on entrance, and advanced a chair. "If you will wait here a moment, sir, I will seek for my master." Chapter II. Guy Darrell and Stilled Life. The room in which Lionel now found himself was singularly quaint. An antiquarian or architect would have discovered at a glance that at some period it had formed part of the entrance hall, and when in Elizabeth's or James I's day the refinement in manners began to penetrate from baronial mansions to the homes of the gentry, and the entrance hall ceased to be the common refectory of the owner and his dependents, this apartment had been screened off by perforated panels, which for the sake of warmth and comfort had been filled up into solid wainscot by a succeeding generation. Thus one side of the room was richly carved with geometrical designs and arabesque pilasters, while the other 3 sides were in small simple panels, with a deep fantastic frieze in plaster, depicting a deer chase in relief and running between woodwork, and the ceiling itself was relieved by long pendants, without any apparent meaning, and by the crest of the Darelsa, heron wreathed round with the family motto Ardua Peti Ardia. It was a dining room, as was shown by the character of the furniture, but there was no attempt on the part of the present owner, and there had clearly been none on the part of his predecessor to suit the furniture to the room. The furniture, indeed, was of the heavy graceless taste of George, the first cumbrous chairs in walnut-tree, with a worm-eaten mosaic of the heron on their homely backs, and a faded blue worsted on their seats, a marvellously ugly sideboard to match, and on it couple of black shagreen cases, the lids of which were flung open, and discovered the pistol-shaped handles of silver knives. The mantelpiece reached to the ceiling in panelled compartments with heraldic shields, and supported by rude stone caryatides on the walls were several picturesque family portraits, for the names were inscribed on the frames. They varied in date from the reign of Elizabeth to that of George Roman I. A strong family likeness pervaded them all. High features, dark hair, grave aspect, save, indeed, one a Sir Ralph Houghton Darrell, in a dress that spoke him of the holiday date of Charles Roman II, all knots, lace and ribbons, evidently the beau of the race, and he had blue eyes, a blonde peruke, a careless profligate smile, and looked altogether as devil-may-care rakily handsome good for naught as ever swore at a draw beat. A watchman charmed a lady, terrified a husband, and hummed a song as he pinked his man. Lionel was still gazing upon the effigies of this airy cavalier, when the door behind him opened very noiselessly, and a man of imposing presence stood on the threshold, stood so still, and the carved mouldings of the doorway so shadowed, and as it were cased round his figure, that Lionel, on turning quickly, might have mistaken him for a portrait brought into bold relief from its frame by a sudden fall of light. We hear it indeed familiarly said that such a one is like an old picture. Never could it be more appositely said than of the face on which the young visitor gazed, much startled, and somewhat awed, not such as inferior limners had painted in the portraits there, though it had something in common with those family lineaments, but such as might have looked tranquil power out of the canvas of Titian. The man stepped forward, and the illusion passed. I thank you, he said, holding out his hand, for taking me at my word, and answering me thus in person. He paused a moment, surveying Lionel's countenance with a keen but not unkindly eye, and added softly, very like your father. At these words Lionel involuntarily pressed the hand which he had taken. That hand did not return the pressure. It lay an instant in Lionel's warm clasp, not repelling, not responding, and was then very gently withdrawn. Did you come from London? No, sir, I found your letter yesterday at Hampton Court. I had been staying some days in that neighbourhood. I came on this morning. I was afraid too unceremoniously. Your kind welcome reassures me there. The words were well chosen, and frankly said. Probably they pleased the host, for the expression of his countenance was on the whole propitious, but he merely inclined his head with a kind of lofty indifference. Then, glancing at his watch, he rang the bell. The servant entered promptly. Let dinner be served within an hour. Pray, sir, said Lionel, do not change your hours on my account. Mr. Darrell's brow slightly contracted. Lionel's tact was in fault there, but the great man answered quietly, all hours are the same to me, and it were strange if a host could be deranged by consideration to his gueston. The first day too. Are you tired? Would you like to go to your room, or look out for half an hour? The sky is clearing. I should so like to look out, sir. This way then. Mr. Darrell, crossing the hall, threw open a door opposite to that by which Lionel entered, and the lake, we will so call it, lay before them, separated from the house only by a shelving gradual declivity, on which were a few beds of flower-snot, the most in vogue nowadays, and disposed in rambling old-fashioned parterres at one angle, a quaint and dilapidated sundial at the other, a long bowling galley terminated by one of those summer-houses which the Dutch taste following the Revolution of 1688 brought into fashion. Mr. Darrell passed down this alley, no bowls there now, and observing that Lionel looked curiously towards the summer-house of which the doors stood open, entered it, a lofty room with coved ceiling, painted with Roman trophies of helms and fasces, alternated with crossed fifes and fiddles, painted also. Amsterdam manners, said Mr. Darrell, slightly shrugging his shoulders. Here a former race heard music, sang glees, and smoked from clay pipes that age soon past unsuited to English energies, which are not to be united with Holland phlegm. But the view from the window, look out there. I wonder whether men in wigs and women in hoops enjoyed that. It is a mercy they did not clip those banks into a straight canal. The view was indeed lovely. Water looked so blue, and so large, and so limpid, woods and curving banks reflected deep on its peaceful bosom. How Vance would enjoy this, cried Lionel. It would come into a picture, even better than the Thames. Vance, who is Vance? The artist, a great friend of mine, surely so you have heard of him or seen his pictures. Himself and his pictures are since my time days tread down days for the recluse, and he forgets that celebrities rise with their suns to wane with their moons. Truditer dies die. Noverec pergunt interire luni. All suns do not set, all moons do not wane, cried Lionel with blunt enthusiasm. When Horace speaks elsewhere of the Julian star, he compares it to a moon inter ens minor sand. Surely fame is not among the orbs which pergunt interire hasten on to perish. I am glad to see that you retain your recollections of Horace, said Mr. Darrell frigidly, and without continuing the allusion to celebrities, the most charming of all poets to a man of my years, and he very dryly added the most useful for popular quotation to men at any age. Then sauntering forth carelessly, he descended the sloping turf, came to the waterside, and threw himself at length on the grass. The wild thyme, which he crushed, sent up its bruised fragrance. There, resting his face on his hand, Darrell gazed along the water in abstracted silence. Lionel felt that he was forgotten, but he was not hurt by this time. A strong and admiring interest for his cousin had sprung up within his breast. He would have found it difficult to explain why, but whosoever at that moment could have seen Guy Darrell's musing countenance, or whosoever a few minutes before could have heard the very sound of his voice, sweetly, clearly full, each slow enunciation, unaffectedly, mellowly distinct, making musical, the homeliest, roughest word would have understood and shared the interest, which Lionel could not explain. There are living human faces, which independently of mere physical beauty charm, and enthrall us more than the most perfect lineaments which Greek sculptor ever lent to a marble face. There are keynotes in the thrilling human voice, simply uttered, which can haunt the heart, rouse the passions, lull rampant multitudes, shake into dust the thrones of guarded kings, and effect more wonders than ever yet have been wrought by the most artful chorus or the deftest quill. In a few minutes the swans from the farther end of the water came sailing swiftly towards the bank on which Darrell reclined. He had evidently made friends with them, and they rested their white breasts close on the margin, seeking to claim his notice with a low hissing salutation, which it is to be hoped they changed for something less sibilant in that famous song with which they depart this life. Darrell looked up. They come to be fed, said he, smooth emblems of the great social union. Affection is the offspring of utility. I am useful to them, they love me. He rose uncovered and bowed to the birds in mock courtesy. Friends, I have no bread to give you. Lionel, let me run in for some, I would be useful too. Mr. Darrell, rival useful to my swans. Lionel, tenderly, or to you, sir. He felt as if he had said too much, and without waiting for permission ran indoors to find someone whom he could ask for the bread. Sunless, childless, hopeless, objectless, said Darrell murmuringly to himself, and sank again into reverie. By the time Lionel returned with the bread, another petted friend had joined the master. A tame doe had caught sight of him from her covert, far away, came in light bounds to his side, and was pushing her delicate nostril into his drooping hand at the sound of Lionel's hurried step. She took flight, trotted off a few paces, then turned, looking. I did not know you had deer here. Deer in this little paddock, of course. Not only that, doe Fairthorn introduced her here, by the by, continued Darrell, who was now throwing the bread to the swans, and had resumed his careless, unmeditative manner. You were not aware that I have a brother hermita companion besides the swans, and the doe, Dick Fairthorn, is a year or two younger than myself, the son of my father's bailiff. He was the cleverest boy at his grammar school. Unluckily, he took to the flute, and unfitted himself for the present century. He condescends, however, to act as my secretary affair. Classical scholar, plays chess, is useful to me, I am useful to him. We have an affection for each other. I never forgive anyone who laughs at him. The half-hour bell, and you will meet him at dinner. Shall we come in and dress? They entered the house. The same manservant was in attendance in the whole show. Mr. Houghton to his room. Darrell inclined his head. I use that phrase, for the gesture was neither bow nor nod. Turned down a narrow passage and disappeared. Led up an uneven staircase of oak black as ebony, with huge balustrades and newel posts supporting clumsy balls. Lionel was conducted to a small chamber modernized a century ago by a faded Chinese paper and a mahogany bedstead which took up 3/4 of the space and was crested with dingy plumes that gave it the cheerful look of a hearse. And there the attendant said, have you the key of your knapsack, sir? Shall I put out your things to dress? Then, for the first time, the boy remembered that he had brought with him no evening dress, nay, evening dress properly, so called, he possessed not at all, in any corner of the world. It had never yet entered into his modes of existence. Call to mind when you were a boy of 17 betwixt two ages, hovering like a star, and imagine Lionel's sensations. He felt his cheek burn, as if he had been detected in a crime. I have no dress things, he said piteously, only a change of linen, and this glancing at the summer jacket. The servant was evidently a most gentlemanlike man, his native sphere, that of groom of the chambers. I will mention it to Mr. Darrell, and if you will favour me with your address in London, I will send to telegraph for what you want against tomorrow. Many thanks, answered Lionel, recovering his presence of mind. I will speak to Mr. Darrell myself. There is the hot water, sir, that is the bell. I have the honour to be placed at your commands. The door closed, and Lionel unlocked his knapsack. Other trousers, other waistcoat, had Hetho's worn at the fair, and once white, alas, they had not since then passed to the care of the laundress. Other shoestable sold for walking. There was no help for it but to appear at dinner attired, as he had been before, in his light pedestrian jacket, morning waistcoat flowered with sprigs, and a fawn-coloured nether. Man, could it signify much only? Two men. Could the grave Mr. Darrell regard such trifles? Yes, if they intimated want of due respect. Durham said, fit levius patientia, quicquid corriger est nefas. On descending the stairs, the same high-bred domestic was in waiting to show him into the library. Mr. Darrell was there already, in the simple but punctilious costume of a gentleman who retains in seclusion the habits customary in the world. At the first glance Lionel thought he saw a slight cloud of displeasure on his host's brow. He went up to Mr. Darrell ingenuously, and apologized for the deficiencies of his itinerant wardrobe. Say the truth, said his host, you thought you were coming to an old churl, with whom ceremony was misplaced. Indeed no, exclaimed Lionel, but I have so lately left school. Your mother might have thought for you. I did not stay to consult her. Indeed, sir, I hope you are not offended. No, but let me not offend you if I take advantage of my years, and our relationship, to remark that a young man should be careful not to let himself down below the standard of his own rank. If a king could bear to hear that he was only a ceremonial, a private gentleman, may remember that there is but a ceremonial between himself and his hatter. Lionel felt the colour mount his brow, but Darrell, pressing the distasteful theme no further, and seemingly forgetting its purport, turned his remarks carelessly towards the weather. It will be fair tomorrow. There is no mist on the hill yonder, since you have a painter for a friend. Perhaps you yourself are a draftsman. There are some landscape effects here which Fairthorn shall point out to you. I fear, Mr. Darrell, said Lionel, looking down, that tomorrow I must leave you. So soon? Well, I suppose the place must be very dull. Not that, but I have offended you, and I would not repeat the offence. I have not the ceremonial necessary to mark me as a gentleman either here or at home. So bold frankness and ready wit command ceremonials, returned Darrell, and for the first time his lip wore a smile. Let me present to you Mr. Fairthorn, as the door opening showed a shambling, awkward figure with loose black knee-breeches and buckled shoes. The figure made a strange sidelong bow, and hurrying in a lateral course like a crab suddenly alarmed, towards a dim recess, protected by a long table, sank behind a curtain fold, and seemed to vanish as a crab does amidst the shingles. 3 minutes yet to dinner, and 2 before the letter-carrier goes, said the host, glancing at his watch. Mr. Fairthorn, will you write a note for me? There was a mutter from behind the curtain. Darrell walked to the place, and whispered a few words, returned to the hearth, rang the bell. Another letter for the post Mills. Mr. Fairthorn is sealing it. You are looking at my bookshelves, Lionel. As I understand that your master spoke highly of you, I presume that you are fond of reading. I think so, but I am not sure, answered Lionel, whom his cousin's conciliatory words had restored to ease and good humour. You mean perhaps that you like reading if you may choose your own books, or rather if I may choose my own time to read them, and that would not be on bright summer days. Without sacrificing bright summer days, one finds one has made little progress when the long winter nights come. Yes, sir, but must the sacrifice be paid in books? I fancy I learned as much in the playground as I did in the schoolroom, and for the last few months in much my own master, reading hard in the forenoon, it is true, for many hours at a stretch, and yet again for a few hours at evening, but rambling also through the streets, or listening to a few friends, whom I have contrived to make. I think, if I can boast of any progress at all, the books have the smaller share in it. You would then prefer an active life to a studious one? Oh yes, Dinner is served, said the decorous Mr. Mills, throwing open the door. Chapter Roman 3. In our happy country, every man's house is his castle, but however stoutly he fortify it, care enters, as surely as she did in Horace's time, through the porticos of a Roman's villa, nor whether ceilings be fretted with gold and ivory, or whether only coloured. With whitewash does it matter to care any more than it does to a housefly, but every tree, be it cedar or blackthorn, can harbour its singing bird, and few are the homes in which from nooks least suspected there starts not a music. Is it quite true that non avium citheric cantus somnum reducent would not even Damocles himself have forgotten the sword if the lute player had chanced on the notes that lull? The dinner was simple enough, but well dressed and well served. One footman in plain livery assisted Mr. Mills. Darrell ate sparingly, and drank only water, which was placed by his side iced with a single glass of wine at the close of the repast, which he drank on bending his head to Lionel with a certain knightly grace, and the prefatory words of welcome here to a hotten Mr. Fairthorn was less abstemious, tasted of every dish, after examining it long through a pair of tortoiseshell spectacles, and drank leisurely through a bottle of port, holding up every glass to the light. Darrell talked with his usual cold, but not uncourteous indifference. A remark of Lionel on the portraits in the room turned the conversation chiefly upon pictures, and the host showed himself thoroughly accomplished in the attributes of the various schools and masters. Lionel, who was very fond of the art, and indeed painted well for a youthful amateur, listened with great delight. Surely, sir, said he, struck much with a very subtle observation upon the causes why the Italian masters admit of copyists with greater facility than the Flemish. Surely, sir, you yourself must have practiced the art of painting. Not I, but I instructed myself as a judge of pictures, because at one time I was a collector. Fairthorn speaking for the first time. The rarest collection, such Albert Durer's, such Holbein's, and that head by Leonardo da Vinci. He stopped, looked extremely frightened, helped himself to the port, turning his back upon his host to hold as usual the glass to the light. Are they here, sir? Asked Lionel. Darrell's face darkened, and he made no answer, but his head sank on his breast, and he seemed suddenly absorbed in gloomy thought. Lionel felt that he had touched a wrong chord, and glanced timidly towards Fairthorn, but that gentleman cautiously held up his finger, and then rapidly put it to his lip, and as rapidly drew it away. After that signal, the boy did not dare to break the silence which now lasted uninterruptedly, till Darrell rose, and with the formal and superfluous question, any more wine, led the way back to the library. There he ensconced himself in an easy-chair, and saying, will you find a book for yourself? Lionel took a volume at random from the nearest shelf, and soon seemed absorbed in its contents. The room, made irregular by bay windows and shelves that projected as in public libraries, abounded with nook and recess. To one of these Fairthorn sidled himself, and became invisible. Lionel looked round the shelves. Nobel's letters of our immediate generation were found there, none of those authors most in request in circulating libraries and literary institutes. The shelves disclosed no poets, no essayists, no novelists more recent than the Johnsonian age. Neither in the lawyer's library were to be found any law books, no, nor the pamphlets and parliamentary volumes that should have spoken of the once eager politician, but there were superb copies of the ancient classics. French and Italian authors were not wanting, nor such of the English as have withstood the test of time. The larger portions of the shelves seemed, however, devoted to philosophical works. Here alone was novelty admitted, the newest essays on science, or the best editions of old works thereon. Lionel at length made his choicier volume of the Fairy Queen. Coffee was served at a later hour. Tea. The clock struck 10. Darrell laid down his book. Mr. Fairthorn, the flute. From the recess, a mutter and present-lithe musician remaining still hidden there, came forth the sweetest not so dulcet, so plaintive. Lionel's ear was ravished. The music suited well with the enchanted page, through which his fancy had been wandering dreamlike. The flute, with the Fairy Queen. As the air flowed liquid on Lionel's eyes, filled with tears, he did not observe that Darrell was intently watching him. When the music stopped, he turned aside to wipe the tears from his eyes. Somehow or other, what with the poem, what with the flute, his thoughts had wandered far, far hence to the green banks and blue waves of the Thames, to Sophie's charming face, to her parting childish gift. And where was she now? Whither passing away after so brief a holiday? Into the shadows of forlorn life. Darrell's bell-like voice smote his ear. Spencer, you love him. Do you write poetry? No, sir, I only feel it. Do neither, said the host abruptly. Then turning away, he lighted his candle, murmured a quick good night, and disappeared through a side door which led to his own rooms. Lionel looked round for Fairthorn, who now emerged ab anquilo from his nook. Oh, Mr. Fairthorn, how you have enchanted me! I never believed the flute could have been capable of such effects. Mr. Fairthorn's grotesque face lighted up. He took off his spectacles, as if the better to contemplate the face of his eulogist, so you were pleased, really," he said, chuckling a strange, grim chuckle deep in his inmost self. "Pleased it is a cold word, who would not be more than pleased. You should hear me in the open air. Let me do so tomorrow." "My dear young sir," with all my heart hissed, gazing round, as if haunted, "I like you, I wish him to like you, answer all his questions, as if you did not care how he turned you inside out, never ask him a question, as if you sought to know what he did not himself confide. So there is something you think in a flute, after all there are people who prefer the fiddle." "Then they never heard your flute, Mr. Fairthorn." The musician again emitted his discordant chuckle, and nodding his head nervously and cordially shambled away, without lighting a candle, and was engulfed in the shadows of some mysterious corner. Chapter Roman 4: The Old World and the New. It was long before Lionel could sleep, what with the strange house, and the strange master, what with the magic flute, and the musician's admonitory caution, what with tender and regretful reminiscences of Sophie. His brain had enough to work on. When he slept at last, his slumber was deep and heavy, and he did not wake till gently shaken by the well-bred arm of Mr. Mills. "I humbly beg pardon, 9 o'clock, sir." And the breakfast bell going to ring. Lionel's toilet was soon hurried over. Mr. Darrell and Fairthorn were talking together as he entered the breakfast room, the same room as that in which they had dined. "Good morning, Lionel," said the host. "No leave-taking today, as you threatened. I find you have made an appointment with Mr. Fairthorn, and I shall place you under his care. You may like to look over the old house, and make yourself." Darrell paused. "At home," jerked out Mr. Fairthorn, filling up the hiatus. Darrell turned his eye towards the speaker, who evidently became much frightened, and after looking in vain for a corner, sidled away to the window, and poked himself behind the curtain. "Mr. Fairthorn, in the capacity of my secretary, has learned to find me thoughts, and put them in his own words," said Darrell with a coldness almost icy. He then seated himself at the breakfast-table. Lionel followed his example, and Mr. Fairthorn, courageously emerging, also took a chair and a roll. "You are a true diviner, Mr. Darrell," said Lionel. "It is a glorious day, but there will be showers later. The fish are at play on the surface of the lake." Darrell added with a softened glance towards Fairthorn, who was looking the picture of misery. "After 12, it will be just the weather for trout to rise, and if you fish, Mr. Fairthorn will lend you a rod. He is a worthy successor of Izaak Walton, and loves a companion, as Izaak did, but more rarely gets one." "Are there trout in your lake, sir?" "The lake? You must not dream of invading that sacred water. The inhabitants of rivulets and brooks not within my boundary are beyond the pale of Forley civilization, to be snared and slaughtered like Kaffir's red men, or any other savages for whom we bait with a missionary, and whom we impale on a bayonet. But I regard my lake as a politic community under the protection of the law, and leave its denizens to devour each other as Europeans fishes and other cold-blooded creatures wisely do, in order to check the overgrowth of population to fatten one pike. It takes a great many minnows. Naturally, I support the vested rights of pike. I have been a lawyer." It would be in vain to describe the manner in which Mr. Darrell vented this or similar remarks of mocking irony or sarcastic spleen. It was not bitter nor sneering, but in his usual mellifluous level tone and passionless tranquillity. The breakfast was just over as a groom passed in front of the windows with a led horse. "I am going to leave you, Lionel," said the host, "to make friends with Mr. Fairthorn, and I thus complete, according to my own original intention, the sentence which he diverted astray." He passed across the hall to the open house door, and stood by the horse, stroking its neck and giving some directions to the groom. Lionel and Fairthorn followed to the threshold, and the beauty of the horse provoked the boy's admiration. It was a dark-muzzled brown of that fine old-fashioned breed of English roadster, which is now so seldom seen. Bow-necked, long-tailed, stumbling, reedy hybrids born of bad barbs, ill-mated, having mainly supplied their place. This was indeed a horse of great power, immense girth of loin, high shoulder, broad hoof, and such a head, the ear, the frontal, the nostril. You seldom see a human physiognomy half so intelligent, half so expressive of that high spirit and sweet generous temper which, when united, constitute the ideal of thoroughbreeding, whether in horse or man. The English rider was in harmony with the English steed. Darrell at this moment was resting his arm lightly on the animal's shoulder, and his head still uncovered. It has been said before that he was of imposing presence. The striking attribute of his person, indeed, was that of unconscious grandeur, yet though above the ordinary height, he was not very tall, 5'11" at the utmost, and, far from being very erect, on the contrary, there was that habitual bend in his proud neck which men who meditate much and live alone almost invariably contract. But there was, to use an expression common with our older writers, that great air about him which filled the eye and gave him the dignity of elevated stature, the commanding aspect that accompanies the upright carriage. His figure was inclined to be slender though broad of shoulder and deep of chest. It was the figure of a young man, and probably little changed from what it might have been at 25. A certain youthfulness still lingered, even on the countenance. Strange, for sorrow is supposed to expedite the work of age, and Darrell had known sorrow of a kind, most adapted to harrow his peculiar nature, as great in its degree, as ever left man's heart in ruins. No grey was visible in the dark brown hair that, worn short behind, still retained in front the large Jove-like curl, no wrinkle save at the corner of the eyes marred the pale bronze of the firm cheek. The forehead was smooth as marble, and as massive. It was that forehead which chiefly contributed to the superb expression of his whole aspect. It was high to a fault, the perceptive organs over a dark, strongly marked arched eyebrow, powerfully developed, as they are with most eminent lawyers. It did not want for breadth at the temples, yet on the whole it bespoke more of intellectual vigour and dauntless will than of serene philosophy or a lembracing benevolence. It was the forehead of a man formed to command, and all the passions and intellect of others by the strength of passions in himself, rather consented than chastised, and by an intellect forceful from the weight of its mass, rather than the niceness of its balance. The other features harmonized with that brow. They were of the noblest order of aquiline, at once high and delicate. The lip had a rare combination of exquisite refinement and inflexible resolve. The eye in repose was cold, bright, unrevealing, with a certain absent, musing, self-absorbed expression that often made the man's words appear as if spoken mechanically, and assisted towards that seeming of listless indifference to those whom he addressed by which he wounded vanity without perhaps any malice prepense. But it was an eye in which the pupil could suddenly expand, the hue change from grey to dark, and the cold still brightness flash into vivid fire. It could not have occurred to anyone, even to the most commonplace woman, to have described Darrell's as a handsome face. The expression would have seemed trivial and derogatory. The words that would have occurred to all would have been somewhat to this effect: what a magnificent countenance, what a noble head! Yet an experienced physiognomist might have noted that the same lineaments which bespoke a virtue bespoke also its neighbouring vice, that with so much will there went stubborn obstinacy, that with that power of grasp there would be the tenacity in adherence which narrows in a stringing the intellect, that a prejudice once conceived, a passion once cherished, would resist all rational argument for relinquishment. When men of this mould do relinquish prejudice or passion, it is by their own impulse, their own sure conviction that what they hold is worthless. Then they do not yield it graciously, they fling it from them in scorn, but not a scorn that consoles. That which they thus wrench away had grown a living part of themselves, their own. Flesh bleeds, the wound seldom or never heals. Such men rarely fail in the achievement of what they covet. If the gods are neutral but adamant against the world, they are vulnerable through their affections. Their love is intense, but undemonstrative; their hatred implacable, but unrevengeful, too proud to revenge, too galled to pardon. There stood Guy Darrell, to whom the bar had destined its highest honours, to whom the Senate had accorded its most rapturous cheers, and the more you gazed on him, as he there stood, the more perplexed became the enigma. How, with a career sought with such energy, advanced with such success, the man had abruptly subsided into a listless recluse, and the career had been voluntarily resigned for a home, without neighbours, a hearth, without children. "I had no idea," said Lionel, as Darrell rode slowly away, soon lost from sight amidst the thick foliage of summer trees. "I had no idea that my cousin was so young." "Oh yes," said Mr. Fairthorne, "he is only a year older than I am." "Older than you!" exclaimed Lionel, staring in blunt amaze at the elderly-looking personage beside him. "Yet true, he told me so himself." "And I am 51, last birthday, Mr. Darrell 52, incredible." "I don't know why we should ever grow old. The life we lead," observed Mr. Fairthorne, readjusting his spectacles. "Time stands so still. Fishing, too, is very conducive to longevity. If you will follow me, we will get the rods and the flute. You are quite sure you would like the flute?" "Yes, thank you, my dear young sir." "And yet there are folks who prefer the fiddle. Is not the sun a little too bright for the fly at present? And will you not in the meanwhile show me over the house?" "Very well, not that this house has much worth seeing. The other, indeed, would have had a music-room, but after all nothing like the open air for the flute. This way. I spare thee, gentle reader, the minute inventory of Fawley Manor House. It had nothing but its antiquity to recommend it. It had a great many rooms, all, except those used as the dining-room and library, very small and very low, innumerable closets, nooks and expected cavities, as if made on purpose for the venerable game of hide-and-seek, save a stately old kitchen. The offices were sadly defective, even for Mr. Darrell's domestic establishment, which consisted but of 2 men and 4 maids, the stableman not lodging in the house drawing-room. Properly speaking, that primitive mansion had none at some remote period. A sort of gallery under the gable roofs above the first floor, stretching from end to end of the house, might have served for the reception of guests on grand occasions, for fragments of mouldering tapestry still here and there clung to the walls, and a high chimney-piece, whereon in plaster relief was commemorated the memorable fishing party of Antony and Cleopatra, retained patches of colour and gilding, which must when fresh have made the Egyptian queen still more appallingly hideous, and the fish at the end of Antony's hook still less resembling any creature known to ichthyologists. The library had been arranged into shelves from floor to roof by Mr. Darrell's father, and subsequently for the mere purpose of holding as many volumes as possible brought out into projecting wings college-like by Darrell himself, without any pretension to medieval character. With this room communicated a small reading closet which the host reserved to himself, and this by a circular stair cut into the massive wall, ascended first into Mr. Darrell's sleeping chamber, and thence into a gable recess that adjoined the gallery, and which the host had fitted up for the purpose of scientific experiments in chemistry or other branches of practical philosophy. These more private rooms Lionel was not permitted to enter altogether. The house was one of those cruel tenements which it would be a sin to pull down or even materially to alter, but which it would be an hourly inconvenience for a modern family to inhabit. It was out of all character with Mr. Darrell's former position in life, or with the fortune which Lionel vaguely supposed him to possess, and considerably underrated. Like Sir Nicholas Bacon, the man had grown too large for his habitation. "I don't wonder," said Lionel, as their wanderings over he and Fairthorn found themselves in the library, "that Mr. Darrell began to build a new house, but it would have been a great pity to pull down this for it." Pull down this, don't hint at such an idea to Mr. Darrell. He would as soon have pulled down the British monarchy, nay, I suspect sooner. But the new building must surely have swallowed up the old one. Oh no, Mr. Darrell had a plan by which he would have enclosed this separately in a kind of court, with an open screenwork or cloister, and it was his intention to appropriate it entirely to medieval antiquities, of which he has a wonderful collection. He had a notion of illustrating every earlier reign, in which his ancestors flourish different apartments in correspondence with different dates. It would have been a chronicle of national manners. But if it be not an impertinent question, where is this collection in London? Hush, hush, I will give you a peep of some of the treasures, only don't betray me. Fairthorn here, with singular rapidity, considering that he never moved in a straightforward direction, undulated into the open air in front of the house, described a rhomboid towards a side buttress in the new building, near to which was a postern door, unlocked that door from a key in his pocket, and motioning Lionel to follow him, entered within the ribs of the stony skeleton. Lionel followed in a sort of supernatural awe, and beheld with more substantial alarm Mr. Fairthorn winding up an inclined plank, which lie embraced with both arms, and by which he ultimately ascended to a timber joist in what should have been an upper floor, only flooring. There was none perched there. Fairthorn glared down on Lionel through his spectacles. "Dangerous," he said whisperingly, "but one gets used to everything. If you feel afraid, don't venture." Lionel, animated by that doubt of his courage, sprang up the plank, balancing himself schoolboy fashion with outstretched arms, and gained the side of his guide. "Don't touch me," exclaimed Mr. Fairthorn, shrinking, "or we shall both be over. Now observe and imitate," dropping himself then carefully and gradually, till he dropped on the timber joist as if it were a velocipede, his long legs dangling down. He, with thigh and hand, impelled himself onward, till he gained the ridge of a wall, on which he delivered his person and wiped his spectacles. Lionel was not long before he stood in the same place. "Here we are," said Fairthorn. "I don't see the collection," answered Lionel, first peering down athwart the joists upon the rugged ground, overspread with stones and rubbish, then glancing up through similar interstices above to the gaunt rafters. "Here are some most precious," answered Fairthorn, tapping behind him. "Walled up, except where these boards cased in iron are nailed across with a little door, just big enough to creep through, but that is locked, Chubb's lock. And Mr. Darrell keeps the key. Treasures for a palace. No, you can't peep through here, not a chink, but come on a little further, mind your footing." Skirting the wall and still on the perilous ridge, Fairthorn crept on, formed an angle, and stopping short, clapped his eye to the crevice of some planks nailed rudely across a yawning aperture. Lionel found another crevice for himself, and saw piled up in admired disorder pictures with their backs turned to a desolate wall, rare cabinets and articles of curious furniture, chests, boxes, crate-shaped pell-mell, This receptacle had been roughly floored in deal in order to support its miscellaneous contents, and was lighted from a large window not visible in front of the house, glazed in dull rough glass with ventilators. These are the heavy things and least costly things that no one could well rob. The pictures here are merely curious as early specimens intended for the old house, all spoiling and rotting. Mr. Darrell wishes them to do so. I believe what he wishes must be done, my dear young sir. A prodigious mind it is of granite. I cannot understand it, said Lionel, aghast. The last man, I should have thought capriciously whimsical. Whimsical, bless my soul, don't say such a word, don't pray, or the roof will fall down upon us. Come away. You have seen all you can see, you must go first. Now mind that loose stone there. Nothing further was said till they were out of the building, and Lionel felt like a knight of old, who had been led into sepulchral halls by a wizard. Chapter Roman 5. The annals of empire are briefly chronicled in family records, brought down to the present day, showing that the race of men is, indeed, like leaves on trees, now green in youth, now withering on the ground, yet to the branch the most bare will green leaves return so long as the sap can remount to the branch from the root. But the branch which has ceased to take life from the root, hang it high, hang it low, is a prey to the wind and the woodman. It was midday. The boy and his new friend were standing apart, as becomes silent anglers, on the banks of a narrow, brawling rivulet running through green pastures, half a mile from the house. The sky was overcast, as Darrell had predicted, but the rain did not yet fall. The two anglers were not long before they had filled a basket with small trout. Then Lionel, who was by no means fond of fishing, laid his rod on the bank, and strolled across the long grass to his companion. It will rain soon, said he. Let us take advantage of the present time, and hear the flute, while we can yet enjoy the open air. No, not by the margin, or you will be always looking after the trout on the rising ground. See that old thorn tree, let us go and sit under it. The new building looks well from it. What a pile it would have been! I may not ask you, I suppose, why it is left uncompleted. Perhaps it would have cost too much, or would have been disproportionate to the estate. To the present estate it would have been disproportioned, but not to the estate Mr. Darrell intended to add to it. As to cost, you don't know him. He would never have undertaken what he could not afford to complete, and what he once undertook, no thoughts of the cost would have scared him from finishing. Prodigious mind, granite. And so rich, added Fairthorn with an air of great pride. I ought to know. I write all his letters on money matters. How much do you think he has without counting land? I cannot guess. Nearly 500,000 in 2 years. It will be more than 500,000, and he had not 300 a year when he began life, for folly was sadly mortgaged. Is it possible? Could any lawyer make 500,000 at the bar? If any man could, Mr. Darrell would, when he sets his mind on a thing, the thing is done, no help for it. But his fortune was not all made at the bar, though a great part of it was an old East Indian bachelor of the same name, but who had never been heard of hereabouts, till he wrote from Calcutta to Mr. Darrell, inquiring if they were any relation, and Mr. Darrell referred him to the Collegiate Arms, which proved that they came from the same stock ages ago, left him all his money. Mr. Darrell was not dependent on his profession when he stood up in Parliament, and since we have been here such savings, not that Mr. Darrell is avaricious, but how can he spend money in this place? You should have seen the establishment we kept in Carlton Gardens. Such a cook, too, a French gentleman, looked like a marquis. Those were happy days, and proud ones. It is true that I order the dinner here, but it can't be the same thing. Do you like fillet of veal? We have one today. We used to have fillet of veal at school on Sundays. I thought it good then. It makes a nice mince, said Mr. Fairthorn with a sensual movement of his lips. One must think of dinner when one lives in the country, so little else to think of. Not that Mr. Darrell does, but then he is granite. Still, said Lionel, smiling, I do not get my answer. Why was the house uncompleted, and why did Mr. Darrell retire from public life? He took both into his head, and when a thing once gets there, it is no use asking why. But added Fairthorn, and his innocent, ugly face changed into an expression of earnest sadness. But no doubt he had his reasons. He has reasons for all he does, only they lie far, far away from what appears on the surface, far as that rivulet lies from its source. My dear young sir, Mr. Darrell has known griefs on which it does not become you and me to talk. He never talks of them. The least I can do for my benefactor is not to pry into his secrets nor babble them out, and he is so kind, so good, never gets into a passion. But it is so awful to wound him, it gives him such pain, that's why he frightens me horribly. And so he will you when you come to know him. Prodigious mind, granite, overgrown with sensitive plants. Yes, a little music will do us both good. Mr. Fairthorn screwed his flute, an exceedingly handsome one. He pointed out its beauties to Lionella, present from Mr. Darrell last Christmas, and then he began strange thing art, especially music. Out of an art a man may be so trivial you would mistake him for an imbecile at best. A grown infant put him into his art, and how high he soars above you, how quietly he enters into a heaven of which he has become a denizen, and unlocking the gates with his golden key, admits you to follow a humble, reverent visitor. In his art Fairthorn was certainly a master, and the air he now played was exquisitely soft and plaintive. It accorded with the clouded yet quiet sky, with the lone but summer landscape, with Lionel's melancholic, but not afflicted train of thought. The boy could only murmur beautiful when the musician ceased. "It is an old air," said Fairthorn. "I don't think it is known. I found its scale scrolled down in a copy of the Icon Basie-like, with the name of Joannes Darrell-esque Aurat written under it. That by the date was Sir John Darrell, the cavalier who fought for Charles Roman, one father of the graceless Sir Ralph, who flourished under Charles Roman II. Both their portraits are in the dining-room. Tell me something of the family. I know so little about it, not even how the Houghtons and Darrells seem to have been so long connected. I see by the portraits that the Houghton name was borne by former Darrells, then apparently dropped now. It is borne again by my cousin. He bears it only as a Christian name. Your grandfather was his sponsor, but he is nevertheless the head of your family." "So he says. How?" Fairthorn gathered himself up his knees to his chin, and began in the tone of a guide who has got his lesson by heart, though it was not long before he warmed into his subject. "The Darrells are supposed to have got their name from a knight in the reign of Edward Roman III, who held the lists in a joust victoriously against all comers, and was called himself John the Daryell, or in old spelling the Darrell. They were amongst the most powerful families in the country. Their alliances were with the highest houses, Montfitchets, Nevilles, Mowbrays. They descended through such marriages from the blood of Plantagenet kings. You'll find their names in chronicles in the early French wars. Unluckily they attached themselves to the fortunes of Earl Warwick, the kingmaker to whose blood they were allied. Their representative was killed in the fatal field of Barnet. Their estates were, of course, confiscated. The sole son and heir of that ill-fated politician passed into the Low Countries, where he served as a soldier. His son and grandson followed the same calling under foreign banners, but they must have kept up the love of the old land, for in the latter part of the reign of Henry Roman VIII, the last male, Darrell returned to England with some broad gold pieces saved by himself, or his exiled fathers bought some land in this county, in which the ancestral possessions had once been large, and built the present house of a size suited to the altered fortunes of a race that in a former age had manned castles with retainers. The baptismal name of the soldier, who thus partially refounded the old line in England, was that now borne by your cousin Guy, a name always favoured by fortune in the family annals for Elizabeth's time, from the rank of small gentry, to which their fortune alone lifted them, since their return to their native land. The Darrells rose once more into wealth and eminence under a handsome young Sir Guy, have his picture in black flowered velvet, who married the heiress of the Houghtons, a family that had grown rich under the Tudors, and was in high favour with the maiden queen. This Sir Guy was befriended by Essex, and knighted by Elizabeth herself. Their old house was then abandoned for the larger mansion of the Houghtons, which had also the advantage of being nearer to the court. The renewed prosperity of the Darrells was of short duration. The civil wars came on, and Sir John Darrell took the losing side. He escaped to France with his only son. He is said to have been an accomplished melancholy man, and my belief is that he composed that air which you justly admire for its mournful sweetness. He turned Roman Catholic, and died in a convent. But the son Ralph was brought up in France with Charles Roman II and other gay roisterers. On the return of the Stuart, Ralph ran off with the daughter of the Roundhead, to whom his estates had been given, and after getting them back left his wife in the country, and made love to other men's wives in town. Shocking profligate, no fruit could thrive upon such a branch. He squandered all he could squander, and would have left his children beggars, but that he was providentially slain in a tavern brawl for boasting of a lady's favours to her husband's face. The husband suddenly stabbed him. No fair duello, for Sir Ralph was invincible with the small sword. Still the family fortune was much dilapidated, yet still the Darrells lived in the fine house of the Houghtons, and left Fawley to the Owls. But Sir Ralph's son in his old age married a second time a young lady of high rank, an earl's daughter. He must have been very much in love with her despite his age, for to win her consent or her father's, he agreed to settle all the Houghton estates on her, and the children she might bear to him. The smaller property had already been entailed on his son by his first marriage. This is how the family came to split. Old Darrell had children by his second wife. The eldest of those children took the Houghton name, and inherited the Houghton property. The son by the first marriage had nothing but folly and the scanty domain round it. You descend from the second marriage, Mr. Darrell. From the first you understand now, my dear young sir. Yes, a little. But I should very much like to know where those fine Houghton estates are now. Where they are now I can't say. They were once in Middlesex. Probably much of the land, as it was sold, piecemeal fell into small allotments constantly changing hands, but the last relics of the property were, I know, bought on speculation by Cox the distiller, for when we were in London by Mr. Darrell's desire I went to look after them and inquire if they could be repurchased, and I found that so rapid in a few years has been the prosperity of this great commercial country, that if one did buy them back, one would buy 12 villas, several streets, 2 squares, and a paragon. But as that symptom of national advancement, though a proud thought in itself, may not have any pleasing interest for you, I return to the Darrells. From the time in which the Houghton estate had parted from them, they settled back in their old house of Fawley, but they could never again hold up their heads with the noblemen and great squires in the county, as much as they could do to live at all upon the little patrimony. Still the reminiscence of what they had been made them maintain it jealously, and entail it rigidly. The eldest son would never have thought of any profession or business. The younger sons generally became soldiers, and being always a venturesome race, and having nothing particular to make them value their existence, were no less generally killed off betimes. The family became thoroughly obscure, slipped out of place in the county seldom, rose to be even justices of the peace, never contrived to marry heiresses again, but only the daughters of some neighbouring parson or squire as poor as themselves, but always of gentle blood. Oh, they were as proud as Spaniards in that respect. So from father to son each generation grew obscurer and poorer for entail. The estate, as they might, still some settlements on it were necessary, and no settlements were ever brought into it, and thus entails were cut off to admit some new mortgage, till the rent roll was somewhat less than a year, when Mr. Darrell's father came into possession. Yet somehow or other he got to college, where no Darrell had been since the time of the glorious Revolution, and was a learned man and an antiquary, a great antiquary. You may have read his works, I know. There is one copy of them in the British Museum, and there is another here, but that copy Mr. Darrell keeps under lock and key. I am ashamed to say I don't even know the titles of those works. They were popular ballads on the Wars of the Roses Darrelliana, consisting of traditional and other memorials of the Darrell family, inquiry into the origin of legends, connected with dragons' hours, amongst monumental brasses, and other ingenious lucubrations above the taste of the vulgar. Some of them were even read at the Royal Society of Antiquaries. They cost much to print and publish, but I have heard my father, who was his bailiff, say that he was a pleasant man, and was fond of reciting old scraps of poetry, which he did with great energy indeed. Mr. Darrell declares that it was the noticing in his father's animated and felicitous elocution, the effects that voice, look, and delivery can give to words, which made Mr. Darrell himself the fine speaker he is. But I can only recollect the antiquary as a very majestic gentleman with a long pigtail, awful, rather not so much so as his son, but still opulent, so sad-looking you would not have recovered your spirits for a week if you had seen him, especially when the old house wanted repairs, and he was thinking how he could pay for them. Was Mr. Darrell, the present one, an only child? Yes, and much with his father, whom he loved most dearly, and to this day he sighs if he has to mention his father's name. He has old Mr. Darrell's portrait over the chimney-piece in his own reading-room, and he had it in his own library in Carlton Gardens. Our Mr. Darrell's mother was very pretty, even as I remember her. She died when he was about 10 years old, and she too was a relation of your Sir Houghton by blood, but perhaps you will be ashamed of her when I say she was a governess in a rich mercantile family. She had been left an orphan, I believe. Old Mr. Darrell, not that he was old, then married her because the Houghtons could or would do nothing for her, and because she was much snubbed and put upon, as I am told governesses usually married her, because poor as he was still the head of both families, and bound to do what he could for decayed scions. The first governess a Darrell ever married, but no true Darrell would have called that a mesalliance, since she was still a Houghton, and fors non mutat genus, chance does not change race. But how comes it that the Houghtons, my grandfather Houghton, I suppose, would do nothing for his own kinswoman? It was not your grandfather Robert Houghton, who was a generous man, was then a mere youngster, hiding himself for debt, but your great-grandfather, who was a hard man, and on the turf he never had money to give Ianly money for betting. He left the Houghton estates sadly clipped, but when Robert succeeded he came forward, was godfather to our Mr. Darrell, insisted on sharing the expense of sending him to Eton, where he became greatly distinguished, thence to Oxford, where he increased his reputation, and would probably have done more for him, only Mr. Darrell, once his foot on the ladder, wanted no help to climb to the top. Then my grandfather Robert still had the Horton estates. Their last relics had not been yet transmuted by Mr. Cox into squares and a paragon. No, the grand old mansion, though much dilapidated with its park, though stripped of saleable timber, was still left with a rental from farms that still appertained to the residents, which would have sufficed a prudent man for the luxuries of life, and allowed a reserve fund to clear off the mortgages. Gradually abstinence and self-denial for 1 or 2 generations would have made a property daily rising in value as the metropolis advanced to its outskirts, a princely estate for a third. But Robert Horton, though not on the turf, had a grand way of living, and while Guy Darrell went into the law to make a small patrimony a large fortune, your father, my dear young sir, was put into the Guards to reduce a large patrimony into Mr. Cox's distillery. Lionel coloured but remained silent. Fairthorne, who was as unconscious in his zest of narrator that he was giving pain as an entomologist in his zest for collecting when he pins a live moth in his cabinet, resumed, your father and Guy Darrell were warm friends. As boys and youths, Guy was the elder of the two, and Charlie Horton, I beg your pardon, he was always called Charlie, looked up to him as to an elder brother. Many's the scrape Guy got him out of, and many a pound, I believe, when Guy had some funds of his own, did Guy lend to Charlie. I am very sorry to hear that, said Lionel sharply. Fairthorne looked frightened. I am afraid I have made a blunder. Don't tell Mr. Darrell. Certainly not, I promise, but how came my father to need this aid, and how came they at last to quarrel? Your father, Charlie, became a gay young man about town, and very much the fashion. He was like you in person, only his forehead was lower, and his eye not so steady. Mr. Darrell studied the law in chambers. When Robert Horton died, what with his debts, what with his father's, and what with Charlie's post-obits, and I owe us, there seemed small chance indeed of saving the estate to the Hortons. But then Mr. Darrell looked close into matters, and with such skill did he settle them that he removed the fear of foreclosure, and what with increasing the rental here and there, and replacing old mortgages by new at less interest, he contrived to extract from the property an income of £900 a year to Charlie 3 times the income Darrell had inherited himself, where before it had seemed that the debts were more than the assets, foreseeing how much the land would rise in value. He then earnestly implored Charlie, who unluckily had the estate in fee simple, Mr. Darrell has this to sell if he pleased to live on his income, and in a few years a part of the property might be sold for building purposes on terms that would save all the rest. With the old house, in which Darrells and Hortons both had once reared generations, Charlie promised, I know, and I've no doubt, my dear young sir, quite sincerely. But all men are not granite. He took to gambling, incurred debts of honour, sold the farms one by one, resorted to usurers, and one night, playing 6 hours at piquet, nothing was left for him but to sell all that remained to Mr. Cox the distiller, unknown to Mr. Darrell, who was then married himself, working hard and living quite out of news of the fashionable world. Then Charlie Horton sold out of the Guards, spent what he got for his commission, went into the line, and finally in a country town, in which I don't think he was quartered, but having gone there on some sporting speculation, was unwillingly detained, married. My mother, said Lionel haughtily, and the best of women she is, what then? Nothing, my dear young sir, nothing, except that Mr. Darrell never forgave it. He has his prejudices. This marriage shocked one of them. Prejudice against my poor mother, I always supposed, so I wonder why the most simply-hearted, inoffensive, affectionate woman. I have not a doubt of it, but it is beginning to rain. Let us go home. I should like some luncheon. It breaks the day. Tell me first why Mr. Darrell has a prejudice against my mother. I don't think that he has even seen her. Unaccountable caprice shocked him. To what a word, tell me, I beg, I insist. But you know, said Fairthorne, half piteously, half snappishly, that Mrs. Horton was the daughter of a linen-draper, and her father's money got Charlie out of the county jail, and Mr. Darrell said sold even your name. My father heard him say it in the hall at Fawley. Mr. Darrell was there during a long vacation, and your father came to see him. Your father fired up, and they never saw each other, I believe, again. Lionel remained still, as if thunderstricken. Something in his mother's language and manner had at times made him suspect that she was not so well born as his father, but it was not the discovery that she was a tradesman's daughter that galled him. It was the thought that his father was bought for the altar out of the county jail. It was those cutting words, sold even your name. His face, before very crimson, became livid. His head sank on his breast. He walked towards the old gloomy house by Fairthorne's side, as one who for the first time in life feels on his heart the leaden weight of an hereditary shame. Chapter Romans 6, showing how sinful it is in a man who does not care for his honor to beget children. When Lionel saw Mr. Fairthorne devoting his intellectual being to the contents of a cold chicken pie, he silently stepped out of the room and slunk away into a thick copse at the farthest end of the paddock. He longed to be alone. The rain descended not heavily, but in penetrating drizzle. He did not feel it, or rather he felt glad that there was no gaudy mocking sunlight. He sat down forlorn in the hollows of a glen, which the copse covered, and buried his face in his clasped hands. Lionel Houghton, as the reader may have noticed, was no premature manly boy, but still a habitant of the twilight dreamy shadowland of boyhood. Noble elements were stirring fitfully within him, but their agencies were crude and undeveloped sometimes. Through the native acuteness of his intellect, he apprehended truths quickly, and truly as a man. Then again, through the warm haze of undisciplined tenderness, or the raw mists of that sensitive pride, in which objects small in themselves loom large with undetected outlines, he fell back into the passionate dimness of a child's reasoning. He was intensely ambitious, quixotic in the point of honor, dauntless in peril, but morbidly trembling at the very shadow of disgrace, as a foal destined to be the war-horse and trample down levelled steel starts in its tranquil pastures at the rustling of a leaf. Glowingly romantic, but not inclined to vent romance in literary creations, his feelings were the more high-wrought and enthusiastic, because they had no outlet in poetic channels. Most boys of great ability and strong passion write verses. It is nature's relief to brain and heart at the critical turning age. Most boys thus gifted do so, a few do not, and out of those few fate selects the great men of action, those large luminous characters that stamp poetry on the world's prosaic surface. Lionel had in him the pith and substance of fortune's grand nobodies, who become fame's abrupt somebodies when the chances of life throw suddenly in their way. Noble something to be ardently coveted and boldly won, but I repeat, as yet he was a boy, so he sat there, his hands before his face, an unreasoning self-torturer. He knew now why this haughty Darrell had written with so little tenderness and respect to his beloved mother. Darrell looked on her as the cause of his ignoble kinsman's sale of name, nay, most probably ascribed to her not the fond girlish love which levels all disparities of rank, but the vulgar cold-blooded design to exchange her father's banknotes for a marriage beyond her station. And he was the debtor to this supercilious creditor, as his father had been before him. His father, till then he had been so proud of that relationship. Mrs. Houghton had not been happy with her captain. His confirmed habits of wild dissipation had embittered her union, and at last worn away her wifely affections, but she had tended and nursed him in his last illness as the lover of her youth, and though occasionally she hinted at his faults, she ever spoke of him as the ornament of all society, poor, it is true, harassed by unfeeling creditors, but the finest of fine gentlemen. Lionel had never heard from her of the ancestral estates sold for a gambling debt, never from her of the county jail, nor the mercenary misalliance in boyhood. Before we have any cause to be proud of ourselves, we are so proud of our fathers, if we have a decent excuse for it, of his father. Could Lionel Houghton be proud now? And Darrell was cognizant of his paternal disgrace, had taunted his father in yonder old Holfer-Wath marriage, from which Lionel sprang. The hands grew tighter and tighter before that burning face. He did not weep as he had done in Vance's presence at a thought much less galling, not that tears would have misbecome him. Shallow judges of human nature are they who think that tears in themselves ever misbecome boy or even man. Well did the sternest of Roman writers place the arch distinction of humanity aloft from all meaner of heaven's creatures in the prerogative of tears. Sooner mayst thou trust thy purse to a professional pickpocket than give loyal friendship to the man who boasts of eyes to which the heart never mounts in dew. Only when man weeps he should be alone, not because tears are weak, but because they should be sacred. Tears are akin to prayers. Pharisees parade prayer, impostors parade tears. O Pegasus, Pegasus, softly, softly thou hast hurried me off amidst the clouds, drop me gently down there by the side of the motionless boy in the shadowy glen. Chapter Romans 7. Lionel Houghton, having hitherto much improved his chance of fortune, decides the question, what will he do with it? I have been seeking you everywhere, said a well-known voice, and a hand rested lightly on Lionel's shoulder. The boy looked up startled, but yet heavily, and saw Guy Darrell, the last man on earth he could have desired to see. Will you come in for a few minutes? You are wanted. What for? I would rather stay here. Who can want me? Darrell, struck by the words and the sullen tone in which they were uttered, surveyed Lionel's face for an instant, and replied in a voice involuntarily more kind than usual. Someone very commonplace, but since the Picts went out of fashion, very necessary to mortals, the most sublime. I ought to apologize for his coming. You threatened to leave me yesterday, because of a defect in your wardrobe. Mr. Fairthorne wrote to my tailor to hasten hither and repair it. He is here. I commend him to your custom. Don't despise him. because he makes for a man of my remote generation. Tailors are keen observers, and do not grow out of date so quickly as politicians. The words were said with a playful good humour very uncommon to Mr. Darrell. The intention was obviously kind, and kinsman-like Lionel sprang to his feet, his lip curled, his eye flashed, and his crest rose. "No, sir, I will not stoop to this. I will not be clothed by your charioteers. I will not submit to an implied taunt upon my poor mother's ignorance of the manners of a rank to which she was not born. You said we might not like each other, and if so we should part forever. I do not like you, and I will go." He turned abruptly and walked to the house magnanimous. If Mr. Darrell had not been the most singular of men, he might well have been offended as it was, though few were less accessible to surprise. He was surprised, but offended. "Judge for yourself. I declare," muttered Guy Darrell, gazing on the boy's receding figure, "I declare that I almost feel as if I could once again be capable of an emotion. I hope I am not going to like that boy." The old Darrell blood in his veins. Surely I might have spoken as he did at his age. But I must have had some better reason for it. What did I say to justify such an explosion? Quid faceu by lapsus, gone no doubt to pack up his knapsack and take the road to ruin. Shall I let him go? Better for me if I am really in danger of liking him, and so be at his mercy. To sting what my heart, I defy him. It is dead. No, he shall not go thus. I am the head of our joint houses. I wish he had a house, poor boy, and his grandfather loved me. Let him go. I will beg his pardon first, and he may dine in his drawers, if that will settle the matter. Thus, no less magnanimous than Lionel, did this misanthropical man follow his ungracious cousin. "Ha!" cried Darrell, suddenly, as approaching the threshold, he saw Mr. Fairthorne at the dining-room window, occupied in nibbing a pen upon an ivory thumbstool. "I have hit it. That abominable Fairthorne has been shedding its prickles. How could I trust flesh and blood to such a bramble? Ill know what it was." This instant vain menace. No sooner did Mr. Fairthorne catch glimpse of Darrell's countenance within 10 yards of the porch, than his conscience taking alarm, he rushed incontinent from the window. The apartment and ere Darrell could fling open the door was lost in some Lernales penetrabilis astracin, that sponge-like and cavernous abode wherewith benignant Providence had suited the locality to the creature. Chapter Roman 8. New imbroglio in that ever-recurring, never-to-be-settled question. What will he do with it? With a disappointed glare and a baffled shrug of the shoulder, Mr. Darrell turned from the dining-room and passed up the stairs to Lionel's chamber, opened the door quickly, and extending his hand, said in that tone which had disarmed the wrath of ambitious factions, "And even if fame lie not once seduced from the hostile treasury bench, a placeman's vote, I must have hurt your feelings, and I come to beg your pardon." But before this time, Lionel's proud heart, in which ungrateful anger could not long find room, had smitten him for so ill a return to well-meant and not indelicate kindness, and his wounded egotism appeased by its very outburst, he had called to mind Fairthorne's allusions to Darrell's secret griefs. That must have been indeed stormy, so to have revulsed the currents of a life, and despite those griefs, the great man had spoken playfully to him, playfully, in order to make light of obligations. So when Guy Darrell now extended that hand and stooped to that apology, Lionel was fairly overcome. Tears before refused now found irresistible way the hand he could not take, but yielding to his yearning impulse, he threw his arms fairly round his host's neck, leaned his young cheek upon that granite breast, and sobbed out incoherent words of passionate repentance, honest venerating affection. Darrell's face changed, looking for a moment wondrous soft, and then as by an effort of supreme self-control it became severely placid. He did not return that embrace, but certainly he in no way repelled it, nor did he trust himself to speak, till the boy had exhausted the force of his first feelings, and had turned to dry his tears. Then he said with a soothing sweetness, "Lionel Houghton, you have the heart of a gentleman that can never listen to a frank apology for unintentional wrong, but what it springs forth to take the blame to itself, and return apology, tenfold enough a mistake, no doubt, on both sides. More time must elapse before either can truly say that he does not like the other." Meanwhile, added Darrell, with almost a laugh, and that concluding query showed that even on trifles the man was bent upon either forcing or stealing his own. "Will upon others, meanwhile, must I send away the tailor?" I need not repeat Lionel's answer. Chapter Roman 9. Darrell mystery in his past life. What has he done with it? Some days passed, each day varying little from the other. It was the habit of Darrell, if he went late to rest, to rise early. He never allowed himself more than 5 hours sleep. A man greater than Guy Darrell, Sir Walter Raleigh, carved from the solid day no larger a slice for Morpheus, and it was this habit, perhaps yet more than temperance in diet, which preserved to Darrell his remarkable youthfulness of aspect and frame, so that at 52 he looked, and really was younger than many a strong of 35 for certain. It is that on entering middle life, he who would keep his brain clear, his step elastic, his muscles from fleshiness, his nerves from tremor, in a word, retain his youth, in spite of the register, should beware of long slumbers. Nothing ages like laziness. The hours before breakfast, Darrell devoted first to exercise, whatever the weather, next to his calm scientific pursuits. At 10 o'clock punctually, he rode out alone, and seldom returned till late in the afternoon. Then he would stroll forth with Lionel into devious woodlands, or lounge with him along the margin of the lake, or lie down on the tedded grass. Call the boy's attention to the insect populace, which sports out its happy life in the summer months, and treat of the ways and habits of each varying species. With a quaint learning, half humorous, half grave, he was a minute observer, and an accomplished naturalist. His range of knowledge was indeed amazingly large for a man who has had to pass his best years in a dry and absorbing study, necessarily not so profound in each section as that of a special professor. But if the science was often on the surface, the thoughts he deduced from what he knew were as often original and deep. A maxim of his, which he dropped out one day to Lionel in his careless manner, but pointed diction may perhaps illustrate his own practice, and its results: never think it enough to have solved the problem started by another mind, till you have deduced from it a corollary of your. After dinner, which was not over till past 8 o'clock, they always adjourned to the library, Fairthorn vanishing into a recess, Darrell and Lionel each with his several book, then an air on the flute, and each to his own room before 11. No life could be more methodical, yet to Lionel it had an animating charm, for his interest in his host daily increased, and varied his thoughts with perpetual occupation. Darrell, on the contrary, while more kind and cordial, more cautiously on his guard not to wound his young guest's susceptibilities than he had been before the quarrel, and its reconciliation, did not seem to feel for Lionel the active interest which Lionel felt for him. He did not, as most clever men are apt to do in their intercourse with youth, attempt to draw him out, plumb his intellect, or guide his tastes. If he was at times instructive, it was because talk fell on subjects on which it pleased himself to touch, and in which he could not speak without involuntarily instructing. Nor did he ever allure the boy to talk of his school days, of his friends, of his predilections, his hopes, his future. In short, had you observed them together, you would have never supposed they were connections that one could and ought to influence and direct the career of the other. You would have said the host certainly liked the guest, as any man would like a promising, warm-hearted, high-spirited, graceful boy under his own roof for a short time, but who felt that that boy was nothing to him, would soon pass from his eye, form friends, pursuits, aims with which he could be in no way commingled, for which he should be wholly irresponsible. There was also this peculiarity in Darrell's conversation: if he never spoke of his guest's past and future, neither did he ever do more than advert in the most general terms to his own of that grand stage on which he had been so brilliant an actor. He imparted no reminiscences of those great men, the leaders of his age, with whom he had mingled familiarly. He told no anecdotes. Equally silent was he as to the earlier steps in his career, the modes by which he had studied, the accidents of which he had seized advantage. Silent there, as upon the causes he had gained, or the debates he had adorned. Never could you have supposed that this man, still in the prime of public life, had been the theme of journals and the boast of party. Neither did he ever, as men who talk easily at their own hearths are prone to do, speak of projects in the future, even though the projects be no vaster than the planting of a tree, or the alteration of a parterre. Projects with which rural life so copiously and so innocently teems. The past seemed as if it had left to him no memory, the future as if it stored for him no desire. But did the past leave no memory, why then at intervals would the book slide from his eye, the head sink upon the breast, and a shade of unutterable dejection darken over the grand beauty of that strong, stern countenance. Still, that dejection was not morbidly fed and encouraged, for he would fling it from him with a quick, impatient gesture of the head, resume the book resolutely, or change it for another which induced fresh trains of thought, or look over Lionel's shoulder and make some subtle comment on his choice, or call on Fairthorn for the flute, and in a few minutes the face was severely serene again. And be it here said that it is only in the poetry of young gentlemen, or the prose of lady novelists, that a man in good health and of sound intellect wears the livery of unvarying gloom. However great his causes of sorrow, he does not forever parade its ostentatious mourning, nor follow the hearse of his hopes with the long face of an undertaker. He will still have his gleams of cheerfulness, his moments of good humour. The old smile will sometimes light the eye and awake the old playfulness of the lip. But what a great and critical sorrow does leave behind is often far worse than the sorrow itself has been. It is a change in the inner man, which strands him, as Guy Darrell seemed stranded upon the shoal of the present, which the more he strives manfully to bear his burden warns him the more from dwelling on the past, and the more impressively it enforces the lesson of the vanity of human wishes, strikes the more from his reckoning elusive hopes in the future. Thus out of our threefold existence, two parts are annihilate. What has been the what shall be, we fold our arms, stand upon the petty and steep crackstone, which alone looms out of the measureless sea, and say to ourselves, looking neither backward nor beyond, let us bear what is, and so for the moment the eye can lighten, and the lip can smile. Lionel could no longer glean from Mr. Fairthorn any stray hints upon the family records that gentlemen had evidently been reprimanded for indiscretion, or warned against its repetition, and he became as reserved and mum as if he had just emerged from the cave of Trophonius. Indeed, he shunned trusting himself again alone to Lionel, and affecting a long arrear of correspondence on behalf of his employer, left the lad during the forenoons to solitary angling or social intercourse with the swans and the tame doe, but from some mystic concealment within doors would often float far into the open air the melodies of that magic flute, and the boy would glide back along the dark-rid mournful walls of the old house, or the futile pomp of pilastered arcades, in the uncompleted new one to listen to the sound. Listening, he blissful boy forgot the present, he seized the unchallenged royalty of his years for him. No rebels in the past conspired with poison to the wine-cup, murder to the sleep, no deserts in the future arresting the march of ambition, said here are sands for a pilgrim, not fields for a conqueror. Chapter Roman 10, in which chapter the history quietly moves on to the next. Thus nearly a week had gone, and Lionel began to feel perplexed as to the duration of his visit. Should he be the first to suggest departure? Mr. Darrell rescued him from that embarrassment on the 7th day. Lionel met his host in a lane near the house, returning from his habitual ride. The boy walked home by the side of the horseman, patting the steed, admiring its shape, and praising the beauty of another saddle horse, smaller and slighter, which he had seen in the paddock, exercised by a groom. Do you ever ride that chestnut? I think it even handsomer than this. Half our preferences are due to the vanity they flatter. Few can ride this horse, anyone perhaps that. There speaks the Dariel, said Lionel, laughing. The host did not look displeased. Where no difficulty, there no pleasure, said he in his curt laconic diction. I was in Spain 2 years ago. I had not an English horse there, so I bought that Andalusian jennet. What has served him at need, no Prior Chevalier would leave to the chance of a usage. So the jennet came with me to England. You have not been much accustomed to ride, I suppose. Not much, but my dear mother thought I ought to learn. She pinched for a whole year to have me taught at a riding school during one school vacation. Your mother's relations are, I believe, well off. Do they suffer her to pinch? I do not know that she has relations living. She never speaks of them. Indeed, this was the first question on home matters that Darrell had ever directly addressed to Lionel. He there dropped the subject, and said after a short pause, I was not aware that you are a horseman, or I would have asked you to accompany me. Will you do so tomorrow, and mount the jennet? Oh, thank you, I should like it so much. Darrell turned abruptly away from the bright, grateful eyes. I am only sorry, he added, looking aside, that our excursions can be but few. On Friday next I shall submit to you a proposition. If you accept it, we shall part on Saturday, liking each other. I hope, speaking for myself, the experiment has not failed, and on yours. On mine, oh, Mr. Darrell, if I dared but tell you what recollections of yourself the experiment will bequeath to me. Do not tell me if they imply a compliment, answered Darrell with the low silvery laugh, which so melodiously expressed indifference and repelled affection. He entered the stable-yard, dismounted, and on returning to Lionel the sound of the flute stole forth as if from the eaves of the gabled roof. Could the pipe of Horace's Faunus be sweeter than that flute? Said Darrell. Ut cunc dulci tinder fistula, vols etc. What a lovely ode that is! What knowledge of town life, what susceptibility to the rural of all the Latins! Horace is the only one with whom I could wish to have spent a week. But no, I could not have discussed the brief span of human life, with locks steeped in Malabathran balm, and wreathed with that silly myrtle. Horace and I would have quarrelled over the first heady bowl of Massey. We never can quarrel now, blessed subject and poet laureate of Queen Proserpine, and I dare swear the most gentlemanlike poet she ever received at court. Henceforth, his task is to uncoil the asps from the brows of Alecto, and arrest the ambitious Orion from the chase after visionary lions. Chapter Roman 11, showing that if a good face is a letter of recommendation, a good heart is a letter of credit. The next day they rode forth, host and guest, and that ride proved an eventful crisis in the fortune of Lionel Houghton. Hitherto I have elaborately dwelt on the fact that whatever the regard Darrell might feel for him, it was a regard apart from that interest which accepts a responsibility and links to itself a fate, and even if at moments the powerful and wealthy man had felt that interest he had thrust it from him, that he meant to be generous was indeed certain. And this he had typically shown in a very trite matter-of-fact way. The tailor whose visit had led to such perturbation had received instructions, beyond the mere supply of the raiment for which he had been summoned, and a large patent portmanteau, containing all that might constitute the liberal outfit of a young man in the rank of gentleman, had arrived at Fawley, and amazed and moved Lionel, whom Darrell had by this time thoroughly reconciled to the acceptance of benefits. The gift denoted this: in recognizing you as kinsman, I shall henceforth provide for you as gentleman. Darrell indeed meditated applying for an appointment in one of the public offices, the settlement of a liberal allowance, and a parting shake of the hand, which should imply, I have now behaved as becomes me, the rest belongs to you, we may never meet again, there is no reason why this could be may not be forever. But in the course of that ride Darrell's intentions changed, wherefore you will never guess nothing so remote as the distance between cause and effect, and the cause for the effect here whisper little Sophie. The day was fresh with a lovely breeze, as the two riders rode briskly over the turf of rolling commons, with the feathery boughs of neighbouring woodlands tossed joyously to and fro by the sportive summer wind. The exhilarating exercise and air raised Lionel's spirits, and released his tongue from all trammels, and when a boy is in high spirits 10-1, but he grows a frank egotist, feels the teeming life of his individuality, and talks about himself quite unconsciously. Lionel rattled out gay anecdotes of his schooldays, his quarrel with a demoniacal usher, how he ran away, what befell him, how the doctor went after and brought him back, how splendidly the doctor behaved, neither flogged nor expelled him, but after patiently listening, while he rebuked the pupil, dismissed the usher to the joy of the whole academy, how he fought the head boy in the school for calling the doctor a sneak, how licked twice, he yet fought that head boy a third time, and licked him, how, when head boy himself, he had roused the whole school into a civil war, dividing the boys into cavaliers and roundheads, how clay was rolled out into cannonballs, and pistol-shot sticks shaped into swords, the playground disturbed to construct fortifications, how a slovenly stout boy enacted Cromwell, how he himself was elevated into Prince Rupert, and how, reversing all history and infamously degrading Cromwell, Rupert would not consent to be beaten, and Cromwell, at the last disabled, an untoward blow across the knuckles, ignominiously yielded himself prisoner, was tried by a court-martial, and sentenced to be shot. To all this rubbish did Darrell incline his patient ear, not encouraging, not interrupting, but sometimes stifling a sigh at the sound of Lionel's merry laugh, or the sight of his fair face with heightened glow on his cheeks, and his long silky hair worthy the name of lovelocks blown by the wind from the open loyal features, which might well have graced the portrait of some youthful cavalier. On bounded the Spanish jennet, on rattled the boy rider. He had left school now. In his headlong talk he was describing his first friendship with Frank Vance, as a lodger at his mother's, how example fired him, and he took to sketchwork and painting, how kindly Vance gave him lessons, how at one time he wished to be a painter, how much the mere idea of such a thing vexed his mother, and how little she was moved when he told her that Titian was of a very ancient family, and that Francis Roman, one archetype of gentleman, visited Leonardo da Vinci's sickbed, and that Henry Roman VIII had said to a pert lord who had snubbed Holbein, "I can make a lord any day, but I cannot make a Holbein." How Mrs. Houghton still confounded all painters in the general image of the painter, and the plumber who had cheated her so shamefully in the renewed window sashes and redecorated walls which time and the 4 children of an Irish family had made necessary to the letting of the first floor. And these playful allusions to the maternal ideas were still not irreverent, but contrived so as rather to prepossess Darrell in Mrs. Houghton's favour, by bringing out traits of a simple natural mother, too proud perhaps of her only son, not caring what she did, how she worked so that he might not lose caste as a born Houghton. Darrell understood, and nodded his head approvingly. Certainly, he said, speaking almost for the first time, fame confers a rank above that of gentlemen and of kings, and as soon as she issues her patent of nobility, it matters not a straw whether the recipient be the son of a Bourbon or of a tallow chandler. But if fame withhold her patent, if a well-born man paint aldermen and be not famous, and I dare say you would have been neither a Titian nor a Holbein, he might as well be a painter and plumber, and has a better chance even of bread and cheese by standing to his post. As gentleman, Mrs. Houghton was right, and I respect her. Quite right. If I lived to the age of Methuselah, I could not paint a head like Frank Vance. And even he is not famous, yet never heard of him. He will be famous, I am sure of it, And if you lived in London, you would hear of him even now. Oh, sir, such a portrait as he painted the other day. But I must tell you all about it. And therewith Lionel plunged at once medias, res into the brief broken epic of little Sophie and the eccentric infirm Belisarius, for whose sake she first twirled, and then begged with what artless eloquence he brought out the colours of the whole story, now its humour, now its pathos, with what beautifying sympathy he adorned the image of the little vagrant girl, with her mien of gentlewoman and her simplicity of child. The river excursion to Hampton Court, her still delight, how annoyed he felt when Vance seemed ashamed of her before those fine people, the orchard scene in which he had read Darrell's letter, that for the time drove her from the foremost place in his thoughts, the return home, the parting, her wistful look back, the visit to the cobbler's next day, even her farewell gift, the nursery poem with the lines written on the flyleaf. He had them by heart. Darrell, the grand advocate, felt he could not have produced on a jury with those elements the effect which that boy narrator produced on his granite self. And oh, sir, cried Lionel, checking his horse, and even arresting Darrell's with bold right hando, said he as he brought his moist and pleading eyes in full battery upon the shaken fort, to which he had mined his way. Oh, sir, you are so wise and rich and kind, do rescue that poor child from the penury and hardships of such a life. If you could but have seen and heard her, she could never have been born to it. You look away, I offend you. I have no right to tax your benevolence for others. But instead of showering favours upon me, so little would suffice for her. If she were but above positive want with that old man, she would not be happy without him safe in such a cottage as you give to your own peasants. I am a man, or shall be one soon. I can wrestle with the world and force my way somehow. But that delicate child, a village show or a beggar on the high road, no mother, no brother, no one, but that broken-down cripple leaning upon her arm as his crutch, I cannot bear to think of it. I am sure I shall meet her again somewhere. And when I do, may I not write to you, and will you not come to her help? Do speak, do say yes, Mr. D. The rich man's breast heaved slightly, he closed his eyes, but for a moment there was a short and sharp struggle with his better self, and the better self conquered. Let go my reins, see my horse puts down his ears, he may do you a mischief now, canter on, you shall be satisfied. Give me a moment, Toto, unbutton my coat, it is too tight for me. Chapter Roman 12. Guy Darrell gives way to an impulse, and quickly decides what he will do with it. Lionel Horton, said Guy Darrell, regaining his young cousin's side, and speaking in a firm and measured voice, I have to thank you for one very happy minute. The sight of a heart so fresh in the limpid purity of goodness is a luxury you cannot comprehend, till you have come to my age, journeyed like me from Dan to Beersheba, and found all barren. Heed me, if you had been half a dozen years older, and this child for whom you plead had been a fair young woman, perhaps just as innocent, just as charming, more in peril me benevolence, would have lain as dormant as a stone a young man's foolish sentiment. For a pretty girl as your true friend, I should have shrugged my shoulders and said, beware. Had I been your father, I should have taken alarm and frowned. I should have seen the sickly romance which ends in dupes and deceivers. But at your age, you hardy, genial and open-hearted boy, you caught, but by the chivalrous compassion for helpless female childhood, oh, that you were my son, oh, that my dear father's blood were in those knightly veins. I had a son once, God took him. The strong man's lips quivered, he hurried on. I felt there was manhood in you when you wrote to fling my churlish favours in my teeth, when you would have left my roof-tree in a burst of passion which might be foolish, but was nobler than the wisdom of calculating submission. Manhood, but only perhaps man's pride, as man's heart, not less cold than winter today. You have shown me something far better than pride, that nature which constitutes the heroic temperament is completed by two attributes: unflinching purpose, disinterested humanity. I know not yet. If you have the first, you reveal to me the second. Yes, I accept the duties you propose to me. I will do more than leave to you the chance of discovering this poor child. I will direct my solicitor to take the right steps to do so. I will see that she is safe from the ills you feel for her. Lionel Moore. Still I am impatient till I write to Mrs. Horton. I did her wrong, remember. I have never seen her. I resented in her the cause of my quarrel with your father, who was once dear to me. Enough of that. I disliked the tone of her letters to me. I disliked it in the mother of a boy who had Darrell blood. Other reasons too, let them pass. But in providing for your education, I certainly thought her relations provided for her support. She never asked me for help there, and judging of her hastily, I thought she would not have scrupled to do so if my help there had not been forestalled. You have made me understand her better, and at all events 3/4 of what we are in boyhood, most of us owe to our mothers. You are frank, fearless, affectionate, a gentleman. I respect the mother who has such a son. Certainly praise was rare upon Darrell's lips, but when he did praise, he knew how to do it, and no man will ever command others who has not by nature that gift. It cannot be learned. Art and experience can only refine its expression. Chapter Roman 13. He who sees his heir in his own child carries his eye over hopes and possessions lying far beyond his gravestone, viewing his life even here as a period. But closed with a comma, he who sees his heir in another man's child sees the full stop at the end of the sentence. Lionel's departure was indefinitely postponed. Nothing more was said of it. Meanwhile Darrell's manner towards him underwent a marked change. The previous indifference the rich kinsman had hitherto shown as to the boy's past life, and the peculiarities of his intellect and character, wholly vanished. He sought now, on the contrary, to plumb thoroughly the more depths which lurk in the nature of every human being, and which in Lionel were the more difficult to discern from the vivacity and candour which covered with so smooth and charming a surface a pride tremulously sensitive, and an ambition that startled himself in the hours when solitude and reverie reflect upon the visions of youth the giant outline of its own hopes. Darrell was not dissatisfied with the results of his survey, yet often, when perhaps most pleased, a shade would pass over his countenance, and had a woman who loved him been by to listen, she would have heard the short slight sigh which came and went too quickly for the duller sense of man's friendship to recognize it as the sound of sorrow. In Darrell himself, thus insensibly altered, Lionel daily discovered more to charm his interest and deepen his affection in this man's nature. There were indeed such wondrous undercurrents of sweetness, so suddenly gushing forth, so suddenly vanishing again, and exquisite in him, were the traits of that sympathetic tact which the world calls fine breeding, but which comes only from a heart at once chivalrous and tender, the more bewitching in Darrell from their contrast with a manner usually cold, and a bearing so stamped with masculine self-willed haughty power. Thus days went on, as if Lionel had become a very child of the house, but his sojourn was in truth drawing near to a close not less abrupt and unexpected than the turn in his host's humours to which he owed the delay of his departure. One bright afternoon, as Darrell was standing at the window of his private study, Fairthorn, who had crept in on some matter of business, looked at his countenance long and wistfully, and then, shambling up to his side, put one hand on his shoulder with a light timid touch, and pointing with the other to Lionel, who was lying on the grass in front of the casement, reading the Fairy Queen, said, "Why do you take him to your heart, if he does not comfort it?" Darrell winced and answered gently, "I did not know you were in the room, poor Fairthorn. Thank you. Thank Muhet for a kind thought. So then you like the boy?" "Mayn't I like him?" asked Fairthorn, looking rather frightened. "Surely you do." "Yes, I like him much. I am trying my best to love him." But Darrell turned quickly, and the portrait of his father over the mantelpiece came full upon his sight, an impressive, a haunting face, sweet and gentle, yet with the high narrow brow and arched nostril of pride, with restless melancholy eyes and an expression that revealed the delicacy of intellect, but not its power. There was something forlorn but imposing in the whole effigy. As you continued to look at the countenance, the mournful attraction grew upon you. Truly a touching and a most lovable aspect. Darrell's eyes moistened. "Yes, my father, it is so," he said softly. "All my sacrifices were in vain. The race is not to be rebuilt. No grandchild of yours will succeed me, the last of the old line. Fairthorn, how can I love that boy? He may be my heir, and in his veins not a drop of my father's blood. But he has the blood of your father's ancestors, and why must you think of him as your heir, who, if you would but go again into the world, might yet find a fair why?" With such a stamp came Darrell's foot upon the floor that the holy and conjugal monosyllable dropping from Fairthorn's lips was as much cut in two as if a shark had snapped it. Unspeakably frightened, the poor man sidled away, thrust himself behind a tall reading desk, and peering aslant from that covert whimpered out, Don't be so awful. I did not mean to offend, but I'm always saying something I did not mean, and really you look so young still," coaxingly. And Darrell, the burst of rage over, had sunk upon a chair, his face bowed over his hands, and his breast heaving as if with suppressed sobs. The musician forgot his fear. He sprang forward, almost upsetting the tall desk. He flung himself on his knees at Darrell's feet, and exclaimed in broken words, Master, forgive me, beast, that I was do look up to smile, or else beat mekick me." Darrell's right hand slid gently from his face and fell into Fairthorn's clasp. "Hush, hush," muttered the man of granite. "One moment, and it will be over." One moment that might be but a figure of speech, yet before Lionel had finished half the canto that was plunging him into fairyland, Darrell was standing by him with his ordinary tranquil mien, and Fairthorn's flute from behind the boughs of a neighbouring limit-tree was breathing out an air as dulcet as if careless fawns still piped in Arcady and grief, were a far dweller on the other side of the mountains, of whom shepherds reclining under summer leaves speak, as we speak of hydras and unicorns, and things in fable. On swelled the mellow witching music, and now the worn man with his secret sorrow, and the boy with his frank glad laugh, are passing away side by side over the turf with its starry and golden wildflowers under the boughs in yon druid copse, from which they start the ringed farther and farther still side by side, now out of sight as if the dense green of the summer had closed around them like waves. But still the flute sounds on, and still they hear it softer and softer as they go. Hark, do you not hear it you? Chapter Roman 14. There are certain events which to each man's life are as comets to the earth, seemingly strange and erratic portents, distinct from the ordinary lights which guide our course and mark our seasons. True to their own laws, potent in their own influences, philosophy speculates on their effects and disputes upon their uses. Men who do not philosophize regard them as special messengers and bodes of evil. They came out of the little park into a by-lane, a vast tract of common land yellow with firs, and undulated with swell and hollow, spreading in front to their right the dark beechwoods still beneath the weight of the July noon. Lionel had been talking about the fairy queen, knight-errantry, the sweet impossible dream life that safe from time glides by bower and hall through magic forests, and by witching eves in the world of poet books. And Darrell listened, and the flute notes mingled with the atmosphere faint and far off like voices from that world itself. Out then they came this broad waste land before them, and Lionel said merrily, "But this is the very scene here." The young knight, leaving his father's hall, would have checked his destrier, glancing wistfully now over that green wild, which seems so boundless now to the umbrageous horror of those breathless woodlands, and questioned himself which way to take for adventure. "Yes," said Darrell, coming out from his long reserve on all that concerned his past life. "Yes, and the gold of the gorse blossoms tempted me, and I took the waste land." He paused a moment and renewed, "And then when I had known cities and men, and snatched romance from dull matter-of-fact, then I would have done as civilization does with romance itself. I would have enclosed the waste land for my own aggrandizement. Look," he continued with a sweep of the hand round the width of prospect, "all that you see to the verge of the horizon some 14 years ago was to have been thrown into the pretty paddock we have just quitted and serve as park round the house. I was then building vanity of human wishes. What but the several proportions of their common folly distinguishes the baffled squire from the arrested conqueror? Man's characteristic cerebral organ must certainly be acquisitiveness. Was it his organ of acquisitiveness that moved Themistocles to boast that he could make a small state great? Well, remember, read ingeniously quoted, returned Darrell, with the polite bend of his stately head. "Yes, I suspect that the coveting organ had much to do with the boast to build a name, was the earliest dream of Themistocles, if we are to accept the anecdote. That makes him say the trophies of Miltiades would not suffer him to sleep. To build a name, or to create a fortune, are but varying applications of one human passion. The desire of something we have not is the first of our childish remembrances. It matters not what form it takes, what object it longs for, still it is to acquire it never deserts us while we live. And yet, if I might, I should like to ask what you now desire that you do not possess." "In nothing, but I spoke of the living. I am dead only," added Darrell with his silvery laugh. "I say as poor Chesterfield said before me, it is a secret, keep it." Lionel made no reply. The melancholy of the words saddened him, but Darrell's manner repelled the expression of sympathy or of interest, and the boy fell into conjecture what had killed to the world this man's intellectual life. And thus silently they continued to wander on, till the sound of the flute had long been lost to their ears. Was the musician playing still? At length they came round to the other end of Fawley village, and Darrell again became animated. "Perhaps," said he, returning to the subject of talk that had been abruptly suspended, "perhaps the love of power is at the origin of each restless courtship of fortune. Yet, after all, who has power with less alloy than the village thane? With so little effort, so little thought, the man in the manor house can make men in the cottage happier here below, and more fit for a hereafter yonder in leaving the world. I come from contest and pilgrimage, like our sires the Crusaders, to reign at home." As he spoke, he entered one of the cottages. An old paralytic man was seated by the fire, hot, though the July sun was out of doors, and his wife of the same age, and almost as helpless, was reading to him a chapter in the Old Testament, the 5th chapter in Genesis, containing the genealogy, age and death of the patriarchs before the flood. How the faces of the couple brightened When Darrell entered, Master Guy, said the old man tremulously, rising. The world-weary orator and lawyer was still Master Guy to him. Sit down, Matthew, and let me read you a chapter. Darrell took the holy book and read the Sermon on the Mount. Never had Lionel heard anything like that reading, the feeling which brought out the depth of the sense, the tones sweeter than the flute, which clothed the divine words in music. As Darrell ceased, some beauty seemed gone from the day. He lingered a few minutes talking kindly and familiarly, and then turned into another cottage where lay a sick woman. He listened to her ailments, promised to send her something to do her good from his own stores, cheered up her spirits, and leaving her happy, turned to Lionel with a glorious smile that seemed to ask, "And is there not power in this?" But it was the sad peculiarity of this remarkable man that all his moods were subject to rapid and seemingly unaccountable variations. It was as if some great blow had fallen on the mainspring of his organization, and left its original harmony broken up into fragments, each impressive in itself, but running one into the other with an abrupt discord, as a harp played upon by the winds. For after this evident effort at self-consolation or self-support, in soothing or strengthening others, suddenly Darrell's head fell again upon his breast, and he walked on up the village lane, heeding no longer either the open doors of expectant cottagers or the salutation of humble passers-by. "And I could have been so happy here," he said suddenly. "Can I not be so yet? I perhaps, when I am thoroughly old-teed to the world, but by the thread of an hour old men do seem happy behind them, all memories faint save those of childhood and sprightly youth before them, the narrow ford and the sun dawning up through the clouds on the other shore. Is the critical descent into age, in which man is surely most troubled, griefs gone still rankling, nor strength, yet in his limbs passion, yet in his heart reconciled, to what loom nearest in the prospect, armchair and the palsied head. Well, life is a quaint puzzle, bits the most incongruous join into each other, and the scheme thus gradually becomes symmetrical and clear, when lo, as the infant claps his hands and cries, "See, the puzzle is made out, all the pieces are swept back into the black box, with the gilded nails. Ho, Lionel, look up, there is our village church, and here close at my right the churchyard." Now, while Darrell and his young companion were directing their gaze to the right of the village lane, towards the small grey church, towards the sacred burial ground, in which here and there amongst humbler graves stood the monumental stone, inscribed to the memory of some former Darrell, for whose remains the living sod had been preferred to the family vault. While both slowly neared the funeral spot, and leaned silent and musing over the rail that fenced it from the animals turned to graze on the sward of the surrounding greener foottraveller, a stranger in the place loitered on the threshold of the small wayside, in about 50 yards off to the left of the lane, and looked hard at the still figures of the two kinsmen. Turning then to the hostess, who was standing somewhat within the threshold, a glass of brandy and water in her hand, the third glass that stranger had called for during his half-hours, "Rest in the hostelry," quoth the man. "The taller gentleman yonder is surely your squire, is he not? But who is the shorter and younger person?" The landlady put forth her head. "Oh, that is a relation of the squire down on a visit, sir. I heard coachmen say that the squire's taken to him hugely, and they do think at the whole that the young gentleman will be his heir." "Ah, indeed, his heir. What is the lad's name? What relation can he be to Mr. Darrell?" "I don't know what relation exactly, sir, but he is one of the Houghtons, and they've been kin to the Fawley folks time out of mind." "Houghton, aha, thank you, ma'am, change if you please." The stranger tossed off his dram and stretched his hand for his change. "Beg pardon, sir, but this must be foreign money," said the landlady, turning a 5-franc piece on her palm with suspicious curiosity. "Foreign, is it possible?" The stranger dived again into his pocket, and apparently with some difficulty hunted out half a crown. "6 pence more if you please, sir, 3 brandies and bread and cheese, and the ale too, sir." "How stupid I am! I thought that French coin was a 5-shilling piece. I fear I have no English money about me, but this half-crown, and I can't ask you to trust me as you don't know me." "Oh, sir, tea is all one. If you know the squire, you may be passing this way again." "I shall not forget my debt. When I do, you may be sure," said the stranger, and with a nod he walked away in the same direction as Darrell and Lionel had already taken, through a turnstile, by a public path that, skirting the churchyard and the neighbouring parsonage, led along a cornfield to the domains of Fawley. The path was narrow, the corn rising on either side, so that 2 persons could not well walk abreast. Lionel was some paces in advance. Darrell, walking slow, the stranger followed at a distance once or twice. He quickened his pace as if resolved to overtake Darrell, then apparently his mind misgave him, and he again fell back. There was something furtive and sinister about the man. Little could be seen of his face, for he wore a large hat of foreign make slouched deep over his brow, and his lips and jaw were concealed by a dark and full moustache, and beard. As much of the general outline of the countenance as remained distinguishable was nevertheless decidedly handsome, but a complexion naturally rich in colour seemed to have gained the heated look, which comes with the earlier habits of intemperance before it fades into the leaden hues of the later. His dress bespoke pretension to a certain rank, but its component parts were strangely elassorted out of date, and out of repair pearl-coloured trousers with silk braids down their sides brodequins to match Parisian fashion 3 years back. But the trousers shabby, the braiding discoloured the brodequins in holes, the coatants, a black evening dress coat off, a cut a year or two anterior to that of the trousers, satin facing cloth, napless satin, stained over all, a sort of summer travelling cloak, or rather large cape of a waterproof silk, once the extreme mode with the lions of the Chaussee d'Autin, whenever they ventured to rove to Swiss cantons or German spas, but which, from a certain dainty effeminacy in its shape and texture, required the minutest elegance in the general costume of its wearer, as well as the cleanliest purity in itself, worn by this traveller, and well-nigh worn out too. The cape became a finery mournful as a tattered pennon over a wreck. Yet in spite of this dress, however unbecoming, shabby, obsolete, a second glance could scarcely fail to note the wearer as a man wonderfully well-shaped, tall, slender in the waist, long of limb, but with a girth of chest that showed immense power, one of those rare figures that a female eye would admire for grace, a recruiting sergeant for athletic strength. But still, the man's whole bearing and aspect, even apart from the dismal incongruities of his attire, which gave him the air of a beggared spendthrift, marred the favourable effect that physical comeliness in itself produces. Difficult to describe, how difficult to say why, but there is a look which a man gets, and a gait which he contracts when the rest of mankind cut him, and this man had that look and that gait. So muttered the stranger, that boy his air, so how can I get to speak to him in his own house? He would not see me, it must be as now in the open air, but how catch him alone? And to lurk in the inn in his own village perhaps for a date or watch, an occasion impossible besides. Where is the money for it? Courage. He quickened his pace, pushed back his hat. Courage, why not now or never? While the man thus mutteringly soliloquized, Lionel had reached the gate which opened into the grounds of folly, just in the rear of the little lake. Over the gate he swung himself lightly, and turning back to Darrell cried, "Here is the doe waiting to welcome you." Just as Darrell, scarcely heeding the exclamation, and with his musing eyes on the ground, approached the gate, a respectful hand opened it wide, a submissive head bowed low, a voice artificially soft faltered forth words broken and indistinct, but of which those most audible were, "Pardon me, something to communicate important, hear me." Darrell started just as the traveller almost touched him, started, recoiled, as one on whose path rises a wild beast. His bended head became erect, haughty, indignant, defying, but his cheek was pale, and his lip quivered. "You hear you in England at folly? You presume to accost me, you Surrey." Lionel just caught the sound of the voice as the doe had come timidly up to him. He turned round sharply, and beheld Darrell's stern, imperious countenance, on which stern and imperious, though it was a hasty glance, could discover at once a surprise that almost bordered upon fear of the stranger, still holding the gate. He saw but the back, and his voice he did not hear, though by the man's gesture he was evidently replying. Lionel paused a moment irresolute, but as the man continued to speak, he saw Darrell's face grow paler and paler, and in the impulse of a vague alarm he hastened towards him, but just within 3 feet of the spot, Darrell arrested his steps. "Go home, Lionel, this person would speak to me in private." Then in a lower tone he said to the stranger, "Close the gate, so you are standing upon the land of my fathers, if you would speak with me this way." And brushing through the corn, Darrell strode towards a patch of waste land that adjoined the field. The man followed him, and both passed from Lionel's eyes. The doe had come to the gate to greet her master. She now rested her nostrils on the bar with a look disappointed and plaintive. "Come," said Lionel, "come." The doe would not stir. So the boy walked on alone, not much occupied with what had just passed. Doubtless, thought he, some person in the neighbourhood upon country business. He skirted the lake, and seated himself on a garden bench near the house. What did he there think? Of who knows, perhaps of the great world, perhaps of little Sophie. Time fled on, the sun was receding in the west, when Darrell hurried past him without speaking and entered the house. The host did not appear at dinner, nor all that evening. Mr. Mills made an excuse. Mr. Darrell did not feel very well. Fairthorn had Lionel all to himself, and having within the last few days re-indulged in open cordiality to the young guest, he was especially communicative that evening. He talked much on Darrell, and with all the affection that in spite of his fear the poor flute player felt for his ungracious patron, he told many anecdotes of the stern man's tender kindness to all that came within its sphere. He told also anecdotes more striking of the kind man's sternness, where some obstinate prejudice, some ruling passion made him granite. Lord, my dear young sir, said Fairthorn, be his most bitter open enemy, and fall down in the mire, the first hand to help you would be Guy Darrell's, but be his professed friend, and betray him to the worth of a straw, and never try to see his face again, if you are wiseth most forgiving, and the least forgiving of human beings. But the study door noiselessly opened, and Darrell's voice called out, Fairthorn, let me speak with you. Chapter Roman 15. Every street has two sides, the shady side, and the sunny. When two men shake hands and part, mark which of the two takes the sunny side, he will be the younger man of the two. The next morning neither Darrell nor Fairthorn appeared at breakfast, but as soon as Lionel had concluded that meal, Mr. Mills informed him with customary politeness that Mr. Darrell wished to speak with him in the study across the threshold, of which Lionel had never yet set footstep. He entered it now with a sentiment of mingled curiosity, and or nothing in it remarkable save the portrait of the host's father over the mantelpiece, books, strewed tables, chairs, and floors in the disorder loved by habitual students. Near the window was a glass bowl containing goldfish, and close by, in its cage, a singing bird. Darrell might exist without companionship in the human species, but not without something which he protected and cherished, a bird, even a fish. Darrell looked really ill, his keen eye was almost dim, and the lines in his face seemed deeper, but he spoke with his usual calm, passionless melody of voice. Yes, he said in answer to Lionel's really anxious inquiry, I am Roman 99. Idle persons like me give way to illness. When I was a busy man I never did, and then illness gave way to me. My general plans are thus, if not actually altered, at least hurried to their consummation sooner than I expected. Before you came here I told you to come soon, or you might not find me. I meant to go abroad this summer. I shall now start at once. I need the change of scene, and ere you will return to London today. Today you are not angry with me? Angry boy and Cassino, resumed Darrell in a tone of unusual tenderness, angraphy, but since the parting must be tea, is well to abridge the pain of long farewell, you must wish too to see your mother, and thank her for rearing you up so that you may step from poverty into ease with a head erect. You will give to Mrs. Houghton this letter for yourself. Your inclinations seem to tend towards the army, but before you decide on that career, I should like you to see something more of the world. Call tomorrow on Colonel Morley in Curzon Street. This is his address. He will receive by today's post a note from me, requesting him to advise you follow his counsels. In what belongs to the world he is a man of the world, a distant connection of mine, who will be kind to you for my sake. Is there more to say? Yes, it seems an ungracious speech, but I should speak it. Consider yourself sure from me of an independent income. Never let idle sycophants lead you into extravagance, by telling you that you will have more, but indulge not the expectation, however plausible, that you will be my heir. Mr. Darrell, sir. Hush, the expectation would be reasonable, but I am a strange being. I might marry again, have heirs of my own, sir. Why not? Darrell spoke these last words almost fiercely, and fixed his eyes on Lionel as he repeated why not, but seeing that the boy's face evinced no surprise, the expression of his own relaxed, and he continued calmly enough, what I have thus rudely said was kindly meant. It is a treason to a young man to let him count on a fortune which at last is left away from him. Now, Lionel, go enjoy your spring of life, go hopeful and light-hearted. If sorrow reach you, battle with it. If error mislead you, come fearlessly to me for counsel. Why, boy, what is this? Dears, tut tut. It is your goodness, faltered Lionel. I cannot help it, and is there nothing I can do for you in return? Yes, much. Keep your name free from stain, and your heart open to such noble emotions as awaken tears like those are. By the by, I heard from my lawyer today about your poor little protégé, not found yet, but he seems sanguine of quick success. You shall know the moment I hear more. You will write to me then, sir, and I may write to you as often as you please. Always direct to me here. Shall you be long abroad? Darrell's brows met. I don't know, said he curtly. Adieu. He opened the door as he spoke. Lionel looked at him with wistful, yearning, filial affection through his swimming eyes. God bless you, sir, he murmured simply, and passed away. That blessing should have come from me, said Darrell to himself, as he turned back and stood on his solitary hearth. But they on whose heads I once poured a blessing, where are they? Where? And that man's tale, reviving the audacious fable which the other and I verily believed the less guilty knave of the two sought to palm on me years ago. Stop. Let me weigh well what he said if it were true, oh shame, shame. Folding his arms tightly on his breast, Darrell paced the room with slow, measured strides, pondering deeply. He was indeed seeking to suppress feeling and to exercise only judgment, and his reasoning process seemed at length fully to satisfy him, for his countenance gradually cleared, and a triumphant smile passed across it, certainly a palpable and gross lie. It must, and shall be, never will I accept it as truth, father, looking full at the portrait over the mantelshelf. Father, fear not, never, never. Book Roman 3, chapter Roman 1. Certes the lizard is a shy and timorous creature. He runs into chinks and crannies if you come too near to him, and sheds his very tail for fear if you catch it by the tip. He has not his being in good society, no one cages him, no one pets, he is an idle vagrant. But when he steals through the green herbage and basks unmolested in the sun, he crowds perhaps as much enjoyment into one summer as a parrot, however pampered and erudite, spreads over a whole drawing grim life spent in saying how d'ye do and pretty Pole. On that dull and sombre summer morning, in which the grandfather and grandchild departed from the friendly roof of Mr. Merrill, very dull and very sombre were the thoughts of little Sophie. She walked slowly behind the grey cripple, who had need to lean so heavily on his staff, and her eye had not even a smile for the golden buttercups that glittered on dewy meads alongside the barren road. Thus had they proceeded apart and silent, till they had passed the second milestone, their waif rousing from his own reveries, which were perhaps yet more dreary than those of the dejected child, halted abruptly, passed his hand once or twice rapidly over his forehead, and turning round to Sophie, looked into her face with great kindness, as she came slowly to his side. "You are sad, little one," said he. "Very sad, Grandy. And displeased with me, yes, displeased that I have taken you suddenly away from the pretty young gentleman who was so kind to you, without encouraging the chance that you were to meet with him again." "It was not like you, Grandy," answered Sophie, and her underlip slightly pouted, while the big tears swelled to her eye. "True," said the vagabond, "anything resembling common sense is not like me, but don't you think that I did what I felt was best for you? Must I not have some good cause for it, whenever I have the heart deliberately to vex you?" Sophie took his hand and pressed it, but she could not trust herself to speak, for she felt that at such effort she would have burst out into hearty crying. Then Waif proceeded to utter many of those wise sayings old as the hills, and as high above our sorrows as hills are from the valley in which we walk. He said how foolish it was to unsettle the mind by preposterous fancies and impossible hopes. The pretty young gentleman could never be anything to her, nor she to the pretty young gentleman. It might be very well for the pretty young gentleman to promise to correspond with her, but as soon as he returned to his friends, he would have other things to think of, and she would soon be forgotten, while she, on the contrary, would be thinking of him and the Thames and the butterflies, and find hard life still more irksome. Of all this and much more in the general way of consolers, who set out on the principle that grief is a matter of logic, did gentleman Waif deliver himself with a vigour of ratiocination, which admitted of no reply, and conveyed not a particle of comfort. And feeling this, that great actor not that he was acting, then suddenly stopped, clasped the child in his arms, and murmured in broken accents, "But if I see you thus cast down, I shall have no strength left to hobble on through the world, and the sooner I lie down, and the dust is shovelled over me, why the better for you, for it seems that heaven sends you friends, and I tear you from them." And then Sophie fairly gave way to her sobs. She twined her little arms round the old man's neck, convulsively kissed his rough face with imploring pathetic fondness, and forced out through her tears, "Don't talk so, I've been ungrateful and wicked. I don't care for anyone but my own dear, dear Grandy." After this little scene, they both composed themselves, and felt much lighter of heart. They pursued their journey no longer apart, but side by side, and the old man leaning though very lightly on the child's arm, but there was no immediate reaction from gloom to gaiety. Waif began talking in softened undertones, and vaguely of his own past afflictions, and partial as was the reference, how vast did the old man's sorrows seem beside the child's regrets, and yet he commented on them, as if rather in pitying her state than grieving for his own. "Are at your age, my darling, I had not your troubles and hardships, I had not to trudge these dusty roads on foot, with a broken-down good-for-nothing scatterling. I trod rich carpets, and slept under silken curtains. I took the air in gay carriages, I such a scapegrace. And you little child, you so good, all gone, all melted away from me, and not able now to be sure that you will have a crust of bread this day week." "Oh yes, I shall have bread, and you too, Grandy," cried Sophie with cheerful voice. "It was you who taught me to pray to God, and said that in all your troubles God had been good to you, And he has been so good to me since I prayed to him, for I have no dreadful Mrs. Crane to beat me now, and say things more hard to bear than beating, and you have taken me to yourself. How I prayed for that, and I take care of you too, Grandadaunt. I prayed for that too. And as to carriages, added Sophie with superb air, I don't care if I am never in a carriage as long as I live, and you know I have been in a van which is bigger than a carriage, and I didn't like that at all. But how came people to behave so ill to you, Grandy? I never said people behaved ill to me, Sophie. Did not they take away the carpets and silk curtains, and all the fine things you had as a little boy? I don't know, replied Waif with a puzzled look, that people actually took them away, but they melted away. However, I had much still to be thankful, for I was so strong, and had such high spirits, Sophie, and found people not behaving ill to me, quite the contrary, so kind. I found no crane she monster, as you did, my little angel, such prospects before me if I had walked straight towards them. But I followed my own fancy, which led me zigzag, and now that I would stray back into the high road, you see before you a man whom a justice of the peace could send to the treadmill for presuming to live without a livelihood. Sophie, not without a livelihood. What did you call it? Independent income. That is the £3, Grandy. Waif, admiringly sensible child, that is true. Yes, heaven is very good to me still. What signifies fortune? How happy I was with my dear Lizzie, and yet no two persons could live more from hand to mouth. Sophie, rather jealous Lizzie. Waif, with moistened eyes and looking down, my wife, she was only spared to me 2 years, such sunny years, and how grateful I ought to be that she did not live longer. She was saved such shame and misery. A long pause. Waif resumed with a rush from memory, as if plucking himself from the claws of a harpy. What's the good of looking back? A man's gone self is a dead thing. It is not tramping this road with you to lean upon whom I see, when I would turn to look behind on that which I once was, it is another being defunct and buried, and when I say to myself that being did so, and so it is like reading an epitaph on a tombstone, so at last, solitary and hopeless, I came back to my own land, and I found your blessing greater than I had ever dared to count on. And how was I to maintain you and take you from that long-nosed alligator called Crane, and put you in womanly gentle hands, for I never thought then of subjecting you to all you have since undergone with me, I, who did not know one useful thing in life, by which a man can turn a penny, and then as I was all alone in a village alehouse on my way back from it, does not signify from what or from whence, but I was disappointed, and despairing, Providence mercifully threw in my way Mr. Rugg, and ordained me to be of great service to that ruffian, and that ruffian of great use to me. Sophie, how was that? Waif, it was fair time in the village, wherein I stopped, and Rugg's principal actor was taken off by delirium tremens, which is Latin for a disease common to men who eat little, and drink much. Rugg came into the alehouse bemoaning his loss. A bright thought struck me. Once in my day I had been used to acting. I offered to try my chance on Mr. Rugg's stage. He caught at me, I at him. I succeeded. We came to terms, and my little Sophie was thus taken from that ringleted crocodile, and placed with Christian females who wore caps and read their Bible. Is not heaven good to us, Sophie, and to me too, such a scamp? And you did all that, suffered all that for my sake? Suffered, but I liked it, and besides I must have done something, and there were reasons. In short, I was quite happy. No, not actually happy, but comfortable and merry. Providence gives thick hides to animals that must exist in cold climates, and to the man whom it reserves for sorrow Providence gives a coarse jovial temper. Then, when by a mercy I was saved from what I most disliked and dreaded, and never would have thought of, but that I fancied it might be a help to you, I mean the London staging, had that bad accident on the railway. How did it end? Oh, in saving you. And Waif closed his eyes, and shuddered. In saving your destiny from what might be much worse for you, body and soul, than the worst that has happened to you with me. And so we have been thrown together, and so you have supported me, and so when we could exist without Mr. Rugg, Providence got rid of him for us, and so we are now walking along the high road, and through yonder trees you can catch a peep of the roof under which we are about to rest for a while, and there you will learn what I have done with the £3. It is not the spotted boy, Grandy. No, said Waif, sighing, the spotted boy is a handsome income, but let us only trust in Providence, and I should not wonder if our new acquisition proved a monstrous piece of good fortune. Chapter II. The investment revealed. Gentleman Waif passed through a turnstile down a narrow lane, and reached a solitary cottage. He knocked at the door. An old peasant woman opened it, and dropped him a civil courtesy. Indeed, sir, I am glad you are come. I see most afeard he be dead. Dead, exclaimed Waif. Oh, Sophie, if he should be dead. Who? Waif did not heed the question. What makes you think him dead? Said he, fumbling in his pockets, from which he at last produced a key. You have not been disobeying my strict orders, and tampering with the door. Lor love you no, sir, but he made such a noise at fust awful, and now he's as still as a corpse, and I did peep through the keyhole, and he was stretched stark. Hunger perhaps, said the comedian. Tea is his way, when he has been kept fasting much over his usual hours. Follow me, Sophie. He put aside the woman, entered the sanded kitchen, ascended a stair that led from it, and Sophie following stopped at a door and listened, not a sound. Timidly he unlocked the portals and crept in, when suddenly such a rush, such a spring, and a mass of something vehement yet soft, dingy yet whitish, whirled past the actor, and came pounce against Sophie, who therewith uttered a shriek. Stop him, for heaven's sake, cried Waif. Shut the door, belowses him downstairs. However went the mass, and downstairs, after it hobbled Waif, returning in a few moments, with the recaptured and mysterious fugitive there. He cried triumphantly to Sophie, who, standing against the wall with her face buried in her frock, long refused to look up at him as a lamb and knows me see. He seated himself on the floor, and Sophie, hesitatingly opening her eyes, beheld, gravely gazing at her, from under a profusion of shaggy locks, an enormous Chapter Roman 3 denouement. Poodle. Chapter Roman 4 zoology in connection with history. Walk to that young lady, sir, walk. I say. The poodle slowly rose on his hind legs, and with an aspect inexpressibly solemn, advanced towards Sophie, who hastily receded into the room in which the creature had been confined. Make a bonoa bow, sir, that is right. You can shake hands another time. Run down, Sophie, and ask for his dinner. Yes, that I will, and Sophie flew down the stairs. The dog, still on his hind legs, stood in the centre of the floor, dignified, but evidently expectant. That will do. Lie down and die this moment, sir. The dog stretched himself out, closed his eyes, and to all appearance gave up the ghost a most splendid investment, said Waif with enthusiasm. And upon the whole, clog cheap, ho, you are not to bring up his dinner. It is not you who are to make friends with the dog. It is my little girl. Send her up, Sophie. She be fritted, sir, said the woman, holding a plate of canine comestibles, but locks are bent, he really dead. Sophie. Please let me stay here, Grandy, said Sophie's voice from the foot of the stairs. Nonsense, it is 16 hours since he has had a morsel to eat, and he will never bite the hand that feeds him. Now come up, I say. Sophie slowly reascended, and Waif, summoning the poodle to life, insisted upon the child's feeding him, and indeed when that act of charity was performed, the dog evinced his gratitude by a series of unsophisticated bounds and waggings of the tail, which gradually removed Sophie's apprehensions, and laid the foundation for that intimate friendship which is the natural relation between child and dog. And how did you come by him? Asked Sophie, and is this really their investment? Shut the door carefully, but see first that the woman is not listening. Lie down, sir, there, at the feet of the young lady. Good dog. How did I come by him? I will tell you. The first day we arrived at the village, which we have just left, I went into the tobacconist's while I was buying my ounce of canaster. That dog entered the shop. In his mouth was a sixpence wrapped in paper. He lifted himself on his hind legs, and laid his missive on the counter. The shopwoman, you know, her Mrs. Traylon, folded the paper, and read the order. Clever dog that, sir, said she to fetch and carry. Said I indifferently, more than that, sir. You shall see. The order is for 2 pennorth of snuff. The dog knows he is to take back 4pence. I will give him a penny short. So she took the 6pence, and gave the dog 3pence out of it. The dog shook his head and looked gravely into her face. That's all y'all get, said she. The dog shook his head again, and tapped his paw once on the counter, as much as to say, I am not to be done a penny more, if you please. If y'all not take that, you shall have nothing, said Mrs. Trail, and she took back the 3pence. Dear, and what did the dog do? Then snarl or bite? Not so. He knew he was in his rights, and did not lower himself by showing bad temper. The dog looked quietly round, saw a basket, which contained 2 or 3 pounds of candles, lying in a corner for the shop boy to take to some customer, took up the basket in his mouth, and turned tail, as much as to say tit for tat. Then he understood, you see, what is called the law of reprisals come back. This moment, cried Mrs. Trail. The dog walked out of the shop. Then she ran after him, and counted the 4pence before him, on which he dropped the basket, picked up the right change, and went off demurely. To whom does that poodle belong? Said Roman. One, to a poor drunken man, said Mrs. Trail. I wish it was in better hands. So do I, Mom answered. I did. He teach it? No, it was taught by his brother, who was an old soldier, and died in his house 2 weeks ago. It knows a great many tricks, and is quite young. It might make a fortune as a show, sir. So I was thinking. I inquired the owner's address, called on him, and found him disposed to sell the dog, but he asked L3 a sum that seemed out of the question. Then still I kept the dog in my eye cold every day to make friends with it, and ascertain its capacities, and at last, thanks to you, Sophie, I bought the dog, and what is more, as soon as I had 2 golden sovereigns to show, I got him for that sum, and we have still L1 left besides small savings from our lost salaries to go to the completion of his education, and the advertisement of his merits. I kept this a secret from Mirlifram, all I would not even let the drunken owner know where I took the dog to yesterday. I brought him here where I learned in the village there were 2 rooms to let, locked him up, and my story is told.
But why keep it such a secret?
Because I don't want Rugg to trace us, he might do one a mischief, because I have a grand project of genteel position, and high prices for the exhibition of that dog. And why should it be known where we come from or what we were, and because if the owner knew where to find the dog he might decoy it back from us. Luckily, he had not made the dog so fond of him, but what unless it be decoyed it will accustom itself to us, and now I propose that we should stay a week or so here and devote ourselves exclusively to developing the native powers of this gifted creature. Get out the dominoes.
What is his name?
That is the first consideration. What shall be his name?
Has he not one already?
Yes, trivial and unattractive Mop in private life. It might pass, but in public life give a dog a bad name, and hang him Mop indeed. Therewith Mop, considering himself, appealed to Rose and stretched himself.
Right, said gentleman Waif, stretch yourself, you decidedly require it.
Chapter Roman 5 Mop becomes a personage. Much thought is bestowed on the verbal dignities without which a personage would become a Mop. The importance of names is apparent in all history. If Augustus had called himself King, Rome would have risen against him as a Tarquin. So he remained a simple equestrian, and modestly called himself Imperator. Mop chooses his own title in a most mysterious manner,
and ceases to be Mop.
The first noticeable defect in your name of Mop, said gentleman Waif, is, as you yourself denote, the want of elongation. Monosyllables are not imposing, and in striking compositions, their meaning is elevated by periphrasis. That is to say, Sophie, that what before was a short truth an elegant author elaborates into a long stretch.
Certainly, said Sophie thoughtfully, I don't think the name of Mop would draw still. He is very like a Mop.
For that reason the name degrades him the more, and lowers him from an intellectual phenomenon to a physical attribute, which is vulgar. I hope that dog will enable us to rise in the scale of being, for whereas we in acting could only command a 3-penny audience, a reserved seats a shilling, may aspire to half-crowns and dress-boxes, that is if we can hit on a name which inspires respect. Now, although the dog is big, it is not by his size that he is to become famous, or we might call him Hercules or Goliath, neither is it by his beauty, or Adonis would not be unsuitable, it is by his superior sagacity and wisdom, and there I am puzzled to find his prototype amongst mortals, for perhaps it may be my ignorance of history.
You ignorant indeed, grandfather.
But considering the innumerable millions who have lived on the earth, it is astonishing how few I can call to mind, who have left behind them a proverbial renown for wisdom. There is indeed Solomon, but he fell off at the last, and as he belongs to sacred history, we must not take a liberty with his name. Who is there very, very wise besides Solomon? Think, Sophie. Profane history.
Sophie, after a musing pause. Puss in Boots.
Well, he was wise, but then he was not human, he was a cat. Socrates. Shall we call him Socrates? Socrates.
Sophie, Socrates. Mop yond.
Waif, he don't take to Socrates. Brissy.
Sophie, Mr. Merrill's book about the brazen head Friar Bacon, he must have been very wise.
Waif, not bad mysterious, but not recondite historical, yet familiar. What does Mop say to it? Friar Bacon, Sir Friar.
Sophie, coaxingly, Friar.
Mop, evidently conceiving that appeal is made to some other personage, canine or human, not present, rouses up, walks to the door, smells at the chink, returns, shakes his head, and rests on his haunches, eyeing his 2 friends superciliously.
Sophie, he does not take to that name.
Waif, he has his reasons for it, and indeed there are many worthy persons who disapprove of anything that savours of magical practices. Mop intimates that on entering public life, one should beware of offending the respectable prejudices of a class.
Mr. Waif, then once more resorting to the recesses of scholastic memory,
plucked therefrom somewhat by the head, and shoulders sundry names reverenced in a bygone age. He thought of the 7 wise men of Greece, but could only recall the nomenclature of 2 out of Thevina, sad proof of the distinction between collegiate fame and popular renown. He called Thales, he called Bion Mop, made no response. Wonderful intelligence, said Waif. He knows that Thales and Bion would not drow obsolete. Mop was equally mute to Aristotle. He pricked up his cars at Plato perhaps, because the sound was not wholly dissimilar from that of Ponto, a name of which he might have had vague reminiscences, the Romans not having cultivated an original philosophy, though they contrived to produce great men without it. Waif passed by that perished people he crossed to China, and tried Confucius. Mop had evidently never heard of him. I am at the end of my list, so far as the wise men are concerned, said Waif, wiping his forehead. If Mop were to distinguish himself by valor, one would find heroes by the dozen: Achilles and Hector and Julius Caesar, and Pompey and Bonaparte, and Alexander the Great and the Duke of Marlborough. Or if he wrote poetry we could fit him to a hair, but wise men certainly are scarce. And when one has hit on a wise man's name, it is so little known to the vulgar that it would carry no more weight with it than Spot or Toby, but necessarily some name the dog must have and take to sympathetically. Sophie meanwhile had extracted the dominoes from Waif's bundle, and with the dominoes an alphabet and a multiplication table in printed capitals. As the comedian's one eye rested upon the last, he exclaimed, "But after all, Mop's great strength will probably be in arithmetic, and the science of numbers is the root of all wisdom. Besides, every man high and low wants to make a fortune, and associations connected with addition and multiplication are always pleasing. Who then is the sage at computation? Most universally known, unquestionably, Cocker. He must take to that, Cocker, Cocker, commandingly Cocker, with persuasive sweetness." Mop looked puzzled. He put his head first on one side, then on the other. Sophie, with mellifluous endearment, Cocker, good Cocker, Cocker dear. Both Cocker, Cocker, Cocker. Excited and bewildered, Mop put up his head, and gave vent to his perplexities in a long and lugubrious howl, to which certainly none who heard it could have desired addition or multiplication. "Stop this instant, sir, stop, I shoot you, you are dead." Waif adjusted his staff to his shoulder gunwise, and at the word of command down Mop was on his side, stiff and lifeless still. Said Waif, "A name connected with profound calculation would be the most appropriate, for instance, Sir Isaac." Before the comedian could get out the word Newton, Mop had sprung to his 4 feet, and with wagging tail and wriggling back, evinced a sense of beatified recognition. "Astounding," said Waif, "rather odd. Can it be the name impossible, Sir Isaac, Sir Isaac?" "Bow wow," answered Mop joyously. "If there be any truth in the doctrine of metempsychosis," faltered Gentleman Waif, "if the great Newton could have transmigrated into that incomparable animal Newton to that name." Mop made no obeisance, but evidently still restless walked round the room, smelling at every corner, and turning to look back with inquisitive earnestness at his new master. "He does not seem to catch at the name of Newton," said Waif, trying it thrice again, and vainly, "and yet he seems extremely well versed in the principle of gravity, Sir Isaac." The dog bounded towards him, put his paws on his shoulder, and licked his face. "Just cut out those figures carefully, my dear, and see if we can get him to tell us how much twice 10 are. I mean by addressing him as Sir Isaac." Sophie cut the figures from the multiplication table, and arranged them at Waif's instruction in a circle on the floor. "Now, Sir Isaac." Mop lifted a paw, and walked deliberately round the letters. "Now, Sir Isaac, how much are 10 times 2? Mop deliberately made his survey and calculation, and pausing at 20 stooped, and took the letters in his mouth. "It is not natural," cried Sophie, much alarmed. "It must be wicked, and I'd rather have nothing to do with it, please." Silly child, he was but obeying my sign. He had been taught that trick already under the name of Mop. The only strange thing is that he should do it also under the name of Sir Isaac, and much more cheerfully too. However, whether he has been the great Newton or not, a live dog is better than a dead lion, but it is clear that in acknowledging the name of Sir Isaac, he does not encourage us to take that of Newton, and he is right, for it might be thought unbecoming to apply to an animal however extraordinary, who by the severity of fortune is compelled to exhibit his talents for a small pecuniary reward. The family name of so great a philosopher, Sir Isaac, after all is a vague appellation. Any dog has a right to be Sir Isaac Newton may be left conjectural. Let us see if we can add to our arithmetical information. Look at me, Sir Isaac." Sir Isaac looked and grinned affectionately, and under that title learned a new combination with a facility that might have relieved Sophie's mind of all superstitious belief that the philosopher was resuscitated in the dog, had she known that in life that great master of calculations, the most abstruse, could not accurately cast up a simple sum in addition, Nothing brought him to the end of his majestic tether like Dart, and carry one notable type of our human incompleteness, where men might deem our studies had made us most complete notable type too of that grandest order of all human genius, which seems to arrive at results by intuition, which a child might pose by a row of figures on a slate, while it is solving the laws that link the stars to infinity. But revenants and nos mutans, what was the astral attraction that incontestably bound the reminiscences of Mop to the cognominal distinction of Sir Isaac? I had prepared a very erudite and subtle treatise upon this query, enlivened by quotations from the ancient mystics such as Iamblichus and Proclus, as well as by a copious reference to the doctrine of the more modern spiritualists from Sir Kenelm Digby and Swedenborg to Monsieur Carhagnet and Judge Edwards. It was to be called Inquiry into the Law of Affinities by Philimopsos, when, unluckily for my treatise, I arrived at the knowledge of a fact which, though it did not render the treatise less curious, knocked on the head the theory upon which it was based. The baptismal name of the old soldier Mop's first proprietor and earliest preceptor was Isaac, and his master being called in the homely household by that Christian name, the sound had entered into Mop's youngest and most endeared associations. His canine affections had done much towards ripening his scholastic education, whereas Isaac, call Isaac, fetch Isaac his hat, etc., stilled, was that name when the old soldier died. But when heard again, Mop's heart was moved, and in missing the old master, he felt more at home with the new. As for the title, sir, it was a mere expletive in his ears. Such was the fact, and such the deduction to be drawn from it. Not that it will satisfy every one. I know that philosophers who deny all that they have not witnessed, and refuse to witness what they resolve to deny, will reject the story in toto, and will prove by reference to their own dogs that a dog never recognizes the name of his master, never yet could be taught arithmetic. I know also that there are mystics who will prefer to believe that Mop was in direct spiritual communication with unseen Isaacs, or in a state of clairvoyance, or under the influence of the Arctic fluid. But did we ever yet find in human reason a question with only one side to it? Is not truth a polygon? Have not sages arisen in our day to deny even the principle of gravity, for which we bad been so long contentedly taking the word of the great Sir Isaac? It is that blessed spirit of controversy which keeps the world going, and it is that which perhaps explains why Mr. Waif, when his memory was fairly put to it, could remember out of the history of the myriads who have occupied our planet from the date of Adam to that in which I now write, so very few men whom the world will agree to call wise, and out of that very few, so scant a percentage with names sufficiently known to make them more popularly significant of preeminent sagacity than if they had been called Mops. Chapter Romans 6. The vagrant, having got his dog, proceeds to hunt fortune with it, leaving behind him a trap to catch rats. What the trap does catch is just like his luck. Sir Isaac, to designate him by his new name, improved much upon acquaintance. He was still in the ductile season of youth, and took to learning as an amusement to himself. His last master, a stupid sot, had not gained his affections, and perhaps even the old soldier, though gratefully remembered and mourned, had not stolen into his innermost heart, as Waif and Sophie gently contrived to do. In short, in a very few days, he became perfectly accustomed and extremely attached to them. When Waif had ascertained the extent of his accomplishments and added somewhat to their range in matters which cost no great trouble, he applied himself to the task of composing a little drama which might bring them all into more interesting play, and in which, though Sophie and himself were performers, the dog had the premier rôle. And as soon as this was done, and the dog's performances thus ranged into methodical order and sequence, he resolved to set off to a considerable town at some distance, and to which Mr. Rugg was no visitor. His bill at the cottage made but slight inroad into his pecuniary resources, for in the intervals of leisure from his instructions to Sir Isaac, Waif had performed various little services to the lone widow with whom they lodged, which Mrs. Saunders, such was her name, insisted upon regarding as money's worth. He had repaired and regulated to a minute an old clock, which had taken no note of time for the last 3 years. He had mended all the broken crockery by some cement of his own invention, and for which she got him the materials, and here his ingenuity was remarkable, for when there was only a fragment to be found of a cup, and a fragment or two of a saucer, he united them both into some pretty form, which, if not useful, at all events looked well on a shelf. He bound in smart showy papers sundry tattered old books which had belonged to his landlady's defunct husband, a Scotch gardener, and which he displayed on a side table under the Japan tea tray. More than all, he was of service to her in her vocation, for Mrs. Saunders eked out a small pension which she derived from the affectionate providence of her Scotch husband in ensuring his life in her favour, be the rearing and sale of poultry, and Waif, saved her the expense of a carpenter by the construction of a new coop elevated above the reach of the rats, who had hitherto made sad ravage amongst the chickens, while he confided to her certain secrets in the improvement of breed and the cheaper processes of fattening, which excited her gratitude no less than her wonder. The fact is, said Gentleman Waif, that my life has known makeshifts once in a foreign country. I kept poultry upon the principle that the poultry should keep me. Strange it was to notice such versatility of invention, such readiness of resource, such familiarity with divers nooks and crannies in the practical experience of life, in a man now, so hard put to it for a livelihood. There are persons, however, who might have a good stock of talent, if they did not turn it all into small change, and you, reader, know as well as I do that when a sovereign or a shilling is once broken into the change scatters, and dispends itself in a way quite unaccountable, still, coppers are useful in household bills, and when Waif was really at a pinch, somehow or other, by hook or by crook, he scraped together intellectual halfpence enough to pay his way. Mrs. Saunders grew quite fond of her lodger's waif. She regarded as a prodigy of genius. Sophie was the prettiest and best of children. Sir Isaac, she took for granted, was worthy of his owners, but the comedian did not confide to her his dog's learning, nor the use to which he designed to put it, and, in still greater precaution, when he took his leave, he extracted from Mrs. Saunders a solemn promise that she would set no one on his track, in case of impertinent inquiries. You see, before you said he, a man who has enemies such as rats are to your chickens. Chickens despise rats. When raised as yours are now above the reach of claws and teeth, some day or other I may so raise a coop. For that little one I am too old for coops. Meanwhile, if a rat comes sneaking here, after us send it off the wrong way with a flea in its ear. Mrs. Saunders promised between tears and laughter. Blessed Waif kissed Sophie, patted Sir Isaac, and stood long at her threshold watching the three, as the early sun lit their forms receding in the narrow green lane, dewdrops sparkling on the hedgerows, and the skylark springing upward from the young corn. Then she slowly turned indoors, and her home seemed very solitary. We can accustom ourselves to loneliness, but we should beware of infringing the custom. Once admit 2 or 3 faces seated at your hearthside, or gazing out from your windows on the laughing sun, and when they are gone they carry off the glow from your grate, and the sunbeam from your panes. Poor Mrs. Saunders, in vain she sought to rouse herself, to put the rooms to rights, to attend to the chickens, to distract her thoughts. The one-eyed cripple, the little girl, the shaggy-faced dog still haunted her, and when at noon she dined all alone off the remnants of the last night's social supper, the very click of the renovated clock seemed to say gone, gone, and muttering ah gone, she reclined back on her chair, and indulged herself in a good woman-like cry from this luxury. She was startled by a knock at the door. Could they have come back? No, the door opened, and a genteel young man in a black coat and white neckcloth stepped in. I beg your pardon, ma'am, your name S. Saundersell Poultry. At your service, sir. Spring chickens. Poor people, whatever their grief, must sell their chickens, if they have any to sell. Thank you, ma'am, not at this moment. The fact is that I call to make some inquiries. Have not you lodgers here? Lodgers. At that word, the expanding soul of Mrs. Saunders reclosed hermetically. The last warning of Waif reverberated in her ears. This white neckcloth gentleman, was he not a rat? No, sir, I ha'n't no lodgers. But you have had some lately, a crippled elderly man, and a little girl. Don't know anything about them, leastways, said Mrs. Saunders, suddenly remembering that she was told less to deny facts than to send inquirers upon wrong directions. Leastways, at this blessed time. Pray, sir, what makes you ask? Why, I was instructed to come down to and find out where this person, one William Waif, had gone. Arrived yesterday, ma'am. All I could hear is that a person answering to his description left the place several days ago, and had been seen by a boy who was tending sheep to come down the lane to your house, and you were supposed to have lodgers. You take lodgers sometimes, I think, ma'am, because you had been buying some trifling articles of food, not in your usual way of custom. Circumstantial evidence, ma'am, you can have no motive to conceal the truth. I should think not indeed, sir, retorted Mrs. Saunders, whom the ominous words circumstantial evidence set doubly on her guard. I did see a gentleman such as you mention, and a pretty young lady about 10 days agone or so, and they did lodge here a night or 2, but they are gone too. Yes, ma'am. Gone where? Lunnon. Really, very likely by the train or on foot. On foot, I suppose. Thank you, ma'am. If you should see them again or hear where they are, oblige me by conveying this card to Mr. Waif, my employer, ma'am. Mr. Gartobed, Craven Street, Strand, eminent solicitor. He has something of importance to communicate to Mr. Waif. Yes, sir, a lawyer, I understand, and as of all rat-like animals in the world, Mrs. Saunders had the ignorance to deem a lawyer was the most emphatically devouring. She congratulated herself with her whole heart on the white lies she had told in favor of the intended victims. The black-coated gentleman, having thus obeyed his instructions and attained his object, nodded, went his way, and regained the fly which he had left at the turnstile back to the inn, cried, "He quick, I must be in time for the 3 o'clock train to London." And thus terminated the result of the great barrister's first instructions to his eminent solicitor to discover a lame man and a little girl. No inquiry, on the whole, could have been more skilfully conducted. Mr. Gartobt sends his head clerk, the head clerk employs the policeman of the village, gets upon the right track, comes to the right house, and is altogether in the wrong in a manner highly creditable to his researches. In London, of course, all people of that kind come back to London. Said Mr. Gartobt, "Give me the heads in writing that I may report to my distinguished client. Most satisfactory. That young man will push his way businesslike and methodical." Chapter Romans 7. The cloud has its silver lining. Thus turning his back on the good fortune which he had so carefully cautioned Mrs. Saunders against favouring on his behalf, the vagrant was now on his way to the ancient municipal town of Gatesborough, which, being the nearest place of fitting opulence and population, Mr. Waif had resolved to honour with the debut of Sir Isaac, as soon as he had appropriated to himself the services of that promising quadruped. He had consulted a map of the county before quitting Mr. Murrell's roof, and ascertained that he could reach Gatesborough by a short cut for foot travellers along fields and lanes. He was always glad to avoid the high road. Doubtless, for such avoidance, he had good reasons, but prudential reasons were in this instance supported by vagrant inclinations. High roads are for the prosperous, bypaths and luck go together, but bypaths have their charm, and luck its pleasant moments. They passed then from the high road into a long succession of green pastures, through which a straight public path conducted them into one of those charming lanes, never seen out of this bowery Englander lane, deep sunk, amidst high banks with overhanging oaks and quivering ash, gnarled wych-elm, vivid holly and shaggy brambles, with wild convolvulus, and creeping woodbine forcing sweet life through all. Sometimes the banks opened abruptly, leaving patches of green sward and peeps through still sequestered gates, or over moss-grown pales into the park or paddock of some rural thane, new villas, or old manor-houses on lawny uplands, knitting as it were together England's feudal memories with England's freeborn hopes. The old land with its young people, for England is so old and the English are so young, and the grey cripple and the bright-haired child often paused and gazed upon the domains and homes of owners whose lots were cast in such pleasant places, but there was no grudging envy in their gaze, perhaps, because their life was too remote from those grand belongings, and therefore they could enjoy and possess every banquet of the eye. For at least the beauty of what we see is ours for the moment on the simple condition that we do not covet the thing which gives to our eyes that beauty, as the measureless sky and the unnumbered stars are equally granted to king and to beggar. And in our wildest ambition we do not sigh for a monopoly of the empyrean or the fee simple of the planets. So the earth too, with all its fenced gardens and embattled walls, all its landmarks of stern property and churlish ownership, is ours too by right of eye, ours to gaze on the fair possessions with such delight as the gaze can give grudging to the unseen owner his other. And it may be more troubled rights as little as we grudge an astral proprietor his acres of light. In Capricorn benignant is the law that saith, "Thou shalt not covet." When the sun was at the highest, our wayfarers found a shadowy nook for their rest, and repast before them ran a shallow, limpid trout stream on the other side, its margin low grassy meadows, a farmhouse in the distance, backed by a still grove from which rose a still church tower, and its still spire behind them. A close-shaven sloping lawn terminated the hedgerow of the lane, seen clearly above it, with parterres of flowers on the sward, drooping lilacs and laburnums farther back, and a pervading fragrance from the brief-lived and rich syringas. The cripple had climbed over a wooden rail that separated the lane from the rill, and seated himself under the shade of a fantastic hollow thorn tree. Sophie, reclined beside him, was gathering some pale, scentless violets from a mound which the brambles had guarded from the sun. The dog had descended to the waters to quench his thirst, but still stood knee-deep in the shallow stream, and appeared lost in philosophical contemplation of a swarm of minnows which his immersion had disturbed, but which now made itself again visible on the farther side of the glassy brook, undulating round and round a tiny rocklet which interrupted the glide of the waves, and caused them to break into a low melodious murmur. "For these and all thy mercies, O Lord, make us thankful," said the victim of luck in the tritest words of a pious custom, but never perhaps at aldermanic feasts was the grace more sincerely said. And then he untied the bundle which the dog who had hitherto carried it by the way had now carefully deposited at his side. As I live, ejaculated Waif. Mrs. Saunders is a woman in 10,000. See Sophie, not contented with the bread and cheese to which I bade her stint her beneficence, a whole chicken, a little cake too for you, Sophie. She has not even forgotten the salt, Sophie. That woman deserves the handsomest token of our gratitude. And we will present her with a silver teapot, the first moment we can afford it. His spirits exhilarated by the unexpected good cheer, the comedian gave way to his naturally blithe humour, and between every mouthful he rattled, or rather drawled on, now infant-like, now sage-like, he cast out the rays of his liberal humour careless, where they fell in the child, on the dog, on the fishes that played beneath the wave, on the cricket that chirped amidst the grass, the woodpecker tapped the tree, and the cripple's merry voice answered it in bird-like mimicry to this riot of genial babble. There was a listener of whom neither grandfather nor grandchild was aware, concealed by thick brushwood. A few paces farther on, a young angler, who might be 5 or 26, had seated himself just before the arrival of our vagrant to those banks and waters for the purpose of changing an unsuccessful fly. At the sound of voices, perhaps suspecting an unlicensed rival for that part of the stream was preserved, had suspended his task and noiselessly put aside the clustering leaves to reconnoitre the piety of Waif's simple grace, seemed to surprise him pleasingly, for a sweet approving smile crossed his lips. He continued to look, and to listen he forgot the fly, and a trout sailed him by unheeded, but Sir Isaac, having probably satisfied his speculative mind as to the natural attributes of minnows, now slowly reascended the bank, and after a brief halt and a sniff walked majestically towards the hidden observer, looked at him with great solemnity, and uttered an inquisitive bark, not hostile, not menacing, purely and dryly interrogative. Thus detected the angler Rose, and Waif, whose attention was directed that way by the bark, saw him called to Sir Isaac, and said politely, "There is no harm in my dog, sir." The young man muttered some inaudible reply, and lifting up his rod, as in sign of his occupation or excuse for his vicinity, came out from the intervening foliage, and stepped quietly to Waif's side. Sir Isaac followed him, sniffed again, seemed satisfied, and seating himself on his haunches fixed his attention upon the remains of the chicken, which lay defenceless on the grass. The newcomer was evidently of the rank of gentleman. His figure was slim and graceful, his face pale, meditative, refined. He would have impressed you at once with the idea of what he really was, an Oxford scholar, and you would perhaps have guessed him designed for the ministry of the church, if not actually in orders. Chapter Roman 8. Mr. Waif excites the admiration and benignly pities the infirmity of an Oxford scholar. "You are SDR strangers," said the Oxonian after a violent exertion to express himself, caused by an impediment in his speech. Waif: "Yes, sir, travellers, I trust. We are not trespassing. This is not private ground, I think." Oxonian: "And if it were, my father would not warn you off." "Is it your father's ground then, sir? I beg you 1,000 pardons." The apology was made in the comedian's grandest style. It imposed greatly on the young scholar. Waif might have been a duke in disguise. But I will do the angler the justice to say that such discovery of rank would have impressed him little more in the vagrant's favour. It had been that impromptu grasseth at Thanksgiving, which the scholar felt was for something more than the carnal food which had first commanded his respect, and wakened his interest. Then that innocent, careless talk part uttered to dog and child, part soliloquized, part thrown out to the ears of the lively teeming nature had touched a somewhat kindred chord in the angler's, for he was somewhat of a poet and much of a soliloquist, and could confer with nature nor feel that impediment in speech which obstructed his intercourse with men. Having thus far indicated that oral defect in our new acquaintance, the reader will cheerfully excuse me for not enforcing it overmuch. Let it be among things subadita, as the sense of it gave to a gifted and aspiring nature, thwarted in the sublime career of preacher, an exquisite mournful pain, and I no more like to raise a laugh at his infirmity behind his back than I should before his pale, powerful, melancholy face. Therefore I suppress the infirmity in giving the reply. Oxonian: "On the other side the lane, where the garden slopes downward, is my father's house. This ground is his property certainly, but he puts it to its best use in lending it to those who so piously acknowledge that Father, from whom all good comes. Your child, I presume, sir?" "My grandchild. She seems delicate. I hope you have not far to go." "Not very far, thank you, sir, but my little girl looks more delicate than she is. You are not tired, darling?" Oh, not at all. There was no mistaking the looks of real love interchanged between the old man and the child. The scholar felt much interested and somewhat puzzled. Who and what could they be so unlike foot wayfarers? On the other hand, Waif took a liking to the courteous young man, and conceived a sincere pity for his physical affliction. But he did not for those reasons depart from the discreet caution he had prescribed to himself in seeking new fortunes and shunning old perils, so he turned the subject. "You are an angler, sir. I suppose the trout in the stream run small." "Not very, a little higher up I have caught them at 4 pounds weight." "Waif, there goes a fine fish yonder, see, balancing himself between those weeds." "Oxonian, poor fellow, let him be safe today. After all, it is a cruel sport, and I should break myself of it. But it is strange that whatever our love for nature, we always seek some excuse for trusting ourselves alone, to her a gun, a rod, a sketchbook, a geologist's hammer, an entomologist's net, or something. Waif, is it not because all our ideas would run wild if not concentrated on a definite pursuit? Fortune and nature are earnest females though popular beauties, and they do not look upon coquettish triflers in the light of genuine wooers. The Oxonian, who inventing his previous remark had thought it likely he should be above his listener's comprehension, looked surprised. What pursuits too had this one-eyed philosopher? "You have a definite pursuit, sir." "Galas, when a man moralizes it, is a sign that he has known error. It is because I have been a trifler that I rail against triflers, and talking of that time flies, and we must be off and away." Sophie retied the bundle. Sir Isaac, on whom meanwhile she had bestowed the remains of the chicken, jumped up and described a circle. "I wish you success in your pursuit, whatever it be," stuttered out the angler. "And I no less heartily, sir, wish you success in yours." "Mine success there is beyond my power." "How so? Does it rest so much with others?" "No, my failure is in myself. My career should be the church, my pursuit the cure of souls, and Danthe's pitiful infirmity. How can I speak the divine word, a stutterer?" The young man did not pause for an answer, but plunged through the brushwood that bespread the banks of the rill, and his hurried path could be traced by the wave of the foliage through which he forced his way. "We all have our burdens," said Gentleman Waif, as Sir Isaac took up the bundle and stalked on placid and refreshed. Chapter IX. The nomad entering into civilized life adopts its arts, shaves his poodle, and puts on a black coat, hints at the process by which a cast-off exalts himself into a tackeen. At twilight they stopped at a quiet inn within 8 miles of Gatesborough. Sophie, much tired, was glad to creep to bed. Waif sat up long after her, and in preparation for the eventful morrow washed and shaved Sir Isaac. You would not have known the dog again. He was dazzling. Not Ulysses, rejuvenated by Pallas Athene, could have been more changed for the better. His flanks revealed a skin most daintily mottled. His tail became leonine with an imperial tuft. His mane fell in long curls like the beard of a Ninevite king. His boots were those of a courtier in the reign of Charles Roman II. His eyes looked forth in dark splendor from locks white. As the driven snow this feat performed, Waif slept the sleep of the righteous, and Sir Isaac, stretched on the floor beside the bed, licked his mottled flanks, and shivered. "Il faut souffrir pour être beau." Much marvelling, Sophie the next morning beheld the dog. But before she was up, Waif had paid the bill, and was waiting for her on the road, impatient to start. He did not heed her exclamation, half compassionate, half admiring. He was absorbed in thought. Thus they proceeded slowly on, till within 2 miles of the town, and then Waif turned aside, entered a wood, and there, with the aid of Sophie, put the dog upon a deliberate rehearsal of the anticipated drama. The dog was not in good spirits, but he went through his part with mechanical accuracy, though slight enthusiasm. "He is to be relied upon in spite of his French origin," said Waif. "All national prejudice fades before the sense of a common interest, and we shall always find more genuine solidity of character in a French poodle than in an English mastiff, whenever a poodle is of use to us and the mastiff is not. But O waste of care, O sacrifice of time to empty names, O emblem of fashionable education, it never struck me before, does it not, child, though thou art strike thee no be the necessities of our drama, this animal must be a French dog." "Well, grandfather, and we have given him an English name, precious result of our own scholastic training, taught at preparatory academies precisely, that which avails us not when we are to face the world. What is to be done? Unlearn him, his own cognomen teach him, another name. Too late, too late. We cannot afford the I don't see why he should be called any name at all. He observes your signs just as well without. If I had but discovered that at the beginning. Pity, such a fine name too, Sir Isaac, vanitas vanitatum. What desire chiefly kindles the ambitious to create a name? Perhaps bequeath a tightly salt into Sir Isaac's, a progeny of slops, and after all it is possible Let us hope it in this instance, that a sensible young dog may learn his letters and shoulder his musket, just as well though all the appellations by which humanity knows him be condensed into a pitiful monosyllable nevertheless, as you will find when you are older people are obliged in practice to renounce for themselves the application of those rules which they philosophically prescribe for others. Thus, while I grant that a change of name for that dog is a question belonging to the policy of ifs, and but's commonly called the policy of expediency, about which one may differ from others, and one's own self, every quarter of an hour a change of name for me belongs to the policy of must, and shall namely the policy of necessity, against which let no dog bark, though I have known dogs howl at it. William Waif is no more, he is dead, he is buried, and even Juliet Araminta is the baseless fabric of a vision. Sophie raised inquiringly her blue guileless eyes. You see before you a man who has used up the name of Waif, and who on entering the town of Gatesborough becomes a sober, staid, and respectable personage, under the appellation of Chapman. You are Miss Chapman Rugg, and his exhibition leave not a rack behind. Sophie smiled, and then sighed the smile for her grandfather's gay spirits, wherefore the sigh was it that some instinct in that fresh loyal nature revolted from the thought of these aliases, which if requisite for safety were still akin to imposture. If so, poor child, she had much yet to set right with her conscience. All I can say is that after she had smiled she sighed, and more reasonably might a reader ask his author to subject a zephyr to the microscope than a female's sigh to analysis. Take the dog with you, my dear, back into the lane. I will join you in a few minutes. You are neatly dressed, and if not would look so I in this old coat, have the air of a pedlar, so I will change it, and enter the town of Gatesborough in the character of a man, whom you will soon see before you leave those things alone. Deissarcised Sir Isaac, follow your mistress. Go. Sophie left the wood and walked on slowly towards the town with her hand pensively resting on Sir Isaac's head. In less than 10 minutes, she was joined by Waif, attired in respectable black, his hat and shoes well brushed, a new green shade to his eye, and with his finest air of peer noble. He was now in his favourite element. He was acting, call it not imposture. Was Lord Chatham an impostor when he draped his flannels into the folds of the toga, and arranged the curls of his wig so as to add more sublime effect to the majesty of his brow and the terrors of its nod? And certainly, considering that Waif after all was but a professional vagabond, considering all the turns and shifts to which he has been put for bread and salt, the wonder is not that he is full of stage tricks and small deceptions, but that he has contrived to retain at heart so much childish simplicity, when a man for a series of years has only had his wits to live by. I say not that he is necessarily a rogue, may be a good fellow, but you can scarcely expect his code of honour to be precisely the same as Sir Philip Sidney's Homer expresses through the lips of Achilles that sublime love of truth, which even in those remote times was the becoming characteristic of a gentleman and a soldier. But then Achilles is well off during his whole life, which though distinguished is short. On the other hand, Ulysses, who is sorely put to it, kept out of his property in Ithaca, and in short living on his wits, is not the less befriended by the immaculate Pallas, because his wisdom savours somewhat of stage trick and sharp practice. And as to convenient aliases and white fibs, where would have been the use of his wits if Ulysses had disdained such arts, and been magnanimously munched up by Polyphemus? Having thus touched on the epic side of Mr. Waif's character with the clemency due to human nature, but with the caution required by the interests of society, permit him to resume a duplex course, sanctioned by ancient precedent, but not commended to modern imitation. Just as our travellers neared the town, the screech of a railway whistle resounded towards the right. A long train rushed from the jaws of a tunnel and shot into the neighbouring station. "How lucky!" exclaimed Waif. "Make haste, my dear." Was he going to take the train? Sure, he was at his journey's end. He was going to mix with the throng that would soon stream through those white gates into the town. He was going to purloin the respectable appearance of a passenger by the train, and so well did he act the part of a bewildered stranger, just vomited forth into unfamiliar places by one of those panting steam monsters, so artfully amidst the busy competition of nudging elbows, overbearing shoulders, and the impedimenta of carpet-bags, portmanteaus, babies in arms, and shinner-sailing trucks, did he look round consequentially on the qui-vive, turning his one eye now on Sophie, now on Sir Isaac, and griping his bundle to his breast, as if he suspected all his neighbours to be thugs, condottieri, and swelmab, that in an instant flymen, omnibus drivers, cads and porters marked him for their own Gatesborough arms, spread eagle Royal Hotel Saracens, head very comfortable centre of High Street, opposite the town hall, were shouted, bold, whispered, or whined into his ear.
Is there an honest porter? Asked the comedian piteously. An Irishman presented himself. And is it myself can serve your honour? Take this bundle, and walk on before me to the high street. Could not I take the bundle, grandfather? The man will charge so much, said the prudent Sophie. Hush you indeed, said the peer noble, as if addressing an exiled Altesse Royal. You take a bundle, Miss Chapman. They soon gained the high street. Waif examined the fronts of the various inns which they passed by with an eye accustomed to decipher the physiognomy of hostelries. The Saracen's Head pleased him, though its imposing size daunted Sophie. He arrested the steps of the porter. Follow me close, and stepped across the open threshold into the bar. The landlady herself was there, portly and imposing, with an auburn toupet, a silk gown, a cameo brooch, and an ample bosom. You have a private sitting-room, ma'am, said the comedian, lifting his hat. There are so many ways of lifting a hat, for instance the way for which Louis Roman XIV was so renowned. But the comedian's way on the present occasion rather resembled that of the late Duke of B. Not quite royal, but as near to royalty as becomes a subject, he added, recovering his head. And on the first floor the landlady did not courtesy, but she bowed, emerged from the bar, and set foot on the broad stairs. Then looking back graciously, her eyes rested on Sir Isaac, who had stalked forth in advance, and with expansive nostrils sniffed. She hesitated. Your dog, sir, shall Boots take it round to the stables? The stables, ma'am, the stables, my dear, turning to Sophie with a smile more ducal than the previous bow. What would they say at home if they heard that noble animal was consigned to stables? Ma'am, my dog is my companion, and as much accustomed to drawing-rooms as I am myself. Still, the landlady paused. The dog might be accustomed to drawing-rooms, but her drawing-room was not accustomed to dogs. She had just laid down a new carpet, and such are the strange and erratic affinities in nature, such are the incongruous concatenations in the cross-stitch of ideas, that there are associations between dogs and carpets, which, if wrongful to the owners of dogs, beget no unreasonable apprehensions in the proprietors of carpets. So there stood the landlady, and there stood the dog, and there they might be standing to this day, had not the comedian dissolved the spell. Take up my effects again, said he, turning to the porter. Doubtless they are more habituated to distinguish between dog and dog at the Royal Hotel. The landlady was mollified in a moment, nor was it only the rivalries that necessarily existed between the Saracen's Head and the Royal Hotel that had due weight with her. A gentleman who could not himself deign to carry even that small bundle must be indeed a gentleman. Had he come with a portmanteau, even with a carpet-bag, the porter's service would have been no evidence of rank, but accustomed as she was chiefly to gentlemen engaged in commercial pursuits, it was new to her experience. A gentleman, with effects so light and hands so aristocratically helpless herein, were equally betokened the two attributes of birth and wealth, namely the habit of command, and the disdain of shillings. A vague remembrance of the well-known story how a man and his dog had arrived at the Granby Hotel at Harrogate, and been sent away roomless to the other and less patrician establishment, because while he had a dog, he had not a servant. When 5 minutes after such dismissal came carriages and lackeys, and an imperious valet asking for his grace, the Duke of A, who had walked on before with his dog, and who, everlasting thought of remorse, had been sent away to bring the other establishment into fashion. A vague reminiscence of that story, I say, flashed upon the landlady's mind, and she exclaimed, I only thought so you might prefer the stables. Of course it is as you please. This way, sir, he is a fine animal indeed, and seems Roman 1449. You may bring up the bundle, porter, quoth the peer noble. Take my arm, my dear, these steps are very steep. The landlady threw open the door of a handsome sitting-room. A best, she pulled down the blinds to shut out the glare of the sun, then retreating to the threshold awaited further orders. Rest yourself, my dear, said the actor, placing Sophie on a couch with that tender respect for sex and childhood, which so specially belongs to the hybrid. The room will do, ma'am. I will let you know later whether we shall require beds. As to dinner, I am not particular. A cutlet, a chicken, what you please, at 7 o'clock. Stay, I beg your pardon for detaining you, but where does the mayor? His private residence is a mile out of the town, but his counting-house is just above the town hall. To the right, sir. Name? Mr. Hardup. Hardup, ah, to be sure, Hardup. His political opinions, I think, are ventures at a guess. Enlightened landlady, very much so, sir. Mr. Hardup is highly respected. Waif, the chief municipal officer of a town so thriving, fine shops and much plate glass must march with the times. I think I have heard that Mr. Hardup promotes the spread of intelligence and the propagation of knowledge. Landlady, rather puzzled. I dare say, sir, the mayor takes great interest in the Gatesborough Athenaeum and Literary Institute. Waif, exactly what I should have presumed from his character and station. I will detain you no longer, Mom Ducal. Bow. The landlady descended the stairs. Was her guest a candidate for the representation of the town at the next election? March with the timespread of intelligence. All candidates she ever knew had that way of expressing themselves. March and spread not an address had parliamentary aspirant put forth to the freemen and electors of Gatesborough, but what March had been introduced by the candidate and spread, been suggested by the committee. Still she thought that her guest upon the whole looked and bowed more like a member of the upper house perhaps, one of the amiable though occasionally prosy peers, who devote the teeth of wisdom to the cracking of those very hard nuts, how to educate the masses what to do with our criminals, and such like problems upon which already have been broken so many jawbones tough, as that with which Samson slew the Philistines. "Oh, grandfather," sighed Sophie, "what are you about? We shall be ruined, you two, who are so careful not to get into debt, and what have we left to pay the people here?" "Sir Isaac, and this," returned the comedian, touching his forehead, "do not alarm yourself, stay here and repose, and don't let Sir Isaac out of the room on any account." He took off his hat, brushed the nap carefully with his sleeve, replaced it on his head, not jauntily aside, not like a June premier, but with equilateral brims, and in composed fashion like a peer noble. Then making a sign to Sir Isaac to rest quiet, he passed to the door. There he halted, and turning towards Sophie, and meeting her wistful eyes, his own eye moistened. "Ah," he murmured, "Heaven grant I may succeed now, for if I do then you shall indeed be a little lady." He was gone. Chapter Roman 10, showing with what success gentleman Waif assumes the pleasing part of friend to the enlightenment of the age and the progress of the people. On the landing-place Waif encountered the Irish porter, who, having left the bundle in the drawing-room, was waiting patiently to be paid for his trouble. The comedian surveyed the good-humoured, shrewd face, on every line of which was writ the golden maxim, "Take things as sigh." "I beg your pardon, my friend. I had almost forgotten you. Have you been long in this town?" "4 years, and long life to your honour." "Do you know Mr. Hartop, the mayor?" "Is it his worship the mayor, sure? And it is the mayor as has made a man o' Mike Callaghan." The comedian evinced urbane curiosity to learn the history of that process, and drew forth a grateful tale. 4 summers ago Mike had resigned the first gem of the sea, in order to assist in making hay for a Saxon taskmaster. Mr. Hartop, who farmed largely, had employed him in that rural occupation seized by a malignant fever. Mr. Hartop had helped him through it, and naturally conceived a liking for the man he helped. Thus, as Mike became convalescent, instead of passing the poor man back to his own country, which at that time gave little employment to the surplus of its agrarian population, beyond an occasional shot at a parsonan, employment though animated not lucrative, he exercised Mike's returning strength upon a few light jobs in his warehouse, and finally Mike, marrying imprudently the daughter of a Gatesborough operative, Mr. Hartop, set him up in life as a professional messenger, and porter patronized by the corporation. The narrative made it evident that Mr. Hartop was a kind and worthy man, and the comedian's heart warmed towards him. "An honour to our species, this Mr. Hartop," said Waif, striking his staff upon the floor. "I covet his acquaintance. Would he see you, if you called at his counting-house?" Mike replied in the affirmative with eager pride. Mr. Hartop would see him at once, sure. Did not the mayor know that time was money? Mr. Hartop was not a man to keep the poor waiting. "Go down and stay outside the hall door. You shall take a note for me to the mayor." Waif then passed into the bar and begged the favour of a sheet of notepaper. The landlady seated him at her own desk, and thus wrote the comedian: "Mr. Chapman presents his compliments to the mayor of Gatesborough, and requests the honour of a very short interview. Mr. Chapman's deep interest in the permanent success of those literary institutes, which are so distinguished a feature of this enlightened age, and Mr. Mayor's well-known zeal in the promotion of those invaluable societies, must be Mr. Chapman's excuse for the liberty he ventures to take in this request. Mr. Roman 100 may add that of late he has earnestly directed his attention to the best means of extracting new uses from those noble but undeveloped institutions." Saracen's Head, Roman 100. This epistle, duly sealed and addressed Waif, delivered to the care of Mike Callaghan, and simultaneously he astounded that functionary with no less a gratuity than £50, cutting short the fervent blessings which this generous donation naturally called forth. The comedian said, with his happiest combination of suavity and loftiness, "And should the mayor ask you what sort of person I am, for I have not the honour to be known to him,
and there are so many adventurers about that he might reasonably expect me to be one. Perhaps you can say that I don't look like a person he need be afraid to admit, a gentleman, by sight. Bring back an answer as soon as may be. Perhaps I shan't stay long in the town. You will find me in the High Street, looking at the shops. The porter took to his legs, impatient to vent his overflowing heart upon the praises of this munificent stranger. A gentleman indeed. Mike should think so if Mike's good word with the mayor was worth money. Gentleman Waif had put his half-crown out upon famous interest. The comedian strolled along the High Street and stopped before a stationer's shop, at the window of which was displayed a bill entitled Gatesborough Athenaeum and Literary Institute, Lecture on Conchology, by Professor Long, author of Researches into the Natural History of Limpets. Waif entered the shop and lifted his hat. Permit me, sir, to look at that handbill. Certainly, sir, but the lecture is over. You can see by the date it came off last week. We allow the bills of previous proceedings at our Athenaeum to be exposed at the window till the new bills are prepared. Keeps the whole thing alive, sir. Conchology, said the comedian, is a subject which requires deep research, and on which a learned man may say much without fear of contradiction. But how far is Gatesborough from the British Ocean? I don't know exactly, sir. A long way. Then, as shells are not familiar to the youthful remembrances of your fellow townsmen, possibly the lecturer may have found an audience rather select than numerous. It was a very attentive audience, sir, and highly respectable Miss Greaves' young ladies, the genteelest seminary in the town, attended. Waif, highly creditable to the young ladies, but pardon me, is your Athenaeum a mechanics institute? Shopman, it was so called at first, but somehow or other the mere operatives fell off, and it was thought advisable to change the word mechanics into the word literary. Gatesborough is not a manufacturing town, and the mechanics here do not realize the expectations of that taste for abstract science on which the originators of these societies founded their. Waif, insinuatingly interrupting their calculations of intellectual progress and their tables of pecuniary return. Few of these societies, I am told, are really self-supporting. I suppose Professor Long is, and if he resides in Gatesborough and writes on limpets, he is probably a man of independent fortune. Shopman, why, sir, the professor was engaged from London 5 guineas, and his travelling expenses, the funds of the society could ill afford such outlay. But we have a most worthy mayor, who, assisted by his foreman Mr. Williams, our treasurer, is, I may say, the life and soul of the institute. A literary man himself, your mayor. The shopman smiled. Not much in that way, sir, but anything to enlighten the working classes. This is Professor Long's great work upon limpets, 2 vols post. Octavo. The mayor has just presented it to the library of the institute. I was cutting the leaves when you came in. Very prudent in you, sir, if limpets were but able to read printed character in the English tongue. This work would have more interest for them than the ablest investigations upon the political and social history of man. But, added the comedian, shaking his head mournfully, the human species is not testaceous, and what the history of man might be to a limpet, the history of limpets is to a man. So saying, Mr. Waif bought a sheet of cardboard and some gilt foil, relifted his hat, and walked out. The shopman scratched his head thoughtfully. He glanced from his window at the form of the receding stranger, and mechanically resumed the task of cutting those leaves, which, had the volumes reached the shelves of the library, uncut, would have so remained to the crack of doom. Mike Callaghan now came in sight, striding fast. Mr. Mayor sends his love brother Rome his respects, and will be happy to see your honour. In 3 minutes more the comedian was seated in a little parlour that adjoined Mr. Hartop's counting-house. Mr. Hartop, seated also vis-a-vis the mayor, had one of those countenances upon which good nature throws a sunshine softer than Claude ever shed upon canvas. Josiah Hartop had risen in life by little other art than that of quiet kindliness. As a boy at school, he had been ever ready to do a good turn to his schoolfellows, and his schoolfellows at last formed themselves into a kind of police for the purpose of protecting Jos Hartop's pence and person from the fists and fingers of each other. He was evidently so anxious to please his master, not from fear of the rod but the desire to spare that worthy man the pain of inflicting it, that he had more trouble taken with his education than was bestowed on the brightest intellect that school ever reared, and where other boys were roughly flogged, Jos Hartop was soothingly patted on the head, and told not to be cast down but try again. The same even-handed justice returned the sugared chalice to his lips in his apprenticeship to an austere leather-seller, who, not bearing the thought to lose sight of so mild a face, raised him into partnership,
and ultimately made him his son-in-law and residuary legatee, then Mr. Hartop yielded to the advice of friends who desired his exaltation, and from a leatherseller became a tanner. Hides themselves softened their asperity to that gentle dealer, and melted into golden fleeces. He became rich enough to hire a farm for health and recreation. He knew little of husbandry, but he won the heart of a bailiff who might have reared a turnip from a deal table. Gradually the farm became his fee simple, and the farmhouse expanded into a villa. Wealth and honours flowed in from a brimmed horn. The surliest man in the town would have been ashamed of saying a rude thing to Jos Hartop. If he spoke in public, though he hummed and hawed lamentably, no one was so respectfully listened to as for the parliamentary representation of the town. He could have returned himself for one seat, and Mike Callaghan for the other had he been so disposed. But he was too full of the milk of humanity to admit into his veins a drop from the gall of party. He suffered others to legislate for his native land, and except on one occasion when he had been persuaded to assist in canvassing not indeed the electors of Gatesborough, but those of a distant town in which he possessed some influence on behalf of a certain eminent orator, Jos Hartop was only visible in politics whenever Parliament was to be petitioned in favour of some humane measure, or against a tax that would have harassed the poor. If anything went wrong with him in his business, the whole town combined to set it right for him. Was a child born to him, Gatesborough rejoiced as a mother did measles or scarlatina afflict his neighbourhood. The first anxiety of Gatesborough was for Mr. Hartop's nursery. No one would have said Mrs. Hartop's nursery, and when in such a department the man's name supersedes the woman's, can more be said in proof of the tenderness he excites. In short, Jos Hartop was a notable instance of a truth not commonly recognised, namely that affection is power, and that if you do make it thoroughly and unequivocally clear that you love your neighbours, though it may not be quite so well as you love yourself, still cordially and disinterestedly, you will find your neighbours much better fellows than Mrs. Grundy gives them credit for, but always provided that your talents be not such as to excite their envy, nor your opinions such as to offend their prejudices. Mr. Hartop, you take an interest, you say, in literary institutes, and have studied the subject. The comedian of late, those institutes have occupied my thoughts, as representing the readiest means of collecting liberal ideas into a profitable focus. Mr. Hartop, certainly, it is a great thing to bring classes together in friendly union. The comedian for laudable objects. Mr. Hartop, to cultivate their understandings. The comedian to warm their hearts. Mr. Hartop, to give them useful knowledge. The comedian and pleasurable sensations. Mr. Hartop, in a word, to instruct them. The comedian and to amuse. Said the mayor, amuse. Now everyone about the person of this amiable man was on the constant guard to save him from the injurious effects of his own benevolence, and accordingly his foreman, hearing that he was closeted with a stranger, took alarm, and entered on pretence of asking instructions about an order for hides, in reality to glower upon the intruder, and keep his master's hands out of imprudent pockets. Mr. Hartop, who though not brilliant did not want for sense, and was a keener observer than was generally supposed, divined the kindly intentions of his assistant, a gentleman interested in the Gatesborough Athenaeum. My foreman, Sir Mr. Williams, the treasurer of our institute. Take a chair, Williams. You said to amuse Mr. Chapman, but you did not find Professor Long on conchology amusing. Why, said the mayor, smiling blandly, I myself am not a man of science, and therefore his lecture, though profound, was a little dry to me. Must it not have been still more dry to your workmen, Mr. Mayor? They did not attend, said Williams. Uphill task. We have to secure the Gatesborough mechanics when anything really solid is to be addressed to their understandings. Poor things, they are so tired at night, said the mayor compassionately, but they wish to improve themselves, and they take books from the library. Novels, quoth the stern Williams, it will be long before they take out that valuable history of limpets. If a lecture were as amusing as a novel, would not they attend it? Asked the comedian. I suppose they would, returned Mr. Williams, but our object is to instruct, and instruction, sir, could be made amusing if, for instance, the lecturer could produce a live shellfish, and by showing what kindness can do towards developing intellect and affection in beings without soul, make man, himself, more kind to his fellowmen. Mr. Williams laughed grimly. Well, sir, this is what I should propose to do. With a shellfish, cried the mayor. No, sir, with a creature of nobler attributes, a dog. The listeners stared at each other like dumb animals, as Waif continued by winning interest for the individuality of a gifted quadruped, I should gradually create interest in the natural history of its species. I should lead the audience on to listen to comparisons with other members of the great family which once associated with Adam. I should lay the foundation for an instructive course of natural history, and from vertebrated mammifers who knows, but we might gradually arrive at the nervous system of the molluscous division, and produce a sensation by the production of a limpet. Theoretical, said Mr. Williams. Practical, sir, since I take it for granted that the Athenaeum at present is rather a tax upon the richer subscribers, including Mr. Mayor. Nothing to speak of, said the mild heart-up Williams, looked towards his master with unspeakable love and groaned, nothing indeed. These societies should be wholly self-supporting, said the comedian, and inflict no pecuniary loss upon Mr. Mayor. Certainly, said Williams, that is the right principle. Mr. Mayor should be protected. And if I show you how to make these societies self-supporting, we should be very much obliged to you. I propose then to give an exhibition at your rooms. Mr. Williams nudged the mayor, and coughed, the comedian not appearing to remark cough nor nudge. Of course, gratuitously, I am not a professional lecturer, gentlemen. Mr. Williams looked charmed to hear it. And when I have made my first effort successful, as I feel sure it will be, I will leave it to you, gentlemen, to continue my undertaking, but I cannot stay long here if the day after tomorrow. That is our ordinary soiree night, said the mayor, but you said a dog, sir. Dogs not admitted, Williams. Mr. Williams, a mere bylaw which the subcommittee can suspend if necessary, but would not the introduction of a live animal be less dignified than a dead failure? Put in the comedian gravely. The mayor would have smiled, but he was afraid of doing so lest he might hurt the feelings of Mr. Williams, who did not seem to take the joke. We are a purely intellectual body, said the latter gentleman, and a dog. A learned dog, I presume, observed the mayor. Mr. Williams nodding might form a dangerous precedent for the introduction of other quadrupeds. We might thus descend, even to the level of a learned pig. We are not a menagerie, Mr. Chapman, said the mayor urbanely. Enough, said the comedian, rising with his grand air. If I considered myself at liberty, gentlemen, to say who and what I am, you would be sure that I am not trifling with what I consider a very grave and important subject. As to suggesting anything derogatory to the dignity of science, and the eminent repute of the Gatesboro Athenaeum, it would be idle to vindicate myself. These grey hairs are. He did not conclude that sentence save by a slight wave of the hand. The two burgesses bowed reverentially, and the comedian went on. But when you speak of precedent, Mr. Williams, allow me to refer you to precedents in point. Aristotle wrote to Alexander the Great for animals to exhibit to the Literary Institute of Athens. At the colleges in Egypt, lectures were delivered on a dog called Anubis as inferior. I boldly assert to that dog, which I have referred to as an Egyptian college, to a British institute, the ancient Etrurians, as is shown by the erudite Schweitzer. In that passage you understand Greek, I presume, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams could not say he. Roman 999. The comedian then, I will not quote that passage in Schweitzer upon the Molossian dogs in general, and the dog of Alcibiades in particular, but it proves beyond a doubt that in every ancient literary institute learned dogs were highly estimated, and there was even a philosophical academy called the Cynic, that is doggish or dog school, of which Diogenes was the most eminent professor. He went about with a lantern looking for an honest man, and could not find one. Why? Because the society of dogs had raised his standard of human honesty to an impracticable height. But I weary you, otherwise I could lecture on in this way for the hour together, if you think the Gatesboro operatives prefer erudition to amusement. A great scholar, whispered Mr. Williams aloud, and I've nothing to say against your precedent, sir. I think you have made out that part of the case. But after all, a learned dog is not so very uncommon as to be in itself the striking attraction which you appear to suppose. It is not the mere learning of my dog of which I boast, replied the comedian. Dogs may be learned, and men too. But it is the way that learning is imparted, whether by dog or man, for the edification of the masses, in order, as Pope expresses himself, to raise the genius, and to mend the heart that alone adorns the possessor, exalts the species, interests the public, and commands the respect of such judges as I see before me, the grand beau. Ah, said Mr. Williams hesitatingly, sentiments that do honour to your head and heart, and if we could in the first instance just see the dog privately. Nothing easier, said the comedian. Will you do me the honour to meet him at tea this evening? Rather will you not come and take tea at my house, said the mayor with a shy glance towards Mr. Williams. The comedian, you are very kind, but my time is so occupied that I have long since made it a rule to decline all private invitations out of my own home at my years, Mr. Mayor. One may be excused for taking leave of society and its forms, but you are comparatively young men, I presume, on the authority of these grey hairs, and I shall expect you this evening, say at 9 o'clock. The actor waved his hand graciously and withdrew. A scholar and a gentleman, said Williams emphatically, and the mayor, thus authorized to allow vent to his kindly heart, added a humorist, and a pleasant one. Perhaps he is right, and our poor operatives would thank us more for a little innocent amusement than for those lectures which they may be excused for thinking rather dull, since even you fell asleep when Professor Long got into the multilocular shell of the very first class of Cephalus mollusca, and it is my belief that harmless laughter has a good moral effect upon the working class. Only, don't spread it about that I said so, for we know excellent persons of a serious turn of mind, whose opinions that sentiment might shock. Chapter Roman 11 Historical problem: is gentleman waif a swindler or a man? Genius answer: certainly a swindler if he don't succeed. Julius Caesar owed 2 millions when he risked the experiment of being general in Gaul. If Julius Caesar had not lived to cross the Rubicon and pay off his debts, what would his creditors have called Julius Caesar? I need not say that Mr. Hartop and his foreman came duly to tea, but the comedian exhibited Sir Isaac's talents very sparingly, just enough to excite admiration, without sating curiosity. Sophie, whose pretty face and well-bred air were not unappreciated, was dismissed early to bed by a sign from her grandfather, and the comedian then exerted his powers to entertain his visitors, so that even Sir Isaac was soon forgotten hard task, by writing to convey a fair idea of this singular vagrant's pleasant vein. It was not so much what he said as the way of saying it which gave to his desultory talk the charm of humour. He had certainly seen an immense deal of life, somehow or other, and without appearing at the time to profit much by observation, without perhaps being himself conscious that he did profit, there was something in the very infantilage of his loosest prattle, by which with a glance of the one lustrous eye, and a twist of the mobile lip, he could convey the impression of an original genius, playing with this round world of ours, tossing it up, catching it agonisingly as a child plays with its parti-coloured ball. His mere book knowledge was not much to boast of, though early in life he must have received a fair education. He had a smattering of the ancient classics, sufficient perhaps to startle the unlearned. If he had not read them, he had read about them, and at various odds and ends of his life he had picked up acquaintance with the popular standard modern writers, but literature with him was the smallest stripe in the parti-coloured bowl. Still, it was astonishing how far and wide the comedian could spread the sands of lore that the winds had drifted round the door of his playful busy intellect. Where, for instance, could he ever have studied the nature and prospects of mechanics' institutes? And yet how well he seemed to understand them here. Perhaps his experience in one kind of audience helped him to the key to all miscellaneous assemblages. In fine, the man was an actor, and if he had thought fit to act the part of Professor Long himself, he would have done it to the life. The two burghers had not spent so pleasant an evening for many years. As the clock struck 12, the mayor, whose gig had been in waiting a whole hour to take him to his villa, rose reluctantly to depart. And said Williams, "The bills must be out tomorrow. What shall we advertise?" "The simpler the better," said Waif. "Only pray head the performance with the assurance that it is under the special patronage of his worship, the mayor." The mayor felt his breast swell, as if he had received some overwhelming personal obligation. "Suppose it run thus," continued the comedian. "Illustrations from domestic life and natural history, with live examples. Part first, the dog." "It will take," said the mayor. "Dogs are such popular animals." "Yes," said Williams, "and though for that very reason some might think that by the live example of a dog we compromise the dignity of the Institute, still the importance of natural history." And added the comedian, "the sanctifying influences of domestic life may," concluded Mr. Williams, "carry off whatever may seem to the higher order of minds a too familiar attraction in Thedog." "I do not fear the result," said Waif, "provided the audience be sufficiently numerous, for that which is an indispensable condition to a fair experiment. I issue handbills only where distributed by the mayor." "Don't be too sanguine. I distributed bills on behalf of Professor Long, and the audience was not numerous. However, I will do my best. Is there nothing more in which I can be of use to you, Mr. Chapman?" "Yes." Later Williams took alarm and approached the mayor's breast pocket protectingly. The comedian withdrew him aside and whispered, "I intend to give the mayor a little outline of the exhibition."
and bring him into it in order that his fellow townsmen may signify their regard for him. By a cheer it will please his good heart, and be touching Yowl Seaman Williams, shook the comedian by the hand, relieved, affected, and confiding. The visitors departed, and the comedian lighted his hand candlestick, whistled to Sir Isaac, and went to bed without one compunctious thought upon the growth of his bill and the deficit in his pockets. And yet it was true, as Sophie implied, that the comedian had an honest horror of incurring debt. He generally thought twice before he risked owing even the most trifling bill, and when the bill came in, if it left him penniless, it was paid. And now what reckless extravagance! The best apartments, dinner, tea in the first hotel of the town, half a crown to a porter, that lavish mode of life renewed with the dawning sun, not a care for the morrow, and I dare not conjecture how few the shillings in that purse, what aggravation too of gilt bills incurred without means under a borrowed name. I don't pretend to be a lawyer, but it looks to me very much like swindling, yet the wretch sleeps. But are we sure that we are not shallow moralists? Do we carry into account the right of genius to draw bills upon the future? Does not the most prudent general sometimes burn his ships? Does not the most upright merchant sometimes take credit on the chance of his ventures? May not that peaceful slumberer be morally sure that he has that argosy afloat in his own head, which amply justifies his use of the Saracens? If his plan should fail, he will tell you that is impossible, but if it should fail, you say, listen, there runs a story, I don't vouch for its truth, I tell it as it was told to me. There runs a story that in the late Russian war, a certain naval veteran renowned for professional daring and scientific invention was examined before some great officials as to the chances of taking Kronstadt. If you send me, said the admiral, with so many ships of the line and so many gunboats, Kronstadt of course will be taken. But, said a prudent lord, suppose it should not be taken? That is impossible. It must be taken. Yes, persisted my lord, you think so, no doubt. But still, if it should not be taken, what then? What then? There's an end of the British fleet. The great men took alarm, and that admiral was not sent. But they misconstrued the meaning of his answer. He meant not to imply any considerable danger to the British fleet. He meant to prove that one hypothesis was impossible by the suggestion of a counter-impossibility, more self-evident. It is impossible, but what I shall take Kronstadt, but if you don't take it, it is impossible, but what I shall take it for. If I don't take it, there's an end of the British fleet. And as it is impossible that there should be an end of the British fleet, it is impossible that I should not take Kronstadt. QE Roman 500 chapter Roman 12, in which everything depends on Sir Isaac's success in discovering the law of attraction. On the appointed evening at 8 o'clock, the great room of the Gatesborough Athenaeum was unusually well filled. Not only had the mayor exerted himself to the utmost for that object, but the handbill itself promised a rare relief from the prosiness of abstract enlightenment and elevated knowledge. Moreover, the stranger himself had begun to excite speculation and curiosity. He was an amateur, not a quatandary professor. The mayor and Mr. Williams had both spread the report that there was more in him than appeared on the surface. Prodigiously learned, but extremely agreeable, fine manners. Too, who could he be? Was Chapman his real name, etc.? The comedian had obtained permission to arrange the room beforehand. He had the raised portion of it for his stage, and he had been fortunate enough to find a green curtain to be drawn across it from behind this screen. He now emerged and bowed the bow, redoubled the first conventional applause. He then began a very short address, extremely well delivered, as you may suppose, but rather in the conversational than the oratorical style. He said it was his object to exhibit the intelligence of that universal friend of man, the dog, in some manner appropriate not only to its sagacious instincts, but to its affectionate nature, and to convey thereby the moral that talents, however great, learning, however deep, were of no avail unless rendered serviceable to man. Applause. He must be pardoned, then, if in order to effect this object he was compelled to borrow some harmless effects from the stage. In a word, his dog could represent to them the plot of a little drama, and he, though he could not say that he was altogether unaccustomed to public speaking, here a smile modest but august as that of some famous parliamentary orator who makes his first appearance at a vestry, still wholly new to its practice in the special part he had undertaken, would rely on their indulgence to efforts aspiring to no other merit than that of aiding the hero of the piece in a familiar illustration of those qualities in which dogs might give a lesson to humanity. Again he bowed, and retired behind the curtain. A pause of 3 minutes. The curtain drew up. Could that be the same Mr. Chapman, whom the spectators beheld before them? Could 3 minutes suffice to change the sleek, respectable, prosperous-looking gentleman who had just addressed them into that image of threadbare poverty and hungerpinched dejection? Little aid from theatrical costume,
The clothes seemed the same, only to have grown wondrous aged, and rusty the face, the figure, the manthes had undergone a transmutation beyond the art of the mere stage wardrobe, be it ever so amply stored to effect. But for the patch over the eye you could not have recognized Mr. Chapman. There was indeed about him still an air of dignity, but it was the dignity of weird dignity too, not of an affable civilian, but of some veteran soldier you could not mistake though not in uniform. The melancholy man must have been a warrior, the way the coat was buttoned across the chest, the black stock tightened round the throat, the shoulders thrown back in the disciplined habit of a life, though the head bent forward in the despondency of an eventful chrysosol, spoke the decayed but not ignoble hero of 100 fields. There was something foreign too about the veteran's air. Mr. Chapman had looked so thoroughly English, that tragical and meagre personage looked so unequivocally French. Not a word had the comedian yet said, and yet all this had the first sight of him conveyed to the audience. There was an amazed murmur, then breathless stillness. The story rapidly unfolded itself, partly by words, much more by look and action. There sat a soldier who had fought under Napoleon at Marengo, and Austerlitz, gone through the snows of Muscovy, escaped the fires of Waterloo, soldier of the Empire, wondrous ideal of a wondrous time, and nowhere winning more respect and awe than in that land of the old English foe, in which, with slight knowledge of the beautiful in art, there is so reverent a sympathy for all that is grand in man. There sat the soldier, penniless and friendless. There, scarcely seen, reclined his grandchild, weak and slowly dying for the want of food, and all that the soldier possesses wherewith to buy bread for the day is his cross of the Legion of Honor. It was given to him by the hand of the emperor. Must he pawn or sell it out on the pomp of decoration, which we have substituted for the voice of passionate nature on our fallen stage scenes, so faithful to the shaft of a column dresses, by which an antiquary can define a date to a year? Is delusion there? Is it thus we are snatched from Thebes to Athens? No place a really fine actor on a deal board. And for Thebes and Athens, you may hang up a blanket. Why, that very cross which the old soldier holds away from his sight in that tremulous hand is but patched up from the foil and cardboard bought at the stationer's shop. You might see it was nothing more if you tried to see. Did a soul present think of such minute investigation? Not one in the actor's hand. That trumpery became at once the glorious thing by which Napoleon had planted the sentiment of knightly heroism in the men whom Danton would have launched upon earth, ruthless and bestial as galley slaves that had burst their chain. The badge, wrought from foil and cardboard, took life and soul. It begot an interest, inspired a pathos, as much as if it had been made not of gold and gems, but of flesh and blood, and the simple broken words that the veteran addressed to it, the scenes, the fields, the hopes, the glories it conjured up and now to be wrenched away, sold to supply man's humblest, meanest want, sold, last symbol of such a past. It was indeed propter vitam vivendi perdir causes. He would have starved rather, but the child, and then the child rose up and came into play. She would not suffer such a sacrifice. She was not hungrish, was not weak, and when her voice failed her, she looked up into that iron face and smiled nothing but a smile. Out came the pocket handkerchiefs. The soldier seizes the cross and turns away. It shall be sold. As he opens the door, a dog enters, Gravelilix. His hand approaches the table, raises itself on its hind legs, surveys the table dolefully, shakes its head, whines, comes to its master, pulls him by the skirt, looks into his face inquisitively. What does all this mean? It soon comes out, and very naturally, the dog belonged to an old fellow soldier who had gone to the Isle of France to claim his share in the inheritance of a brother who had settled and died there, and who meanwhile had confided it to the care of our veteran, who was then in comparatively easy circumstances, since ruined by the failure and fraud of a banker to whom he had entrusted his all, and his small pension, including the yearly sum to which his cross entitled him, had been forestalled and mortgaged to pay the petty debts, which, relying on his dividend from the banker, he had innocently incurred. The dog's owner had been gone for months. His return might be daily expected. Meanwhile, the dog was at the hearth, but the wolf at the door. Now this sagacious animal had been taught to perform the duties of messenger and majordomo. At stated intervals, he applied to his master for sous, and brought back the supplies which the sous purchased. He now, as usual, came to the table for the accustomed coin. The last sou was gone. The dog's occupation was at an end, but could not the dog be sold? Impossible. It was the property of another, a sacred deposit. One would be as bad as the fraudulent banker if one could apply to one's own necessities the property one holds in trust. These little biographical particulars came out in that sort of bitter and pathetic humour which a study of Shakespeare or the experience of actual life had taught the comedian to be a natural relief to an intense sorrow. The dog meanwhile aided the narrative by his byplay. Still intent upon the sous, He thrust his nose into his master's pockets. He appealed touchingly to the child, and finally put back his head, and vented his emotion in a lugubrious and elegiacal howl. Suddenly, there is heard without the sound of a showman's tin trumpet, whether the actor had got some obliging person to perform on that instrument, or whether, as more likely it was but a trick of ventriloquism, we leave to conjecture at that note. An idea seemed to seize the dog. He ran first to his master, who was on the threshold, about to depart, pulled him back into the centre of the room. Next, he ran to the child, dragging her towards the same spot, though with great tenderness, and then, uttering a joyous bark, he raised himself on his hind legs, and with incomparable solemnity performed a minuet step. The child catches the idea from the dog. Was he not more worth seeing than the puppet show in the streets? Might not people give money to see him, and the old soldier still keep his cross today? There is a public fete in the gardens yonder. That showman must be going thither. Why not go too? What he, the old soldier, stooped to show off a dog? He the dog looked at him deprecatingly, and stretched himself on the floor lifeless. Yes, that is the alternative. Ishall his child die too, and he be too proud to save her. And if the cross can be saved also, but pshaw, what did the dog know that people would care to see? Oh, much when the child was alone, and sad it would come and play with her. See those old dominoes. She ranged them on the floor, and the dog leaped up and came to prove his skill artfully. Then, the comedian had planned that the dog should make some sad mistakes, alternated by some marvelous surprises. No, he would not do. Yes, he would do. The audience took it seriously, and became intensely interested in the dog's success, so sorry for his blunders, so triumphant in his lucky hits. And then the child calmed the hasty, irritable old man so sweetly, and corrected the dog so gently, and talked to the animal, told it how much they relied on it, and produced her infant alphabet, and spelt out "Save us." The dog looked at the letters meditatively, and henceforth it was evident that he took more pains. Better and better he will do. The child shall not starve. The cross shall not be sold down drops. The curtain. End of Act Roman 1. Act Roman 2 opens with a dialogue, spoken off the stage in visible dramatis persona, that subsist with airy tongues upon the mimetic art of the comedian. You understand that there is a vehement dispute going on. The dog must not be admitted into a part of the gardens, where a more refined and exclusive section of the company have hired seats in order to contemplate, without sharing, the rude dances or jostling promenade of the promiscuous merrymakers. Much hubbub, much humour. Some persons for the dog, some against him. Privilege and decorum here, equality and fraternity. There a Bonapartist colonel sees the cross on the soldier's breast, and mil tonneras. He settles the point. He pays for 3 reserved seats, one for the soldier, 1 for the child, and a third for the dog. The veteran enters. The child, not strong enough to have pushed through the crowd, raised on his shoulder, roller-like. The dog, led by a string, he enters erect and warrior-like. His spirit has been roused by contest. His struggles have been crowned by victory. But and here the art of the drama and the actor culminated towards the highest point. But he now at once includes in the list of his dramatis persona the whole of his Gatesboro audience. They are that select company into which he has thus forced his way, as he sees them seated before him, so calm, orderly, and dignified. Mauvaise honte steals over the breast, more accustomed to front the cannon than the battery of ladies' eyes. He places the child in a chair. Abashed and humbled, he drops into a seat beside her shrinkingly, and the dog, with more self-possession and sense of his own consequence, brushes with his paw some imaginary dust from a third chair, as in the superciliousness of the well-dressed, and then seats himself and looks round with serene audacity. The chairs were skillfully placed on one side of the stage, as close as possible to the front row of the audience. The soldier ventures a furtive glance along the lines, and then speaks to his grandchild in whispered, bated breath. Now they are there. What are they come for? To beg. He can never have the boldness to exhibit an animal for souse. Impossible. No, no, let them slink back again and sell the cross. And the child whispers. Courage bids him look again along the rows. Those faces seem very kind. He again lifts his eyes, glances round, and with an extemporaneous tact that completed the illusion to which the audience were already gently lending themselves, made sundry complimentary comments on the different faces actually before him, selected most felicitously. The audience, taken by surprise as some fair female or kindly burgess familiar to their associations was thus pointed out to their applause, became heartily genial in their cheers and laughter, and the comedian's face, unmoved by such demonstration, so shy and sad, insinuated its pathos underneath cheer and laugh. You now learn through the child that a dance on which the company had been supposed to be gazing was concluded, and that they would not be displeased by an interval of some other diversion. Now was the tune. The dog, as if to convey a sense of the prevalent ennui, yawned, audibly patted the child on the shoulder, and looked up in her face, A game of dominoes, whispered the little girl. The dog gleefully grinned assent. Timidly, she stole forth the old dominoes and ranged them on the ground, on which she slipped from her chair. The dog slipped from his. They began to play. The experiment was launched. The soldier saw that the curiosity of the company was excited, that the show would commence. The sons follow, and as if he at least would not openly shame his service and his emperor, he turned aside, slid his hand to his breast, tore away his cross, and hid it. Scarce a murmured word accompanied the action. The acting said all, and a noble thrill ran through the audience. Oh, sublime art of the mime! The mayor sat very near where the child and dog were at play. The comedian had, as he before implied, he would do, discreetly prepared that gentleman for direct and personal appeal. The little girl turned her blue eyes innocently towards Mr. Hartop, and said, "The dog beats me, sir. Will you try what you can do?" A roar and universal clapping of hands, amidst which the worthy magistrate stepped on the stage at the command of its young mistress. The dog made the magistrate a polite bow, and straight to the game went magistrate and dog. From that time, the interest became as it were personal to all present. "Will you come, sir?" said the child to a young gentleman who was straining his neck to see how the dominoes were played, and observe that it is all fair. "You too, sir," to Mr. Williams. The comedian stood beside the dog, whose movements he directed with undetected skill, while appearing only to fix his eyes on the ground, in conscious abasement. Those on the rows from behind now pressed forward. Those in advance either came on the stage, or stood up intently contemplating. The mayor was defeated. The crowd became too thick, and the caresses bestowed on the dog seemed to fatigue him. He rose and retreated to a corner. Haughtily, "Manners, sir," said the soldier. "It is not for the like of us to be proud. Excuse him, ladies and gentlemen. He only wishes to please all," said the child deprecatingly. "Say, how many would you have round us at a time, so that the rest may not be prevented seeing you?" She spread the multiplication figures before the dog. The dog put his paw on 10. "Astonishing," said the mayor. "Will you choose them yourself, sir?" The dog nodded, walked leisurely round, keeping one eye towards the one eye of his master, and selected 10 persons, amongst whom were the mayor, Mr. Williams, and 3 pretty young ladies, who had been induced to ascend the stage. The others were chosen no less judiciously. The dog was then artfully led on from one accomplishment to another, much within the ordinary range, which bounds the instruction of learned animals. He was asked to say how many ladies were on the stage. He spelt 3. What were their names? The Graces. Then he was asked who was the first magistrate in the town. The dog made a bow to the mayor. What had made that gentleman first magistrate? The dog looked to the alphabet and spelt Worth. Were there any persons present more powerful than the mayor? The dog bowed to the 3 young ladies. What made them more powerful? The dog spelt Beauty. When ended the applause, these answers received, the dog went through the musket exercise with the soldier's staff, and as soon as he had performed that, he came to the business part of the exhibition, seized the hat which his master had dropped on the ground, and carried it round to each person on the stage. They looked at one another. "He is a poor soldier's dog," said the child, hiding her face. "No, no, a soldier cannot beg," cried the comedian. The mayor dropped a coin in the hat. Others did the same, or affected to do it. The dog took the hat to his master, who waved him aside. There was a pause. The dog laid the hat softly at the soldier's feet, and looked up at the child beseechingly. "What?" asked she, raising her head proudly. "What secures worth and defends beauty?" The dog took up the staff and shouldered it. "And to what can the soldier look for aid when he starves, and will not beg?" The dog seemed puzzled. The suspense was awful. "Good heavens," thought the comedian, "if the brute should break down after Alland, when I took such care that the words should lie undisturbed right before his nose." With a deep sigh, the veteran started from his despondent attitude, and crept along the floor, as if for escapiso. Broken down, so crestfallen, every eye was on that heartbroken face and receding figure, and the eye of that heartbroken face was on the dog, and the foot of that receding figure seemed to tremble, recoil, start as it passed by the alphabetical letters, which still lay on the ground as last arranged. "Ah, to what should he look for aid?" repeated the grandchild, clasping her little hands. The dog had now caught the cue, and put his paw first upon Worth, and then upon Beauty. "Worth!" cried the lady's Beauty, exclaimed the mayor. "Wonderful, wonderful!" "Take up the hat," said the child, and turning to the mayor, "Ah, tell him, sir, that what Worth and Beauty give to valor in distress is not alms but tribute." The words were little better than a hack claptrap, but the sweet voice glided through the assembly and found its way into every heart. "Is it so?" asked the old soldier, as his hand hoveringly passed above the coins. "Upon my honor, it is so," said the mayor with serious emphasis. The audience thought it the best speech he had ever made in his life, and cheered him till the roof rang again. "Oh, bread, bread for you, darling," cried the veteran, bowing his head over the child. and taking out his cross, and kissing it with passion and the badge of honor still for me. While the audience was in the full depth of its emotion and generous tears in many an eye waif, seized his moment, dropped the actor, and stepped forth to the front, as the man-simple, quiet, earnest, man-artless man. This is no mimic scene, ladies and gentlemen, it is a tale in real life, that stands out before you. I am here to appeal to those hearts that are not vainly open to human sorrows. I plead for what I have represented true, that the man who needs your aid is not one of that soldiery which devastated Europe, but he has fought in battles as severe, and been left by fortune to as stern a desolation true. He is not a Frenchman, he is one of a land you will not love less than France. It is your own. He too has a child whom he would save from famine. He too has nothing left to sell, or to pawn for bread excepto, not this gilded badge. See, this is only foil and cardboard except, I say, the thing itself of which you respect even so poor a symbol, nothing left to sell or to pawn. But honor for these I have pleaded this night, as a showman for these less haughty than the Frenchman. I stretch my hands towards you without shame, for these I am a beggar. He was silent. The dog quietly took up the hat, and approached the mayor again. The mayor extracted the half-crown he had previously deposited, and dropped into the hat 2 golden sovereigns. Who does not guess the rest? All crowded forward, youth and age, man and woman, and most ardent of all were those whose life stands most close to vicissitude, most exposed to beggary, most sorely tried in the alternative between bread and honor. Not an operative there, but spared his might. Chapter Roman 13 Omni ignatum pro magnificorum, knowing nothing of his antecedents, exalts gentleman waif into Don Magnifico. The comedian and his 2 coadjutors were followed to the Saracen's Head Inn by a large crowd, but at respectful distance, though I know few things less pleasing than to have been decoyed and entrapped into an unexpected demand upon one's pursuhan, one only counted 2 upon an agreeable evening, and hold therefore in just abhorrence the circulating plate, which sometimes follows a public oration, homily, or other eloquent appeal to British liberality. Yet I will venture to say there was not a creature whom the comedian had surprised into impulsive beneficence, who regretted his action, grudged its cost, or thought he had paid too dear for his entertainment. All had gone through a series of such pleasurable emotions that all had as it were wished a vent for their gratitude, and when the vent was found, it became an additional pleasure. But strange to say, no one could satisfactorily explain to himself these 2 questions: for what and to whom had he given his money? It was not a general conjecture that the exhibitor wanted the money for his own uses, no, despite the evidence in favor of that idea, a person so respectable, so dignified, addressing them too, with that noble assurance to which a man who begs for himself is not morally entitled. A person thus characterized must be some high-hearted philanthropist who condescended to display his powers at an institute purely intellectual, perhaps on behalf of an eminent but decayed author whose name, from the respect due to letters, was delicately concealed. Mr. Williams, considered the hardest head and most practical man in the town, originated and maintained that hypothesis. Probably the stranger was an author himself, a great and affluent author. Had not great and affluent authors men who are the boast of our time, and land acted, yea, on a common stage, and acted inimitably too on behalf of some lettered brother or literary object? Therefore in these guileless minds, with all the pecuniary advantages of extreme penury and forlorn position, the comedian obtained the respect due to prosperous circumstances and high renown. But there was one universal wish expressed by all who had been present as they took their way homeward, and that wish was to renew the pleasure they had experienced, even if they paid the same price, for it could not the long-closed theatre be reopened, and the great man be induced by philanthropic motives, and an assured sum raised by voluntary subscriptions, to gratify the whole town, as he had gratified its selected intellect. Mr. Williams, in a state of charitable thaw, now softest of the soft, like most hard men, when once softened, suggested this idea to the mayor. The mayor said evasively that he would think of it, and that he intended to pay his respects to Mr. Chapman before he returned home that very night. It was proper Mr. Williams and many others wished to accompany his worship, but the kind magistrate suggested that Mr. Chapman would be greatly fatigued, that the presence of many might seem more an intrusion than a compliment, that he, the mayor, had better go alone. And at a somewhat later hour, when Mr. Chapman, though not retired to bed, might have had time for rest and refreshment, this delicate consideration had its weight, and the streets were thin when the mayor's gig stopped on its way villawards at the Saracen's Head. Chapter Roman 14. It is the interval between our first repinings and our final resignation, in which both with individuals and communities is to be found all that makes a history worth telling, ere yet we For what is out of our reach we are still in the cradle when, wearied out with our yearnings desire again, falls asleep we are on the deathbed. Sophie leaning on her grandfather's arm as they ascend the stair of the Saracens, head but I am so tired grandy id, rather go to bed at once please. Gentleman waif surely you could take something to eat first something nice Miss Chapman whispering close. We can live in clover know a phrase, which means aloud to the landlady who crossed the landing place above grilled chicken, and mushrooms for supper ma'am, why don't you smile Sopby oh darling you are ill. No no grandy dear only tired let me go to bed, I shall be better tomorrow I shall indeed. Waif looked fondly into her face, but his spirits were too much exhilarated to allow him to notice the unusual flush upon her cheek, except with admiration of the increased beauty, which the heightened colour gave to her soft features. Well said he you are a pretty child a very pretty child, and you act wonderfully, you would make a fortune on the stage but… Sophie eagerly but no never not the stage. Waif I don't wish you to go on the stage as you know a private exhibition like, the one tonight for instance says thrusting his hand into his pocket, much to recommend it. Sophie with a sigh thank heaven that is over now, and y'all not be in want of money for a long time dear Sir Isaac. She began caressing Sir Isaac who received her attentions with solemn pleasure. They were now in Sophie's room and Waif after again, pressing the child in vain, to take some refreshment bestowed on her his kiss and blessing, and whistled Malbrook, Sen Vaten Gera to Sir Isaac, who considering that melody an invitation to supper, licked his lips, and stalked forth rejoicing but decorous. Left alone the child breathed long and hard pressing her hands to her bosom, and sank wearily on the foot of the bed. There were no shutters to the window, and the moonlight came in gently stealing across that part of the wall and floor which the ray of the candle left in shade. The girl raised her eyes slowly towards the window towards the glimpse of the blue sky, and the slanting lustre of the moon. There is a certain epoch in our childhood, when what is called the romance of sentiment first makes itself vaguely felt, and ever with the dawn of that sentiment, the moon and the stars take a strange and haunting fascination. Few persons in middle Liffeven, though they be genuine poets, feel the peculiar spell in the severe stillness and mournful splendor of starry skies, which impresses most of us even though no poets at all in that mystic age when childhood nearly touches upon youth, and turns an unquiet heart to those marvelous riddles within us, and without which we cease to conjecture when experience has taught us that they have no solution. Upon this side the grave lured by the light, the child rose softly approached the window, and resting her upturned face upon both hands gazed long into the heavens communing evidently with herself, for her lips moved and murmured indistinctly slowly. She retired from the casement and again seated herself at the foot of the bed disconsolate, and then her thoughts ran somewhat thus though she might not have shaped them exactly in the same words. No, I cannot understand it. Why was I contented and happy before I knew him? Why did I see no harm no shame in this way of life? Not even on that stage with those people until he said it was what he wished I had never stooped to. And grandfather says our paths are so different they cannot cross each other again. There is a path of life, then which can never enter. There is a path on which I must always walk, always, that path no escape, never to come into that other one, where there is no disguise, no hiding, no false names. Never. She started impatiently, and with a wild look, it is killing me. Then, terrified by her own impetuosity, she threw herself on the bed weeping low. Her heart had now gone back to her grandfather. It was smiting her for ingratitude to him. Could there be shame or wrong in what he asked, what he did? And was she to murmur if she aided him to exist? What was the opinion of a stranger boy, compared to the approving sheltering love of her sole guardian, and tried fostering friend? And could people choose their own callings and modes of life, if one road went this way another that, and they on the one road were borne farther and farther away from those on the other? As that idea came, consolation stopped, and in her noiseless weeping there was a bitterness as of despair, but the tears ended by relieving the grief that caused them. Wearied out of conjecture and complaint, her mind relapsed into the old native childish submission. With a fervour in which there was self-reproach, she repeated her meek nightly prayer that God would bless her dear grandfather, and suffer her to be his comfort and support. Then mechanically she undressed, extinguished the candle, and crept into bed. The moonlight became bolder and bolder. It advanced, tipped the floors along the walls now. It floods her very pillow, and seems to her eyes to take a holy loving kindness, holier and more loving as the lids droop beneath it, a vague remembrance of some tale of guardian spirits, with which waif had once charmed her wonder, stirred through her lulling thoughts, linking itself with the presence of that encircling moonlight there. See, the eyelids are closed, no tear upon their fringe. See the dimples steal out as the sweet lips are parted. She sleeps. She dreams already where and what is the rude world of waking now. Are there not guardian spirits deride the question, if thou wilt stern man the reasoning and self-reliant? But thou, O fair mother, who hast marked the strange happiness on the face of a child, that has wept itself to sleep, what sayest thou to the soft tradition, which surely had its origin in the heart of the earliest mother? Chapter Roman 15. There is no man so friendless, but what he can find a friend sincere enough to tell him disagreeable truths. Meanwhile the comedian had made himself, and Sir Isaac, extremely comfortable, no unabstemious man by habit, was gentleman waif. He could dine on a crust, and season it with mirth. And as for exciting drinks, there was a childlike innocence in his humour, never known to a brain that has been washed in alcohol. But on this special occasion Waif's heart was made so bounteous by the novel sense of prosperity that it compelled him to treat himself. He did honour to the grilled chicken to which he had vainly tempted Sophie. He ordered half a pint of port, to be mulled into negus. He helped himself with a bow as if himself were a guest, and nodded each time. He took off his glass as much as to say, "Your health, Mr. Waif." He even offered a glass of the exhilarating draught to Sir Isaac, who, exceedingly offended, retreated under the sofa, whence he peered forth through his deciduous ringlets, with brows knit in grave rebuke. Nor was it without deliberate caution a whisker. First, and then a pothet, he emerged from his retreat, when a plate heaped with the remains of the feast was placed upon the hearthrug. The supper over and the attendant gone, the negus still left Waif, lighted his pipe, and gazing on Sir Isaac, thus addressed that canine philosopher, illustrious member of the Quadrupedal Society of Friends to Man, and as possessing those abilities for practical life, which but few friends to man ever display in his service, promoted to high rank Commissary General of the Victualling Department and Chancellor of the Exchequer, I have the honour to inform you that a vote of thanks in your favour has been proposed in this House, and carried unanimously. Sir Isaac, looking shy, gave another lick to the plate, and wagged his tail. It is true that thou wert once, shall I say it in fault at beauty and worth thee memory, deserted thee. Thy peroration was on the verge of a breakdown, but nemo mortalium omnibus horis sapit I, as the Latin grammar philosophically expresseth, it mortals the wisest not only on 2 legs, but even upon 4 occasionally stumble. The greatest general statesman sage is not he who commits no blunder, but he who best repairs a blunder, and converts it to success. This was thy merit and distinction. It hath never been mine. I recognize thy superior genius. I place in the unqualified confidence, and consigning thee to the arms of Morpheus, since I see that panegyric acts on thy nervous system as a salubrious soporific. I now move that this House do resolve itself into a committee of ways and means for the consideration of the budget. Therewith, while Sir Isaac fell into a profound sleep, the comedian deliberately emptied his pockets on the table, and arranging gold and silver before him thrice, carefully counted the total, and then divided it into sundry small heaps. "That's for the bill," quoth he, civil list a large item. "That's for Sophie the darling, she shall have a teacher, and learn music education grant. Current expenses, for the next fortnight miscellaneous estimates to Backwell. Call that secret service money, our scamp vagrant, is not heaven kind to thee? At last a few more such nights, and who knows, but thine old age may have other roof than the workhouse, and Sophia, what of her merciful providence, spare my life, till she has outgrown its uses." A tear came to his eye, he brushed it away quickly, and recounting his money hummed a joyous tune. The door opened. Waif looked up in surprise, sweeping his hand over the coins, and restoring them to his pocket. The mayor entered. As Mr. Hartop walked slowly up the room, his eye fixed Waif's, and that eye was so searching though so mild that the comedian felt himself change colour. His gay spirits fell, falling lower and lower the nearer the mayor's step came to him, and when Hartop, without speaking, took his hand, not in compliment, not congratulation, but pressed it as if in deep compassion, still looking him full in the face with those pitying, penetrating eyes, the actor experienced a sort of shock, as if he were read through despite all his histrionic disguises, read through to his heart's core, and as silent as his visitor sank back in his chair, abashed, disconcerted. "Mr. Hartop, poor man," the comedian, rousing himself with an effort, but still confused, "down, Sir Isaac, down this visit. Mr. Mayor is an honour which may well take a dog by surprise. Forgive him." Mr. Hartop, patting Sir Isaac, who was inquisitively sniffing his garments, and drawing a chair close to the actor, who thereon edged his own chair a little away, in vain, for on that movement Mr. Hartop advanced in proportion. "Your dog is a very admirable and clever animal, but in the exhibition of a learned dog there is something which tends to sadden one. By what privations has he been forced out of his natural ways? by what fastings and severe usage have his instincts been distorted into tricks. Hunger is a stern teacher, Mr. Chapman, and to those whom it teaches, we cannot always give praise unmixed with pity. The comedian, ill at ease under this allegorical tone, and surprised at a quicker intelligence in Mr. Hartop than he had given that person credit for. You speak like an oracle, Mr. Mayor, but that dog at least has been mildly educated and kindly used. Inborn genius, sir, will have its vent. A most intelligent audience honored us tonight, and our best thanks are due to you. Mr. Hartop, Mr. Chapman, let us be frank with each other. I am not a clever man, perhaps a dull one. If I had set up for a clever man, I should not be where I am now. Hush, no compliments. But my life has brought me into frequent contact with those who suffer, and the dullest of us gain a certain sharpness in the matters to which our observation is habitually drawn. You took me in at first. It is true I thought you were a philanthropical humorist who might have crotchets, as many benevolent men with time on their hands and money in their pockets are apt to form. But when it came to the begging hat, I ask your pardon, don't let me offend you, when it came to the begging hat, I recognized the man who wants philanthropy from others, and whose crotchets are to be regarded in a professional point of view. Sir, I have come here alone, because I alone perhaps see the case as it really is. Will you confide in me? You may do it safely. To be plain, who and what are you? The comedian evasively. What do you take me for, Mr. Mayor? What can I be other than an itinerant showman who has had resort to a harmless stratagem in order to obtain an audience and create a surprise that might cover the naked audacity of the begging hat? Mr. Hartop, gravely, when a man of your ability and education is reduced to such stratagems, he must have committed some great faults. Pray heaven it be no worse than faults. The comedian bitterly. That is always the way with the prosperous. Is a man unfortunate, they say, why don't he help himself? Does he try to help himself, they say, with so much ability? Why does not he help himself? Better ability and education snares and springes, Mr. Mayor. Ability and education, the two worst man-traps that a poor fellow can put his foot into. Aha, did not you say if you had set up to be clever, you would not be where you now are? A wise saying. I admire you for it. Well, well, I and my dog have amused your townsfolk. They have amply repaid us. We are public servants. According as we act in publicis us or applaud, are we to submit to an inquisition into our private character? Are you to ask how many mutton bones has that dog stolen, how many cats has he worried, or how many shirts has the showman in his wallet, how many debts has he left behind him, what is his rent roll on earth, and his account with heaven? Go and put those questions to ministers, philosophers, generals, poets. When they have acknowledged your right to put them, come to me. And the other door. Mr. Hartop, rising and drawing on his gloves. I beg your pardon. I have done, sir. And yet I conceived an interest in you. It is because I have no talents myself that I admire those who have. I felt a mournful anxiety, too, for your poor little girl, so young, so engaging. And is it necessary that you should bring up that child in a course of life, certainly equivocal, and to females dangerous? The comedian lifted his eyes suddenly and stared hard at the face of his visitor, and in that face there was so much of benevolent humanity, so much sweetness, contending with authoritative rebuke, that the vagabond's hardihood gave way. He struck his breast and groaned aloud. Mr. Hartop pressing on the advantage he had gained. And have you no alarm for her health? Do you not see how delicate she is? Do you not see that her very talent comes from her susceptibility to emotions which must wear her away? Waif, no, stop, you terrify me, you break my heart, man. It is all for her that I toil and show, and but if you call it begging, do you think I care what becomes of this battered hulk? Not a straw. What am I to do? What you tell me to confide in you? Wherefore? How can you help me? Would you give me employment? What am I fit for? Nothing. You could find work and bread for an Irish labourer, nor ask who or what he was, but to a man who strays towards you seemingly from a sphere in which if poverty enters she drops a courtesy, and is called genteel. You cry, hold, produce your passport. Where are your credentials, references? I have none. I have slipped out of the world. I once moved in. I can no more appeal to those I knew in it than if I had transmigrated from one of yon stars, and said, see there what I was once. Oh, but you do not think she looks ill, do you, wretch that I am? And I thought to save her. The old man trembled from head to foot, and his cheek was as pale as ashes. Again the good magistrate took his hand, but this time the clasp was encouraging. Cheer up. Where there is a will there is a way. You justify the opinion I formed in your favour despite all circumstances to the contrary. When I asked you to confide in me, it was not from curiosity, but because I would serve you. If I can reflect on what I have said true, you can know but little of me. Learn what is said of me by my neighbours before you trust me further. For the rest, tomorrow you will have many proposals to renew your performance. Excuse me, if I do not actively encourage it, I will not at least interfere to your detriment. But exclaimed Waif, not much heeding this address, but you think she looks ill, you think this is injuring her, you think I am murdering my grandchild, me angel of life, my all. Not so, I spoke too bluntly, yet still. Yes, yet still. Still, if you love her so dearly, would you blunt her conscience and love of truth? Were you not an impostor tonight, would you ask her to reverence and imitate, and pray for an impostor? I never saw it in that light, faltered Waif, struck to the soul, never, so help me heaven. I felt sure you did not, said the mayor, you saw, but the sport of the thing you took to it as a schoolboy. I have known many such men with high animal spirits like yours. Such men err thoughtlessly. But did they ever sin consciously? They could not keep those high spirits. Good night, Mr. Chapman, I shall hear from you again. The door closed on the form of the visitor. Waif's head sank on his breast, and all the deep lines upon brow and cheek stood forth records of mighty griefs. Revived a countenance, so altered now its innocent arch play was gone, that you would not have known it. At length he rose very quietly, took up the candle, and stole into Sophie's room, shading the light. With careful hand he looked on her face as she slept. The smile was still upon the parted lip, the child was still in the fairyland of dreams, but the cheek was thinner than it had been weeks ago, and the little hand that rested on the coverlet seemed wasted. Waif took that hand noiselessly into his own. It was hot and dry. He dropped it with a look of unutterable fear and anguish, and shaking his head piteously stole back again. Seating himself by the table at which he had been caught counting his gains, he folded his arms and rooted his gaze on the floor, and there motionless, and as if in stupefied suspense of thought itself, he sat till the dawn crept over the skytel. The sun shone into the windows. The dog crouched at his feet, sometimes started up and whined as to attract his notice. He did not heed it. The clock struck 6. The house began to stir. The chambermaid came into the room. Waif rose and took his hat, brushing its nap mechanically with his sleeve. Who did you say was the best here? He asked with a vacant smile, touching the chambermaid's arm. Sir, the best what? The best doctor, ma'am, none of your parish apothecaries. Best physician, Doctor Gill, did you say? Gill? Thank you. His address High Street close by, ma'am, with his grand bow. Such is habit, gentleman. Waif smiled graciously and left the room. Sir Isaac stretched himself and followed. Chapter Romans 16. In every civilized society there is found a race of men who retain the instincts of the aboriginal cannibal and live upon their fellow men as a natural food. These interesting but formidable bipeds, having caught their victim, invariably select one part of his body on which to fasten their relentless grinders. The part thus selected is peculiarly susceptible, Providence having made it alive to the least nibble. It is situated just above the hip joint. It is protected by a tegument of exquisite fibre, vulgarly called the breeches pocket. The thoroughbred anthropophagite usually begins with his own relations and friends, and so long as he confines his veracity to the domestic circle, the law interferes little if at all with his venerable propensities. But when he has exhausted all that allows itself to be edible in the bosom of private life, the mainator falls loose on society and takes to prowling. Thin sauve qui pute. The laws rouse themselves, put on their spectacles, call for their wigs and gowns, and the anthropophagite turned prowler is not always sure of his dinner. It is when he has arrived at this stage of development that the eater becomes of importance, enters into the domain of history, and occupies the thoughts of moralists. On the same morning in which Waif thus went forth from the Saracen's Head in quest of the doctor, but at a later hour, a man who, to judge by the elaborate smartness of his attire and the jaunty assurance of his saunter, must have wandered from the gay purlieus of Regent Street, threaded his way along the silent and desolate thoroughfares that intersect the remotest districts of Bloomsbury. He stopped at the turn into a small street, still more sequestered than those which led to it, and looked up to the angle on the wall whereon the name of the street should have been inscribed. But the wall had been lately whitewashed, and the whitewash had obliterated the expected epigraph. The man muttered an impatient execration, and turning round, as if to seek a passenger of whom to make inquiry, beheld on the opposite side of the way another man, apparently engaged in the same research. Involuntarily each crossed over the road towards the other. Pray, sir, quoth the second wayfarer in that desert, can you tell me if this is a street that is called a place? Pardon, place upper. Sir, returned the sprucer wayfarer, it is the question I would have asked of you. Strange. Very strange indeed that more than one person can in this busy age employ himself in discovering a pardon place, not a soul to inquire of, not a shop, that I see not an orange stall. Ha, cried the other in a hoarse sepulchral voice, ha, there is a pot be boy, I say hold there, hold, is this pardon place upper? Yes it be, answered the potboy with a sleepy air caught in that sleepy atmosphere, and chiming his pewter against an area rail with a dull clang, he chanted forth pots o ho with a note as dirge-like as that which in the city of the plague chanted out with the dead. Meanwhile the two wayfarers exchanged bows, and parted. The sprucer wayfarer, whether from the indulgence of a reflective mood, or from an habitual indifference to things and persons not concerning him, ceased to notice his fellow solitary, and rather busied himself in sundry little coquetries appertaining to his own person. He passed his hand through his hair, rearranged the cock of his hat, looked complacently at his boots, which still retained the gloss of the morning's varnish, drew down his wristbands, and in a word gave sign of a man who desires to make an effect, and feels that he ought to do it. So occupied was he in this self-commune that when he stopped at length at one of the small doors in the small street, and lifted his hand to the knocker, he started to see that Wayfarer the second was by his side. The two men now examined each other briefly, but deliberately. Wayfarer the first was still young-certainly handsome, but with an indescribable look about the eye, and from which the other recoiled with an instinctive or hard look, a cynical look, a sidelong, quiet, defying, remorseless look. His clothes were so new of gloss that they seemed put on for the first time, were shaped to the prevailing fashion, and of a taste for colours less subdued than is usual with Englishmen, yet still such as a person of good mien could wear without incurring the charge of vulgarity, though liable to that of self-conceit. If you doubted that the man were a gentleman, you would have been puzzled to guess what else he could be were it not for the look we have mentioned, and which was perhaps not habitual. His appearance might have been called prepossessing. In his figure there was the grace in his step, the elasticity which come from just proportions, and muscular strength. In his hand he carried a supple switchstick, slight and innocuous to appearance, but weighted at the handle after the fashion of a life-preserver. The tone of his voice was not displeasing to the ear, though there might be something artificial in the swell of it, the sort of tone men assume when they desire to seem more frank and off-hand than belongs to their nature, a sort of rollicking tone, which is to the voice what swagger is to the gait. Still, that look it produced on you the effect which might be created by some strange animal not without beauty, but deadly to man. Wayfarer the second was big and burly, middle-aged, large-whiskered, his complexion dirty. He wore a Uyghur wig, evident unmistakable, a wig curled, and rusty over the wig a dingy white hat. His black stock fitted tight round his throat, and across his breast he had thrown the folds of a Scotch plaid. Wayfarer the first, you call here too on Mrs. Crane. Wayfarer the second, Mrs. Crane, you too strain. Wayfarer the first with constrained civility, sir, I call on business, private business. Wayfarer the second with candid surliness, so do Roman 1. Wayfarer the first, oh. Wayfarer the second, ha, the locks unbar. The door opened, and an old meagre woman-servant presented herself. Wayfarer the first gliding before the big man, with a serpent's undulating celerity of movement. Mrs. Crane lives here? Yes, she's at home. I suppose you stake up my card. Say I come alone, not with this gentleman. Wayfarer the second seems to have been rather put out by the manner of his rival. He recedes a step. You know the lady of this mansion well, sir, extremely well. Ha, then I yield you the precedence. I yield it, sir, but conditionally. You will not be long. Not a moment longer than I can help. The land will be clear for you in an hour or less. Or less, so please you let it be, or less, servant, sir. So yours come my Hebe, track the dancers that is, go up the stairs, and let me renew the dreams of youth in the eyes of Bella. The old woman meanwhile had been turning over the card in her withered palm, looking from the card to the visitor's face, and then to the card again, and mumbling to herself. At length she spoke. You Mr. Loosely, you Jasper Loosely, how you be changed, what ha' ye done to yourself? Where's your comeliness, where's the look that stole ladies' hearts? You Jasper Loosely, you are his goblin. Hold your peace, old hussy, said the visitor, evidently annoyed at remarks so disparaging. I am Jasper Loosely, more bronzed of cheek, more iron of hand. He raised his switch with a threatening gesture that might be in play, for the lips wore smiles, or might be in earnest, for the brows were bent, and pushing into the passage, and shutting the door said, Is your mistress upstairs? Show me to her room, or... The old crone gave him one angry glance, which sank frightened beneath the cruel gleam of his eyes, and hastening up the stairs with a quicker stride than her age seemed to warrant, cried out, Mistress, mistress, here is Mr. Loosely, Jasper Loosely himself. By the time the visitor had reached the landing place of the first floor, a female form had emerged from a room above. A female face peered over the banisters. Loosely looked up, and started, as he saw it, a haggard-faced face of one over whose life there has passed a blight. When last seen by him, it had possessed beauty, though of a masculine rather than womanly character. Now of that beauty, not a trace. The cheeks shrunk, and hollow left the nose sharp, long-beaked as a bird of prey. The hair, once glossy, in its ebon hue now grizzled, harsh, neglected, hung in tortured, tangled meshes. A study for an artist who would paint a fury, but the eyes were brighter than ever bright now, with a glare that lighted up the whole face. Bending over the man in those burning eyes, was there love, was there hate, was there welcome, was there menace? Impossible to distinguish, but at least one might perceive that there was joy. So said the voice from above, "So we do meet at last, Jasper Loosely, you are come." Drawing a loose kind of dressing robe more closely round her, the mistress of the house now descended the stairs rapidly, flittingly, with a step noiseless as a spectre's, and grasping Loosely firmly by the hand led him into a chill, dank, sunless drawing-room, gazing into his face fixedly all the while. He winced and writhed. There, let us sit down, my dear Mrs. Crane. And once I was called Bella. Ages ago, Basta, all things have their end. Do take those eyes of yours off my face. They were always so bright, Andriolino. They are perfect burning glasses. How close it is, Pew, I am dead tired. May I ask for a glass of water? A drop of wine in it, or brandy will do as well. Ho, you have come to brandy and morning drams, Jasper, said Mrs. Crane, with a strange, dreary accent. I too once tried, if fire could burn up thought, but it did not succeed with me. That is years ago, Anthracy. The bottles are full still. While thus speaking, she had unlocked a chiffonier of the shape usually found in genteel lodgings, and taken out a leathern spirit case containing 4 bottles with a couple of wineglasses. This case she placed on the table before Mr. Loosely, and contemplated him at leisure while he helped himself to the raw spirits. As she thus stood, an acute student of Lavater might have recognized in her harsh and wasted countenance signs of an original nature superior to that of her visitor on her knitted brow, a sense higher in quality than on his smooth low forehead, on her straight stern lip, less cause for distrust than in the false good humour which curved his handsome mouth into that smile of the fickle which, responding to mirth, but not to affection, is often lighted, and never warmed. It is true that, in that set pressure of her lip, there might be cruelty, and still more the secretiveness which can harbour deceit, and yet by the nervous workings of that lip, when relieved from such pressure, you would judge the woman to be rather by natural temperament passionate and impulsive than systematically cruel or deliberately false or cruel, only as some predominating passion became the soul's absolute tyrant, and adopted the tyrant's vices above all in those very lines destructive to beauty that had been ploughed not by time over her sallow cheeks. There was written the susceptibility to grief, to shame, to the sense of fall, which was not visible in the unreflective, reckless aspect of the sleek human animal before her. In the room, too, there were some evidences of a cultivated taste on the walls, bookshelves, containing volumes of a decorous and severe literature, such as careful parents allow to studious daughters, stately masterpieces of Fenelon and Racine selections, approved by boarding schools from Tasso, Dante, Metastasio, amongst English authors Addison, Johnson, Blair, his lectures, as well as sermons, elementary works on such sciences as admit female neophytes into their porticos, if not into their penetraliae. Botany, chemistry, astronomy, prim as soldiers on parade, stood the books, not a gap in their ranks, evidently never now displaced for recreation, well bound, yet faded, dusty relics of a bygone life. Some of them might perhaps have been prizes at school or birthday, gifts from proud relations. There too, on the table near the spirit case, lay open a once handsome workbox, no silks now on the skeleton reels, discoloured, but not by use, in its nest of tarnished silk. Slept the golden thimble there too in the corner, near a music stand piled high, with musical compositions of various schools, and graduated complexity from lessons for beginners to the most arduous gamut of a German oratorio. Slunk pathetically a poor luteharp, the strings long since broken. There too by the window hung a wire birdcage, the bird long since dead. In a word, round the woman gazing on Jasper Loosely, as he complacently drank his brandy, grouped the forlorn tokens of an early stateth, lost golden age of happy girlish studies, of harmless girlish tastes. Basta Eno, said Mr. Loosely, pushing aside the glass which he had twice filled and twice drained to business, let me see the child, I feel up to it now. A darker shade fell over Arabella Crane's face, as she said, the child, she is not here, I have disposed of her long ago. Disposed of her, what do you mean? Do you ask as if you feared I had put her out of the world? No, well then you come to England, to see the child you miss you love the child of Thatoff, that she paused, checked herself, and added in an altered voice of that honest, high-minded gentlewoman, whose memory must be so dear to may you love that child very natural Jasper. Love her a child I have scarcely seen since she was born, do talk common sense no, but have I not told you that she ought to be money's worth to me I, and she shall be yet despite that proud man's disdainful insolence. That proud man what you have ventured to address him visit him since your return to England. Of course that's what brought me over. I imagined the man would rejoice at what I told him, open his purse strings, lavish blessings and banknotes, and the brute would not even believe me, all because you had sold the right to be believed before I told you, when I took the child, that you would never succeed there, that I would never encourage you in the attempt, but you had sold the future as you sold your past too cheaply, it seems, Jasper. Too cheaply indeed. Who could ever have supposed that I should have been fobbed off with such a pittance? Who indeed, Jasper? You were made to spend fortunes, and call them pittances, when spent, Jasper. You should have been a prince, Jasper. Such princely tastes, trinkets and dress, horses and dice, and plenty of ladies, to look and die, such princely spirit too, bounding all return for loyal sacrifice to the honour you vouchsafed in accepting it. Uttering this embittered irony, which nevertheless seemed rather to please than to offend her guest, she kept moving about the room, and whether from some drawer in the furniture, or from her own person Loosely's careless eye did not observe, she suddenly drew forth a miniature, and placing it before him, exclaimed, "Ah, but you are altered from those days, see what you then were." Loosely's gaze thus abruptly invited fixed itself on the effigies of a youth eminently handsome, and of that kind of beauty, which without being effeminate approaches to the fineness and brilliancy of the female countenance, a beauty which renders its possessor inconveniently conspicuous, and too often by winning that ready admiration which it costs no effort to obtain, withdraws the desire of applause from successes to be achieved by labour, and hardens egotism by the excuses it lends to self-esteem. It is true that this handsome face had not the elevation bestowed by thoughtful expression, but thoughtful expression is not the attribute a painter seeks to give to the abstract comeliness of early youth, and it is seldom to be acquired without that constitutional wear and tear which is injurious to mere physical beauty, and over the whole countenance was diffused a sunny light, the freshness of buxom health, of luxuriant vigour, so that even that arrogant vanity which an acute observer might have detected as the prevailing mental characteristic seemed but a glad exultation in the gifts of benignant nature, not there the look which in the matured man gazing on the bright ghost of his former self might have daunted the timid and warned the wise. And I was like this, true, I remember well when it was taken, and no one called it flattering, said Mr. Loosely, with pathetic self-condolence. But I can't be very much changed, he added with a half-laugh, at my age one may have a manlier look, yet still be handsome, Jasper, said Mrs. Crane. You are so, but look at me, what am I? Oh, a very fine woman, my dear Cranelways were, but you neglect yourself, you should not do that, keep it up to the last. Well, but to return to the child, you have disposed of her without my consent, without letting me know. Letting you know? How many years is it since you even gave me your address? Never fear, she is in good hands. Whose at all events I must see her. See her what for? What for? Hang it, it is natural that now I am in England, I should at least wish to know what she is like, and I think it very strange that you should send her away, and then make all these difficulties. What's your object? I don't understand it. My object? What could be my object, but to serve you at your request? I took, fed, reared a child whom you could not expect me to love at my own cost. Did I ever ask you for a shilling? Did I ever suffer you to give me one? Never. At last, hearing no more from you, and what little I heard of you making me think that if anything happened to me, and I was very ill at the time, you could only find her a burden. At last, I say, the old man came to Mayu, had given him my address, and he offered to take her, and I consented. She is with him. The old man? She is with him, and where is he? I don't know. Humph, how does he live? Can he have got any money? I don't know. Did any old friends take him up? Would he go to old friends? Mr. Loosely tossed off 2 fresh glasses of brandy one after the other, and rising walked to and fro the room, his hands buried in his pockets, and in no comfortable vein of reflection. At length he paused, and said, well, upon the whole, I don't see what I could do with the girl just at present, though of course I ought to know where she is, and with whom. Tell me, Mrs. Crane, what is she like, pretty or plain? I suppose the chit would be called pretty, some persons at least. Very pretty? Handsome? Asked Loosely abruptly. Handsome or not, what does it signify what good comes of beauty? You had beauty enough, what have you done with it? At that question, Loosely drew himself up with a sudden loftiness of look and gesture which, though prompted, but by offended vanity, improved the expression of the countenance, and restored to it much of its earlier character. Mrs. Crane gazed on him, startled into admiration, and it was in an altered voice, half reproachful, half bitter, that she continued. And now that you are satisfied about her, have you no questions to ask about Muhet? I do. How I live, my dear Mrs. Crane, I know that you are comfortably off, and were never of a mercenary temper. I trust you are happy, and so forth. I wish I were. Things don't prosper with me. If you could conveniently lend me a £5 note. You would borrow of me, Jasper. Are you come to me in your troubles? You shall have the money, £5, £10, what you please, but you will call again for it. You need me now. You will not utterly desert me now. Best of creaturess never. He seized her hand and kissed it. She withdrew it quickly from his clasp, and glancing over him from head to foot, said, But are you really in want? You are well-dressed, Jasper, that you always were. Not always. 3 days ago, very much the reverse, but I have had a trifling aid in England. From whom? Where? Not from him, whom you say you had the courage to seek. From whom else have I no claim? A miserable alms flung to me, curse him. I tell you that man's look and language so galled me, so galled, echoed, loosely shifting his hold from the top of his switch to the centre, and bringing the murderous weight of the lead down on the palm of his other hand, that if his eye had quitted mine for a moment, I think I must have brained him and been hanged, said Mrs. Crane. Of course hanged, returned Loosely, resuming the reckless voice and manner, in which there was that peculiar levity which comes from hardness of heart, as from the steel's hardness comes the blade's play. But if a man did not sometimes forget consequences, there would be an end of the gallows. I am glad that his eye never left mine, and the leaden head of the switch fell with a dull, dumb sound on the floor. Mrs. Crane made no immediate rejoinder, but fixed on her lawless visitor a gaze in which there was no womanly fear, though Loosely's aspect and gesture might have sent a thrill through the nerves of many a hardy man, but which was not without womanly compassion. Her countenance, gradually softening more and more, as if under the influence of recollections mournful, but not hostile, at length she said in a low voice, Poor Jasper, is all the vain ambition that made you so false shrunk into a ferocity that finds you so powerless? Would your existence, after all, have been harder, poorer, meaner, if your faith had been kept to me? Evidently disliking that turn in the conversation, but checking a reply which might have been rude, had no visions of £5, £10, loomed in the distance. Mr. Loosely said, Pshaw, Bella, pshaw, I was a fool, I dare say, and a sad dog, a very sad dog, but I had always the greatest regard for you, and always shall. Hillo, what's that? A knock at the door. Oh, by the by, a queer-looking man in a white hat called at the same time. I did to see you on private business, gave way to me, said he should come again. May I ask who he is? I cannot guess. No one ever calls here on business, except the tax-gatherer. The old woman-servant now entered. A gentleman, ma'am, says his name is Rugg. Rugg, let me think. I am here, Mrs. Crane, said the manager, striding in. You don't perhaps call me to mind by name? Butoho not gone, sir, do I intrude prematurely? No, I have done. Good day, my dear Mrs. Crane. Stay, Jasper, I remember you now. Mr. Rugg, take a chair. She whispered a few words into Loosely's ear, then turned to the manager, and said aloud, I saw you at Mr. Waif's lodging at the time he had that bad accident, and I had the honour to accompany you home, ma'am, and but, shall I speak out before this gentleman? Certainly. You see he is listening to you with attention, this gentleman, and I have no secrets from each other. What has become of that person? This gentleman wishes to know. Loosely, yes, sir, I wish to know particularly. Rugg, so do I. That is partly what I came about. You are aware, I think, ma'am, that I engaged him, and Juliet Araminta, that is Sophie. Loosely, Sophie engaged them, sir. How? Rugg, theatrical line, Sir Rugg's exhibition. He was a great actor once, that fellow Waif. Loosely, oh, actor, well, sir, go on. Rugg, who in the course of his address turns from the lady to the gentleman, from the gentleman to the lady, with appropriate gesture and appealing look, but he became a wreck, a block of a man lost an eye. And his voice too, however to serve him? I took his grandchild, and him too he left me shamefully, and ran off with his grandchild, sir. Now, ma'am, to be plain with you, that little girl I looked upon as my property, a very valuable property. She is worth a great deal to me, and I have been done out of her. If you can help me to get her back articled and engaged, say, for 3 years, I am willing and happy, ma'am, to pay something handsome, uncommon handsome. Mrs. Crane loftily, speak to that gentleman, he may treat with you. Loosely, what do you call uncommon handsome, Mr. Tugg? Rug, sir, we shan't disagree, I hope, provided you have the power to get waif to bind the girl to me. Loosely, I may have the power to transfer the young lady to your care young lady, is a more respectful phrase than girland, possibly to dispense with Mr. Waif's consent to such arrangement. But excuse me if I say that I must know a little more of yourself, before I could promise to exert such a power on your behalf. Rug, sir, I shall be proud to improve our acquaintance. As to Waif the old vagabond, he has injured and affronted me, sir, I don't bear malice. But I have a spirit, Britons have a spirit, sir. And you will remember, ma'am, that when I accompanied you home I observed that Mr. Waif was a mysterious man, and had apparently known better days, and that when a man is mysterious, and falls into the sere and yellow leaf, ma'am, without that which should accompany old age, so one has a right to suspect that some time or other he has done something or other, ma'am, which makes him fear lest the very stones prate of his whereabouts, sir. And you did not deny, ma'am, that the mystery was suspicious, but you said with uncommon good sense that it was nothing to me what Mr. Waif had once been so long as he was of use to me at that particular season. Since then, sir, he has ceased to be of use too in the unhandsomest manner. And if you would, ma'am, from a sense of justice, just unravel the mystery, put me in possession of the secret it might make that base man of use to me again, give me a handle over him, sir, so that I might awe him into restoring my property, as morally speaking Juliet Araminta, most undoubtedly, is that's why I call a laving my company, to which I am a father orphans for the present, but I have missed that little girl, that young lady, sir. I called her a phenomenon, missed her much. It is natural, sir, I appeal to you, no man can be done out of a valuable property, and not feel it if he has a heart in his bosom, and if I had her back safe I should indulge ambition. I have always had ambition. The theatre at York, sir, that is my ambition. I had it from a child, sir, dreamed of it 3 tunes, ma'am. If I had back my property in that phenomenon, I would go at the thing slap bang, take the York, and bring out the phenomenon with a claw. Loosely, musingly, you say the young lady is a phenomenon, and for this phenomenon you are willing to pay something handsomely, a vague expression, put it into Roman 50s, Roman 500. Rug, sir, if she can be bound to me legally for 3 years, I would give L. I did offer to waif L 50 to you, sir. L. Loosely's eyes flashed and his hands opened restlessly, but confound it, where is she? Have you no clue? Rug, no, but we can easily find one. It was not worth my while to hunt them up, before I was quite sure that if I regained my property in that phenomenon, the law would protect it. Mrs. Crane, moving to the door, well, Jasper, loosely, you will sell the young lady, I doubt not, and when you have sold her let me know. She came back and whispered, you will not perhaps now want money from me, but I shall see you again, for if you would find the child you will need my aid. Certainly, my dear friend, I will call again, honour bright. Mrs. Crane here bowed to the gentleman and swept out of the room. Thus left alone, Loosely and Rug looked at each other with a shy and yet cunning gaze. Rug's hands in his trousers pockets, his head thrown back. Loosely's hands involuntarily expanded, his head bewitchingly bent forward and a little on one side. So said Rug at length, what do you say to a chop and a pint of wine? Perhaps we could talk more at our ease elsewhere. I am only in town for a day, left my company 30 miles off orphans, as I said before. Mr. Rugg, said Loosely, I have no desire to stay in London or indeed in England, and the sooner we can settle this matter the better. Grant that we find the young lady, you provide for her board and lodging, teach her your honourable profession, behave of course kindly to her, like a father, and give to me the sum of L. That is if you can legally make her over to me, but sir, may I inquire by what authority you would act in this matter? On that head it will be easy to satisfy you. Meanwhile, I accept your proposal of an early dinner. Let us adjourn. Is it to your house? I have no exact private house in London, but I know a public one commodious. Be it so, after you, sir. As they descended the stairs, the old woman-servant stood at the street door. Rug went out first. The woman detained Loosely. Do you find her altered? Whom Mrs. Crane we years will tell, but you seem to have known me. I don't remember you. Not Bridget Greggs. Is it possible I left you a middle-aged rosy-faced woman? True, I recognize you now. There's a crown for you. I wish I had more to spare. Bridget pushed back the silver. No, I dare not take money from you, Jasper. Loosely mistress would not forgive me. Loosely not unreluctantly restored the crown to his pocket, and with a snort rather than sigh of relief, stepped into open daylight as he crossed the street to join Rug, who was waiting for him on the shady side. He mechanically turned to look back at the house, and at the open window of an upper story, he beheld again those shining eyes which had glared down on him from the stairs. He tried to smile and waved his hand feebly. The eyes seemed to return the smile, and as he walked down the street arm-in-arm with the ruffian manager, slowly recovering his springy step, and in the gloss of the new garments that set forth his still symmetrical proportions, the eyes followed him watchfully, steadfastly, till his form had vanished, and the dull street was once more a solitude. Then Arabella Crane turned from the window, putting her hand to her heart. How it beats, she muttered, if in love, or in hate, in scorn, or in pity beats once more with a human emotion. He will come again, whether for money, or for woman's wit, what care I, will come, I will hold, I will cling to him, no more to part, for better, for worse, as it should have been once at the altar. And the child, she paused, was it in compunction, the child, she continued fiercely, and as if lashing herself into rage, the child of that treacherous, hateful Motheries, I will help him to sell her back as a stager show, help him in all that does not lift her to a state from which she may look down with disdain on me, revenge on her, on that cruel house. Revenge is sweet, oh, that it were revenge alone that bids me cling to him who deserves revenge. The most she closed her burning eyes, and sat down droopingly, rocking herself to and fro like one in pain. Chapter Romans 17. In life, it is difficult to say who do you the most mischief, enemies with the worst intentions or friends with the best. The conference between Mr. Rugg and Mr. Loosely terminated in an appointment to meet the next day at the village in which this story opened. Meanwhile, Mr. Rugg would return to his orphans and arrange performances in which for some days they might dispense with a father's part. Loosely on his side undertook to devote the intervening hours to consultation with a solicitor to whom Mr. Rugg recommended him as to the prompt obtaining of legal powers to enforce the authority he asserted himself to possess. He would also persuade Mrs. Crane to accompany him to the village, and aid in the requisite investigations, entertaining a tacit but instinctive belief in the superiority of her acuteness. Set a female to catch a female, quoth Mr. On the day and in the place thus fixed, the three hunters opened their chase. They threw off at the cobbler's stall. They soon caught the same scent which had been followed by the lawyer's clerk. They arrived at Mrs. Saunders. There, the two men would have been at fault like their predecessor, but the female was more astute. To drop the metaphor, Mrs. Saunders could not stand the sharp cross-examination of one of her own sex. That woman deceives us, said Mrs. Crane. On leaving the house they have not gone to London. What could they do there? Any man with a few stage juggling tricks can get on in country villages, but would be lost in cities perhaps, as it seems he has got a dog. We have found out that from Mrs. Saunders will make use of it for an itinerant puppet show. Punch, said Mr. Rugg, not a doubt of it. In that case, observed Mrs. Crane, they are probably not far off. Let us print handbills offering a reward for their clue, and luring the old man himself, by an assurance that the inquiry is made in order, that he may learn of something to his advantage. In the course of the evening, the handbills were printed the next day. They were posted up on the walls, not only of that village, but on those of the small towns and hamlets for some miles round. The handbills ran invitingly, thus: if William Waif, who left in the 20th ult, will apply at the Red Lion Inn at for Roman 10, he will learn of something greatly to his advantage. A reward of L5 will be given to anyone who will furnish information where the said William Waif and the little girl who accompanies him may be found. The said William Waif is about 60 years of age, of middle stature, strongly built, has lost one eye, and is lame of one leg. The little girl called Sophie is 12 years old, but looks younger, has blue eyes and light brown hair. They had with them a white French poodle dog. This bill is printed by the friends of the missing party. The next day passed no information, but on the day following a young gentleman of good mien, dressed in black, rode into the town, stopped at the Red Lion Inn, and asked to see Roman 10. The two men were out on their researches. Mrs. Crane stayed at home to answer inquiries. The gentleman was requested to dismount and walk in. Mrs. Crane received him in the inn parlour, which swarmed with flies. She stood in the centre, vigilant, grim spider of the place. I see cackle, said the gentleman, stammering fearfully, in consequence of a BB bill ich chanced to see in my riririd yesterdayan, a wowawol yow you isupsup. And Roman 10 put in Mrs. Crane, growing impatient, one of the friends of Mr. Waif, by whom the handbill has been circulated. It will indeed be a great relief to us to know where they areth, little girl more especially. Mrs. Crane was respectably dressed in silk iron grey. She had crisped her flaky tresses into stiff hard ringlets that fell like long screws from under a black velvet band. Mrs. Crane never wore a cap, nor could you fancy her in a cap, but the velvet band looked as rigid as if gummed to a hoop of steel. Her manner and tone of voice were those of an educated person, not unused to some society above the vulgar, and yet the visitor in whom the reader recognizes the piscatorial Oxonian with whom Waif had interchanged philosophy on the marge of the running brooklet, drew back. As she advanced and spoke and bent on an errand of kindness, he was seized with a vague misgiving. Mrs. Crane blandly, I fear, they must be badly off, I hope. They are not wanting the necessaries of life. But pray be seated, sir. She looked at him again, and with more respect in her address than she had before thrown into it, added with a half-courtesy, as she seated herself by his side, a clergyman of the established church, I presume, sir. Oxonian stammer, as on a former occasion, respectfully omitted with this defect, ma'am, but to the point. Some days ago, I happened to fall in with an elderly person, such as is described, with a very pretty female child, and a French dog. The main gentleman, perhaps I may call him, judging from his conversation, interested me, much so did the little girl, and if I could be the means of directing real friends anxious to serve them, Mrs. Crane would indeed be a benefactor. And where are they now, sir? Oxonian, that I cannot positively tell you, but before I say more, will you kindly satisfy my curiosity? He is perhaps an eccentric person, this Mr. Waify. A little. The Oxonian stopped and touched his forehead. Mrs. Crane made no prompt reply. She was musing unwarily. The scholar continued, because in that case I should not like to interfere. Mrs. Crane, quite right, sir. His own friends would not interfere with his roving ways, his little whims on any account. Poor man, why should they? He has no property for them to covet. But it is a long story. I had the care of that dear little girl from her infancy, sweet child. Oxonian, so she seems. Mrs. Crane, and now she has a most comfortable home provided for her, and a young girl with good friends, ought not to be tramping about the country. Whatever an old man may do, you must allow that, sir. Oxonian, wellies, I allow that. It occurred to me, but what is the man, the gentleman? Mrs. Crane, very eccentric, as you say, and inconsiderate perhaps. As to the little girl, we will not call it insane, Sir Buter. You married? Oxonian, blushing, no, ma'am. Mrs. Crane, but you have a sister, perhaps? Oxonian, yes, I have one sister. Mrs. Crane, would you like your sister to be running about the country in that way, carried off from her home kindred and friends? Oxonian, I understand the poor little girl is fond of the old manor relation grandfather, perhaps, and he has taken her from her home, and though not actually insane, he is still. Mrs. Crane, an unsafe guide for a female child, delicately reared. I reared her of good prospects, too. Oh, sir, let us save the child. Look. She drew from a side pocket in her stiff iron-grey apron a folded paper. She placed it in the Oxonian's hand. He glanced over and returned it. I see, ma'am, I cannot hesitate after this. It is a good many miles off where I met the persons whom I have no doubt that you seek, and 2 or 3 days ago my father received a letter from a very worthy, excellent man, with whom he is often brought into communication, upon benevolent objects, a Mr. Hartop, the mayor of Gatesborough, in which, among other matters, the mayor mentioned briefly that the literary institute of that town had been much delighted by the performance of a very remarkable man, with one eye, about whom there seemed some mystery, with a little girl and a learned dog. And I can't help thinking that the man, the girl, and the dog must be those whom I saw and you seek. Mrs. Crane, at Gatesborough, is that far? Oxonian, some way, but you can get a cross train from this village. I hope that the old man will not be separated from the little girl. They seemed very fond of each other. Mrs. Crane, no doubt of it, very fond. It would be cruel to separate them. A comfortable home for both. I don't know, sir, if I dare offer to a gentleman of your evident rank the reward but for the poor of your parish. Oxonian, oh, mamma, poor want for nothing. My father is rich, but if you would oblige me by a line after you have found these interesting persons, I am going to a distant part of the country, to Marodo Montfort Court, in Shire. Mrs. Crane, to Lord Montfort, the head of the noble family of Vipont. Oxonian, yes. Do you know any of the family, ma'am? If you could refer me to one of them, I should feel more satisfied as to. Mrs. Crane, hastily, indeed, sir, everyone must know that great family by name and repute. I know no more. So you are going to Lord Montfort's. The Marchioness, they say, is very beautiful. Oxonian, and good as beautiful. I have the honour to be connected both with her and Lord Montfort. They are cousins, and my grandfather was a Vipont. I should have told you my name, Morley, George Vipont Morley. Mrs. Crane made a profound courtesy, and with an unmistakable smile of satisfaction, said, as if half in soliloquy, so, it is to one of that noble familito, a Vipont, that the dear child will owe her restoration to my embrace. Bless you, sir. I hope I have done right, said George Vipont Morley as he mounted his horse. I must have done right, surely, he said again. When he was on the high road, I fear I have not done right, he said a third time as the face of Mrs. Crane began to haunt him. and when at sunset he reached his home tired out horse and man with an unusually long ride, and the green waterbank on which he had overheard poor waif's simple grace and joyous babble came in sight after all, he said dolefully, "It was no business of mine. I meant well, but his little sister ran to the gate to greet him. Yes, I did quite right. How should I like my sister to be roving the country and acting at literary institutes with a poodle dog? Quite right, kiss me, Jane." Chapter Roman 18. Let a king and a beggar converse freely together, and it is the beggar's fault if he does not say something which makes the king lift his hat to him. The scene shifts back to Gatesborough, the forenoon of the day succeeding the memorable exhibition at the institute of that learned town. Mr. Hartop was in the little parlour behind his country house, his hours of business much broken into by those intruders who deem no time unseasonable for the indulgence of curiosity, the interchange of thought, or the interests of general humanity, and of national enlightenment. The excitement produced on the previous evening by Mr. Chapman's Sophie and Sir Isaac was greatly on the increase. Persons who had seen them naturally called on the mayor to talk over the exhibition. Persons who had not seen them still more naturally dropped in, just to learn what was really Mr. Mayor's private opinion. The little parlour was thronged by a regular levee. There was the proprietor of a dismal building, still called the theatre, which was seldom let, except at election time, when it was hired by the popular candidate for the delivery of those harangues upon liberty and conscience, tyranny and oppression, which furnished the staple of declamation, equally to the dramatist, and the orator. There was also the landlord of the Royal Hotel, who had lately built to his house the City Concert Room, a superb apartment, but a losing speculation. There, too, were three highly respectable persons of a serious turn of mind, who came to suggest doubts whether an entertainment of so frivolous a nature was not injurious to the morality of Gatesborough. Besides these notables, there were loungers and gossips with no particular object, except that of ascertaining who Mr. Chapman was by birth and parentage, and suggesting the expediency of a deputation, ostensibly for the purpose of asking him to repeat his performance, but charged with private instructions to cross-examine him as to his pedigree. The gentle mayor kept his eyes fixed on a mighty ledger-book, pen in hand. The attitude was a rebuke on intruders, and in ordinary times would have been so considered, but mildness, however majestic, is not always effective in periods of civic commotion. The room was animated by hubbub. You caught broken sentences here and there crossing each other like the sounds that had been frozen in the air and set free by a thaw, according to the veracious narrative of Baron Munchausen. Playhouse proprietor. The theatre is the serious gentleman plausible snare by which a population at present grave and well-disposed is decoyed into becoming excited admirer. A French poodle, sir, that plays at dominoes like a credulous conjecturer, benevolent philanthropist condescending to act for the benefit of some distressed brother, who is proprietor of City Concert Room 120 feet long by 40. Mr. Mayor, talk of that damp theatre, so you might as well talk of the... Suddenly the door flew open, and pushing aside a clerk who designed to announce him in burst Mr. Chapman himself. He had evidently expected to find the mayor alone, for at the sight of that throng he checked himself and stood mute at the threshold. The levee for a moment was no less surprised, and no less mute, but the good folks soon recovered themselves. To many it was a pleasure to accost and congratulate the man who the night before had occasioned to them emotions so agreeable. Cordial smiles broke out, friendly hands were thrust forth, brief but hearty compliments mingled with entreaties to renew the performance to a larger audience were showered round. The comedian stood hat in hand, mechanically passing his sleeve over its nap, muttering half inaudibly, "You see before you a man," and turning his single eye from one face to the other, as if struggling to guess what was meant, or where he was. The mayor rose, and came forward. "My dear friends," said he mildly, "Mr. Chapman calls by appointment. Perhaps he may have something to say to me confidentially." The three serious gentlemen who had hitherto remained aloof, eyeing Mr. Chapman much as three inquisitors might have eyed a Jew, shook three solemn heads, and set the example of retreat. The last to linger were the rival proprietors of the theatre and the City Concert Room. Each whispered the stranger Roan, the left ear one, the right. Each thrust into his hand a printed paper. As the door closed on them, the comedian let fall the papers. His arm drooped to his side, his whole frame seemed to collapse. Hartop took him by the hand and led him gently to his own armchair beside the table. The comedian dropped on the chair, still without speaking. "Mr. Hartop, what is the matter? What has happened?" "Waif, she is very ill, in a bad way. The doctor says so, Dr. G." Mr. Hartup, feelingly, your little girl in a bad way. Oh no, doctors always exaggerate in order to get more credit for the cure. Not that I would disparage Dr. Gill, fellow townsman, first-rate man. Still, is the way with doctors to talk cheerfully if one is in danger, and to look solemn if there is nothing to fear. Fido, you think so? You have children of your own, Siroff, her age 2a. Mr. Hartup, yes, I know all about children, bitter. I think the Mrs. H does. What is the complaint? Waif, the doctor says it is low fever. Mr. Hartup, caused by nervous excitement perhaps. Waif, looking up, yes, that's what he says, nervous excitement. Mr. Hartup, clever, sensitive children, subjected precociously to emulation and emotion, are always liable to such maladies. My third girl, Anna Maria, fell into a low fever, caused by nervous excitement, in trying for school prizes. What, did she die of it, sir? Mr. Hartup, shuddering, die? No, I removed her from school, set her to take care of the poultry, forbade all French exercises, made her take English exercises instead, and ride on a donkey. She's quite another thing now, cheeks as red as an apple, and as firm as a cricket ball. Waif, I will keep poultry, I will buy a donkey. Oh, so you don't think she will go to heaven yet, and leave me here? Mr. Hartup, not if you give her rest and quiet, but no excitement, no exhibitions. Waif, emptying his pockets on the table, will you kindly count that money, sir? Don't you think that would be enough to find her some pretty lodgings hereabouts, till she gets quite strong again, with green fields? She's fond of green fields, and a farmyard with poultry, though. We were lodging a few days ago with a good woman who kept hens, and Sophie did not seem to take to them much. A canary bird is more of a companion, and… Hartup, interrupting, and you, what would you do? Waif, why, I and the dog would go away for a little while about the country. Hartup, exhibiting. Waif, that money will not last forever, and what can we do, I and the dog, in order to get more for her? Hartup, pressing his hand warmly, you are a good man, sir, I am sure of it. You cannot have done things which you should be afraid to tell me. Make me your confidant, and I may then find some employment fit for you, and you need not separate yourself from your little girl. Waif, separate from her, I should only leave her for a few days at a time, till she gets well. This money would keep her how long? 2 months, 3, how long? The doctor would not charge much. Hartup, you will not confide in me then? At your age, have you no friends, no one to speak a good word for you? Waif, jerking up his head with a haughty air, Sos, who talks to you about me, sir? I am speaking of my innocent child. Does she want a good word spoken for her? Heaven has written it in her face. Hartup persisted no more. The excellent man was sincerely grieved at his visitor's obstinate avoidance of the true question at issue, for the mayor could have found employment for a man of Waif's evident education and talent, but such employment would entail responsibilities and trust. How recommend to it a man of whose life and circumstances nothing could be known? A man without a character, and Waif interested him deeply. We have all felt that there are some persons towards whom we are attracted by a peculiar sympathy, not to be explained. Something in the manner, the cut of the face, the tone of the voice. If there are 50 applicants for a benefit in our gift, one of the 50 wins his way to our preference at first sight. Though with no better right to it than his fellows, we can no more say why we like the man than we can say why we fall in love with a woman in whom no one else would discover a charm. There is, says a Latin love poet, no why or wherefore in liking. Hartup, therefore, had taken from the first moment to Waifeth, staid, respectable, thriving man, all muffled up from head to foot in the whitest lawn of reputation, toe the wandering, shifty, tricksome scatterling, who had not seemingly secured through the course of a life, bordering upon age, a single certificate for good conduct on his hearthstone. Beside his ledger book stood the mayor, looking with a respectful admiration that puzzled himself upon the forlorn creature, who could give no reason why he should not be rather in the Gatesborough parish stocks than in its chief magistrate's easy-chair. Yet were the mayor's sympathetic liking and respectful admiration wholly unaccountable. Runs there not between one warm human heart and another the electric chain of a secret understanding in that maimed outcast, so stubbornly hard to himself, so tremulously sensitive for his sick child? Was there not the majesty to which they who have learned that nature has her nobles reverently bow the head? A man true to man's grave religion can no more despise a life wrecked in all else, while a hallowing affection stands out sublime through the rents and chinks of fortune, than he can profane with rude mockery a temple in ruins if still left there the altar. Chapter Roman 19. Very well, so far as it goes. Mr. Hartup, I cannot presume to question you further, Mr. Chapman, but to one of your knowledge of the world, I need not say that your silence deprives me of the power to assist yourself. Well, talk no more of that. Waif, thank you gratefully, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hartup, but for the little girl make your mind easy, at least for the present. I will place her at my farm cottage. My bailiff's wife, a kind woman, will take care of her, while you pursue your calling elsewhere, as, for this money you will want it yourself. Your poor little child shall cost you nothing, so that's settled. Let me come up and see her. I am a bit of a doctor myself. Every man blessed with a large family in whose house there is always some interesting case of smallpox, measles, whooping cough, scarlatina, etc., has a good private practice of his own. I am not brilliant in book learning, Mr. Chapman, but as to children's complaints in a practical way, added Hartup, with a glow of pride, Mrs. H. says shed, rather trust the little ones to me than to Dr. Gill. Ill see your child, and set her up, ill be bound. But now, I think of it, continued Hartup, softening more and more, if exhibit you must, why not stay at Gatesborough for a time more? May be made in this town than elsewhere. No, I could not have the heart to act here again without her. I feel at present as if I can never again act at all. Something else will turn up. Providence is so kind to me, Mr. Mayor. Waif turned to the door. You will come soon, he said anxiously. The mayor, who had been locking up his ledgers and papers, replied, I will, but stay to give some orders in a quarter of an hour. I shall be at your hotel. Chapter Roman 20. Sophie hides heart and shows temper. The child was lying on a sofa drawn near the window in her own room, and on her lap was the doll Lionel had given to her, carried with her in her wanderings. She had never played with it, never altered a ribbon in its yellow tresses, but at least once a day she had taken it forth and looked at it in secret, and all that morning left much to herself. It had been her companion. She was smoothing down its frock, which she fancied had got ruffled, smoothing it down with a sort of fearful tenderness, the doll all the while staring her full in the face with its blue bead eyes. Waif, seated near her, was trying to talk gaily, to invent fairy tales blithe with sport and fancy. But his invention flagged, and the fairies prosed awfully. He had placed the dominoes before Sir Isaac, but Sophie had scarcely looked at them from the languid, heavy eyes on which the doll so stupidly fixed its own. Sir Isaac himself seemed spiritless. He was aware that something was wrong now, and then he got up restlessly, sniffed the dominoes, and placed a paw gently, very gently, on Sophie's knee. Not being encouraged, he lay down again uneasily, often shifting his position, as if the floor was grown too hard for him. Thus the mayor found the three. He approached Sophie with the step of a man accustomed to sick rooms and ailing children, step light, as if shod with felt, put his hand on her shoulder, kissed her forehead, and then took the doll. Sophie started and took it back from him quickly, but without a word. Then she hid it behind her pillow. The mayor smiled. My dear child, do you think I should hurt your doll? Sophie coloured and said murmuringly, no sir, not hurt it, but she stopped short. I have been talking to your grandpapa about you, my dear, and we both wish to give you a little holiday. Dolls are well enough for the winter, but green fields and daisy chains for the summer. Sophie glanced from the mayor to her grandfather, and back again to the mayor, shook her curls from her eyes, and looked seriously inquisitive. The mayor, observing her quietly, stole her hand into his own, feeling the pulse, as if merely caressing the slender wrist. Then he began to describe his bailiff's cottage with woodbine round the porch, the farmyard, the beehives, the pretty duck pond with an osier island, and the great china gander, who had a pompous strut which made him the drollest creature possible, and Sophie should go there in a day or two, and be as happy as one of the bees, but not so busy. Sophie listened very earnestly, very gravely, and then sliding her hand from the mayor, caught hold of her grandfather's arm firmly, and said, and you grandy, will you like it? Want it be dull for you, grandy dear? Why, my darling, said Waif, I and Sir Isaac will go and take a stroll about the country for a few weeks, and Sophie passionately, I thought he meant that. I tried not to believe it. Go away, you, and who's to take care of you? Hall understand you, I want care. I know it is you who want care. I shall be well tomorrow, quite well, don't fear. He shall not be sent away from me. He shall not, sir. Oh, grandfather, how could you? She flung herself on his breast, clinging, as if infancy and age were but parts of the same whole. But, said the mayor, it is not as if you were going to school, my dear. You are going for a holiday, and your grandfather must leave. You must travel about, tease his calling if you fell ill, and were with him. Think how much you would be in his way. Do you know, he added, smiling, I shall begin to fear that you are selfish. Selfish, exclaimed Waif angrily. Selfish, echoed Sophie with a melancholy scorn that came from a sentiment so deep that mortal eye could scarce fathom it. Oh no, sir, can you say it is for his good, not for what he supposes mine, that you want us to part the pretty cottage and all for me? And what for? Him tramp along the hot dusty roads.
Do you see that he is lame? Oh, sir, I know him, you don't selfish, he would have no merry ways, that make you laugh without me, would you, grandy dear, go away, you are a naughty mango, or I shall hate you as much as that dreadful Mr. Rogueho is he, said the mayor, curiously catching at any clue. Hush, my darling, hush, said Waif, fondling her on his breast. Hush, what is to be done, sir? Heart Up made a sly sign to him to say no more before Sophie, and then replied, addressing himself to her, what is to be done? Nothing shall be done, my dear child, that you dislike. I don't wish to part you two, don't hate me, lie down again. That's a dear there, I have smoothed your pillow for you. Oh, here's your pretty doll again. Sophie snatched at the doll petulantly, and made what the French call a moue at the good man, as she suffered her grandfather to replace her on the sofa. She has a strong temper of her own, muttered the mayor, so has Anna Maria a strong temper. Now if I were anyway master of my own pen, and could write as I pleased without being hurried along helter-skelter by the tyrannical exactions of that young rapid in buskins and chiton, called the historic muse, I would break off this chapter, open my window, rest my eyes on the green lawn without, and indulge in a rhapsodical digression upon that beautifier of the moral life, which is called good temper, how the historic muse is dozing by her leaf softly. Chapter Roman 21, being an essay on temper in general, and a hazardous experiment on the readers in particular. There the window is open, how instinctively the eye rests upon the green, how the calm colour lures and soothes it, but is there to the green only a single hue? See, how infinite the variety of its tints, what sombre gravity in yon cedar, yon motionless pine tree, what lively but unvarying laugh in yon glossy laurels. Do those tints charm us like the play in the young leaves of the lillicliter, here darker, there as the breeze, and so slight the breeze stirs them into chequerinto ripple? O sweet green to the world, what sweet temper is to man's life, who would reduce into one dye all thy lovely varieties, who exclude the dark steadfast verdure that lives on through the winter day, or the mutinous caprice of the gentler younger tint that came fresh through the tears of April, and will shadow with sportive tremor the blooms of luxuriant June. Happy the man on whose marriage hath temper smiles kind from the eyes of woman, no deity present, saith the heathen proverb, where absent prudence no joy long a guest, where peace is not a dweller peace so like faith, that they may be taken for each other. And poets have clad them with the same veil, but in childhood, in early youth expect, not the changeless green of the cedar. Wouldst thou distinguish fine temper from spiritless dullness, from cold simulation? Ask, less what the temper than what the disposition. Is the nature sweet and trustful? Is it free from the morbid self-love, which calls itself sensitive feeling and frets at imaginary offences? Is the tendency to be grateful for kindness, yet take kindness meekly, and accept as a benefit what the vain call due from dispositions? Thus blessed sweet temper will come forth to gladden thee, spontaneous and free, quick, with some slow word, and look emerge out of the heart. Be thy first question, is the heart itself generous and tender? If it be so, self-control comes with deepening affection. Call not that a good heart which, hastening to sting if a fibre be ruffled, cries, I am no hypocrite. Accept that excuse, and revenge becomes virtue. But where the heart, if it give thee offence, pines, till it win back the pardon, if, offended itself, bounds forth to forgive, ever longing to soothe, ever grieved, if it wound, then be sure that its nobleness will need but few trials of pain in each outbreak, to refine and chastise its expression. Fear not then be but noble thyself, thou art safe. Yet what in childhood is often called rebukingly temper, is but the cordial and puissant vitality, which contains all the elements that make temper the sweetest at last. Who amongst us, how wise soever, can construe a child's heart, who conjecture all the springs that secretly vibrate within, to a touch on the surface of feeling? Each child, but especially the girl-child, would task the whole lore of a sage deep as Shakespeare, to distinguish those subtle emotions, which we grown folks have outlived. She has a strong temper, said the mayor, when Soppy snatched the doll from his hand a second time, and pouted at him. Spoiled child, looking so divinely cross, so petulantly pretty, and how on earth could the mayor know what associations with that stupid doll made her think it profaned by the touch of a stranger? Was it to her eyes as to his mere waxwork and frippery, or a symbol of holy remembrances of gleams into a fairer world of devotion to something afar from the sphere of her sorrow? Was not the evidence of strong temper the very sign of affectionate depth of heart? Poor little Sophie, hide it again safe, out of sight, close, inscrutable, unguessed, as childhood's first treasures of sentiment ever are. Chapter Roman 22, the object of civilization being always to settle people one way or the other. The mayor of Gatesborough entertains a statesmanlike ambition to settle gentlemen. Waif, no doubt a wise conception, and, in accordance with the genius of the nation, every session of Parliament England is employed in settling folks whether at home or at the antipodes, who ignorantly object to be settled in her way. Short ill settle them has become a vulgar idiom tantamount to a threat of uttermost extermination or smash. Therefore the mayor of Gatesborough, harbouring that benignant idea with reference to Gentleman Waif, all kindly readers will exclaim de melira. What will he do with it? The doll, once more safe behind the pillow, Sophie's face gradually softened. She bent forward, touched the mayor's hand timidly, and looked at him with pleading penitent eyes, still wet with tear sighs, that said, though the lips were silent, "I'll not hate you, I was ungrateful and peevish, may I beg pardon?" "I forgive you with all my heart," cried the mayor, interpreting the look aright, "and now try and compose yourself and sleep, while I talk with your grandpapa below." "I don't see how it is possible that I can leave her," said Waif, when the two men had adjourned to the sitting-room. "I am sure," quoth the mayor seriously, "that it is the best thing for her. Her pulse has much nervous excitability, she wants a complete rest, she ought not to move about with you on any account. But come, though I must not know, it seems, who and what you are, Mr. Chapman, I don't think you will run off with my cow, and if you like to stay at the bailiff's cottage for a week or two with your grandchild, you shall be left in peace, and asked no questions. I will own to you a weakness of mine. I value myself on being seldom or never taken in. I don't think I could forgive the man who did take me in, but taken in I certainly shall be if despite all your mystery you are not as honest a fellow as ever stood upon shoe leather. So come to the cottage." Waif was very much affected by this confiding kindness, but he shook his head despondently, and that same abject, almost cringing humility of mien and manner, which had pained at times Lionel, and Vance, crept over the whole man, so that he seemed to cower and shrink as a pariah before a Brahmin. "No, sir, thank you most humbly, no, sir, that must not be. I must work for my daily bread, if what a poor vagabond like me may do can be called work. I have made it a rule for years not to force myself to the hearth and home of any kind man who, not knowing my past, has a right to suspect me. Where I lodge I pay as a lodger, or whatever favour shown me spares my purse, I try to return in some useful humble way. Why, sir, how could I make free and easy with another man's board and roof-tree for days or weeks together, when I would not even come to your hearthstone for a cup of tea?" The mayor remembered, and was startled. Waif hurried on, "But for my poor child I have no such scruples, no shame, no false pride. I take what you offer her gratefully. Ah, sir, she is not in her right place with me. But there's no use kicking against the pricks. Where was I? Oh well, I tell you what we will do, sir. I will take her to the cottage in a day or two, as soon as she is well enough to go, and spend the day with her. And deceive her, sir, yes, deceive, cheat her, sir. I am a cheat, a player, and shall think I'm going to stay with her. And at night when she's asleep, I'll creep off, I and the other dog, but I'll leave a letter for her. It will soothe her, and shall be patient, and wait. I will come back again to see her in a week, and once every week till she's well again." "And what will you do?" "I don't know," but said the actor, forcing a laugh, "I am not a man likely to starve. Oh, never fear, sir." So the mayor went away and strolled across the fields to his bailiff's cottage, to prepare for the guest it would receive. "It is all very well that the poor man should be away for some days," thought Mr. Hartop. "Before he comes again, I shall have hit on some plan to serve him, and I can learn more about him from the child in his absence, and see what he is really fit for. There's schoolmaster wanted in Morley's village. Old Morley wrote to me to recommend him one good salary pretty house, but it would be wrong to set over young children. Recommend to a respectable proprietor, and his persona man, whom I know nothing about. Impossible, that will not do. If there was any place of light service, which did not require trust or responsibility, but there is no such place in Great Britain. Suppose I were to set him up in some easy way of business, a little shop. I don't know what would Williams say if indeed I were taken in, if the man I am thus credulously trusting turned out a rogueth." Mayor paused, and actually shivered at that thought. Then I should be fallen indeed. My wife would not let me have half a crown in my pockets, and I could not walk 100 yards, but Williams would be at my heels to protect me from being stolen by gypsies, taken in by him. No, impossible. But if it turn out as I suspect, that contrary to vulgar prudence, I am divining a really great and good man in difficulties, aha, what a triumph I shall then gain over them all. How Williams will revere me." The good man laughed aloud at that thought, and walked on with a prouder step. Chapter Roman 23. A pretty trifle in its way, no doubt, is the love between youth and youth. Gay varieties of the bauble spread the counter of the great toy shop, but thou courteous Dame Nature, raise thine arm to yon shelf somewhat out of everyday reach, and bring me down that obsolete, neglected, unconsidered thing, the love between age and
Childhood. The next day Sophie was better, the day after improvement was more visible, and on the third day Waif paid his bill and conducted her to the rural abode to which, credulous at last of his promises to share it with her for a time, he enticed her fated steps. It was little more than a mile beyond the suburbs of the town, and though the walk tired her she concealed fatigue, and would not suffer him to carry her. The cottage now smiled out before them, thatched gable roof with fancy barge board, half Swiss, half what is called Elizabethan, all the fences and sheds round it, as only your rich traders condescending to turn farmers construct and maintain sheds and fences trim and neat, as if models in waxwork. The breezy air came fresh from the new haystacks, from the woodbine round the porch, from the breath of the lazy kine. As they stood knee-deep in the pool that, belted with weeds and broad-leaved water-lilies, lay calm and gleaming amidst level pastures. Involuntarily, they arrested their steps to gaze on the cheerful landscape and inhale the balmy air. Meanwhile, the mayor came out from the cottage porch, his wife leaning on his arm, and two of his younger children bounding on before with joyous faces, giving chase to a gaudy butterfly which they had started from the woodbine. Mrs. Hartop had conceived a lively curiosity to see and judge for herself of the objects of her liege lord's benevolent interest. She shared, of course, the anxiety which formed the standing excitement of all those who lived, but for one godlike purpose, that of preserving Josiah Hartop from being taken in. But whenever the mayor specially wished to secure his wife's countenance to any pet project of his own, and convince her either that he was not taken in, or that to be discreetly taken in is in this world a very popular and sure mode of getting up, he never failed to attain his end. That man was the cunningest creature, as full of wiles and stratagems, in order to get his own way in benevolent objects as men who set up to be clever are for selfish ones. Mrs. Hartop was certainly a good woman, but a made good woman married to another man. I suspect that she would have been a shrew. Petruchio would never have tamed her ill swear, but she, poor lady, had been gradually, but completely subdued, subjugated, absolutely cowed, beneath the weight of her spouse's despotic mildness, for in Hartop there was a weight of soft quietude, of placid oppression, wholly irresistible. It would have buried a Titanus under a pelion of moral featherbeds. Mass upon mass of downy influence descended upon you, seemingly yielding as it fell, enveloping, overbearing, stifling, you not presenting a single hard point of contact, giving in as you pushed against it, supplying itself seductively round you, softer and softer, heavier and heavier, till, I assure you, ma'am, no matter how high your natural wifely spirit, you would have had it smothered out of your last rebellious murmur, dying languidly away under the descending fleeces. So kind in you to come with me, Mary, said Hartop. I could not have been happy without your approval. Look at the child, something about her like Mary Ann, and Mary Ann is the picture of you. Waif advanced, uncovering the two children, having lost trace of the butterfly, had run up towards Sophie, but her shy look made themselves shyness is so contagious, and they stood a little aloof, gazing at her. Sir Isaac stalked direct to the mayor, sniffed at him, and wagged his tail. Mrs. Hartop now bent over Sophie, and acknowledging that the face was singularly pretty, glanced graciously towards the husband, and said, I see the likeness then to Sophie. I fear you are tired, my dear. You must not over-fatigue yourself, and you must take milk fresh from the cow every morning. And now the bailiff's wife came briskly out, a tidy, fresh-coloured, kind-faced woman, fond of children, the more so because she had none of her own. So they entered the farmyard, Mrs. Hartop being the chief talker, and she having pointed out to Sophie the cows, and the turkeys, the hen-coops, and the great china gander, led her by the one hand, while Sophie's other hand clung firmly to Waifus. Across the little garden, with its patent beehives, into the house, took off her bonnet, and kissed her very like Mary Ann, dear. One of the two children owning that name approached, snub-nosed, black-eyed, with cheeks like peonies. This little girl, my Mary Ann, was as pale as Yowverstudy. And now, my dear child, you must try and steal a little of her colour. Don't you think my Mary Ann is like her papa, Mr. Chapman? Like me, exclaimed the mayor, whispering Waif image of her mother, the same intellectual look. Said the artful actor, indeed, ma'am, the young lady has her father's mouth and eyebrows, but that acute, sensible expression is yours, quite yours. Sir Isaac, make a bow to the young lady, and then Sir go through the sword exercise. The dog put upon his tricks delighted the children, and the poor actor, though his heart lay in his breast, like lead did his best to repay benevolence by mirth. Finally, much pleased, Mrs. Hartop took her husband's arm to depart. The children, on being separated from Sir Isaac, began to cry. The mayor interrupted his wife, who, if left to herself, would have scolded them into worse crying, told Mary Ann that he relied on her strong intellect to console her brother Tom, observed to Tom that it was not like his manly nature to set an example of weeping to his sister, and contrived thus to flatter their tears away in a trice, and sent them forward in a race to the turnstile. Waif and Sophie were alone in the cottage parlour, Mrs. Gooch, the bailiff's wife, walking part of the way back, with the good couple in order to show the mayor a heifer who had lost appetite, and taken to moping. "Let us steal out into the back garden, my darling," said Waif. "I see an arbour there where I will compose myself with a pipey liberty. I should not like to take indoors." They stepped across the threshold, and gained the arbour, which stood at the extreme end of the small kitchen garden, and commanded a pleasant view of pastures and cornfields, backed by the blue outline of distant hills. Afar were faintly heard the laugh of the mayor's happy children now, and then a tinkling sheep bell, or the tap of the woodpecker, unrepressed by the hush of the midmost summer, which stills the more tuneful choristers amidst their coverts. Waif lighted his pipe, and smoked silently, Sophie resting her head on his bosom silent. Also she was exquisitely sensitive to nature. The quiet beauty of all round her was soothing a spirit lately troubled, and health came stealing gently back through frame, and through heart. At length she said softly, "We could be so happy here, grandfather, it cannot last, can it?" "It is no use in this life, my dear," returned Waif, philosophizing, "no use at all disturbing present happiness by asking can it last. Today is man's, tomorrow his maker's. But tell me frankly, do you really dislike so much the idea of exhibiting, I don't mean, as we did in Mr. Rugge's show, I know you hate that, but in a genteel private way, as the other night you sigh out with it?" "I like what you like, Grandy." "That's not true. I like to smoke. You don't come. You do dislike acting. Why, you do it so well. Wonderfully, generally speaking, people like what they do well." "It is not the acting itself, Grandy dear, that I don't like. When I am in some part I am carried away. I am not myself, I am someone else." "And the applause?" "I don't feel it. I dare say I should miss it if it did not come, but it does not seem to me as if I were applauded. If I felt that I should stop short and get frightened, it is as if that somebody else into whom I was changed was making friends with the audience, and all my feeling is for that somebody. Just as, Grandy dear, when it is over, and we two are alone together, all my feeling is for you." At least, hanging her head, "It used to be, but lately somehow I am ashamed to think how I have been feeling for myself more than for you. Is it that I am growing selfish, as Mr. Mayor said? Oh no, now we are here, not in those noisy towns, not in the inns and on the highways. Now here I do feel again for you, all for you. You are my little angel, you are," said Waif tremulously. "Selfish, you a good joke, that now you see I am not what is called demonstratively a long word, Sophie, which means that I don't show to you always how fond I am of you. And indeed," he added ingenuously, "I am not always aware of it myself. I like acting. I like the applause and the lights and the excitement and the illusion, the make-believe of the whole thing. It takes me out of memory and thought. It is a world that has neither past, present, nor future, an interlude in Timean escape from space. I suppose it is the same with poets when they are making verses. Yes, I like all this, and when I think of it I forget you too much, and I never observed, heaven forgive me, that you were pale and drooping, till it was pointed out to me. Well, take away your arms, let us consult as soon as you get quite well. How shall we live? What shall we do? You are as wise as a little woman, and such a careful, prudent housekeeper, and I am such a harum-scarum old fellow, without a sound idea in my head. What shall we do if we give up acting altogether?" "Give up acting altogether, when you like it so? No, I will like it too, Grandy, but," she stopped short, afraid to imply blame or to give pain. "But what? Let us make clean breasts one to the other, tell truth, and shame the father of lies." "Tell truth," said Sophie, lifting up to him her pure eyes with such heavenly loving kindness, that if the words did imply reproof, the eyes stole it away. "Could we but manage to tell truth off the stage, I should not dislike acting. Oh, grandfather, when that kind gentleman and his lady and those merry children come up and speak to us, don't you feel ready to creep into the earth? I do. Are we telling truth? Are we living truth? One name today, another name tomorrow. I should not mind acting on a stage or in a room for the time, but always acting always we ourselves, make beliefs, grandfather. Must that be? They don't do it, I mean by they all who are good, and looked up to, and respected. A sasso, Grandy, what am I saying? I have pained you." Waif indeed was striving hard to keep down emotion, but his lips were set firmly, and the blood had left them, and his hands were trembling. "We must hide ourselves," he said in a very low voice. "We must take false names. I because of reasons I can't tell even to you, and you because I failed to get you a proper home where you ought to be. And there is one who, if he pleases, and he may please it any day, could take you away from me if he found you out and sound. So," he paused abruptly, looked at her fearful, wondering, soft face, and rising drew himself up with one of those rare outbreaks of dignity which elevated the whole character of his person. But as for me, said he, if I have lost all name, if while I live I must be this wandering skulking outcast, look, above Safa, look, up above there all secrets will be known, all hearts read, and there my best hope to find a place in which I may wait your coming, is in what has lost me all birthright here, not to exalt myself, do I say this, no, but that you may have comfort, darling, if ever hereafter you are pained by what men say to you of me. As he spoke, the expression of his face, at first solemn and lofty, relaxed into melancholy submission, then passing his arm into hers, and leaning on it as if sunk once more into the broken cripple needing her frail support, he drew her forth from the arbour, and paced the little garden slowly, painfully. At length he seemed to recover himself, and said in his ordinary cheerful tone, but to the point in question, suppose we have done with acting and roaming, and keep to one name and settle somewhere like plain folks again, I ask, how shall we live? I have been thinking of that, answered Sophie. You remember that those good Miss Burtons taught me all kinds of needlework, and I know people can make money by needlework. And then, Grandy dear, what can't you do? Do you forget Mrs. Saunders' books that you bound, and her cups and saucers that you mended, so we would both work, and have a little cottage and a garden that we could take care of, and sell the herbs and vegetables? Oh, I have thought over it all the last fortnight 100 times, only I did not dare to speak first. Waif listened very attentively. I can make very good baskets, said he, rubbing his chin. Famous baskets, if one could hire a bit of osier ground. And as you say, there might be other fancy articles I could turn out prettily enough, and you could work samplers and urn rugs and doilies and pincushions and so forth, and what with a rood or two of garden ground and poultry. The mayor says poultry is healthy for children, upon my word, if we could find a safe place, and people would not trouble us with their gossip, and we could save a little money for you when I am. Bees too, Honey, interrupted Sophie, growing more and more interested and excited. Yes, be certainly a cottage of that kind in a village would not be above L6 a year, and L spent on materials for fancy works would set us up, but furniture, beds, and tables monstrous dear. Oh no, very little would do at first. Let us count the money we have left, said Waif, throwing himself down on a piece of sward that encircled a shady mulberry. Old man and child counted the money bit by bit gaily, yet anxiously babbling, interrupting each other scheme upon scheme. They forgot past and present as much as in acting plays. They were absorbed in the future innocent, simple future innocent, as the future planned by two infants fresh from Robinson Crusoe or fairy tales. I remember just the place for us, cried Waif suddenly. It is many years since I was there. I was courting my Lizzie at the time, alas. But no sad thoughts, no, just the place near a large town, but in a pretty village quite retired from it. Was there I learned to make baskets. I had broken my leg fall from a horse, nothing to do. I lodged with an old basket maker. He had a capital trade. Rivulet at the back of his house reads, osiers plentiful, I see them now. Saw them from my little casement, while my leg was setting, and Lizzie used to write to me such dear letters. My baskets were all for her. We had baskets enough to have furnished a house with baskets, could have dined in baskets, sat in baskets, slept in baskets. With a few lessons, I could soon recover the knack of the work. I should like to see the place again. It would be shaking hands with my youth. Once more, none who could possibly recognize me could be now living, saw no one. But the surgeon, the basket maker, and his wife, all so old, they must be long since gathered to their fathers. Perhaps no one carries on the basket trade now. I may revive it, and have it all to myself. Perhaps the cottage itself may be easily hired. Thus, ever disposed to be sanguine, the vagabond chattered on, Sophie listening fondly, and smiling up in his face. And a fine large park close by, the owner's great lords deserted it. Then perhaps it is deserted still. You might wander over it as if it were your own, Sophie. Such wonderful tree, such green solitudes, and pretty shy hares running across the vista. Stately dear, too. We will make friends with the lodgekeepers, and we will call the park yours, Sophie. And I shall be a genius who weaves magical baskets, and you shall be the enchanted princess, concealed from all evil eyes, knitting doilies of pearl under leaves of emerald, and catching no sound from the world of perishable life, except as the boughs whisper and the birds sing. Dear me, here you are. We thought you were lost, said the bailiff's wife. Tea is waiting for you, and there's husband, sir, coming up from his work. Hell be proud, and glad to know you, sir, and you too, my dear. We have no children of our own. It is past 11. Sophie, worn out, but with emotions far more pleasurable than she has long known, is fast asleep. Waif kneels by her side, looking at her. He touches her hand, so cool and soft, all fever gone. He rises on tiptoe. He bends over her forehead, a kiss there, and a tear. He steals away down the stairs. At the porch is the bailiff holding Sir Isaac. Well, take all care of her, said Mr. Gooch Yowl. Not know her again when you come back. Waif pressed the hand of his grandchild's host, but did not speak. You are sure you will find your way? No, that's the wrong turn, straight onto the town. They'll be sitting up for you at the Saracen's Head, I suppose. Of course, sir. It seems not hospitable, like you're going away at the dead of night, thus. But I understand you don't like crying, so we men don't. And your sweet little girl, I dare say, would sob ready to break her heart, if she knew fine moonlight night, sir, straight on. And I say, don't fret about her, wife loves children, dear Lisso, do Roman 1 good night. On went Wafer lamely slowly, Sir Isaac's white coat gleaming in the moon ghost-like. On he went, his bundle strapped across his shoulder, leaning on his staff along by the folded sheep and the sleeping cattle. But when he got into the high road Gatesborough full before him, with all its roofs and spires, he turned his back on the town and tramped once more along the desert thoroughfare, more slowly, and more lamely, and more till several milestones were passed. And then he crept through the gap of a hedgerow to the sheltering eaves of a haystack, and under that roof-tree he and Sir Isaac lay down to rest. Chapter Roman 24. Laugh at forebodings of evil, but tremble after daydreams. Happiness. Waif left behind him at the cottage 2 letters sewn and trusted to the bailiff, with a sealed bag from Mr. Hartop 1, for Sophie placed on a chair beside her bed. The first letter was as follows. I trust, dear and honoured sir, that I shall come back safely, and when I do I may have found perhaps a home for her, and some way of life such as you would not blame. But in case of accident I have left with Mr. Gooch, sealed up the money we made at Gatesborough, after paying the inn-bill, doctor, etc., and retaining the mere trifle I need in case I and Sir Isaac fail to support ourselves. You will kindly take care of it. I should not feel safe with more money about me, an old man. I might be robbed, besides I am careless, I never can keep money. It slips out of my hands like an eel. Heaven bless you, sir, your kindness seems like a miracle vouchsafed to me, for that child's dear sake. No evil can chance to her with you. And if I should fall ill and die, even then you who would have aided the tricksome vagrant will not grudge the saving hand to the harmless child. The letter to Sophie ran thus. Darling, forgive me, I have stolen away from you, but only for a few days, and only in order to see if we cannot gain the magic home where I am to be the genius, and you the princess. I go forth with such a light heart, Sophie dear. I shall be walking 30 miles a day, and not feel an ache in the lame leg. You could not keep up with me, you know you could not, so think over the cottage and the basket work, and practice at samplers and pincushions, when it is too hot to play, and be stout and strong against I come back, that I trust will be this day. Week tea is but 7 days, and then we will only act fairy dramas to nodding trees with linnets for the orchestra, and even Sir Isaac shall not be demeaned by mercenary tricks, but shall employ his arithmetical talents in casting up the weekly bills, and he shall never stand on his hind legs, except on sunny days when he shall carry a parasol to shade an enchanted princess. Laugh, darling, let me fancy, I see you laughing, but don't fret, don't fancy I desert you, do try, and get well, quite well, I ask it of you on my knees. The letter and the bag were taken over at sunrise to Mr. Hartop's villa. Mr. Hartop was an early man. Sophie overslept herself. Her room was to the west, the morning beams did not reach its windows, and the cottage without children woke up to labour noiseless, and still so when at last she shook off sleep, and tossing her hair from her blue eyes looked round and became conscious of the strange place. She still fancied the hour early, but she got up, drew the curtain from the window, saw the sun high in the heavens, and ashamed of her laziness turned, and lo, the letter on the chair. Her heart at once misgave her. The truth flashed upon a reason prematurely quick in the intuition, which belongs to the union of sensitive affection and active thought. She drew a long breath, and turned deadly pale. It was some minutes before she could take up the letter, before she could break the seal. When she did, she read on noiselessly, her tears dropping over the page, without effort or sob. She had no egotistical sorrow, no grief in being left alone with strangers. It was the pathos of the old man's lonely wanderings, of his bereavement, of his counterfeit glee and genuine self-sacrifice. This it was that suffused her whole heart with unutterable yearnings of tenderness, gratitude, pity, veneration. But when she had wept silently for some time, she kissed the letter with devout passion, and turned to that heaven to which the outcast had taught her first to pray. Afterwards she stood still, musing a little while, and the sorrowful shade gradually left her face. Yes, she would obey him. She would not fret, she would try and get well, and strong he would feel at the distance that she was true to his wishes, that she was fitting herself to be again his companion. 7 days would soon pass. Hope, that can never long quit the heart of childhood, brightened over her meditations, as the morning sun over a landscape that just before had lain sad amidst twilight and under rains. When she came downstairs, Mrs. Gooch was pleased and surprised to observe the placid smile upon her face,
and the quiet activity with which after the morning meal she moved about by the good woman's side, assisting her in her dairy work and other housewife tasks, talking little, comprehending, quickly composed, cheerful. "I am so glad to see you don't pine after your good grandpapa as we feared you would." "He told me not to pine," answered Sophie simply, but with a quivering lip. When the noon deepened, and it became too warm for exercise, Sophie timidly asked if Mrs. Gooch had any worsted and knitting needles, and being accommodated with those implements and materials she withdrew to the arbour, and seated herself to work solitary and tranquil. What made perhaps the chief strength in this poor child's nature was its intense trustfulness, a part, perhaps, of its instinctive appreciation of truth. She trusted in waif, in the future, in Providence, in her own childish, not helpless self. Already, as her slight fingers sorted the worsteds, and her graceful taste shaded their hues into blended harmony, her mind was weaving not less harmoniously the hues in the woof of dreams, cottage home, the harmless tasks, waif with his pipe in the armchair, under some porch covered, like that one yonder, we not with fragrant woodbine, and life, if humble, honest, truthful, not shrinking from the day, so that if Lionel met her again, she should not blush nor he be shocked, and if their ways were so different as her grandfather said, still, they might cross as they had crossed before, and the work slid from her hand, the sweet lips, parted smiling, a picture, came before her Aisha, grandfather, Lionel, herself, all three, friends and happy, a stream fair as the Thames had seemed, green trees, all bathed in summer, the boat gliding by, in that boat, they three borne softly on, away, what matters, whither be her side, the old man facing her, the boy's bright kind eyes. She started, she heard noises, a swing in gate footsteps. She started, rose voices, one strange to her, a man's voice, then the mare's, a third voice, shrill, stern, a terrible voice heard, in infancy associated with images of cruelty, misery, woe, it could not be impossible, nearer, came the footsteps, seized with the impulse of flight. She sprang to the mouth of the arbour, fronting her glared two dark baleful eyes. She stood arrested, spellbound as a bird, fixed rigid by the gaze of a serpent. "Yes, Mr. Mayor, all right, it is our little girler, dear Sophie. This way, Mr. Loosely, such a pleasant surprise for you, Sophie, my love," said Mrs. Crane. Book Roman 4 Chapter Roman 1 In the kindliest natures, there is a certain sensitiveness which, when wounded, occasions the same pain, and bequeaths the same resentment as mortified vanity or galled self-love. It is exactly that day week, towards the hour of 5 in the evening, Mr. Hartop, alone in the parlour behind his warehouse, is locking up his books and ledgers preparatory to the return to his villa. There is a certain change in the expression of his countenance, since we saw it last. If it be possible for Mr. Hartop to look sullen, he looks, if it be possible for the mayor of Gatesborough to be crestfallen. Crestfallen he is, that smooth existence has surely received some fatal concussion, and has not yet recovered the shock. But if you will glance beyond the parlour at Mr. Williams, giving orders in the warehouse, at the warehousemen themselves, at the rough faces in the Tanyardney, at Mike Callaghan, who has just brought a parcel from the railway, all of them have evidently shared in the effects of the concussion. All of them wear a look more or less sullen, all seem crestfallen. Could you carry your gaze farther on, could you peep into the shops in the High Street, or at the loungers in the City Reading Room, could you extend the vision farther still to Mr. Hartop's villa, behold his wife, his little ones, his manservants, and his maidservants, more and more impressively general, would become the tokens of disturbance occasioned by that infamous concussion. Everywhere a sullen look, everywhere that ineffable aspect of crestfallenness. What can have happened? Is the good man bankrupt, no rich as ever? What can it be, reader, that fatal event, which they who love Josiah Hartop are ever at watch to prevent, despite all their vigilance, has occurred? Josiah Hartop has been taken in, other men may be occasionally taken in, and no one mourns. Perhaps they deserve it, they are not especially benevolent, or they set up to be specially wise, but to take in that lamb, and it was not only the mayor's heart that was wounded, but his pride, his self-esteem, his sense of dignity, were terribly humiliated. For, as we know, though all the world considered Mr. Hartop the very man born to be taken in, and therefore combined to protect him, yet in his secret soul Mr. Hartop considered that no man less needed such protection, that he was never taken in unless he meant to be so. Thus the cruelty and ingratitude of the base action under which his crest was so fallen jarred on his whole system. Nay, more, he could not but feel that the event would long affect his personal comfort and independence. He would be more than ever under the affectionate tyranny of Mr. Williams, more than ever be an object of universal surveillance and espionage. There would be one thought paramount throughout Gatesborough: the mayor, God bless him, has been taken in. This must not occur again, or Gatesborough is dishonoured, and virtue indeed a name
Mr. Hartop felt not only mortified but subjugated, who had hitherto been the soft subjugator of the hardest. He felt not only subjugated, but indignant at the consciousness of being so. He was too meekly convinced of heaven's unerring justice not to feel assured that the man who had taken him in would come to a tragic end. He would not have hung that man with his own hands. He was too mild for vengeance. But if he had seen that man hanging, he would have said piously fitting retribution, and passed on his way soothed and comforted. Taken in at last, Josiah Hartop, taken in by a fellow with one eye. Chapter Roman 2, the mayor is so protected that he cannot help himself. A commotion without a kind of howl, a kind of hoot. Mr. Williams, the warehouseman, the tanners, Mike Callaghan share between them the howl and the hoot. The mayor started. Is it possible his door is burst open, and scattering all who sought to hold him back, scattering them to the right, and left from his massive torso, in rushed the man who had taken in the mayor's fellow with one eye, and with that fellow Shaggy and Travel-Sword the other. What have you done with the charge I entrusted to you, my child, where is she? Waif's face was wild with the agony of his emotions, and his voice was so sharply terrible that it went like a knife into the heart of the men, who thrust aside for the moment now, followed him fearful into the room. Mr. Chapman, sir, faltered the mayor, striving hard to recover dignity and self-possession. I am astonished at your audacity, interposed Mr. Williams. My child, my Sophie, my child, answer me, man, so said the mayor, drawing himself up. Have you not got the note, which I left at my bailiff's cottage in case you called there? Your note, this thing, said Waif, striking a crumpled paper with his hand, and running his eye over its contents. You have rendered up, you say, the child to her lawful protector. Gracious heavens, did I trust her to you or not? Leave the room, all of you, said the mayor with a sudden return of his usual calm vigor. You go, you sirs, what the deuce do you do here? Growled Williams to the meaner throng out. I stay, never fear, men ill take care of him. The bystanders surlily slunk off, but none returned to their work. They stood within reach of call. By the shut door, Williams tucked up his coat sleeves, clenched his fists, hung his head doggedly on one side, and looked altogether so pugnacious and minatory that Sir Isaac, who though in a state of great excitement had hitherto retained self-control, peered at him under his curls, stiffened his back, showed his teeth, and growled formidably. My good Williams, leave us, said the mayor. I would be alone with this person. Alone you out of the question now. You have been once taken in, and you own it. It is my duty to protect you henceforth, and I will to the end of my days. The mayor sighed heavily. Well, Williams, well, take a chair, and be quiet now, Mr. Chapman, so to call you still. You have deceived me. How? The mayor was puzzled. Deceived me, he said at last, in my knowledge of human nature. I thought you an honest man, sir, and you are, but no matter. Waif impatiently, my child, you have given her up to Mayor, her own father, sir. Waif echoing the words as he staggers back. I thought so, I thought it. Mayor, in so doing I obeyed the law. He had legal power to enforce his demand. The mayor's voice was almost apologetic in its tone, for he was affected by Waif's anguish, and not able to silence a pang of remorse after all he had been trusted, and he had excusably, perhaps necessarily, perhaps, but still, he had failed to fulfill the trust. But added the mayor as if reassuring himself, but I refused at first to give her up, even to her own father at first insisted upon waiting till your return, and it was only when I was informed what you yourself were that my scruples gave way. Waif remained long silent, breathing very hard, passing his hand several times over his forehead. At last, he said more quietly than he had yet spoken, Will you tell me where they have gone? I do not know, and if I did know, I would not tell you. Are they not right when they say that that innocent child should not be tempted away by being short by you, sir? They said her father said they said that did headed, he say it had he the heart. Mayor, no, I don't think he said it. Mr. Williams, he spoke little to me. Mr. Williams, of course, he would not expose that person, but the woman, the lady, I mean. Waif, woman, ah yes, the bailiff's wife said there was a woman. What woman? What's her name? Mayor, really, you must excuse me, I can say no more. I have consented to see you thus, because whatever you might have been or may be still, it was due to myself to explain how I came to give up the child, and besides you left money with me, and that at least I can give to your own hand. The mayor turned to his desk, unlocked it, and drew forth the bag which Waif had sent to him. As he extended it towards the comedian, his hand trembled, and his cheek flushed, for Waif's one bright eye had in it such depth of reproach that again the mayor's conscience was sorely troubled, and he would have given 10 times the contents of that bag to have been alone with the vagrant and to have said the soothing things he did not dare to say before Williams, who sat there mute and grim, guarding him from being once more taken in. "If you had confided in me at first, Mr. Chapman," he said pathetically, "or even if now I could aid you in an honest way of life." "Aid him no," said Williams, with a snort at it again. "You're not a man, you're an angel." "But if he is penitent, Williams—" So murmured Waif. "Thank heaven it was not he who spoke against me. It was but a strange woman. Oh," he suddenly broke off with a groan. "Oh, but that strange woman who, what can she be, and Sophie with her and him distraction? Yes, I take the money. I shall want it all, Sir Isaac. Pick up that bag, gentlemen. Good day to you." He bowed such a failure that bow nothing ducal in it bowed, and turned towards the door. Then, when he gained the threshold, as if some meeker, holier thought restored to him dignity of bearing his form, rose though his face softened, and stretching his right hand towards the mayor, he said, "You did, but as all perhaps would have done on the evidence before you, you meant to be kind to her. If you knew all how you would repent. I do not blame, I forgive you." He was gone. The mayor stood transfixed. Even Williams felt a cold, comfortless thrill. "He does not look like it," said the foreman. "Cheer up, sir, no wonder you were taken in who would not have been." "Hark that hoot again. Go, Williams, don't let the men insult him. Go, do I shall be grateful." But before Williams got to the door, the cripple and his dog had vanished down a dark, narrow alley on the opposite side of the street. The rude workmen had followed him to the mouth of the alley, mocking him of the exact charge against the comedian's good name. They were not informed that knowledge was confined to the mayor and Mr. Williams, but the latter had dropped such harsh expressions that, bad as the charge might really be, all in Mr. Hartop's employment, probably deemed it worse, if possible, than it really was, and wretch indeed must be the man by whom the mayor had been confessedly taken in, and whom the mayor had indignantly given up to the reproaches of his own conscience. But the cripple was now out of sight, lost amidst those labyrinths of squalid homes, which in great towns are thrust beyond view, branching off abruptly behind high streets and market places, so that strangers passing only along the broad thoroughfares with glittering shops and gaslit causeways exclaim, "Ah, here do the poor live." Chapter Roman 3 Ex Itrum Crispinus. It was by no calculation, but by involuntary impulse that Waif, thus escaping from the harsh looks and taunting murmurs of the gossips round the mayor's door, dived into those sordid, devious lanes. Vaguely, he felt that a ban was upon him, that the covering he had thrown over his brand of outcast was lifted up, that a sentence of expulsion from the high streets and market-places of decorous life was passed against him. He had been robbed of his child, and society, speaking in the voice of the mayor of Gatesborough, said rightly, "Thou art not fit companion for the innocent." At length he found himself out of the town, beyond its straggling suburbs, and once more on the solitary road. He had already walked far that day. He was thoroughly exhausted. He sat himself down in a dry ditch by the hedgerow, and taking his head between his hands strove to recollect his thoughts and rearrange his plans. Waif had returned that day to the bailiff's cottage joyous, and elated. He had spent the week in travelling, partly though not all the way on foot, to the distant village, in which he had learned in youth the basket-maker's art. He had found the very cottage wherein he had then lodged vacant, and to be let there seemed a ready opening for the humble but pleasant craft to which he had diverted his ambition. The bailiff entrusted with the letting of the cottage and osier ground had, it is true, requested some reference, not of course as to all a tenant's antecedents, but as to the reasonable probability that the tenant would be a quiet, sober man who would pay his rent and abstain from poaching. Waif thought he might safely presume that the mayor of Gatesborough would not so far as that went object to take his past upon trust, and give him a good word towards securing so harmless and obscure a future. Waif had never before asked such a favour of any man. He shrank from doing so now, but for his grandchild's sake he would waive his scruples or humble his pride. Thus then he had come back full of Elysian dreams to his Sophie's enchanted princess gone taken away, and with the mayor's consent of the very man upon whom he had been relying to secure a livelihood and a shelter. Little more had he learned at the cottage, for Mr. and Mrs. Gooch had been cautioned to be as brief as possible and give him no clue to regain his lost treasure beyond the note which informed him it was with a lawful possessor, and indeed the worthy pair were now prejudiced against the vagrant and were rude to him. But he had not tarried to cross-examine and inquire. He had rushed at once to the mayor. Sophie was with one whose legal right to dispose of her he could not question, but where that person would take her, where he resided, what he would do with her, he had no means to conjecture. Most probably, he thought and guessed, she would be carried abroad, was already out of the country, but the woman with Loosely, he had not heard her described. His guesses
did not turn towards Mrs. Crane. The woman was evidently hostile to him. It was the woman who had spoken against him not loosely, the woman whose tongue had poisoned Hartop's mind and turned into scorn all that admiring respect which had before greeted the great comedian. Why was that woman his enemy? Who could she be? What had she to do with Sophie? He was half beside himself with terror. It was to save her less even from Loosely than from such direful women as Loosely made his confidants and associates that waif had taken Sophie to himself. As for Mrs. Crane, she had never seemed a foe to him. She had ceded the child to him, willingly. He had no reason to believe from the way in which she had spoken of Loosely, when he last saw her, that she could henceforth aid the interests or share the schemes of the man whose perfidies she then denounced. And as to Rugg, he had not appeared at Gatesborough. Mrs. Crane had prudently suggested that his presence would not be propitiatory or discreet, and that all reference to him or to the contract with him should be suppressed. Thus waif was wholly without one guiding evidence, one groundwork for conjecture that might enable him to track the lost. All he knew was that she had been given up to a man whose whereabouts it was difficult to discover, a vagrant of life darker and more hidden than his own. But how had the hunters discovered the place where he had treasured up his Sophie? How dogged that retreat perhaps from the village in which we first saw him? I doubtless learned from Mrs. Saunders of the dog he had purchased, and the dog would have served to direct them on his path. At that thought he pushed away Sir Isaac, who had been resting his head on the old man's knee, pushed him away angrily. The poor dog slunk off in sorrowful surprise and whined. "Ungrateful wretch that I am," cried waif, and he opened his arms to the brute, who bounded forgivingly to his breast. "Come, come, we will go back to the village in Surrey." "Tramp, tramp," said the cripple, rousing himself, and at that moment, just as he gained his feet, a friendly hand was laid on his shoulder, and a friendly voice said, "I have found you." The crystal said so marvellous. "Merrill," faltered out the vagrant, "Merrill, you here? Oh, perhaps you come to tell me good news. You have seen Sophie, you know where she is." The cobbler shook his head. "Can't see her just at present. Crystal says nowt about her. But I know she was taken from yonder. Do you shake tremendous lean on me, Mr. Waite, and call off that big animal. He's a suspicating my calves, and circumtivating them. Thank ye. So you see I was born with sinister aspects in my 12th house, which appertains to big animals and enemies and dogs of that size about one's calves are malefics." As Merrill now slowly led the cripple, and Sir Isaac, relinquishing his first suspicions, walked droopingly beside them, the cobbler began a long story much encumbered by astrological illustrations and moralizing comments. The substance of his narrative is thus epitomized. Rugg, in pursuing waif's track, had naturally called on Merrill in company with Loosely and Mrs. Crane. The cobbler had no clue to give and no mind to give it, if clue he had possessed, but his curiosity being roused, he had smothered the inclination to dismiss the inquirers with more speed than good breeding, and even refreshed his slight acquaintance with Mr. Rugg in so well simulated a courtesy, that gentleman, when left behind by Loosely and Mrs. Crane in their journey to Gatesborough, condescended, for want of other company, to drink tea with Mr. Merrill, and tea being succeeded by stronger potations, he fairly unbosomed himself of his hopes of recovering Sophie, and his ambition of hiring the York Theatre. The day afterwards Rugg went away seemingly in high spirits, and the cobbler had no doubt from some words he let fall in passing Merrill's stole towards the railway that Sophie was recaptured, and that Rugg was summoned to take possession of her, ascertaining from the manager that Loosely and Mrs. Crane had gone to Gatesborough. The cobbler called to mind that he had a sister living there, married to a greengrocer in a very small way, whom he had not seen for many years, and finding his business slack just then, he resolved to pay this relative a visit with the benevolent intention of looking up waif, whom he expected from Rugg's account to find there, and offering him any consolation or aid in his power should Sophie have been taken from him against his will. A consultation with his crystal, which showed him the face of Mr. Waif alone and much dejected, and a horary scheme which promised success to his journey, decided his movements. He had arrived at Gatesborough the day before, had heard a confused story about a Mr. Chapman with his dog and his child, whom the mayor had first taken up, but who afterwards in some mysterious manner had taken in. The mayor, happily, the darker gossip in the High Street, had not penetrated the back lane in which Merrill's sister resided. There little more was known than the fact that this mysterious stranger had imposed on the wisdom of Gatesborough's learned institute, and enlightened Mayor Merrill, at no loss to identify waif with Chapman, could only suppose that he had been discovered to be a strolling player in Rugg's exhibition, after pretending to be some much greater man. Such an offence the cobbler was not disposed to consider heinous,
But Mr. Chapman was gone from Gatesborough, none knew whither, and Merrill had not yet ventured to call himself on the chief magistrate of the place to inquire after a man by whom that august personage had been deceived. Howsomever, quoth Merrill, in conclusion, I was just standing at my sister's door, with her last babby in my arms in Scrab Lane, when I saw you pass by like a shot. You were gone, while I ran in to give up the babby who is teething with malefics in Square Gun Clean, out of sight. You took one turn, I took another. But you see we meet at last as good men always do in this world, or the other, which is the same thing in the long run. Waif, who had listened to his friend, without other interruption than an occasional nod of the head or interjectional expletive, was now restored to much of his constitutional mood of sanguine cheerfulness. He recognized Mrs. Crane in the woman described, and if surprised, he was rejoiced, for much as he disliked that gentlewoman, he thought Sophie might be in worse female hands without much need of sagacity. He divined the gist of the truth. Loosely had somehow or other become acquainted with Rugg, and sold Sophie to the manager. Where Rugg was, there would Sophie be. It could not be very difficult to find out the place in which Rugg was now exhibiting, and then Waif whistled to Sir Isaac, tapped his forehead, and smiled triumphantly. Meanwhile, the cobbler had led him back into the suburb, with the kind intention of offering him food and bed for the night at his sister's house. But Waif had already formed his plan. London, and in London alone, could he be sure to learn where Rugg was now exhibiting. In London, there were places at which that information could be gleaned. At once the last train to the metropolis was not gone. He would slink round the town to the station. He and Sir Isaac at that hour might secure places unnoticed. When Merrill found it was in vain to press him to stay over the night, the good-hearted cobbler accompanied him to the train, and while Waif shrank into a dark corner, bought the tickets for dog and master. As he was paying for these, he overheard two citizens talking of Mr. Chapman. It was indeed Mr. Williams explaining to a fellow burgess, just returned to Gatesborough after a week's absence, how and by what manner of man Mr. Hartop had been taken in. At what Williams said, the cobbler's cheek paled. When he joined the comedian, his manner was greatly altered. He gave the tickets without speaking, but looked hard into Waif's face, as the latter repaid him. The fares? No, said the cobbler suddenly. I don't believe it. Believe what? Asked Waif, startled. That you are. The cobbler paused, bent forward, whispered the rest of the sentence close in the vagrant's ear. Waif's head fell on his bosom, but he made no answer. Speak, cried Merrill. Say tea is a lie. The poor cripple's lip writhed, but he still spoke not. Merrill looked aghast at that obstinate silence. At length, but very slowly as the warning bell summoned him and Sir Isaac to their several places in the train, Waif found voice. So you too desert, and despise me. Guards will be done. He moved away, spiritless, limping, hiding his face as well as he could. The porter took the dog from him to thrust it into one of the boxes reserved for such forfeited passengers. Waif thus parted from his last friend. I mean the dog looked after Sir Isaac wistfully, and crept into a third-class carriage in which luckily there was no one else. Suddenly Merrill jumped in, snatched his hand, and pressed it tightly. I don't despise, I don't turn my back on you whenever you and the little one want a home and a friend. Come to Kit Merrill as before, and ill bite my tongue out. If I ask any more questions of you, ill ask the stars instead. The cobbler had but just time to splutter out these comforting words, and redescend the carriage, when the train put itself into movement, and the lifelike iron miracle, fuming, hissing, and screeching, bore off to London, its motley convoy of human beings, each passenger's heart a mystery to the other, all bound the same road, all wedged close within the same whirling mechanism. What a separate and distinct world in each such is civilization! How like we are one to the other in the mass, how strangely dissimilar in the abstract. Chapter Roman 4, if says a great thinker, de gerando du perfectionment moral. Chapter 9, on the difficulties we encounter in self-study. If one concentrates reflection too much on oneself, one ends by no longer seeing anything, or seeing only what one wishes, by the very act, as it were, of capturing oneself. The personage we believe we have seized escapes, disappears, nor is it only the complexity of our inner being which obstructs our examination, but its exceeding variability. The investigator's regard should embrace all the sides of the subject, and perseveringly pursue all its phases. It is the race week in Humberston, a county town far from Gatesborough, and in the north of England. The races last 3 days. The first day is over. It has been a brilliant spectacle, the course crowded with the carriages of provincial magnates, with equestrian betters of note, from the metropolis blacklegs in great muster. There have been gamming booths on the ground, and gypsies telling fortunes, much champagne, imbibed by the well-bred, much soda waiter,
and brandy by the vulgar thousands and tens of thousands have been lost and won. Some paupers have been for the time enriched, some rich men made poor for life. Horses have won fame, some of their owners lost character. Din and uproar, and coarse oaths and rude passion soul have had their hour. The amateurs of the higher classes have gone back to dignified country houses, as courteous hosts or favoured guests. The professional speculators of a lower grade have poured back into the county town, and inns and taverns are crowded. Drink is hotly called for at reeking bars. Waiters and chambermaids pass to and fro with dishes and tankards and bottles in their hands. All is noise and bustle, and eating and swilling and disputation, and slang, wild glee and wilder despair amongst those who come back from the racecourse to the inns in the county town. At one of these taverns, neither the best nor the worst, and in a small narrow slice of a room that seemed robbed from the landing place, sat Mrs. Crane in her iron grey silk gown. She was seated close by the open window, as carriages, chaises, flies, carts, vans and horsemen succeeded each other thick and fast, watching the scene with a soured, scornful look for human joy. As for human grief, she had little sympathy. Life had no Saturnalian holidays left for her. Some memory in her past had poisoned the wellspring of her social being. Hopes and objects she had still, but out of the wrecks of the natural and healthful existence of womanhood, those objects and hopes stood forth exaggerated, intense, as are the ruling passions in monomania. A bad woman is popularly said to be worse than a wicked man, if so partly because women, being more solitary, brood more unceasingly over cherished ideas, whether good or evil, partly also for the same reason that makes a wicked gentleman, who has lost caste and character, more irreclaimable than a wicked clown, low-born and low-bred, namely that in proportion to the loss of shame is the gain in recklessness, but principally perhaps because in extreme wickedness there is necessarily a distortion of the reasoning faculty, and man, accustomed from the cradle rather to reason than to feel, has that faculty more firm against abrupt twists and lesions than it is in woman, where virtue may have left him, logic may still linger, and he may decline to push evil to a point at which it is clear to his understanding that profit vanishes and punishment rests, while woman, once abandoned to ill, finds sufficient charm in its mere excitement, and regardless of consequences, where the man asks, "Can I?" raves out, "I will." Thus man may be criminal through cupidity, vanity, love, jealousy, fear, ambition, rarely incivilized, that is reasoning life through hate and revenge, for hate is a profitless investment, and revenge a ruinous speculation. But when women are thoroughly depraved, and hardened 9 times out of 10, it is hatred or revenge that makes them so. Arabella Crane had not, however, attained to that last state of wickedness, which, consistent in evil, is callous to remorse. She was not yet unsexed in her nature, was still that essence varying and mutable which distinguishes woman while womanhood is left to her, and now, as she sat gazing on the throng below, her haggard mind, recalled perhaps from the conscious shadow of the evil principle, which, invoked as an ally, remains as a destroyer, her dark front relaxed, she moved in her seat. Uneasily must it be. Always thus she muttered, always this hell, here even now, if in one large pardon I could include the undoer, the earth, myself, and again, be human, even as those slight triflers, or coarse brawlers, that pass yonder owe for something in common with common life. Her lips closed, and her eyes again fell upon the crowded street. At that moment, 3 or 4 heavy vans or wagons filled with operatives or labourers, and their wives coming back from the racecourse, obstructed the way. 2 outriders in satin jackets were expostulating, cracking their whips, and seeking to clear space for an open carriage, with 4 thoroughbred impatient horses. Towards that carriage every gazer from the windows was directing eager eyes. Each foot-passenger on the pavement lifted his hat, evidently in that carriage some great person, like all who are at war with the world, as it is. Arabella Crane abhorred the great, and despised the small for worshipping the great, but still, her own fierce dark eyes mechanically followed those of the vulgar. The carriage bore a marquess coronet on its panels, and was filled with ladies. 2 other carriages bearing a similar coronet, and evidently belonging to the same party, were in the rear. Mrs. Crane started in that first carriage, as it now slowly moved under her very window, and paused a minute or more, till the obstructing vehicles in front were marshalled into order. There flashed upon her eyes a face radiant with female beauty, in its most glorious prime. Amongst the crowd at that moment was a blind man, adding to the various discords of the street by a miserable hurdy-gurdy in the movement of the throng to get nearer to a sight of the ladies in the carriage. This poor creature was thrown forward. The dog that led him, an ugly brute on his own account, or his master's, took fright, broke from the string, and ran under the horses' hoofs. Snarling, the horses became restive. The blind man made a plunge after his dog, and was all but run over. The lady in the first carriage, alarmed for his safety, rose up from her seat, and made her outriders dismount, lead away the poor blind man and restore to him his dog. Thus engaged, her face shone full upon Arabella Crane, and with that face rushed a tide of earlier memories, long, very long, since she had seen that face, seen it in those years, when she herself, Arabella Crane, was young and handsome. The poor man, who seemed not to realize the idea of the danger he had escaped, once more safe. The lady resumed her seat, and now that the momentary animation of humane fear and womanly compassion passed from her countenance, its expression altered. It took the calm, almost the coldness, of a Greek statue. But with the calm there was a listless melancholy, which Greek sculpture never gives to the Parian stone cannot convey that melancholy. It is the shadow which needs for its substance a living mortal heart. Crack went the whips, the horses bounded on, the equipage rolled fast down the street, followed by its satellites. Well said a voice in the street below, "I never saw Lady Montfort in such beauty. Ah, here comes my lord." Mrs. Crane heard and looked forth again. A dozen or more gentlemen on horseback rode slowly up the street. Which of these was Lord Montfort? Not difficult to distinguish, as the bystanders lifted their hats to the cavalcade. The horsemen generally returned their salutation by simply touching their own. One horseman uncovered wholly that one must be the Marquis, the greatest man in those parts, with lands stretching away on either side that town for miles and miles, a territory which in feudal times might have alarmed a king. He, the civilist, must be the greatest. A man still young, decidedly good-looking, wonderfully well-dressed, wonderfully well-mounted, the careless ease of high rank in his air and gesture to the superficial gaze, just what the great Lord of Montfort should be. Look again in that fair face. Is there not something that puts you in mind of a florid period, which contains a feeble platitude, a something in its very prettiness that betrays a weak nature and a sterile mind? The cavalcade passed away, the vans and the wagons again usurped the thoroughfare. Arabella Crane left the window and approached the little looking-glass over the mantelpiece. She gazed upon her own face. Bitterly, she was comparing it with the features of the dazzling Marchioness. The door was flung open, and Jasper loosely sauntered in, whistling a French air and flapping the dust from his boots with his kid glove. "All right," said he gaily, "a famous day of it." "You have won," said Mrs. Crane, in a tone rather of disappointment than congratulation. "Yes, that L of Ruggers has been the making of me. I only wanted a capital just to start with." He flung himself into a chair, opened his pocketbook, and scrutinized its contents. "Guess," said he suddenly, "on whose horse I won these 2 rouleaux. Lord Montfort's. Eye, and I saw my lady." "So did I see her from this window. She did not look happy." "Not happy with such an equipage, neatest turnout I ever set eyes on. Not happy indeed. I had half a mind to ride up to her carriage and advance a claim to her gratitude." "Gratitude, oh, for your part in that miserable affair of which you told me." "Not a miserable affair for her, but certainly I never got any good from it. Trouble for nothing, basta, no use looking back." "No use, but who can help it?" said Arabella Crane, sighing heavily. Then, as if eager to change the subject, she added abruptly, "Mr. Rugg has been here twice this morning. Highly excited. The child will not act. He says you are bound to make her do so." "Nonsense, that is his lookout, I see, after children indeed." Mrs. Crane, with a visible effort, listened to me. "Jasper, loosely, I have no reason to love that child, as you may suppose, but now that you so desert her, I think I feel compassion for her. And when this morning I raised my hand to strike her for her stubborn spirit, and saw her eyes unflinching, and her pale but fearless face, my arm fell to my side powerless. She will not take to this life without the old man. She will waste away and die." "Loosely, how you bother me. Are you serious? What am I to do?" "Mrs. Crane, you have won money. You say revoke the contract, pay Rugg back his L. He is disappointed in his bargain. He will take the money." "Loosely, I dare say he will indeed know I have won today, it is true, but I may lose tomorrow, and besides I am in want of so many things. When one gets a little money, one has an immediate necessity for more. Ha ha, still, I would not have the child die, and she may grow up to be of use. I tell you what I will do. If when the races are over I find I have gained enough to afford it, I will see about buying her off. But L is too much. Rugg ought to take half the money or a quarter, because if she don't act I suppose she does eat." Odious as the man's words were, he said them with a laugh that seemed to render them less revolting, the laugh of a very handsome mouth, showing teeth, still brilliantly white, more comely than usual that day, for he was in great good humour. It was difficult to conceive that a man with so healthful and fair an exterior was really quite rotten at heart. "Your own young laugh," said Arabella Crane, almost tenderly. "I know not how it is, but this day I feel as if I were less old-altered, though I be in face and mind. I have allowed myself to pity that child while I speak.
I can pity you, yes, pity one. I think of what you were, must you go on thus to what, Jasper Loosely? She continued sharply, eagerly clasping her hands. Hear me, I have an income not large, it is true, but assured you have nothing. But what as you say you may lose tomorrow, share my income, fulfill your solemn promises, marry me, I will forget whose daughter that girl is, I will be a mother to her. And for yourself, give me the right to feel for you again as I once did. And I may find a way to raise you yether than you can raise yourself. I have some wit, Jasper, as you know, at the worst you shall have the pastime, I the toil in your illness. I will nurse you in your joys. I will intrude no share. Whom else can you marry? To whom else could you confide? Who else could? She stopped short as if an adder had stung her, uttering a shriek of rage of pain, for Jasper Loosely, who had hitherto listened to her stupefied, astounded here, burst into a fit of merriment, in which there was such undisguised contempt, such an enjoyment of the ludicrous provoked by the idea of the marriage, pressed upon him, that the insult pierced the woman to her very soul. Continuing his laugh despite that cry of wrathful agony, it had caused Jasper rose, holding his sides, and surveying himself in the glass with very different feelings at the sight from those that had made his companions gaze there a few minutes before so mournful. My dear good friend, he said, composing himself at last, and wiping his eyes, excuse me, but really when you said whom else could I marry, her hate did seem such a capital joke. Marry you, my fair crane, no, put that idea out of your head, we know each other too well for conjugal felicity. You love me now, you always did, and always will, that is while we are not tied to each other. Women who once love me always love me, can't help themselves, I am sure. I don't know why, except that I am what they call a villain. The clock striking 7, I dine with a set of fellows I have picked up on the race ground. They don't know me nor I them. We shall be better acquainted after the 3rd bottle. Cheer up, crane, go and scold Sophie, and make her act if you can, if not scold Rugg into letting her alone. Scold somebody, nothing like it, to keep other folks quiet and one's self busy. Ado, and pray no more matrimonial solicitations, they frighten me, gad, added Loosely, as he banged the door. Such overtures would frighten old Nick himself. Did Arabella Crane hear those last words, sir? Had she not heard enough? If Loosely had turned and beheld her face, would it have startled back his trivial laugh? Possibly, but it would have caused only a momentary uneasiness. If Alecto herself had reared over him her brow horrent with vipers, Jasper Loosely would have thought he had only to look handsome and say coaxingly, Alecto, my dear, and the Fury would have pawned her headdress to pay his washing bill. After all, in the face of the grim woman he had thus so wantonly incensed, there was not so much menace as resolve, and that resolve was yet more shown in the movement of the hands than in the aspect of the countenance. Those hands, slowly and firm, nervous, hands slowly expanded, then as slowly clenched, as if her own thought had taken substance, and she was locking it in a clasp tightly tight-limer to be loosened, till the pulse was still. Chapter Roman 5. The most submissive where they love may be the most stubborn. They do not love. Sophie is stubborn to Mr. Rugg, that injured man. Summons to his side, Mrs. Crane, imitating the policy of those potentates who would retrieve the failures of force by the successes of diplomacy. Mr. Rugg has obtained his object, but now comes the question, what will he do with it? Question with as many heads as the Hydra, and no sooner does an author dispose of one head than up springs another. Sophie has been bought and paid, for she is now legally Mr. Rugg's property, but there was a wise peer who once bought Punch. Punch became his property, and was brought in triumph to his lordship's house. To my lord's great dismay, Punch would not talk. To Rugg's great dismay, Sophie would not act. Rendered up to Jasper Loosely and Mrs. Crane, they had lost not an hour in removing her from Gatesborough and its neighbourhood. They did not, however, go back to the village in which they had left Rugg, but returned straight to London and wrote to the manager to join them there. Sophie, once captured, seemed stupefied. She evinced no noisy passion, she made no violent resistance when she was told to love and obey a father in Jasper Loosely. She lifted her eyes to his face, then turned them away and shook her head, mute and credulous. That man her father, she did not believe it. Indeed, Jasper took no pains to convince her of the relationship or win her attachment. He was not unkindly rough, he seemed wholly indifferent. Probably he was so, for the ruling vice of the man was in his egotism. It was not so much that he had bad principles and bad feelings, as that he had no principles and no feelings at all, except as they began, continued, and ended in that system of centralization, which not more paralyses healthful action in a state than it does in the individual man's self-indulgence. With him was absolute. He was not without power of keen calculation, not without much cunning. He could conceive a project for some gain far off in the future, and concoct for its realization schemes subtly woven, astutely guarded. But he could not secure their success by any long-sustained sacrifices of the caprice of 1 hour, or the indolence of the next. If it had been a great object to him for life to win Sophie's filial affection, he would not have bored himself for 5 minutes each day. To gain that object besides, he had just enough of shame to render him uneasy at the sight of the child. He had deliberately sold so after chucking her under the chin, and telling her to be a good girl, and be grateful for all that Mrs. Crane had done for her, and meant still to do. He consigned her almost solely to that lady's care. When Rugg arrived, and Sophie was informed of her intended destination, she broke silence ere colour went, and came quicklish declared, folding her arms upon her breast, that she would never act if separated from her grandfather. Mrs. Crane, struck by her manner, suggested to Rugg that it might be as well now that she was legally secured to the manager, to humour her wish and re-engage waif, whatever the tale with which, in order to obtain Sophie from the mayor, she had turned that worthy magistrate's mind against the comedian. She had not gratified Mr. Rugg by a similar confidence to him. She said nothing which might operate against renewing engagements with waif if he were so disposed, but Rugg had no faith in a child's firmness, and he had a strong spite against waif, so he obstinately refused. He insisted, however, as a peremptory condition of the bargain, that Mr. Loosely and Mrs. Crane should accompany him to the town to which he had transferred his troop, both in order by their presence to confirm his authority over Sophie, and to sanction his claim to her should waif reappear and dispute it, for Rugg's profession being scarcely legitimate, and decidedly equivocal, his right to bring up a female child to the same calling might be called into question before a magistrate, and necessitate the production of her father in order to substantiate the special contract. In return, the manager handsomely offered to Mr. Loosely and Mrs. Crane to pay their expenses in the excursioner liberality, haughtily rejected by Mrs. Crane for herself, though she agreed at her own charge to accompany Loosely. If he decided on complying with the manager's request, Loosely at first raised objections, but hearing that there would be races in the neighbourhood, and having a peculiar passion for betting and all kinds of gambling, as well as an ardent desire to enjoy his ale in so fashionable a manner, he consented to delay his return to the continent, and attend Arabella Crane to the provincial Ely's. Rugg carried off Sophie to her fellow orphans. And Sophie would not act. In vain she was coaxed, in vain she was threatened, in vain she was deprived of food, in vain shut up in a dark hole, in vain was the lash held over her. Rugg, tyrant though he was, did not suffer the lash to fall. His self-restraint, there might be humanity, might be fear of the consequences for the state of her health, began to alarm him. She might die, there might be an inquest. He wished now that he had taken Mrs. Crane's suggestion and re-engaged waif. But where was waif meanwhile? He had advertised the young phenomenon, placarded the walls with the name of Juliet Araminta, got up the piece of the remorseless Baron with a new rock-scene. Waif had had nothing to say in that drama, so anyone could act his part. The first performance was announced for that night. There would be such an audience, the best seats even now pre-engaged. First night of the race week. The clock had struck 7, the performance began at 8, and Sophie would not act. The child was seated in a space that served for the green room behind the scenes. The whole company had been convened to persuade or shame her out of her obstinacy. The King's lieutenant, the seductive personage of the troupe, was on one knee to her like a lover. He was accustomed to lovers' parts both on the stage and off it. He had one favoured phrase hackneyed, but effective: "You are too pretty to be so cruel." Thrice he now repeated that phrase with a simper between each repetition that might have melted a heart of stone. Behind Sophie's chair, and sticking cauliflowers into the child's tresses, stood the senior matron of the establishment, not a bad sort of woman, who kept the dresses, nursed the sick, revered Rugg, told fortunes on a pack of cards which she always kept in her pocket, and acted occasionally in parts where age was no drawback and ugliness desirable, such as a witch or duenna, or whatever in the dialogue was poetically called hag. Indeed, hag was the name she usually took from Rugg. That which she bore from her defunct husband was Gormeric. This lady, as she braided the garland, was also bent on the soothing system, saying with great sweetness, considering that her mouth was full of pins, "Now, dearie, now, dovey, look at ooself in the glass. We could beat oo and pinch oo and stick pins into oo, dovey. But we want dovey will be good, I know." And a great patch of rouge came on the child's pale cheeks. The clown, therewith squatting before her with his hands on his knees, grinned lustily, and shrieked out, "My eyes, what a beauty!" Rugg, meanwhile, one hand thrust in his bosom, contemplated the diplomatic efforts of his ministers, and saw by Sophie's compressed lips and unwinking eyes that their cajoleries were unsuccessful. He approached and hissed into her ear, "Don't madden me, don't you? Will act, eh?" "No," said Sophie, suddenly rising and tearing the wreath from her hair. she set her small foot on it with force. No, not if you kill me. Guards, faltered Rugg, and the sum I have paid I am diddled who has gone for Mrs. Crane. Tom, said the clown. The word was scarcely out of the clown's mouth ere Mrs. Crane herself emerged from a side scene, and putting off her bonnet laid both hands on the child's shoulders, and looked her in the face without speaking. The child, as firmly returned the gaze, give that child a martyr's cause, and in that frail body there would have been a martyr's soul. Arabella Crane, not inexperienced in children, recognized a power of will stronger than the power of brute force, in that tranquility of eye, the spark of calm light in its tender blue pure, as the sky, light steadfast as the star. Leave her to me, all of you, said Mrs. Crane. I will take her to your private room, Mr. Rugg, and she led the child away to a sort of recess room. It could not be rightly called, fenced round with boxes and crates, and containing the manager's desk and 2 stools. Sophie, then, said Mrs. Crane, you say you will not act unless your grandfather be with you. Now hear me, you know that I have been always stern and hard with you. I never professed to love Yowner do Roman 1. But you have not found me untruthful when I say a thing seriously, as I am speaking now. You may believe me. Act tonight, and I will promise you faithfully that I will either bring your grandfather here, or I will order it so that you shall be restored to him. If you refuse, I make no threat, but I shall leave this place, and my belief is that you will be your grandfather's death. His death, I... By first dying yourself. Oh, you smile, you think it would be happiness to die. What matter that the old man you profess to care for is broken-hearted brat? Leave selfishness to boys. You are a girl, suffer. Selfish, murmured Sophie. Selfish, that was said of me before. Selfish, I understand. No, I ought not to wish to die. What would become of him? She fell on her knees, and raising both her clasped hands prayed inly silently. An instant, not more, she rose. If I do act, then it is a promise. You will keep it. I shall see him. He shall know where I am. We shall meet. A promise sacred. I will keep it. Oh girl, how much you will love some day, how your heart will ache. And when you are my age, look at that heart. Then at your glass, perhaps, you may be within and without like me. Sophie, innocent Sophie, stared awestricken, but uncomprehending Mrs. Crane led her back passive. There she will act, put on the wreath, trick her out. Hark, ye Mr. Rugg, this is for one night. I have made conditions with her. Either you must take back her grandfather, or she must return to him. And my eld. In the latter case ought to be repaid to you. Am I never to have the Royal York Theatre ambition of my life? Mom dreamed of it thrice. But she will act and succeed. But to take back the old vagabond, a bitter pill. He shall have it with me, Mom. I am your grateful. Chapter Roman 6. Threadbare is the simile which compares the world to a stage. Schiller, less complimentary than Shakespeare, lowers the illustration from a stage to a puppet show. But ever between realities and shows, there is a secret communication, an undetected interchange, sometimes a stern reality in the heart of the ostensible actor, a fantastic stage play in the brain of the unnoticed spectator. The bandit's child on the proscenium is still poor little Sophie in spite of garlands and rouge, but that honest rough-looking fellow to whom, in respect for services to sovereign and country, the apprentice yields way, may he not beth crafty comedian. Tarantara rubadubdub, play up, horn, roll, drum, 7:45, and the crowd already thick before Rugg's grand exhibition, remorseless baron and bandit's child, young phenomenon Juliet Araminta, patronized by the nobility in general and expecting daily to be summoned to perform before the Queen. Vivat Regina rubadubdub, the company issue from the curtain range in front of the proscenium splendid, dresses the phenomenant is she. My eyes, there's a beauty, cries the clown. The days have already grown somewhat shorter, but it is not yet dusk. How charmingly pretty she still is despite that horrid paint, but how wasted those poor bare snowy arms. A most doleful lugubrious dirge mingles with the drum and horn. A man has forced his way close by the stagier man, with a confounded cracked hurdy-gurdy, whine. Creaks the hurdy-gurdy, stop that music, cries a delicate apprentice, clapping his hands to his ears. Pity. A poor blind, answers the man with the hurdy-gurdy. Oh, you are blind, are you? But we are not deaf. There's a penny not to play. What black thing have you got there by a string? My dog, sir. Deuced ugly one, not like a dog, more like a bear with horns. I say, master, cries the clown, here's a blind man come to see the phenomenon. The crowd laugh, they make way for the blind man's black dog. They suspect from the clown's address that the blind man has something to do with the company. You never saw 2 uglier specimens of their several species than the blind man and his black dog. He had rough red hair and a red beard. His face had a sort of twist that made every feature seem crooked. His eyes were not bandaged, but the lids were closed, and he lifted them up piteously as if seeking for light. He did not seem, however, like a common beggar, had rather the appearance of a reduced sailor. Yes, you would have bet 10 to 1. He had been a sailor, not that his dress belonged to that noble calling, but his build, the roll of his walk, the tie of his cravat, a blue anchor tattooed on that great brown hand, certainly a sailor, a British tar, poor man. The dog was hideous enough to have been exhibited as a lusus naturae, evidently very aged, for its face and ears were grey, the rest of it a rusty reddish black. It had immensely long ears pricked up like horns. It was a dog that must have been brought from foreign parts. It might have come from Acheron, sire, by Cerberus so portentous, and if not irreverent the epithet so infernal was its aspect, with that grey face, those antlered ears, and its ineffably weird demeanour. Altogether a big dog too, and evidently a strong one. All prudent folks would have made way for a man led by that dog. Whine, creaked the hurdy-gurdy and bow wow. All of a sudden barked the dog. Sophie stifled a cry, pressed her hand to her breast, and such a ray of joy flashed over her face that it would have warmed your heart for a month to have seen it. But do you mean to say, Mr. Author, that British tar, gallant no doubt, but hideous, is gentleman waif, or that Stygian animal, the snowy-curled Sir Isaac? Upon my word, when I look at them myself, I the historian am puzzled. If it had not been for that Bobo, I am sure Sophie would not have suspected Tarantara walk in ladies and gentlemen walk in the performance is about to commence. Sophie lingers last. Yes, sir, said the blind man who had been talking to the apprentice. Yes, sir, said he loud and emphatically, as if his word had been questioned. The child was snowed up, but luckily the window of the hut was left open exactly at 2 o'clock in the morning. That dog came to the window, set up a howl, and Sophie could hear no morelled away behind the curtain by the king's lieutenant, but she had heard enough to stir her heart with an emotion that set all the dimples round her lip into undulating play. Chapter Romans 7. A sham carries off a reality. And she did act, and how charmingly, with what glee, and what gusto. Rugg was beside himself with pride and rapture. He could hardly perform his own baronial part for admiration. The audience, a far choicer and more fastidious one than that in the Surrey village, was amazed, enthusiastic. I shall live to see my dream come true. I shall have the great York Theatre, said Rugg, as he took off his wig and laid his head on his pillow. Restore her for the not for thousands. Alas, my sweet Sophie, alas, has not the joy that made thee perform so well undone thee. Ah, hadst thou but had the wit to act horribly and be hissed. Uprose the sun and uprose Baron Rugg. Not that ordinarily he was a very early man, but his excitement broke his slumbers. He had taken up his quarters on the ground floor of a small lodging-house close to his exhibition. In the same house lodged his senior matron, and Sophie herself, Mrs. Gormerick, being ordered to watch the child and never lose sight of her, slept in the same room with Sophie in the upper story of the house. The old woman served Rugg for housekeeper, made his tea, grilled his chop, and for company's sake shared his meals. Excitement as often sharpens the appetite as takes it away. Rugg had supped on hope, and he felt a craving for a more substantial breakfast. Accordingly, when he had dressed, he thrust his head into the passage, and seeing there the maid of Fulwark unbarring the street door, bade her go upstairs and wake the hag, that is Mrs. Gormerick. Saying this, he extended a key, for he ever took the precaution, before retiring to rest, to lock the door of the room to which Sophie was consigned on the outside, and guard the key till the next morning. The maid nodded, and ascended the stairs. Less time than he expected passed away before Mrs. Gormerick made her appearance, her grey hair streaming under her nightcap, her form endued in a loose wrapper, her very face a tragedy. Powers above, what has happened? Exclaimed Rugg prophetically. She is gone, sobbed Mrs. Gormerick, and seeing the lifted arm and clenched fist of the manager, prudently fainted away. Chapter Roman 8. Corollaries from the problems suggested in chapters Roman 6 and Roman 7. Broad daylight, nearly 9 o'clock indeed, and Jasper Loosely is walking back to his inn from the place at which he had dined the evening before. He has spent the night drinking, gambling, and though he looks heated, there is no sign of fatigue. Nature, in wasting on this man many of her most glorious elements of happiness, had not forgotten an Herculean constitutional ways. Restless and never tired, always drinking, and never drunk. Certainly it is some consolation to delicate invalids that it seldom happens that the sickly are very wicked. Criminals are generally athletic constitution and conscience, equally tough, large backs to their heads, strong suspensorial muscles, digestions that save them from the over-fine nerves of the virtuous. The native animal must be vigorous in the human being when the moral safeguards are daringly overleapt. Jasper was not alone, but with an acquaintance he had made at the dinner, and whom he invited to his inn to breakfast. They were walking familiarly arm in arm, very unlike the brilliant Louselier young man under 30, who seemed to have washed out all the colours of youth in dirty water, his eyes dull, their whites yellow, his complexion sodden, his form was thick-set, and heavy, his features pug with a cross of the bulldog in dress, a specimen of the flash style of sporting man as exhibited on the turf, or more often perhaps in the ring-belcher neckcloth, with an immense pin, representing a jockey at full gallop, cutaway coat, corduroy breeches and boots, with tops of a chalky white, yet withal not the air and walk of a genuine born and bred sporting man, even of the vulgar order, something about him, which reveals the pretender a wood hawk with a pigeon's liver, a wood sportsman, with a cockney's nurture. Samuel Adolphus Poole is an orphan of respectable connections. His future expectations chiefly rest on an uncle, from whom as godfather he takes the loathed name of Samuel. He prefers to sign himself Adolphus. He is popularly styled Dolly for his present existence. He relies ostensibly on his salary as an assistant in the house of a London tradesman. In a fashionable way of business, Mr. Latham, his employer, has made a considerable fortune less by his shop than by discounting the bills of his customers, or of other borrowers, whom the loan draws into the net of the custom. Mr. Latham connives at the sporting tastes of Dolly Poole. Dolly has often thus been enabled to pick up useful pieces of information as to the names and repute of such denizens of the sporting world as might apply to Mr. Latham for temporary accommodation. Dolly Poole has many sporting friends, he has also many debts, he has been a dupe, he is now a rogue, but he wants decision of character to put into practice many valuable ideas that his experience of dupe and his development into rogue suggest to his ambition. Still, however, now and then, wherever a shabby trick can be safely done, he is what he calls lucky. He has conceived a prodigious admiration for Jasper Loosely, one cause for which will be explained in the dialogue, about to be recorded another cause for which is analogous to that loving submission with which some ill-conditioned brute acknowledges master in the hand that has thrashed it. For at Loosely's first appearance at the convivial meeting, just concluded, being nettled at the imperious airs of superiority which that roisterer assumed, mistaking for effeminacy Jasper's elaborate dandyism, and not recognizing in the bravo's elegant proportions the tiger-like strength of which, in truth, that tiger-like suppleness should have warned him. Dolly Poole provoked a quarrel, and being himself a stout fellow, nor unaccustomed to athletic exercises, began to spar. The next moment he was at the other end of the room, full sprawl on the floor, and 2 minutes afterwards, the quarrel made up by conciliating banqueters with every bone in his skin seeming still to rattle, he was generously blubbering out that he never bore malice, and shaking hands with Jasper Loosely as if he had found a benefactor. But now to the dialogue. Jasper, yes, Poole, my hearty, as you say, that fellow trumping my best club, lost me the last rubber. There's no certainty in whist, if one has a spoon for a partner. Poole, no certainty in every rubber, but next to certainty in the long run. When a man plays as well as you do, Mr. Loosely, your winnings tonight must have been pretty large, though you had a bad partner, almost every hand pretty large, eh? Jasper, carelessly, nothing to talk of, a few ponies. Poole, more than a few, I should know. Jasper, why, you did not play after the first rubber? Poole, no, when I saw your play on that first rubber, I cut out and bet on you, and very grateful to you I am still. You would win more with a partner who understood your game. The shrewd Dolly paused a moment, and leaning significantly on Jasper's arm, added in a half-whisper, I do, it is a French one. Jasper did not change colour, but a quick rise of the eyebrow and a slight jerk of the neck betrayed some little surprise or uneasiness. However, he rejoined without hesitation, French, I, in France. There is more dash in playing out trumps than there is with English players. And with a player like you, said Poole, still in a half-whisper, more trumps to play out. Jasper turned round sharp and short, the hard, cruel expression of his mouth, little seen of late, came back to it. Poole recoiled, and his bones began again to ache. I did not mean to offend you, Mr. Loosely, but to caution. Caution! There were 2 knowing coves who, if they had not been so drunk, would not have lost their money without a row, and they would have seen how they lost it. They are sharpers. You served them right, don't be angry with me. You want a partner, so do I. You play better than I do, but I play well. You shall have 2/3 of our winnings, and when you come to town I'll introduce you to a pleasant set of young fellow-screen. Jasper mused a moment. You know a thing or two, I see, Master Poole, and well discuss the whole subject after breakfast. Aren't you hungry? No, I am. Hillo, who is that? His arm was seized by Mr. Rugg. She's gonifled, gasped the manager, breathless, out of the lattice, 15 feet high, not dashed to pieces, vanished. Go on and order breakfast, said Loosely to Mr. Poole, who was listening too inquisitively. He drew the manager away. Can't you keep your tongue in your head? Before strangers, the girl is gone. Out of the lattice and 15 feet high. Any sheets left hanging out of the lattice? Sheets, no. Then she did not go without help. Somebody must have thrown up to her a rope ladder. Nothing so easy, done it myself scores of times for the descent of maids who love the moon, Mr. Rugg. But at her age, there is not a moon, at least, there is not a man in the moon. One must dismiss, then, the idea of a rope ladder too precocious. But are you quite sure she is gone, not hiding in some cupboard? Sacker, very odd. Have you seen Mrs. Crane about it? Yes, just come from her. She thinks that villain Waif must have stolen her, but I want you, sir, to come with me to a magistrate. Magistrate, why nonsense, set the police to work. Your deposition that she is your lawful child, lawfully made over to me, is necessary for the Inquisition, I mean police. Hang it, what a bother. I hate magistrates, and all belonging to them. Well, I must breakfast. I'll see to it afterwards. Oblige me by not calling Mr. Waif a villain. Good old fellow in his way. Good powers above. But if he took her off, how did he get at her? It must have been preconcerted. Ha, true, but she has not been suffered to speak to a soul, not in the company, Mrs. Crane excepted. Perhaps at the performance last night some signal was given. But if Waif had been there, I should have seen him. My troop would have known him. Such a remarkable face, one eye too. Well, well, do what you think best. I'll call on you after breakfast. Let me go now. Basta, basta. Loosely wrenched himself from the manager and strode off to the inn, then joining Poole. He sought Mrs. Crane. This going before a magistrate, said Loosely, to depose that I have made over my child to that blackguard showman in this town too, after such luck as I have had, and where bright prospects are opening on May's most disagreeable, and supposing, when we have traced Sophie, she should be really with the old man. Awkward, in short, my dear friend, my dear Bella. Loosely could be very coaxing when it was worth his while. You just manage this for me. I have a fellow in the next room waiting to breakfast. As soon as breakfast is over, I shall be off to the race ground, and so shirk that ranting old bore. You'll call on him instead, and settle it somehow. He was out of the room before she could answer. Mrs. Crane found it no easy matter to soothe the infuriate manager when he heard Loosely was gone to amuse himself at the racecourse, nor did she give herself much trouble to pacify Mr. Rugg's anger or assist his investigations. Her interest in the whole affair seemed over-left thus to his own devices. Rugg, however, began to institute a sharp and what promised to be an effective investigation. He ascertained that the fugitive certainly had not left by the railway or by any of the public conveyances. He sent scouts over all the neighbourhood. He enlisted the sympathy of the police, who confidently assured him that they had a network over the 3 kingdoms. Rugg's suspicions were directed to Waif. He could collect, however, no evidence to confirm them. No person answering to Waif's description had been seen in the town once. Indeed, Rugg was close on the right scent for insisting upon Waif's one eye and his possession of a white dog. He was told by several witnesses that a man blind of 2 eyes and led by a black dog had been close before the stage just previous to the performance. But then the clown had spoken to that very man. All the Thespian company had observed him. All of them had known Waif familiarly for years, and all deposed that any creature more unlike to Waif than the blind man could not be turned out of nature's workshop. But where was that blind man? They found out the wayside inn in which he had taken a lodging for the night, and there it was ascertained that he had paid for his room beforehand, stating that he should start for the racecourse early in the morning. Rugg himself set out to the racecourse to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Catch Mr. Loosely examined the blind man himself. He did catch Mr. Loosely, and very nearly caught something else, for that gentleman was in a ring of noisy horsemen mounted on a hired hack, and loud as the noisiest when Rugg came up to his stirrup and began his harangue. Loosely turned his hack round with so sudden an appliance of bit and spur that the animal lashed out and its heel went within an inch of the manager's cheekbone. Before Rugg could recover, Loosely was in a hand gallop. But the blind man, of course, Rugg did not find him. You are mistaken, he Roman 999. The blind man was their dog, and all the manager spoke to him, and did not know him from Adam. Nor have you or I, my venerated readers, any right whatsoever to doubt whether Mr. Rugg could be so stolidly obtuse. Granting that blind sailor to be the veritable William Waif. William Waif was a man of genius, taking pains to appear an ordinary mortal, and the anecdotes of Munden or of Bamfilder more careful suffice to tell us how protean is the power of transformation in a man whose genius is mimetic. But how often does it happen to us, venerated readers, not to recognize a man of genius even when he takes no particular pains to escape detection. A man of genius may be for 10 years our next-door neighbor, he may dine in company with us twice a week, his face may be as familiar to our eyes as our armchair, his voice to our ears, as the click of our parlor clock. Yet we are never more astonished than when all of a sudden some bright day, it is discovered that our next-door neighbor is a man of genius. Did you ever hear tell of the life of a man of genius? But what there were numerous witnesses who deposed to the fact that until perfidious dissembler he flared up and set the Thames on fire, they had never seen anything in him an odd creature, perhaps a good creature reprobably, a poor creature but a man of genius. They would as soon have suspected him of being the Khan of Tartary. Nay, candid readers, are there not some of you who refuse to the last to recognize the ma of genius, till he has paid his penny to Charon, and his passport to immortality has been duly examined by the custom-house officers of Styx, when one half the world drag forth that same next-door neighbor, place him on a pedestal, and have him cried, "Oyez, oyez, found a man of genius, public property open to inspection," does not the other half the world put on its spectacles, turn up its nose, and cry that a man of genius indeed pelt him? Then of course there is a clatter, what the vulgar call a shindy, round the pedestal, squeezed by his believers, shied at by his scoffers. The poor man gets horribly mauled about, and drops from the perch in the midst of the row. Then they shovel him over, clap a great stone on his relics, wipe their foreheads, shake hands, compromise the dispute, the one half the world admitting that though he was a genius, he was still an ordinary man, the other half allowing that though he was an ordinary man, he was still a genius, and so on to the next pedestal with its hic stet, and the next great stone with its hic jacet. The manager of the grand theatrical exhibition gazed on the blind sailor, and did not know him from Adam. Chapter Roman 9. The aboriginal man-eater or pocket cannibal is susceptible of the refining influences of civilization. He decorates his lair with the skins of his victims, he adorns his person with the spoils of those whom he devours. Mr. Loosely introduced to Mr. Poole's friends, dresses for dinner, and combining elegance with appetite eats them up. Elated with the success which had rewarded his talents for pecuniary speculation, and dismissing from his mind all thoughts of the fugitive Sophie and the spoliated rug, Jasper Loosely returned to London in company with his new friend Mr. Poole. He left Arabella Crane to perform the same journey unattended, but that grim lady, carefully concealing any resentment at such want of gallantry, felt assured that she should not be long in London without being honoured by his visits. In renewing their old acquaintance, Mrs. Crane had contrived to establish over Jasper that kind of influence which a vain man full of schemes that are not to be told to all the world, but which it is convenient to discuss with some confidential friend, who admires himself too highly not to respect his secrets, mechanically yields to a woman whose wits are superior to his own. It is true that Jasper, on his return to the metropolis, was not magnetically attracted towards Pardon Place. Nay, days, and even weeks elapsed, and Mrs. Crane was not gladdened by his presence, but she knew that her influence was only suspended, not extinct. The body attracted was for the moment kept from the body attracting by the abnormal weights that had dropped into its pockets, restore the body, thus temporarily counterpoised to its former lightness, and it would turn to Pardon Place as the needle to the pole. Meanwhile, oblivious of all such natural laws, the disloyal Jasper had fixed himself as far from the reach of the magnet as from Bloomsbury's remotest verge in St. James's animated centre. The apartment he engaged was showy and commodious. He added largely to his wardrobe, his dressing case, his trinket box, nor be it here observed, was Mr. Loosely one of those bowish brigands who wear tawdry scarves over soiled linen and paste rings upon unwashed digitals. To do him justice, the man so stony-hearted to others loved, and cherished his own person with exquisite tenderness, lavished upon it delicate attentions, and gave to it the very best he could afford. He was no coarse debauchee smelling of bad cigars and ardent spirits. Cigars, indeed, were not among his vices. At worst, the rare peccadillo of a cigarette spirit drinking was, but the monster's digestion was still so strong that he could have drunk out a gimpelis, and you would only have sniffed the jasmine or heliotrope on the dainty cambric that wiped the last drop from his lips, had his soul been a 10th part as clean as the form that belied it. Jasper Loosely had been a saint. His apartments secured his appearance thus revised and embellished. Jasper's next care was an equipage in keeping. He hired a smart cabriolet, high-stepping horse, and to go behind it a groom whose size had been stunted in infancy by provident parents, designing him to earn his bread in the stables as a lightweight, and therefore mingling his mother's milk with heavy liquors. In short, Jasper Loosely set up to be a buck about town in that capacity, Darley Poole introduced him to several young gentlemen who combined commercial vocations with sporting tastes they could not but participate in. Poole's admiring and somewhat envious respect for Jasper Loosely, there was indeed about the vigorous miscreant a great deal of false brilliancy deteriorated from earlier youth, though the beauty of his countenance might be it was still undeniably handsome, and as force of muscle is beauty in itself, in the eyes of young sporting men, so Jasper dazzled many a gracilous pure, who had the ambition to become an athlete with the rare personal strength, which as, if in the exuberance of animal spirits, he would sometimes condescend to display by feats that astonished the curious and frightened the timid, such as bending a poker or horseshoe between hands elegantly white, nor unadorned with rinxer, lifting the weight of Samuel Darley by the waistband, and holding him at arm's length with a playful bet of 10-1 that he could stand by the fireplace, and pitch the said Samuel Darley out of the open window to know so strong a man, so fine an animal, was something to boast of. Then too, if Jasper had a false brilliancy, he had also a false bonhomie. It was true that he was somewhat imperious, swaggering, bullying, but he was also offhand and jocund, and as you knew him, that sidelong look, that defying gait look, and gait of the man whom the world cuts wore away. In fact, he had got into a world which did not cut him, and his exterior was improved by the atmosphere. Mr. Loosely professed to dislike general society drawing-rooms, were insipid clubs full of old fogies. I am for life, my boys, said Mr. Loosely. Can sorrow from the goblet flow, or pain from beauty's eye? Mr. Loosely, therefore, his hat on one side, lounged into the saloons of theatres accompanied by a cohort of juvenile admirers, their hats on one side also, and returned to the pleasantest little suppers in his own apartment. There the goblet flowed, and after the goblet cigars for some and a rubber for all. So puissant Loosely's vitality, and so blessed by the stars his luck, that his form seemed to wax stronger, and his purse fuller by this life. No wonder, he was all for a life of that kind, but the slight beings who tried to keep up with him grew thinner and thinner, and poorer. A few weeks made their cheeks spectral, and their pockets a dismal void. Then, as some dropped off from sheer inanition, others whom they had decoyed by their praises of life and its hero came into the magic circle to fade and vanish in their turn. In a space of time incredibly brief, not a whist player was left upon the field. The victorious Loosely had trumped out the last. Some few, whom nature had endowed more liberally than fortune, still retained strength enough to sup if asked. But none who came to sup remained to play. Plague on it, said Loosely to Poole as one afternoon they were dividing the final spoils. Your friends are mightily soon cleaned out, could not even get up double dummy last night, and we must hit on some new plan for replenishing the coffers. You have rich relations, can't I help you to make them more useful? Said Darley Poole, who was looking exceedingly bilious, and had become a martyr to chronic headache. My relations are prigs, some of them give me the cold shoulder, others a great deal of jaw. But as for tin, I might as well scrape a flint for it. My Uncle Sam is more anxious about my sins than the other codgers, because he is my godfather and responsible for my sins, I suppose, and he says he will put me in the way of being respectable. My head's splitting. Wood does split till it is seasoned, answered Loosely. Good fellow, Uncle Sam hell put you in the way of tin. Nothing else makes a man respectable. Yes, so he says, a girl with money, a wifed in canister, introduce me to her, and she shall be tied to you. Samuel Darley did not appear to relish the idea of such an introduction. I have not been introduced to her myself, said he, but if you advise me to be spliced, why don't you get spliced yourself? A handsome fellow like you can be at no loss for an heiress. Heiresses are the most horrid cheats in the world, said Loosely. There is always some father or uncle or fusty Lord Chancellor whose consent is essential, and not to be had. Heiresses in scores have been over head and ears in love with me before I left Paris. I sold their locks of hair to a Whig macker, 3 great trunksful, honour bright, but there were only 2 whom I could have safely allowed to run away with me, and they were so closely watched, poor things, that I was forced to leave them to their fatty graves. Don't talk to me of heiresses, Darley. I have been the victim of heiresses, but a rich widow is an estimable creature against widows. If rich, I have not a word to say, and to tell you the truth, there is a widow whom I suspect I have fascinated, and whose connection I have a particular private reason for deeming desirable. She has a whelp of a son who is a spoke in my wheel. Were I his father-in-law, would not I be a spoke in his? Id teach the boy life, Darley. Here all trace of beauty vanished from Jasper's face, and Poole, staring at him, pushed away his chair, but continued, loosely regaining his more usual expression of levity and boldness. But I am not yet quite sure what the widow has besides her son in her own possession. We shall see meanwhile. is there no chance of a rubber tonight? None unless you will let Brown and Smith play upon tick. Pooh, but there's Robinson, he has an aunt he can borrow from. Robinson spitting blood, with an attack of delirium tremens you have done for him. Can sorrow from the goblet flow, said loosely, well, I suppose, it can when a man has no coats to his stomach, but you and I, Dolly Poole, have stomachs thick as pea-jackets and proof as gutta-percha. Poole forced a ghastly smile, while Loosely, gaily springing up, swept his share of booty into his pockets, slapped his comrade on the back, and said then, if the mountain will not come to Mahomet, Mahomet must go to the mountain, hang whist, and up with rouge et noir. I have an infallible method of winning, only it requires capital. You will club your cash with mine, and I'll play for boths up here tonight, and well go to the hell afterwards. Samuel Darley had the most perfect confidence in his friend's science in the art of gambling, and he did not therefore dissent from the proposal made. Jasper gave a fresh touch to his toilet, and stepped into his cabriolet. Poole cast on him a look of envy, and crawled to his lodging too ill for his desk, and with a strong desire to take to his bed. Chapter Roman 10. Is there a heart that never loved, nor felt soft woman's sigh? If there be such a heart, it is not in the breast of a pocket. Cannibal, your true mainator, is usually of an amorous temperament. He can be indeed sufficiently fond of a lady to eat her up. Mr. Loosely makes the acquaintance of a widow for further particulars. Inquire within. The dignified serenity of Gloucester Place, Portman Square, is agitated by the intrusion of a new inhabitant, a house in that favoured locality, which had for several months maintained the solemn stillness, and the dread repose which appertain to dwellings that are to be let upon lease unfurnished, suddenly started into that exuberant and aggressive life, which irritates the nerves of its peaceful neighbours. The bills have been removed from the windows, the walls have been cleaned down, and pointed the street door repainted a lively green. Workmen have gone in and out. The observant ladies, single ones in the house opposite, discover, by the help of a telescope, that the drawing-rooms have been new papered canary-coloured ground festoon borders, and that the mouldings of the shutters have been gilded, gilt shutters that looks ominous of an ostentatious and party-giving tenant. Then carts full of furniture have stopped at the door, carpets, tables, chairs, beds, wardrobes, all seemingly new, and in no inelegant taste have been disgorged into the hall. It has been noticed too that every day a lady of slight figure and genteel habiliments has come seemingly to inspect progress. Evidently the new tenant, sometimes she comes alone, sometimes with a dark-eyed handsome lad, probably her son. Who can she be? What is she? What is her name? Her history? Has she a right to settle in Gloucester Place, Portman Square? The detective police of London is not peculiarly vigilant, but its defects are supplied by the voluntary efforts of unmarried ladies. The newcomer was a widow. Her husband had been in the army of good family. Mauvaise sujet, she had been left in straitened circumstances. With an only son, it was supposed that she had unexpectedly come into a fortune, on the strength of which she had removed from Pimlico into Gloucester Place at length. The preparations completed one Monday afternoon, the widow, accompanied by her son, came to settle the next day. A footman in genteel livery, brown and orange, appeared at the door. Then for the rest of the week, the baker and butcher called regularly. On the following Sunday, the lady and her son appeared at church. No reader will be at a loss to discover in the new tenant of No Gloucester Place the widowed mother of Lionel Houghton. The letter for that lady, which Darrell had entrusted to his young cousin, had in complimentary and cordial language claimed the right to provide for her comfortable and honourable subsistence, and announced that henceforth a year would be placed quarterly to her account at Mr. Darrell's banker, and that an additional sum of was already there deposited in her name, in order to enable her to furnish any residence to which she might be inclined to remove. Mrs. Houghton therewith had removed to Gloucester Place. She is seated by the window in her front drawing-room, surveying with proud though grateful heart the elegances by which she is surrounded, a very winning countenance, lively eyes that in themselves may be over-quick and petulant, but their expression is chastened by a gentle kindly mouth, and over the whole face, the attitude, the air, even the dress itself, is diffused the unmistakable simplicity of a sincere natural character. No doubt Mrs. Houghton has her tempers and her vanities, and her little harmless feminine weaknesses, but you could not help feeling in her presence that you were with an affectionate, warm-hearted, honest, good woman. She might not have the refinements of tone and manner which stamp the high-bred gentlewoman of convention. She might evince the deficiencies of an imperfect third-rate education, but she was saved from vulgarity by a certain undefinable grace or person and music of voice, even when she said or did things that well-bred people do not say or do,
and there was an engaging intelligence in those quick hazel eyes that made you sure that she was sensible even when she uttered what was silly. Mrs. Houghton turned from the interior of the room to the open window. She is on the lookout for her son, who has gone to call on Colonel Morley, and who ought to be returned by this time. She begins to get a little fidgety, somewhat cross, while thus standing, and thus watchful, there comes thundering down the street a high-stepping horse bay with white legs. It whirls on a cabriolet blue with vermilion wheels. 2 hands in yellow kid gloves are just seen under the hood. Mrs. Houghton suddenly blushes and draws in her head. Too late. The cabriolet has stopped. A gentleman leans forward, takes off his hat, bows respectfully. Dear, dear, murmurs Mrs. Houghton. I do think he is going to call. Some people are born to be tempted. My temptations have been immense. He is getting out. He knocks. I can't say now that I am not at home. Very awkward. I wish Lionel were here. What does he mean, neglecting his own mother and leaving her a prey to tempters? While the footman is responding to the smart knock of the visitor, we will explain how Mrs. Houghton had incurred that gentleman's acquaintance in one of her walks to her new house. While it was in the hands of the decorators, her mind being much absorbed in the consideration whether her drawing-room curtains should be chintz or tabaret, just as she was crossing the street, she was all but run over by a gentleman's cabriolet. The horse was hard-mouthed, going at full speed. The driver pulled up just in time, but the wheel grazed her dress, and though she ran back instinctively, yet when she was safe on the pavement, the fright overpowered her nerves, and she clung to the street post, almost fainting. 2 or 3 passers-by humanely gathered round her, and the driver, looking back and muttering to himself, not bad-looking, neatly dressed, ladylike French shawl may have tin worth, while perhaps gallantly descended, and hastened to offer apologies with a respectful hope that she was not injured. Mrs. Houghton answered somewhat tartly, but being one of those good-hearted women who, apt to be rude, are extremely sorry for it, the moment afterwards she wished to repair any hurt to his feelings occasioned by her first impulse, and when renewing his excuses, he offered his arm over the crossing. She did not like to refuse. On gaining the side of the way on which her house was situated, she had recovered sufficiently to blush for having accepted such familiar assistance from a perfect stranger, and somewhat to falter in returning thanks for his politeness. Our gentleman, whose estimate of his attractions was not humble, ascribed the blushing cheek and faltering voice to the natural effect produced by his appearance, and he himself admiring very much a handsome bracelet on her wrist, which he deemed a favourable prognostic of tin, watched her to her door and sent his groom in the course of the evening to make discreet inquiries in the neighbourhood. The result of the inquiries induced him to resolve upon prosecuting the acquaintance. Thus begun, he contrived to learn the hours at which Mrs. Houghton usually visited the house, and to pass by Gloucester Place at the very nick of time. His beau was recognizing respectful interrogativia, beau that asked how much farther, but Mrs. Houghton's bow respondent seemed to declare not at all. The stranger did not venture more that day, but a day or 2 afterwards he came again into Gloucester Place on foot. On that occasion Mrs. Houghton was with her son, and the gentleman would not seem to perceive her. The next day he returned. She was then alone, and just as she gained her door, he advanced. I beg you 10,000 pardons, madam, but if I am rightly informed, I have the honour to address Mrs. Charles Houghton. The lady bowed in surprise. Ah, madam, your lamented husband was one of my most particular friends. You don't say so, cried Mrs. Houghton, and looking more attentively at the stranger, there was in his dress and appearance something that she thought very stylish. A particular friend of Charles Houghton's was sure to be stylish, to be a man of the first water, and she loved the poor captain's memory. Her heart warmed to any particular friend of his. Yes, resumed the gentleman, noting the advantage he had gained, though I was considerably his junior, we were great cronies. Excuse that familiar expression, in the hussars together. The captain was not in the hussars, sir, he was in the guards. Of course he was, but I was saying in the hussars together with the guards. There were some very fine fellows, very fine. He was one of them. I could not resist paying my respects to the widowed lady of so fine a fellow. I know it is a liberty, ma'am, but tea is my way. People who know me well, and I have a large acquaintance here, kind enough to excuse my way. And to think that villainous horse which I had just bought out of Lord Bolton's stud, 200 guineas, ma'am, and cheap, should have nearly taken the life of Charles Houghton's lovely relict. If anybody else had been driving that brute, I shudder to think what might have been the consequences, but I have a wrist of iron. Strength is a vulgar qualification, very vulgar. But when it saves a lady from perishing, how can one be ashamed of it? But I am detaining you. Your own house, Mrs. Houghton. Yes, sir, I have just taken it, but the workmen have not finished. I am not yet settled here. Charming situation. My friend left a son, I believe, in the army already. No, sir, but he wishes it very much.
Mr. Darrell, I think, could gratify that wish. What you know, Mr. Darrell, that most excellent, generous man, all we have we owe to him. The gentleman abruptly turned asidewisely, for his expression of face at that praise might have startled Mrs. Houghton. Yes, I knew him once. He has had many a fee out of my family, goodish, lawyer, cleverish man. And rich as a Jew. I should like to see my old friend's son, ma'am. He must be monstrous handsome with such parents. Oh, sir, very like his father. I shall be proud to present him to you. Ma'am, I thank you. I will have the honour to call. And thus is explained how Jasper Loosely has knocked at Mrs. Houghton's door, has walked up her stairs, has seated himself in her drawing-room, and is now edging his chair somewhat nearer to her, and throwing into his voice and looks a degree of admiration which has been sincerely kindled by the aspect of her elegant apartments. Jessica Houghton was not one of those women, if such there be, who do not know when a gentleman is making up to them. She knew perfectly well that with a very little encouragement her visitor would declare himself a suitor, nor, to speak truth, was she quite insensible to his handsome person, nor quite unmoved by his flatteries. She had her weak points, and vanity was one of them, nor conceived she, poor lady, the slightest suspicion that Jasper Loosely was not a personage whose attentions might flatter any woman, though lie had not even announced a name, but pushing aside the footman had sauntered in with as familiar an ease as if he had been a first cousin, though he had not uttered a syllable that could define his station or attest his boasted friendship with the dear defunct. Still Mrs. Houghton implicitly believed that she was with one of those gay chiefs of ton who had glittered round her Charlie in that earlier morning of his life, ere he had sold out of the guards, and bought himself out of jail, a lord, or an honourable at least. And she was even, I shudder to say, revolving in her mind whether it might not be an excellent thing for her dear Lionel if she could prevail on herself to procure for him the prop and guidance of a distinguished and brilliant father-in-law, rich, noble, evidently good-natured, sensible, attractive. Oh, but the temptation was growing more and more immense when suddenly the door opened, and in sprang Lionel, crying out, "Mother dear, the Colonel has come with me on purpose to—" He stopped short, staring hard at Jasper Loosely. That gentleman advanced a few steps, extending his hand, but came to an abrupt halt on seeing Colonel Morley's figure now filling up the doorway. Not that he feared recognition. The Colonel did not know him by sight, but he knew by sight the Colonel in his own younger day, when lolling over the rails of Rotten Row he had enviously noted the leaders of fashion pass by, and Colonel Morley had not escaped his observation. Colonel Morley, indeed, was one of those men who by name and repute are sure to be known to all who, like Jasper Loosely in his youth, would fain learn something about that gaudy, babbling and remorseless world, which, like the sun, either vivifies or corrupts according to the properties of the object on which it shines. Strange to say, it was the mere sight of the real fine gentleman that made the mock fine gentleman shrink and collapse, though Jasper Loosely knew himself to be still called a magnificent Manon of Royal Nature's lifeguardsmen, though confident that from top to toe his habiliments could defy the criticism of the strictest martinet in polite costume. No sooner did that figure, by no means handsome and clad in garments innocent of buckram, but guilty of wrinkles, appear on the threshold, than Jasper Loosely felt small and shabby, as if he had been suddenly reduced to 5 feet 2, and had bought his coat out of an old clothesman's bag. Without appearing even to see Mr. Loosely, the Colonel in his turn, as he glided past him towards Mrs. Houghton, had, with what is proverbially called the corner of the eye, taken the whole of that impostor's superb personnel into calm survey, had read him through and through, and decided on these 2 points without the slightest hesitation: a lady-killer and a sharper. Quick as breathing had been the effect thus severally produced on Mrs. Houghton's visitors, which it has cost so many words to describe. So quick that the Colonel, without any apparent pause of dialogue, has already taken up the sentence Lionel left uncompleted, and says, as he bows over Mrs. Houghton's hand, "Come on purpose to claim acquaintance with an old friend's widow, a young friend's mother. Mrs. Houghton, I am sure, Colonel Morley, I am very much flattered, and you too knew the poor dear Captain T. is so pleasant to think that his old friends come round us now. This gentleman also was a particular friend of dear Charles." The Colonel had somewhat small eyes which moved with habitual slowness. He lifted those eyes, let them drop upon Jasper, who still stood in the middle of the room with one hand still half extended towards Lionel, and letting the eyes rest there, while he spoke, repeated, "Particular friend of Charles Houghton, only one of his particular friends, whom I never had the honour to see before." Jasper, who, whatever his deficiency in other virtues, certainly did not lack courage, made a strong effort at self-possession, and without replying to the colonel, whose remark had not been directly addressed to himself, said in his most rollicking tone, "Yes, Mrs. Houghton, Charles was my particular friend, but," lifting his eyeglass, "but this gentleman was," dropping the eyeglass negligently, "not in our set, I suppose." Then advancing to Lionel and seizing his hand, "I must introduce myself, the image of your father. I declare I was saying to Mrs. Houghton how much I should like to see you, proposing to her just as you came, in that we should go to the play together. Oh, Mom, you may trust him to me safely. Young men should see life here." Jasper tipped Lionel one of those knowing winks with which he was accustomed to delight and ensnare the young friends of Mr. Poole, and hurried on, "But in an innocent way, Mom, such as mothers would approve. Well, fix an evening for it, when I have the honor to call again. Good morning. Mrs. Houghton, your hand again, sir." To Lionel, "Ah, we shall be great friends, I guess. You must let me take you out in my cab, teach you to handle the ribbons. Gad, my old friend Charles was a whip. Ha ha, good day, good day." Not a muscle had moved in the colonel's face during Mr. Loosely's jovial monologue, but when Jasper had bowed himself out, Mrs. Houghton courtesying, and ringing the bell for the footman to open the street door, the man of the world, and as a man of the world Colonel Morley was consummate again, raised those small slow ice-thighs time towards her face and dropped the words, "My old friend's particular friend is not bad-looking, Mrs. Houghton." "And so lively and pleasant," returned Mrs. Houghton with a slight rise of colour, but no other sign of embarrassment. "It may be a nice acquaintance for Lionel." "Mother," cried that ungrateful boy, "you are not speaking seriously. I think the man is odious. If he were not my father's friend, I should say he was." "What?" Lionel asked the colonel blandly. "Was what?" "Snobbish, sir." "Lionel, how dare you!" exclaimed Mrs. Houghton. "What vulgar words boys do pick up at school, Colonel Morley." "We must be careful that they do not pick up worse than words when they leave school, my dear madam. You will forgive me, but Mr. Darrell has so expressly, of course with your permission, commended this young gentleman to my responsible care and guidance, so openly confided to me his views and intentions, that perhaps you would do me the very great favour not to force upon him against his own wishes the acquaintance of that very good-looking person." Mrs. Houghton pouted and kept down her rising temper. The colonel began to awe her. "By the by," continued the man of the world, "may I inquire the name of my old friend's particular friend?" "His name, upon my word, I really don't know it. Perhaps he left his card." "Ring the bell, Lionel." "You don't know his name, yet you know him, Mom, and would allow your son to see life under his auspices. I beg you 10,000 pardons, but even ladies, the most cautious mothers, the most watchful, are exposed to immense temptations. That is so." "I understand perfectly, my dear Mrs. Houghton." The footman appeared. "Did that gentleman leave a card?" "No, Ma'am." "Did not you ask his name when he entered?" "Yes, Ma'am, but he said he would announce himself when the footman had withdrawn." Mrs. Houghton exclaimed piteously, "I have been to blame, Colonel, I see it, but Lionel will tell you how I came to know the gentleman who nearly ran over me, Lionel, and then spoke so kindly about your dear father." "Oh, that is the person I supposed so," cried Lionel, kissing his mother, who was inclined to burst into tears. "I can explain it all now, Colonel Morley. Anyone who says a kind word about my father warms my mother's heart to him at once. Is it not so, mother dear?" "And long be it so," said Colonel Morley with grateful earnestness, "and may such be my passport to your confidence. Mrs. Houghton, Charles was my old schoolfellow, a little boy, when I and Darrell were in the 6th form, and pardon me when I add that, if that gentleman were ever Charles Houghton's particular friend, he could scarcely have been a very wise one, for unless his appearance greatly belies his years, he must have been little more than a boy when Charles Houghton left Lionel fatherless." Here, in the delicacy of tact, seeing that Mrs. Houghton looked ashamed of the subject, and seemed aware of her imprudence, the colonel rose with a request cheerfully granted that Lionel might be allowed to come to breakfast with him the next morning. Chapter Roman 11. A man of the world, having accepted a troublesome charge, considers what he will do with it, and having promptly decided, is sure, first, that he could not have done better, and secondly, that much may be said to prove that he could not have done worse. Reserving to a later occasion any more detailed description of Colonel Morley, it suffices for the present to say that he was a man of a very fine understanding as applied to the special world in which he lived, though no one had a more numerous circle of friends, and though with many of those friends he was on that footing of familiar intimacy which Darrell's active career once, and his rigid seclusion of late, could not have established with any idle denizen of that brilliant society in which Colonel Morley moved,
And had his being yet to Alban Morley's heart a heart not easily reached, no friend was so dear as Guy Darrell. They had entered Eton on the same day, left it the same day, lodged, while there in the same house, and though of very different characters, formed one of those strong, imperishable, brotherly affections which the fates weave into the very woof of existence. Darrell's recommendation would have secured to any young protégé Colonel Morley's gracious welcome and invaluable advice, but both as Darrell's acknowledged kinsman, and as Charles Hotton's son Lionel called forth his kindliest sentiments, and obtained his most sagacious deliberations, he had already seen the boy several times before waiting on Mrs. Hotton, deeming it would please her to defer his visit until she could receive him in all the glories of Gloucester Place, and he had taken Lionel into high favour, and deemed him worthy of a conspicuous place in the world, though Darrell in his letter to Colonel Morley had emphatically distinguished the position of Lionel as a favoured kinsman from that of a presumptive or even a probable heir, yet the rich man had also added, "But I wish him to take rank as the representative to the Hottons, and whatever I may do with the bulk of my fortune, I shall ensure to him a liberal independence, the completion of his education, the adequate allowance to him, the choice of a profession are matters in which I entreat you to act for yourself. As if you were his guardian, I am leaving England. I may be abroad for years." Colonel Morley, in accepting the responsibilities thus pressed on him, brought to bear upon his charge subtle discrimination, as well as conscientious anxiety. He saw that Lionel's heart was set upon the military profession, and that his power of application seemed lukewarm and desultory when not cheered and consented by enthusiasm, and would therefore fail him if directed to studies which had no immediate reference to the objects of his ambition. The colonel accordingly dismissed the idea of sending him for 3 years to a university. Alban Morley summed up his theories on the collegiate ordeal in these succinct aphorisms: "Nothing so good as a university education, nor worse than a university without its education. Better throw a youth at once into the wider sphere of a capital, provided you there secure to his social life the ordinary checks of good company, the restraints imposed by the presence of decorous women and men of grave years and dignified reputation, confine him to the exclusive society of youths of his own age, the age of wild spirits and unreflecting imitation, unless he cling to the safeguard which is found in hard reading, less by the book knowledge it bestows than by the serious and preoccupied mind which it abstracts from the coarser temptations." But Lionel, younger in character than in years, was too boyish as yet to be safely consigned to those trials of tact and temper which await the neophyte who enters on life through the doors of a mess-room. His pride was too morbid, too much on the alert for offence, his frankness too crude, his spirit too untamed by the insensible discipline of social commerce. Quoth the observant man of the world, "Place his honour in his own keeping, and he will carry it about with him on full cock to blow off a friend's head or his own before the end of the first month." Huffy, decidedly Huffy. And of all causes that disturb regiments and induce courts-martial, the commonest cause is a Huffy lad. Pity, for that youngster has in him the right metal spirit and talent that should make him a first-rate soldier. It would be time well spent that should join professional studies with that degree of polite culture which gives dignity and cures dullness. I must get him out of London, out of England, cut him off from his mother's apron-strings, and the particular friends of his poor father, who prowl unannounced into the widow's drawing-room. He shall go to Paris, no better place to learn military theories and be civilized out of Huffy dispositions. No doubt my old friend, the Chevalier, who has the art strategic at his finger-ends, might be induced to take him en pension, direct his studies, and keep him out of harm's way. I can secure to him the entree into the circles of the rigid old Faubourg Saint-Germain, where manners are best bred and household ties most respected. Besides, as I am so often at Paris myself, I shall have him under my eye, and a few years there spent in completing him, as man may bring him nearer to that marshal's baton which every recruit should have in his eye, than if I started him at once a raw boy unable to take care of himself as an ensign, and unfitted save by mechanical routine to take care of others, should he live to buy the grade of a colonel. The plans thus promptly formed, Alban Morley briefly explained to Lionel when the boy came to breakfast in Curzon Street, requesting him to obtain Mrs. Hotton's acquiescence in that exercise of the discretionary powers with which he had been invested by Mr. Darrell. To Lionel the proposition that commended the very studies to which his tastes directed his ambition, and placed his initiation into responsible manhood among scenes bright to his fancy, because new to his experience, seemed of course the perfection of wisdom. Less readily pleased was poor Mrs. Hotton
when her son returned to communicate the arrangement, backing a polite and well-worded letter from the colonel with his own more artless eloquence, instantly she flew off on the wing of her little tempers. What her only son taken from her sent to that horrid continent, just when she was so respectably settled? What was the good of money if she was to be parted from her boy? Mr. Darrell might take the money back if he pleased. She would write and tell him so. Colonel Morley had no feeling, and she was shocked to think Lionel was in such unnatural hands. She saw very plainly that he no longer cared for Hera Serpent's tooth, etc. But as soon as the burst was over, the sky cleared, and Mrs. Houghton became penitent and sensible. Then her grief for Lionel's loss was diverted by preparations for his departure. There was his wardrobe to see to, a patent portmanteau to purchase, and to fill, and all done the last evening mother and son spent together, though painful at the moment it would be happiness for both hereafter to recall their hands clasped in each other, her head leaning on his young shoulder, her tears kissed so soothingly away, and soft words of kindly motherly counsel, sweet promises of filial performances, happy, thrice happy as an after remembrance be the final parting between hopeful son and fearful parent, at the foot of that mystic bridge, which starts from the threshold of home lost, in the dimness of the far-opposing shore-bridge over, which goes the boy who will never return, but as the Chapter Roman 12, the pocket cannibal baits his woman's trap with love letters, and a widow allured steals timidly towards it from under the weeds. Jasper Loosely is beginning to be hard up. The infallible calculation at Rouget Noir has carried off all that capital which had accumulated from the savings of the young gentleman whom Darley Poole had contributed to his exchequer. Poole himself is beset by duns, and pathetically observes that he has lost 3 stone in weight, and that he believes the calves to his legs are gone to enlarge his liver. Jasper is compelled to put down his cabriolet to discharge his groom to retire from his fashionable lodgings, and just when the prospect even of a dinner becomes dim, he bethinks himself of Arabella Crane, and remembers that she promised him L5 nay L, which are still due from her. He calls he is received like the prodigal son, nay, to his own surprise, he finds Mrs. Crane has made her house much more inviting. The drawing-rooms are cleaned up, the addition of a few easy articles of furniture gives them quite a comfortable air. She herself has improved in costume, though her favourite colour still remains iron grey. She informs Jasper that she fully expected him, that these preparations are in his honour, that she has engaged a very good cook, that she hopes he will dine with her, when not better engaged. In short, lets him feel himself at home in Pardon Place. Jasper at first suspected a sinister design under civilities that his conscience told him were unmerited design to entrap him into that matrimonial alliance which he had so ungallantly scouted, and from which he still recoiled with an abhorrence which man is not justified in feeling for any connubial partner less preternaturally terrific than the Witch of Endor or the Bleeding Nun. But Mrs. Crane quickly and candidly hastened to dispel his ungenerous apprehensions. She had given up, she said, all ideas so preposterous. Love and wedlock were equally out of her mind, but ill as he had behaved to her, she could not but feel a sincere regard for him, a deep interest in his fate. He ought still to make a brilliant marriage. Did that idea not occur to him, she might help him there with her woman's wit. In short, said Mrs. Crane, pinching her lips, in short, Jasper, I feel for you as a mother, look on me as such. The pure and affectionate notion wonderfully tickled and egregiously delighted Jasper. Loosely look on you as a mother, I will, said he with emphasis, best of creatures. And though in his own mind he had not a doubt that she still adored him not as a mother, he believed it was a disinterested, devoted adoration, such as the beautiful brute really had inspired more than once in his abominable life. Accordingly, he moved into the neighbourhood of Pardon Place, contenting himself with a second-floor bedroom in a house recommended to him by Mrs. Crane, and taking his meals at his adopted mother's with filial familiarity. She expressed a desire to make Mr. Poole's acquaintance. Jasper hastened to present that worthy. Mrs. Crane invited Samuel Darley to dine one day, to sup the next. She lent him L3 to redeem his dress coat from pawn, and she gave him medicaments for the relief of his headache. Samuel Darley venerated her as a most superior woman, envied Jasper such a mother. Thus easily did Arabella Crane possess herself of the existence of Jasper. Loosely, lightly, her fingers closed over it, lightly, as the fisherman's over the captivated trout, and whatever her generosity, it was not carried to imprudence. She just gave to Jasper enough to bring him within her power. She had no idea of ruining herself by larger supplies. She concealed from him the extent of her income, which was in chief part derived from house rents, the amount of her savings, even the name of her banker, and if he carried off to the Rouget Noir table the coins he obtained from her, and came for more, Mrs. Crane put on the look of a mother incensed, But Ophuland scolded, as mothers sometimes can scold Jasper. Loosely began to be frightened at Mrs. Crane's scoldings, and he had not that power over her which, though arrogated by a lover, is denied to an adopted son. His mind, relieved from the habitual distraction of the gamming table, for which the resource was wanting, settled with redoubled ardour on the image of Mrs. Houghton. He had called at her house several times since the fatal day on which he had met their Colonel Morley, but Mrs. Houghton was never at home, and as when the answer was given to him by the footman, he had more than once on crossing the street seen herself through the window, it was clear that his acquaintance was not courted. Jasper Loosely by habit was the reverse of a pertinacious and troublesome suitor, not heaven knows from want of audacity, but from excess of self-love, where a Lovelace so superb condescended to make overtures, a Clarissa so tasteless as to decline them deserved, and experienced his contempt besides steadfast and prolonged pursuit of any object however important and attractive, was alien to the levity and fickleness of his temper. But in this instance he had other motives than those on the surface for unusual perseverance. A man like Jasper Loosely never reposes implicit confidence in anyone. He is garrulous, indiscreet, lets out much that Machiavel would have advised him not to disclose, but he invariably has nooks and corners in his mind which he keeps to himself. Jasper did not confide to his adopted mother his designs upon his intended bride, but she knew them through Poole, to whom he was more frank, and when she saw him looking over her select and severe library, taking therefrom the polite letter-writer and the elegant extracts, Mrs. Crane divined at once that Jasper Loosely was meditating the effect of epistolary seduction upon the widow of Gloucester Place. Jasper did not write a bad love-letter in the florid style. He had at his command, in especial, certain poetical quotations, the effect of which repeated experience had assured him to be as potent upon the female breast as the incantations or carmina of the ancient sorcery, the following in particular: "Had I a heart for falsehood framed, I ne'er could injure you." Another generally to be applied when confessing that his career had been interestingly wild, and would, if pity were denied him, be pathetically short. "When he who adores thee has left but the name of his faults and his follies behind." Armed with these quotations, many a sentence from the polite letter-writer or the elegant extracts, and a quire of rose-edged paper, Loosely sat down to Ovidian composition. But as he approached the close of epistle, the first it occurred to him that a signature and address were necessary. The address was not difficult. He could give Poole's, hence his confidence to that gentleman. Poole had a lodging in Berry Street, St. James, a fashionable locality for single men, but the name required more consideration. There were insuperable objections against signing his own to any person who might be in communication with Mr. Darrell. A pity, for there was a good old family of the name of Loosely, a name of aristocratic sound, might indeed be readily borrowed from any lordly proprietor thereof, without asking a formal consent, but this loan was exposed to danger. Mrs. Houghton might very naturally mention such name as borne by her husband's friend to Colonel Morley, and Colonel Morley would most probably know enough of the connections and relations of any peer so honoured to say, "There is no such Greville, Cavendish, or Talbot." But Jasper Loosely was not without fertility of invention and readiness of resource, a grand idea worthy of a master, and proving that if the man had not been a rogue in grain, he could have been reared into a very clever politician, flashed across him. He would sign himself Smith. Nobody could say there is no such Smith. Nobody could say that a Smith might not be a most respectable, fashionable, highly connected man. There are Smiths who are millionaires, Smiths who are largicrid squires, substantial baronets, peers of England and pillars of the state. You can no more question a man's right to be a Smith than his right to be a Briton, and wide as the diversity of rank, lineage, virtue, and genius in Britons is the diversity in Smiths, but still a name so generic often affects a definitive precursor. Jasper signed himself J. Courtenay Smith. He called and left epistle the first with his own kidgloved hand, inquiring first if Mrs. Houghton were at home, and responded to in the negative this time. He asked for her son. Her son was gone abroad with Colonel Morley. Jasper, though sorry to lose present hold over the boy, was consoled at learning that the Colonel was off the ground afore sanguine of success. He glanced up at the window, and sure that Mrs. Houghton was there, though he saw her not, lifted his hat with as melancholy an expression of reproach as he could throw into his face. The villain could not have found a moment in Mrs. Houghton's widowed life so propitious to his chance of success in her lodging-house at Pimlico. The good lady had been too incessantly occupied for that idle train of reverie in which the poets assure us that Cupid finds leisure to whet his arrows. and take his aim had Lionel still been by her side, had even Colonel Morley been in town, her affection for the one her or the other would have been her safeguards, but alone in that fine, new house, no friends, no acquaintances, as yet no dear visiting circle on which to expend the desire of talk, and the zest for innocent excitement that are natural to ladies of an active mind, and a nervous temperament, the sudden obtrusion of a suitor so respectfully ardent it is not to be denied that the temptation was immense. And when that note, so neatly folded, so elegantly sealed, lay in her irresolute hand, the widow could not but feel that she was still young, still pretty, and her heart flew back to the day when the linen-draper's fair daughter had been the cynosure of the provincial High Street, when young officers had lounged to and fro the pavement looking in at her window, when ogles and notes had alike beset her, and the dark eyes of the irresistible Charlie Houghton had first taught her pulse to tremble, and in her hand lies the letter of Charlie Houghton's particular friend. She breaks the seal, she reads a declaration. 5 letters in 5 days did Jasper write. In the course of those letters, he explains away the causes for suspicion which Colonel Morley had so ungenerously suggested. He is no longer anonymous, he is J. Courtenay Smith. He alludes incidentally to the precocious age in which he had become lord of himself, that heritage of woe. This accounts for his friendship with a man so much his senior as the late Charlie. He confesses that in the vortex of dissipation his hereditary estates have disappeared, but he has still a genteel independence, and with the woman of his heart, etc., he had never before known what real love was, etc. Pleasure had fired his maddening soul, but the heart been lonely still. He entreated only a personal interview, even though to be rejected, scorned still, when he who adored her had left, but the name, etc. Alas, alas, as Mrs. Houghton put down epistle the 5th, she hesitated, and the woman who hesitates in such a case is sure at least to write a civil answer. Mrs. Houghton wrote but 3 liners, still they were civil, and conceded an interview for the next day, though implying that it was but for the purpose of assuring Mr. J. Courtenay Smith in person of her unalterable fidelity to the shade of his lamented friend. In high glee Jasper showed Mrs. Houghton's answer to Darley Poole, and began seriously to speculate on the probable amount of the widow's income and the value of her movables in Gloucester Place. Thence he repaired to Mrs. Crane, and emboldened by the hope forever to escape from her maternal tutelage, braved her scoldings and asked for a couple of sovereigns. He was sure that he should be in luck that night. She gave to him the sum and spared the scoldings, but as soon as he was gone, conjecturing from the bravado of his manner what had really occurred, Mrs. Crane put on her bonnet and went out. Chapter Roman 13. Unhappy is the man who puts his trust in a woman. Late that evening, a lady in a black veil knocked at No Gloucester Place, and asked to see Mrs. Houghton on urgent business. She was admitted. She remained but 5 minutes. The next day, when gay as a bridegroom prancing to his bride, Jasper loosely presented himself at the widow's door, the servant placed in his hand a packet, and informed him bluffly that Mrs. Houghton had gone out of town. Jasper, with difficulty, suppressed his rage, opened the packet. His own letters returned with these words: "So your name is not Courtenay Smith. If you trouble me again, I shall apply to the police." Never from female hand had Jasper Loosely's pride received such a slap on its face. He was literally stunned mechanically. He hastened to Arabella Crane, and having no longer any object in concealment, but on the contrary, a most urgent craving for sympathy, he poured forth his indignation and wrongs. No mother could be more consolatory than Mrs. Crane. She soothed, she flattered, she gave him an excellent dinner, after which she made him so comfortable, what with an easy chair and complimentary converse, that when Jasper rose late to return to his lodging, he said, "After all, if I had been ugly and stupid, and of a weakly constitution, I should have been of a very domestic turn of mind." Chapter Roman 14. No author ever drew a character consistent to human nature, but what? He was forced to ascribe to it many inconsistencies. Whether moved by that pathetic speech of Jasper's, or by some other impulse not less feminine, Arabella Crane seemed suddenly to conceive the laudable and arduous design of reforming that portentous sinner. She had some distant relations in London, whom she very rarely troubled with a visit, and who, had she wanted anything from them, would have shut their doors in her face, but as on the contrary she was well off single, and might leave her money to whom she pleased, the distant relations were always warm in manner, and prodigal in their offers of service. The next day, she repaired to one of these kinsfolk, a person in a large way of business, and returned home with 2 great books in white sheepskin, and when Loosely looked in to dine, she said in the suavest tones a tender mother can address to an amiable truant: "Jasper, you have great abilities at the gamingtable. Abilities are evidently useless, your forte.
is calculation. You were always very quick at that. I have been fortunate enough to procure you an easy piece of taskwork, for which you will be liberally remunerated. A friend of mine wishes to submit these books to a regular accountant. He suspects that a clerk has cheated him, but he cannot tell how or where. Accounts Thorolino one better rand, the pay will be 10 guineas. Jasper, though his early life had rendered familiar and facile to him the science of bookkeeping and doubletry, made a grimace at the revolting idea of any honest labour, however light and well paid. But 10 guineas were an immense temptation, and in the evening Mrs. Crane coaxed him into the task. Neglecting no feminine art to make the lawless nomad feel at home under her roof, she had provided for his ease and comfort Morocco slippers, and a superb dressing robe in material rich in colour, becoming men single or marital are accustomed to connect the idea of home with dressing gown and slippers, especially if after dinner they apply, as Jasper loosely now applied to occupations in which the brain is active, the form in repose. What achievement, literary or scientific, was ever accomplished by a student strapped to unyielding boots and cabined, cribbed, confined, in a coat that fits him like wax, as robed in the cosy garment which is consecrated to the sacred familiar? Larry's the relaxing handsome ruffian sat in the quiet room, bending his still regular profile over the sheepskin books, the harmless pen in that strong well-shaped hand. Mrs. Crane watched him with a softening countenance to bear him company. She had actively taken herself to work the gold thimble, dragged from its long repose marking, and hemming, with nimble artistic fingers, new cravats for the adopted son. Strange creature, is woman, ungrateful and perfidious as that sleek tiger before her had often proved himself, though no man could less deserve one kindly sentiment in a female heart. Though she knew that he cared nothing for her, still it was pleasing to know that he cared for nobody else, that he was sitting in the same room, and Arabella Crane felt that if that existence could continue, she could forget the past and look contented towards the future again. I say strange creature is woman, and in this instance creature more strange because so grim, but as her eyes soften and her fingers work, and her mind revolves schemes for making that lawless wild beast an innocuous tame animal, who can help feeling for and with grim Arabella Crane? Poor woman, and will not the experiment succeed? 3 evenings does Jasper loosely devote to this sinless life and its peaceful occupation. He completes his task. He receives the 10 guineas. How much of that fee came out of Mrs. Crane's privy purse? He detects 3 mistakes which justify suspicion of the bookkeeper's integrity. Set a thief to catch a thief. He is praised for acuteness, and promised still lighter employment to be still better paid. He departs, declaring that he will come the next day earlier than usual. He volunteers an eulogium upon work in general. He vows that evenings so happy he has not spent for years. He leaves Mrs. Crane so much impressed by the hope of his improvement, that if a good clergyman had found her just at that moment, she might almost have been induced to pray. But Hugh quatis fidem mutatasque dios flebit. Jasper loosely returns not, neither to Pardon Place or his lodging in the neighbourhood. Days elapse, and still he comes not. Even Poole does not know where he has gone. Even Poole has not seen him, but that worthy is now laid up with a serious rheumatic fever, confined to his room, and what a gruel, and Jasper loosely is not the man to intrude himself on the privacy of a sick chamber. Mrs. Crane, more benevolent, visits Poole, cheers him up, gets him a nurse. Writes to Uncle Sam. Poole blesses her. He hopes that Uncle Sam, moved by the spectacle of the sickbed, will say, "Don't let your debts fret you, I will pay them," whatever her disappointment or resentment at Jasper's thankless and mysterious evasion. Arabella Crane is calmly confident of his return to her servant Bridget Greggs, who was perhaps the sole person in the world who entertained affection for the lone gaunt woman, and who held Jasper loosely in profound detestation. She said with tranquil sternness, "That man has crossed my life and darkened it. He passed away and left night behind him. He has dared to return. He shall never escape me again till the grave yawn for one of us. But Lord love you, miss, you would not put yourself in the power of such a black-hearted villain. In his power, no Bridget, fear not. He must be in mine sooner or later, in mine hand and foot." Patience. As she was thus speaking, a knock at the door. "It is he, I told you so, quick." But it was not Jasper loosely, it was Mr. Rugg. Chapter Roman 15. When God wills, all winds bring rain. Ancient proverb. The manager had not submitted to the loss of his property in Sophie and L, without taking much vain trouble to recover the one or the other. He had visited Jasper, while that gentleman lodged in St. James, but the moment he hinted at the return of the L, Mr. Loosely opened both door and window, and requested the manager to make his immediate choice of the two, taking the more usual mode of exit. Mr. Rugg vented his just indignation in a lawyer's letter threatening Mr. Loosely with an action for conspiracy and fraud. He had also more than once visited Mrs. Crane, who somewhat soothed him by allowing that he had been very badly used, that he ought at least to be repaid his money, and promising to do her best to persuade Mr. Loosely to behave like a gentleman with regard to Sophie herself. Mrs. Crane appeared to feel a profound indifference, in fact the hatred which Mrs. Crane had unquestionably conceived for Sophie, while under her charge, was much diminished by Loosely's unnatural conduct towards the child. To her, it was probably a matter of no interest whether Sophie was in Rugg's hands or waifs. Enough for her that the daughter of a woman against whose memory her fiercest passions were enlisted was in either case so far below herself in the grades of the social ladder. Perhaps of the two protectors for Sophie, Rugg and waif her spite alone would have given the preference to waif. He was on a still lower step of the ladder than the itinerant manager, nor, though she had so mortally injured the forlorn cripple in the eyes of Mr. Hartop, had she any deliberate purpose of revenge to gratify against him. On the contrary, if she viewed him with contempt, it was a contempt not unmixed with pity. It was necessary to make to the mayor the communications she had made, or that worthy magistrate would not have surrendered the child entrusted to him, at least until waif's return, and really, it was a kindness to the old man to save him both from an agonizing scene with Jasper, and from the more public opprobrium which any resistance on his part to Jasper's authority or any altercation between the two would occasion, and as her main object then was to secure Loosely's allegiance to her by proving her power to be useful to him, so waifs and Sophies and mayors and managers were to her but as pawns to be moved and sacrificed according to the leading strategy of her game. Rugg came now agitated and breathless to inform Mrs. Crane that waif had been seen in London. Mr. Rugg's clown had seen him not far from the tower, but the cripple had disappeared before the clown, who was on the top of an omnibus, had time to descend, and even if he had actually caught hold of Mr. Waif, observed Mrs. Crane, what then, you have no claim on Mr. Waif. But the phenomenon must be with that ravishing marauder, said Rugg. However, I have set a minister of justice, that is a detective police at work, and what I now ask of you is simply this: should it be necessary for Mr. Loosely to appear with me before the Senate, is to say, a metropolitan police court, in order to prove my legal property in my own bought and paid for phenomenon, will you induce that bold bad man not again to return the poisoned chalice to my lips? I do not even know where Mr. Loosely is, perhaps not in London. Ma'am, I saw him last night at the Theatre Princess. I was in the shilling gallery, he who owes me ma'am, in a private box. Ah, you are sure by himself? With a lady, ma'am, a lady in a shawl from Ng. I know them shawls, my father taught me to know them in early childhood, for he was an ornament to British commercier broker Mampon, and continued Rugg, with a withering smile, that man in a private box, which at the Princess costs £2 too, and with the spoils of Ng by his side, lifted his eyeglass, and beheld me in the shilling gallery, and his conscience did not say, should we not change places, if I paid that gentleman can such things be, and overcome us, ma'am, like a summer cloud, without our special eye, put it to you, ma'am, wonder. Oh, with a lady, was he, exclaimed Arabella Crane, her wrath, which while the manager spoke gathered fast, and full bursting now into words. His ladies shall know the man who sells his own child for a show. Only find out where the girl is, then come here again, before you stir further. Oh, with a lady, go to your detective policeman, or rather send him to me. We will first discover Mr. Loosely's address. I will pay all the expenses. Rely on my zeal, Mr. Rugg. Much comforted, the manager went his way. He had not been long gone before Jasper himself appeared. The traitor entered with a more than customary bravado of manner, as if he apprehended a scolding, and was prepared to face it, but Mrs. Crane neither reproached him for his prolonged absence nor expressed surprise at his return. With true feminine duplicity, she received him as if nothing had happened. Jasper, thus relieved, became of his own accord apologetic and explanatory. Evidently he wanted something of Mrs. Crane. The fact is, my dear friend, said he, sinking into a chair, that the day after I last saw you I happened to go to the General Post Office to see if there were any letters for me. You smile, you don't believe me, honor bright, here they are. And Jasper took from the side pocket of his coat a pocketbook, a new pocketbook, a brilliant pocketbook, fragrant Russian leather, delicately embossed golden clasps, silken linings, jeweled pencil case, malachite penknife, an arsenal of knickknacks stored in neat recesses. Such a pocketbook as no man ever gives to himself. Sardanapalus would not have given that pocketbook to himself. Such a pocketbook never comes to you, O enviable Lotharios, save as tributary keepsakes from the charmers who adore you. Grimly the adopted mother eyed that pocketbook. Never had she seen it before. Grimly
She pinched her lips out of this dainty volume which would have been of cumbrous size, to a slim threadpaper exquisite, but scarcely bulged into ripple the Atlantic expanse of Jasper Loosely's magnificent chest. The monster drew forth 2 letters on French paper foreign postmarks. He replaced them quickly, only suffering her eye to glance at the address, and continued, fancy that purse-proud Grand Turk of an infidel, though he would not believe me, has been to Frankise, actually to making inquiries, evidently with reference to Sophie, the woman who ought to have thoroughly converted him, took flight however, and missed seeing him. Confound her. I ought to have been there, so I have no doubt. For the present the pagan remains stubborn, gone on into Italy, I hear, doing me, violating the laws of nature, and roving about the world with his own solitary hands in his bottomless pockets like the wandering Jew. But as some slight set-off in my run of ill-luck, I find at the post office a pleasanter letter than the one which brings me this news. A rich elderly lady, who has no family, wants to adopt a nice child, will take make it worth my while to let her have Sophie. T is convenient in 1,000 ways to settle one's child comfortably in a rich house. Establishes rights, subject of course to checks, which would not affront me farther. But the first thing requisite is to catch Sophie. T is in that I ask your help. You are so clever, best of creatures. What could I do without you? As you say, whenever I want a friend I come to you, Bella. Mrs. Crane surveyed Jasper's face deliberately. It is strange how much more readily women read the thoughts of men than men detect those of women. You know where the child is, said she slowly. Well, I take it for granted she is with the old man, and I have seen him yesterday. Go on, you saw him where? Near London Bridge. What business could you possibly have in that direction? Ah, I guess the railway station to Dover. You are going abroad. No such thing, you are so horribly suspicious. But it is true I had been to the station inquiring after some luggage or parcels, which a friend of mine had ordered to be left there. Now don't interrupt me. At the foot of the bridge I caught a sudden glimpse of the old man, changed, altered, aged one I lost. You had said I should not know him again, but I did. I should never have recognized his face. I knew him by the build of the shoulder, a certain turn of the arms. I don't know what one knows a man familiar to one from birth, without seeing his face. Oh, Bella, I declare that I felt as soft as the silliest muff. Whoever Jasper did not complete his comparison, but paused a moment, breathing hard, and then broke into another sentence. He was selling something in a basket, matches, bootstraps, deuce knows what. He a clever man too. I should have liked to drop into that D.D. basket all the money I had about me. Why did not you? Why, how could I? He would have recognized me. There would have been a senior row, a flare-up, a mob round us, I dare say. I had no idea it would so upset me to see him selling matches. Too glad we did not meet at Gatesborough, not even for that eldo. I think I could have faced him. No, as he said when we last parted, the world is wide enough for both. Give me some brandy, thank you. You did not speak to the old man. He did not see you, but you wanted to get back the child. You felt sure she must be with him. You followed him home. I know I should have had to wait for hours. A man like me loitering about London Bridge, I should have been too conspicuous. He would have soon caught sight of me, though I kept on his blind side. I employed a ragged boy to watch and follow him, and here is the address now. Will you get Sophie back for me without any trouble to me, without my appearing? I would rather charge a regiment of horse guards than bully that old man. Yet you would rob him of the child's sole comfort. Bother, cried Loosely impatiently. The child can be only a burden to him. Well, out of his way. T is for the sake of that child he is selling matches. It would be the greatest charity we could do him to set him free from that child sponging on him, dragging him down without her. He'd find a way to shift for himself. Why, he's even cleverer than I am. And there, give him this money, but don't say it came from me. He thrust, without counting, several sovereigns, at least 12 or 14, into Mrs. Crane's palm. And so powerful a charm has goodness, the very least, even in nature's the most evil, that unusual, eccentric, inconsistent gleam of human pity in Jasper Loosely's benighted soul shed its relenting influence over the angry, wrathful and vindictive feelings with which Mrs. Crane the moment before regarded the perfidious miscreant, and she gazed at him with a sort of melancholy wonder, what though so little sympathizing with affection, that he could not comprehend that he was about to rob the old man of a comfort which no gold could repay, what though so contemptuously callous to his own child. Yet there, in her hand, lay the unmistakable token that a something of humanity, compunction, compassion, still lingered in the breast of the greedy cynic. And at that thought, all that was softest in her own human nature moved towards him, indulgent, gentle. But in the rapid changes of the heart feminine, the very sentiment that touched upon love brought back the jealousy that bordered upon hate. How came he by so much money more than days ago? he the insatiate spendthrift had received for his task-work, and that pocket-book. "You have suddenly grown rich, Jasper." For a moment he looked confused, but replied as he rehelped himself to the brandy, "Yes, Rouget and Warlock. Now do go and see after this affair. That's a dear good woman. Get the child today. If you can, I will call here in the evening. Should you take her then abroad at once to this worthy lady, who will adopt her? If so, we shall meet, I suppose, no more, and I am assisting you to forget that I live still." "Abroad, that crotchet of yours again. You are quite mistaken. In fact, the lady is in London. It was for her effects that I went to the station. Oh, don't be jealous, quite elderly." "Jealous, my dear Jasper, you forget I am, as your mother, one of your letters. Then announced this lady's intended arrival. You were in correspondence with this elderly lady." "Why, not exactly in correspondence, but when I left Paris, I gave the General Post Office as my address to a few friends in France, and this lady, who took an interest in my affairs, ladies, whether old or young, who have once known me always do, was aware that I had expectations with respect to the child. So some days ago, when I was so badly off, I wrote a line to tell her that Sophie had been no go, and that, but for a dear friend that is you, I might be on the pave. In her answer she said she should be in London as soon as I received her letter, and gave me an address here at which to learn where to find her when arrived. A good old soul, but strange to London. I have been very busy helping her to find a house, recommending tradesmen, and so forth. She likes style, and can afford it, a pleasant house enough, but our quiet evenings here spoil me for anything else. Now get on your bonnet, and let me see you off. On one condition, my dear Jasper, that you stay here till I return." Jasper made a wry face, but as it was near dinner time, and he never wanted for appetite, he at length agreed to employ the interval of her absence in discussing a meal which experience had told him Mrs. Crane's new cook would not unskilfully, though hastily, prepare. Mrs. Crane left him to order the dinner and put on her shawl and bonnet, but gaining her own room she rang for Bridget Greggs, and when that confidential servant appeared she said in the side pocket of Mr. Loosely's coat, "There is a pocket-book in it. There are some letters which I must see. I shall appear to go out. Leave the street door ajar, that I may slip in again unobserved. You will serve dinner as soon as possible, and when Mr. Loosely as usual exchanges his coat for the dressing-gown, contrive to take out that pocket-book unobserved by him. Bring it to me here in this room. You can as easily replace it afterwards. A moment will suffice to my purpose." Bridget nodded and understood. Jasper, standing by the window, saw Mrs. Crane leave the house walking briskly. He then threw himself on the sofa and began to doze. The doze deepened and became sleep. Bridget, entering to lay the cloth, so found him. She approached on tiptoe, sniffed the perfume of the pocket-book, saw its gilded corners peep forth from its lair. She hesitated, she trembled. She was in mortal fear of that truculent slumberer. But sleep lessons the awe thieves feel, or heroes inspire. She has taken the pocket-book. She has fled with the booty. She is in Mrs. Crane's apartment, not 5 minutes after Mrs. Crane has regained its threshold. Rapidly the jealous woman ransacked the pocket-book, started to see elegantly worked with gold threads, in the lining the words Souviens toi de ta Gabrielle. No other letters save the 2 of which Jasper had vouchsafed to her, but the glimpse over these, she hurried her glittering eyes, and when she restored them to their place and gave back the book to Bridget, who stood by breathless and listening lest Jasper should awake, her face was colourless, and a kind of shudder seemed to come over her. Left alone, she rested her face on her hand, her lips moving, as if in self-commune. Then, noiselessly, she glided down the stairs, regained the street, and hurried fast upon her way. Bridget was not in time to restore the book to Jasper's pocket, for when she re-entered he was turning round and stretching himself between sleep and waking, but she dropped the book skilfully on the floor close beside the sofa. It would seem to him on waking to have fallen out of the pocket in the natural movements of sleep. And in fact, when he rose, dinner now on the table, he picked up the pocket-book without suspicion, but it was lucky that Bridget had not waited for the opportunity suggested by her mistress, for when Jasper put on the dressing-gown he observed that his coat wanted brushing, and in giving it to the servant for that purpose, he used the precaution of taking out the pocket-book and placing it in some other receptacle of his dress. Mrs. Crane returned in less than 2 hours, returned with a disappointed look, which at once prepared Jasper for the intelligence that the birds to be entrapped had flown. "They went away this afternoon," said Mrs. Crane, tossing Jasper's sovereigns on the table, as if they burned her fingers. "But leave the fugitives to me, I will find them." Jasper relieved his angry mind by a series of guilty but meaningless expletives, and then, seeing no further use to which Mrs. Crane's wish could be applied at present, finished the remainder of her brandy, and wished her good night with a promise to call again, but without any intimation of his own address. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Crane once more summoned Bridget.
You told me last week that your brother-in-law Simpson wished to go to America, that he had the offer of employment there, but that he could not afford the fare of the voyage. I promised I would help him if it was a service to you. You are a hangel, miss, exclaimed Bridget, dropping a low courtesy so low that it seemed as if she was going on her knees, and may you have your deserts in the next blessed world, where there are no black-hearted villains. Enough, enough, said Mrs. Crane, recalling perhaps from that grateful benediction. You have been faithful to me as none else have ever been. But this time I do not serve you in return so much, as I meant to do. The service is reciprocal. If your brother-in-law will do me a favour, he takes with him his daughter, a mere child, Bridget. Let them enter their names on the steam vessel as William and Sophie Waif. They can of course resume their own name. When the voyage is over there is the fare for them. And something more. Pooh, no thanks, I can spare the money. See your brother-in-law the first thing in the morning, and remember that they go by the next vessel, which sails from Liverpool on Thursday. Chapter Romans 16, those poor pocket cannibals, how society does persecute them even. A menial servant would give warning if disturbed at his meals, but your mainator is the meekest of creatures, he will never give warning and not often take it. Whatever the source that had supplied Jasper Loosely with the money from which he had so generously extracted the sovereigns, intended to console Waif for the loss of Sophie, that source either dried up or became wholly inadequate to his wants for elasticity. Was the felicitous peculiarity of Mr. Loosely's wants. They accommodated themselves to the state of his finances with mathematical precision, always requiring exactly 5 times the amount of the means placed at his disposal from a shilling to a million. Multiply his wants by 5 times the total of his means, and you arrived at a just conclusion. Jasper called upon Poole, who was slowly recovering, but unable to leave his room, and finding that gentleman in a more melancholy state of mind than usual, occasioned by Uncle Sam's brutal declaration that if responsible for his godson's sins he was not responsible for his debts, and that he really thought the best thing Samuel Darley could do was to go to prison for a short time and get whitewashed. Jasper began to lament his own hard fate. And just when one of the finest women in Paris has come here on purpose to see me, said the ladykiller, a lady who keeps her carriage, Darley, would have introduced you if you had been well enough to go out. One can't be always borrowing of her. I wish one could. There's Mother Crane would sell her gown off her back for me, but gad, sir, she snubs and positively frightens me. Besides, she lays traps to demean me, set me to work like a clernut, that I would hurt your feelings. Darley, if you are a clerk or something of that sort, you are a gentleman at heart. Well then, we are both done up and cleaned out, and my decided opinion is that nothing is left but a bold stroke. I have no objection to bold strokes, but I don't see any, and Uncle Sam's bold stroke of the Fleet prison is not at all to my taste. Fleet prison, Fleet fiddlestick. No, you have never been in Russia. Why should we not go there? Both my Paris friend Madame Comartin was going to Italy, but her plans are changed, and she is now all for St. Petersburg. She will wait a few days for you to get well. We will all go together and enjoy ourselves. The Russians dote upon whist. We shall get into their swell sets and live like princes. Therewith Jasper launched forth on the text of Russian existence in such glowing terms that Darley Poole shut his aching eyes and fancied himself sledging down the Neva covered with furs, a countess waiting for him at dinner, and counts in dozens ready to offer bets to a fabulous amount that Jasper Loosely lost the rubber. Having lifted his friend into this region of aerial castles, Jasper, then descending into the practical world, wound up with the mournful fact that one could not get to St. Petersburg, nor when they're into swell sets, without having some little capital on hand. I tell you what we will do. Madame Comartin lives in prime style. Get old Latham, your employer, to discount her bill at 3 months' date for L, and we will be all off in a crack. Poole shook his head. Old Latham is too knowing a file for that. A foreigner, he wants security. It'll be security. Darley shook his head a second time, still more emphatically than the first. But you say he does discount paper, gets rich on it. Yes, gets rich on it, which he might not do if he discounted the paper you propose. No offence. Oh, no offence among friends. You have taken him bills which he has discounted. Yes, good paper. Any paper signed by good names is good paper. We can sign good names if we know their handwritings. Darley started and turned white. Knave, he wash it at cards, blackleg on the turf, but forgery, that crime was new to him. The very notion of it brought on a return of fever. And while Jasper was increasing his malady by arguing with his apprehensions, luckily for Poole, Uncle Sam came in. Uncle Sam, a sagacious old tradesman, no sooner clapped eyes on the brilliant Loosely than he conceived for him a distrustful repugnance
similar to that with which an experienced gander may regard a fox in colloquy with its gosling. He had already learned enough of his godson's ways, and chosen society, to be assured that Samuel Darley had indulged in very anti-commercial tastes, and been sadly contaminated by very anti-commercial friends. He felt persuaded that Darley's sole chance of redemption was in working on his mind while his body was still suffering, so that Poole might on recovery break with all former associations on seeing Jasper in the dress of an exquisite, with the THRWS of a prizefighter. Uncle Sam saw the stalwart incarnation of all the sins which a godfather had vowed that a godson should renounce accordingly. He made himself so disagreeable that Loosely, in great disgust, took a hasty departure, and Uncle Sam, as he helped the nurse to plunge Darley into his bed, had the brutality to tell his nephew in very plain terms that if ever he found that Brummagem gent in Poole's rooms again, Poole would never again see the colour of Uncle Sam's money. Darley, beginning to blubber, the good man relenting patted him on the back, and said, "But as soon as you are well, I'll carry you with me to my country box, and keep you out of harm's way, till I find you a wife who will comb your head for you," at which cheering prospect Poole blubbered more dolefully than before. On retiring to his own lodging in the Gloucester coffee-house, Uncle Sam, to make all sure, gave positive orders to Poole's landlady, who respected in Uncle Sam the man who might pay what Poole owed to her on no account to let in any of Darley's profligate friends, but especially the chap he had found there, adding, "Tea is as much as my nephew's life is worth, and what is more to the purpose, as much as your bill is." Accordingly, when Jasper presented himself at Poole's door again that very evening, the landlady apprised him of her orders, and, proof to his insinuating remonstrances, closed the door in his face. French chronicler has recorded that when Henry Roman IV was besieging Paris, though not a loaf of bread could enter the walls, love letters passed between city and camp as easily as if there had been no siege at all. And does not Mercury preside over money as well as love? Jasper, spurred on by Madame Caumartin, who was exceedingly anxious to exchange London for St. Petersburg as soon as possible, maintained a close and frequent correspondence with Poole by the agency of the nurse, who luckily was not above being bribed by shillings. Poole continued to reject the villainy proposed by Jasper, but in course of the correspondence he threw out, rather incoherently, for his mind began somewhat to wander, a scheme equally flagitious, which Jasper, aided perhaps by Madame Caumartin's yet keener wit, caught up and quickly reduced to deliberate method. Old Mr. Latham, amongst the bills he discounted, kept those of such more bashful customers as stipulated that their resort to temporary accommodation should be maintained a profound secret in his own safe. Amongst these bills Poole knew that there was one for L given by a young nobleman of immense estates, but so entailed that he could neither sell nor mortgage, and therefore often in need of a few hundreds for pocket money. The nobleman's name stood high, his fortune was universally known, his honour unimpeachable. A bill of his anyone would cash at sight, could Poole but obtain that bill. It had, he believed, only a few weeks yet to run. Jasper or Madame Caumartin might get it discounted even by Lord S. own banker, and if that were too bold, by any professional bill-broker, and all three be off before a suspicion could arise. But to get at that safe, a false key might be necessary. Poole suggested a waxen impression of the lock. Jasper sent him a readier contrivancy, a queer-looking tool that looked an instrument of torture. All now necessary was for Poole to recover sufficiently to return to business, and to get rid of Uncle Sam by a promise to run down to the country the moment Poole had conscientiously cleared some necessary arrears of work. While this correspondence went on, Jasper loosely shunned Mrs. Crane, and took his meals, and spent his leisure hours with Madame Caumartin. He needed no dressing-gown and slippers to feel himself at home. There Madame Caumartin had really taken a showy house in a genteel street. Her own appearance was eminently what the French call distinct, dressed to perfection from head to foot, neat and finished as an epigram, her face in shape like a thoroughbred cobriquet, palalo, smooth frontal widening at the summit, chin tapering, but jaw strong, teeth marvellously white, small, and with points sharp as those in the maw of the fish called the sea devil, eyes like dark emeralds, of which the pupils, when she was angry or when she was scheming, retreated upward towards the temples, emitting a luminous green ray that shot through space like the gleam that escapes from a dark lantern. Complexion superlatively feminine, call it not pale, but white as if she lived on blanched almonds, peach stones, and arsenic. Hands so fine and so bloodless, with fingers so pointedly taper, there seemed stings at their tips. Manners of one who had ranged all ranks of society from highest to lowest, and duped the most wary in each of them. Did she please it, a crown prince might have thought her youth must have passed in the chambers of porphyry. Did she please it, an old soldier would have sworn the creature had been of Vivenderine age, perhaps bordering on 40.
She looked younger, but, had she been 120, she could not have been more wicked or happy indeed for Sophie, if it were to save her youth from ever being fostered in elegant boudoirs by those bloodless hands, that the crippled vagabond had borne her away from Arabella's. Less cruel unkindness better, far even Rugg's village stage better, far stealthy bylanes, feigned names, and the erudite tricks of Sir Isaac. But still it is due even to Jasper to state here that in Loseley's recent design to transfer Sophie from Mr. Waife's care to that of Madame Caumartin, the sharper harboured no idea of a villainy so execrable as the character of the Parisienne led the jealous Arabella to suspect his real object in getting the child at that time once more into his power was whatever its nature harmless compared with the mildest of Arabella's dark doubts. But still, if Sophie had been regained, and the object on regaining her foiled, as it probably would have been, what then might have become of her lost perhaps forever to waif in a foreign land? And under such guardianship grave question, which Jasper Loseley, who exercised so little foresight in the paramount question, namely what some day or other would become of himself, was not likely to rack his brains by conjecturing. Meanwhile Mrs. Crane was vigilant. The detective police officer sent to her by Mr. Rugg could not give her the information which Rugg desired, and which she did not longer need. She gave the detective some information respecting Madame Caumartin. One day towards the evening she was surprised by a visit from Uncle Sam. He called ostensibly to thank her for her kindness to his godson and nephew, and to beg her not to be offended if he had been rude to Mr. Loseley, who he understood from Darley was a particular friend of hers. You see, Ma'am, Samuel Darley is a weak young man and easily led astray, but luckily for himself, he has no money and no stomach, so he may repent in time, and if I could find a wife to manage him, he has not a bad head for the main chance, and may become a practical man. Repeatedly I have told him he should go to prison, but that was only to frighten him. Fact is, I want to get him safe down into the country, and he don't take to that, so I am forced to say my bark's homebrewed, and Southdown Samuel Darley, or a Lunnon jail and debtor's allowance, must give a young man his choice, my dear lady. Mrs. Crane, observing that what he said was extremely sensible, Uncle Sam warmed in his confidence. And I thought I had him till I found Mr. Loseley in his sick room. But ever since that day, I don't know how it is, the lad has had something on his mind, which I don't half like. Cracky, I think, my dear Lady Cracky, I suspect that old Nurse passes letters. I taxed her with it, and she immediately wanted to take her biblioth and smelt of gin, two things which taken together look guilty. But said Mrs. Crane, growing much interested, if Mr. Loseley and Mr. Poole do correspond, what then? That's what I want to know, ma'am. Excuse me, I don't wish to disparage Mr. Loseley, a dashing gent, and nothing worse I dare say, but certain sure I am that he has put into Samuel Darley's head something which has cracked it. There is the lad now up and dressed when he ought to be in bed, and swearing he'll go to old Latham's tomorrow, and that long arrears of work are on his conscience. Never heard him talk of conscience before. That looks guilty, and it does not frighten him any longer when I say he shall go to prison for his debts, and he's very anxious to get me out of Lunnon. And when I threw in a word about Mr. Loseley slyly, my good lady, just to see its effect, he grew as white as that paper, and then he began strutting and swelling, and saying that Mr. Loseley would be a great man, and he should be a great man, and that he did not care for my money, he could get as much money as he liked. That looks guilty, my dear lady, and oh, cried Uncle Sam, clasping his hands, I do fear that he's thinking of something worse than he has ever done before, and his brain can't stand it. And ma'am, he has a great respect for you, and you've a friendship for Mr. Loseley. Now just suppose that Mr. Loseley should have been thinking of what your flash sporting gents call a harmless spree, and my sister's son should being cracky construe into something criminal. Oh, Mrs. Crane, do go and see Mr. Loseley, and tell him that Samuel Darley is not not safe. Much better that I should go to your nephew, said Mrs. Crane, and with your leave I will do so at once. Let me see him alone. Where shall I find you afterwards? At the Gloucester Coffee House. Oh, my dear lady, how can I thank you enough? The boy can be nothing to you, but to me he's my sister's sonth blackguard. Chapter Roman 17 Dices laborants in uno. Penelopen vitriumque surson horet. Mrs. Crane found Poole in his little sitting-room, hung round with prints of operadancer's prize-fighters' racehorses, and the dog Billy. Samuel Darley was in full dress. His cheeks, usually so pale, seemed much flushed. He was evidently in a state of high excitement. Bowed extremely low too. Mrs. Crane called her countess, asked if she had been lately on the continent, and if she knew Madame Caumartin, and whether the nobility at St. Petersburg were jolly or stuck-up fellows who gave themselves airs, not waiting for her answer. In fact, his mind was unquestionably disordered. Arabella Crane abruptly laid her hand on his shoulder. You are going to the gallows, she said suddenly, down on your knees. And tell me all, and I will keep your secret, and save you lie and you are lost. Poole burst into tears and dropped on his knees as he was told. In 10 minutes Mrs. Crane knew all that she cared to know, possessed herself of Loosely's letters, and leaving Poole less light-headed, and more light-hearted, she hastened to Uncle Sam at the Gloucester Coffee House. Take your nephew out of town this evening, and do not let him from your sight. For the next 6 months, hark you, he will never be a good man, but you may save him from the hulks. Do so, take my advice. She was gone before Uncle Sam could answer. She next proceeded to the private house of the detective, with whom she had before conferred, this time less to give than to receive information. Not half an hour after her interview with him, Arabella Crane stood in the street, wherein was placed the showy house of Madame Caumartin. The lamps in the street were now lighted, the street, even at day. A quiet one, was comparatively deserted. All the windows in the Frenchwoman's house were closed with shutters and curtains, except on the drawing-room floor. From those the lights within streamed over a balcony filled with gay plants. One of the casements was partially open, and now and then where the watcher stood she could just catch the glimpse of a passing form behind the muslin draperies, or hear the sound of some louder laugh in her dark grey dress and still darker mantle. Arabella Crane stood motionless, her eyes fixed on those windows. The rare foot passenger who brushed by her turned involuntarily to glance at the countenance of one so still, and then as involuntarily to survey the house to which that countenance was lifted. No such observer so incurious as not to hazard conjecture what evil to that house was boded by the dark lurid eyes that watched it with so fixed a menace. Thus she remained, sometimes, indeed, moving from her post as a sentry moves from his, slowly pacing a few steps to and fro, returning to the same place, and again motionless. Thus she remained for hours. Evening deepened into night, night grew near to dawn. She was still there in that street, and still her eyes were on that house. At length the door opened noiselessly. A tall man tripped forth with a gay light step, and humming the tune of a gay French chanson, as he came straight towards the spot where Arabella Crane was at watch. From her dark mantle stretched forth her long arm and lean hand, and seized him. He started and recognized her. You here, he exclaimed. You at such an hour, you? I, Jasper Loosely, here to warn you. Tomorrow the officers of justice will be in that accursed house. Tomorrow that woman ought, for her worst crimes they elude the law, but for her least, by which the law hunts her down, will be a prisoner. No, you shall not return to warn her, as I warn you. For Jasper here broke away and retreated some steps towards the house, or if you do share her fate I cast you off. What do you mean, said Jasper, halting, till with slow steps she regained his side. Speak more plainly. If poor Madame Caumartin has got into a scrape, which I don't think likely, what have I to do with it? The woman you call Caumartin fled from Paris to escape its tribunals. She has been tracked. The French government have claimed her. You smile. This does not touch you. Certainly not. But there are charges against her from English tradesmen, and if it be proved that you knew her in her proper name, the infamous Gabrielle Desmarets, if it be proved that you have passed off the French billets de bank that she stole, if you were her accomplice in obtaining goods under her false name, if you enriched by her robberies were aiding and abetting her as a swindler heretho, you may be safe from the French law. Will you be safe from the English? You may be innocent, Jasper Loosely. If so, fear nothing. You may be guilty. If so, hide or follow me. Jasper paused. His first impulse was to trust implicitly to Mrs. Crane, and lose not a moment in profiting by such counsels of concealment or flight as an intelligence so superior to his own could suggest, but suddenly remembering that Poole had undertaken to get the bill for L by the next day, that, if flight were necessary, there was yet a chance of flight with, but his constitutional hardihood, and the grasping cupidity by which it was accompanied, made him resolve at least to hazard the delay of a few hours. And after all, might not Mrs. Crane exaggerate? Was not this the counsel of a jealous woman? Pray, said he, moving on and fixing quick keen eyes on her, as she walked by his side, pray, how did you learn all these particulars? From a detective policeman employed to discover Sophie. In conferring with him, the name of Jasper Loosely as her legal protector was of course stated. That name was already coupled with the name of the false Caumartin. Thus indirectly, the child you would have consigned to that woman saves you from sharing that woman's ignominy and stuff, said Jasper stubbornly, though he winced at her words. I don't on reflection see that anything can be proved against me. I am not bound to know why a lady changes her name, nor how she comes by her money. And as to her credit with tradesmen, nothing to speak of. Most of what she has got is paid for what is not paid, for is less than the worth of her goods. Pooh, I am not so easily frightened. Much obliged to you all the same. Go home now. Tea is horridly late. Good night, or rather good morning.
Jasper, mark me, if you see that woman again, if you attempt to save or screen her, I shall know, and you lose in me, your last friend, last hope, last plank in a devouring sea. These words were so solemnly uttered that they thrilled the heart of the reckless man. I have no wish to screen or save her, he said with selfish sincerity. And after what you have said, I would as soon enter a fireship as that house, but let me have some hours to consider what is best to be done. Yes, consider, I shall expect you tomorrow. He went his way up the twilight streets towards a new lodging he had hired not far from the showy house. She drew her mantle close round her gaunt figure, and taking the opposite direction threaded thoroughfares yet lonelier, till she gained the door and was welcomed back by the faithful Bridget. Chapter Roman 18. Hope tells a flattering tale to Mr. Rugg. He is undeceived by solicitor and left to mourn, but in turn, though unconsciously, Mr. Rugg deceives the solicitor, and the solicitor deceives his client, which is 6's 8d in the solicitor's pocket. The next morning Arabella Crane was scarcely dressed before Mr. Rugg knocked at her door on the previous day. The detective had informed him that William and Sophie Waif were discovered to have sailed for America frantic. The unhappy manager hurried away to the steam packet office, and was favoured by an inspection of the books which confirmed the hateful tidings, as if in mockery of his bereaved and defrauded state. On returning home he found a polite note from Mr. Gartobt requesting him to call at the office of that eminent solicitor, with reference to a young actress named Sophie Waif, and hinting that the visit might prove to his advantage, dreaming for a wild moment that Mr. Loosely Consciencestricken might through his solicitor pay back his L. He rushed incontinent to Mr. Gartobt's office, and was at once admitted into the presence of that stately practitioner. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Gartobt with formal politeness, "but I heard a day or two ago accidentally from my head clerk, who had learned it also accidentally from a sporting friend, that you were exhibiting at Humberston during the race week. A young actress named on the playbills here is one Juliet Araminter, and whom, as I am informed, you had previously exhibited in Surrey and elsewhere, but she was supposed to have relinquished that earlier engagement and left your stage with her grandfather, William Waif. I am instructed by a distinguished client, who is wealthy and who, from motives of mere benevolence, interests himself in the said William and Sophie Waif, to discover their residence, please, therefore to render up the child to my charge, apprising me also of the address of her grandfather, if he be not with you, and without waiting for further instructions from my client, who is abroad, I will venture to say that any sacrifice in the loss of your juvenile actress will be most liberally compensated." "Sir," cried the miserable and imprudent Rugg, "I paid L for that fiendish child a 3 years' engagement, and I have been robbed. Restore me the L, and I will tell you where she is, and her vile grandfather also." At hearing so bad a character lavished upon objects recommended to his client's disinterested charity, the wary solicitor drew in his pecuniary horns. "Mr. Rugg," said he, "I understand from your words that you cannot place the child Sophie alias Juliet Araminter in my hands. You ask L to inform me where she is. Have you a lawful claim on her?" "Certainly, sir, she is my property." "Then it is quite clear that though you may know where she is, you cannot get at her yourself, and cannot therefore place her in my hands. Perhaps she sin heaven. Confound her, sir, nor in America, or on the seas to it." "Are you sure?" "I have just come from the steam packet office, and seen the names in their book. William and Sophie Waif sailed from Liverpool last Thursday week, and they formed an engagement with you, received your money, broke the one, absconded with the other. Bad characters, indeed. Bad you may well say, thought a set of swindling scoundrels, the whole kit and kin. And the ingratitude," continued Rugg, "I was more than a father to that child." He began to whimper. "I had a babe of my own, once died of convulsions in teething. I thought that child would have supplied its place, and I dreamed of the York Theatre. Bother." His voice was lost in the folds of a marvellously dirty red pocket handkerchief. Mr. Gartobt, having now however learned all that he cared to learn, and not being a soft-hearted man, first-rate solicitors rarely are here, pulled out his watch and said, "So you have been very ill-treated, I perceive. I must wish you good day. I have an engagement in the city. I cannot help you back to your L, but accept this trifle, a L5 note for your loss of time, in calling, ringing the bell violently. Door, show out this gentleman." That evening, Mr. Gartobt wrote at length to Guy Darrell, informing him that after great pains and prolonged research, he had been so fortunate as to ascertain that the strolling player and the little girl, whom Mr. Darrell had so benevolently requested him to look up, were very bad characters, and had left the country for the United States, as happily for England bad characters were wont to do. That letter reached Guy Darrell when he was far away amidst the forlorn pomp of some old Italian city, and Lionel's tale of the little girl not very fresh in his gloomy thoughts. Naturally, he supposed that the boy had been duped by a pretty face, and his own inexperienced kindly heart, and so end all the efforts of men who entrust to others the troublesome execution of humane intentions. The scales of earthly justice are poised in their quivering equilibrium, not by huge hundredweights, but by infinitesimal grains, needing the most wary caution, the most considerate patience, the most delicate touch to arrange or readjust few. Our errors, national or individual, come from the design to be unjust, most of them from sloth or incapacity to grapple with the difficulties of being just. Sins of commission may not perhaps shock the retrospect of conscience, large and obtrusive to view. We have confessed, mourned, repented, possibly atoned them. Sins of omission so veiled amidst our hourly emotions, blent, confused, unseen in the conventional routine of existence. Could these suddenly emerge from their shadow, grouped together in serried mass, and accusing order rallas, alas, would not the best of us then start in dismay, and would not the proudest humble himself at the throne of mercy? Chapter Roman 19. Joy nevertheless does return to Mr. Rugg, and hope now inflicts herself on Mrs. Crane, a very fine-looking hope, 6 feet 1, strong as Achilles and as fleet of foot. We have left Mr. Rugg at Mrs. Crane's door. Admit him. He bursts into her drawing-room, wiping his brows. Ma'am, they're off to America. So I have heard. You are fairly entitled to the return of your money. Entitled, of course, but there it is. Restore to me the contract for the child's services. Rugg gazed on a roll of banknotes, and could scarcely believe his eyes. He darted forth his hand. The notes receded like the dagger in Macbeth. First, the contract, said Mrs. Crane. Rugg drew out his greasy pocketbook, and extracted the worthless engagement. Henceforth then, said Mrs. Crane, you have no right to complain, and whether or not the girl ever again fall in your way, your claim over her ceases. The gods be praised, it does, ma'am. I have had quite enough of her, but you are every inch a lady, and allow me to add that I put you on my free list for life. Rugg gone. Arabella Crane summoned Bridget to her presence. Law, miss, cried Bridget impulsively, who'd think you'd been up all night raking. I have not seen you look so well this many a year. Ah, said Arabella Crane, I will tell you why I have done what for many a year I never thought I should do again. A good action. That child, that Safido, you remember how cruelly I used her. Oh, miss, don't go for to blame yourself. You fed her, you clothed her, when her own father, the villain, sent her away from hisself, to yow you of all people. You, how could you be caressing and fawning on his child, their child? Mrs. Crane hung her head gloomily. What is past is past. I have lived to save that child, and a curse seems lifted from my soul. Now listen, I shall leave London, England, probably this evening. You will keep this house. It will be ready for me any moment. I return. The agent who collects my house rents will give you money, as you want it. Stint not yourself. Bridget, I have been saving and saving and saving for dreary years, nothing else to interest me, and I am richer than I seem. But where are you going, miss, said Bridget, slowly recovering from the stupefaction occasioned by her mistress' announcement. I don't know, I don't care. Oh, gracious stars, is it with that dreadful Jasper Louseliot? Is you are crazed, you are bewitched, miss? Possibly I am crazed, possibly bewitched, but I take that man's life to mine as a penance for all the evil mine has ever known, and a day or two since I should have said with rage and shame, I cannot help it, I loathe myself, that I can care what becomes of him now without rage, without shame. I say the man whom I once so loved shall not die on a gibbet if I can help it, and please heaven help it I will. The grim woman folded her arms on her breast, and raising her head to its full height, there was in her face an air, a stern gloomy grandeur, which could not have been seen without a mixed sensation of compassion and awe. Go now, Bridget, I have said all. He will be here soon, he will come, he must come, he has no choice. And then she closed her eyes, bowed her head, and shivered. Arabella Crane was as usual right in her predictions. Before noon Jasper came not with his jocund swagger, but with that sidelong sinister look off the man whom the world cuts triumphantly restored to its former place in his visage. Madame Comartin had been arrested. Poole had gone into the country with Uncle Sam. Jasper had seen a police officer at the door of his own lodgings. He slunk away from the fashionable thoroughfares, slunk to the recesses of Pardon Place, slunk into Arabella Crane's prim drawing-room, and said sullenly, all is up, here I am. 3 days afterwards, in a quiet street in a quiet town of Belgium, wherein a sharper striving to live by his profession would soon become a skeleton in a commodious airy apartment looking upon a magnificent street, the reverse of noisy Jasper, loosely sat secure, innocuous,
and profoundly miserable in another house, the windows of which facing those of Jasper's sitting-room from an upper story commanded so good a view therein, that it placed him under a surveillance akin to that designed by Mr. Bentham's reformatory panopticon, sat Arabella Crane, whatever her real feelings towards Jasper Loosely, and what those feelings were no virile pen can presume authoritatively to define, for lived there ever a man who thoroughly understood a woman, or whatever in earlier life might have been their reciprocated vows of eternal love, not only from the day that Jasper on his return to his native shores presented himself in Pardon Place, had their intimacy been restricted to the austerest bonds of friendship, but after Jasper had so rudely declined the hand which now fed him, Arabella Crane had probably perceived that her sole chance of retaining intellectual power over his lawless being necessitated the utter relinquishment of every hope or project that could expose her again to his contempt. Suiting appearances to reality, the decorum of a separate house was essential to the maintenance of that authority with which the rigid nature of their intercourse invested her. The additional cost strained her pecuniary resources, but she saved in her own accommodation in order to leave Jasper no cause to complain of any stinting in his there. Then she sat by her window herself, unseen, eyeing him in his opposite solitude, accepting for her own life a barren sacrifice, but a jealous sentinel on his, meditating as she sat, and, as she eyed him, meditating what employment she could invent with the bribe of emoluments, to be paid furtively by her for those strong hands that could have felled an ox, but were nerveless in turning an honest penny, and for that restless mind hungering for occupation, and with the digestion of an ostrich, for dice and debauch, riot and fraud, but queasy as an exhausted dyspeptic at the reception of one innocent amusement, one honourable toil. But while that woman still schemes how to rescue from hulks, or halter, that execrable man, who shall say that he is without a chance he has, what will he do with it? Book Roman 5 Chapter Roman 1 Envy will be a science when it learns the use of the microscope. When leaves fall and flowers fade, great people are found in their countrysats. Look, that is Montfort Court, a place of regal magnificence, so far as extent of pile and amplitude of domain could satisfy the pride of ownership, or inspire the visitor with the respect due to wealth and power. An artist could have made nothing of it, the sumptuous everywhere, the picturesque nowhere. The house was built in the reign of George Roman I, when first commenced that horror of the beautiful as something in bad taste, which, agreeably to our natural love of progress, progressively advanced through the reigns of succeeding Georges, an enormous facade in dull brown brick, 2 wings, and a centre with double flights of steps to the hall-door from the carriage sweep, no trees allowed to grow too near the house in front, a stately flat with stone balustrades, but wherever the eye turned there was nothing to be seen but park, miles upon miles of park, not a cornfield in sight, not a roof-tree, not a spire, only those lotta silentiae still widths of turf, and somewhat thinly scattered, and afar those groves of giant trees, the whole prospect so vast and so monotonous that it never tempted you to take a walk, no close neighbouring poetic thicket into which to plunge uncertain whither you would emerge, no devious stream to follow. The very deer, fat and heavy, seemed bored by pastures it would take them a week to traverse. People of moderate wishes and modest fortunes never envied Montfort Court. They admired it, they were proud to say they had seen it, but never did they say, "Oh, that for me some home like this would smile." Not so very great Peoplethy rather coveted than admired those oak trees, so large, yet so undecayed, that park 18 miles at least in circumference, that solid palace which without inconvenience could entertain and stow away a king, and his whole court, in short, all that evidence of a princely territory, and a weighty rent roll made English dukes respectfully envious and foreign potentates gratifyingly jealous. But turn from the front, open the gate in that stone balustrade, come southward to the garden side of the house, Lady Montfort's flower garden. Yes, not so dull flowers, even autumnal flowers, enliven any sward still on so large a scale, and so little relief, so little mystery about those broad gravel walks, not a winding alley anywhere. Oh, for a vulgar summer house, for some alcove, all honeysuckle and ivy. But the dahlias are splendid, very true, only dahlias at the best are such uninteresting prosy things. What poet ever wrote upon a dahlia? Surely Lady Montfort might have introduced a little more taste here, shown a little more fancy. Lady Montfort, I should like to see my lord's face, if Lady Montfort took any such liberty. But there is Lady Montfort walking slowly along that broad gravel walk, those splendid dahlias on either side in their set parterres. There she walks in full evidence from all those 60 remorseless windows on the garden front, each window exactly like the other. There she walks, looking wistfully to the far end,
is a long way off, where happily there is a wicket that carries a persevering pedestrian, out of sight of the 60 windows, into shady walks, towards the banks of that immense piece of water 2 miles from the house. My lord has not returned from his moor in Scotland. My lady is alone, no company in the house. It is like saying no acquaintance in a city. But the retinue is full, though she dined alone. She might, had she pleased, have had almost as many servants to gaze upon her, as there were windows now staring at her lonely walk with their glassy spectral eyes. Just as Lady Montfort gains the wicket, she is overtaken by a visitor walking fast from the gravel sweep, by the front door, where he has dismounted, where he has caught sight of her. Anyone so dismounting might have caught sight of her, could not help it. Gardens so fine were made on purpose for fine persons walking in them to be seen. "Ah, Lady Montfort," said the visitor, stammering painfully, "I am so glad to find you at home." "At home, George," said the lady, extending her hand, "where else is it likely that I should be found? But how pale you are! What has happened?" She seated herself on a bench under a cedar tree, just without the wicket, and George Morley, our old friend, the Oxonian, seated himself by her side, familiarly, but with a certain reverence. Lady Montfort was a few years older than himself, his cousin. He had known her from his childhood. "What has happened?" he repeated. "Nothing new. I have just come from visiting the good bishop. He does not hesitate to ordain, you know, but I shall never ask him to do so." "My dear cousin, are you not over scrupulous? You would be an ornament to the church sufficient, in all else, to justify your compulsory omission of one duty, which a curate could perform for you." Morley shook his head sadly. "One duty omitted," said he, "but is it not that duty which distinguishes the priest from the layman? And how far extends that duty wherever there needs a voice to speak the word, not in the pulpit only, but at the hearth by the sickbed? There should be the pastor. No, I cannot, I ought not, I dare not. Incompetent as the labourer, how can I be worthy of the hire?" It took him long to bring out these words. His emotion increased his infirmity. Lady Montfort listened with an exquisite respect visible in her compassion, and paused long before she answered. George Morley was the younger son of a country gentleman with a good estate, settled upon the elder son. George's father had been an intimate friend of his kinsman, the Marquis of Montfort, predecessor and grandsire of the present lord, and the Marquis had, as he thought, amply provided for George in undertaking to secure to him, when of fitting age, the living of Humberston, the most lucrative preferment in his gift. The living had been held for the last 15 years by an incumbent now very old, upon the honourable understanding that it was to be resigned in favour of George, should George take orders. The young man, from his earliest childhood, thus destined to the church, devoted to the prospect of that profession all his studies, all his thoughts. Not he was 16 did his infirmity of speech make itself seriously perceptible, and then elocution masters undertook to cure it. They failed, but George's mind continued in the direction towards which it had been so systematically biased. Entering Oxford, he became absorbed in its academical shades. Amidst his books, he almost forgot the impediment of his speech. Shy, taciturn, and solitary, he mixed too little with others to have it much brought before his own notice. He carried off prizes. He took high honours on leaving the university. A profound theologian, an enthusiastic churchman filled with the most earnest sense of the pastor's solemn calling, was thus complimentarily accosted by the archimandrite of his college. "What a pity you cannot go into the church." "Cannot, but I am going into the church." "You, is it possible? But perhaps you are sure of a living?" "Yes, Humberston. An immense living, but a very large population. Certainly, it is in the bishop's own discretionary power to ordain you, and for all the duties you can keep a curate." But the Don stopped short and took snuff. "That but said as plainly as words could say. It may be a good thing for you, but is it fair for the church?" So George Morley at least thought that, but implied. His conscience took alarm. He was a thoroughly noble-hearted man, likely to be the more tender of conscience where tempted by worldly interests. With that living, he was rich; without it, very poor. But to give up a calling to the idea of which he had attached himself with all the force of a powerful and zealous nature, was to give up the whole scheme and dream of his existence. He remained irresolute for some time. At last, he wrote to the present Lord Montfort, intimating his doubts, and relieving the Marquis from the engagement which his lordship's predecessor had made. The present Marquis was not a man capable of understanding such scruples, but luckily perhaps for George, and for the church, the larger affairs of the great house of Montfort were not administered by the Marquis. The parliamentary influences, the ecclesiastical preferments, together with the practical direction of minor agents to the vast and complicated estates attached to the title, were at that time under the direction of Mr. Carr Vipont, a powerful member of Parliament, and husband to that Lady Selina whose condescension had so disturbed the nerves of Frank Vance, the artist Mr. Carr Vipont, governed this viceroyalty, according to the rules and traditions by which the House of Montfort had become great and prosperous, for not only every state, but every great seigneurial house has its hereditary maxims of policinat, less the House of Montfort than the House of Habsburg. Now, the House of Montfort made it a rule that all admitted to be members of the family should help each other, that the head of the house should never, if it could be avoided, suffer any of its branches to decay and wither into poverty. The House of Montfort also held it a duty to foster and make the most of every species of talent that could swell the influence or adorn the annals of the family. Having rank, having wealth, it sought also to secure intellect, and to knit together into solid union, throughout all ramifications of kinship and cousinhood, each variety of repute and power that could root the ancient tree more firmly in the land. Agreeably to this traditional policy, Mr. Carr Vipont not only desired that a Vipont Morley should not lose a very good thing, but that a very good thing should not lose a Vipont Morley of high academical distinction, a Vipont Morley who might be a bishop. He therefore drew up an admirable letter, which the Marquis signed. That the Marquis should take the trouble of copying it was out of the question, wherein Lord Montfort was made to express great admiration of the disinterested delicacy of sentiment, which proved George Vipont Morley to be still more fitted to the cure of souls, and placing rooms at Montfort Court at his service, the Marquis, not being himself there at the moment, suggested that George should talk the matter over with the present incumbent of Humberston. That town was not many miles distant from Montfort Court, who, though he had no impediment in his speech, still never himself preached nor read prayers owing to an affection of the trachea, and who was, nevertheless, a most efficient clergyman. George Morley therefore had gone down to Montfort Court some months ago, just after his interview with Mrs. Crane. He had then accepted an invitation to spend a week or two with the Rev. Mr. Alsop, the rector of Humberston, a clergyman of the old school, a fair scholar, a perfect gentleman, a man of the highest honour, good-natured, charitable, but who took pastoral duties much more easily than good clergymen of the new school, they high or lower, disposed to do. Mr. Alsop, who was then in his 80th year, a bachelor with a very good fortune of his own, was perfectly willing to fulfil the engagement on which he held his living, and render it up to George, but he was touched by the earnestness with which George assured him that at all events he would not consent to displace the venerable incumbent from a tenure he had so long and honourably held, and would wait till the living was vacated in the ordinary course of nature. Mr. Alsop conceived a warm affection for the young scholar. He had a grandniece staying with him on a visit, who less openly, but not less warmly, shared that affection, and with her George Morley fell shyly and timorously in love with that living. He would be rich enough to marry without it. No, without it he had nothing but a fellowship which matrimony would forfeit, and the scanty portion of a country squire's younger son. The young lady herself was dowerless, for Alsop's fortune was so settled that no share of it would come to his grandniece. Not a reason for conscience to gulp down that unhappy impediment of speech. Certainly during this visit Morley's scruples relaxed, but when he returned home they came back with greater force than ever, with greater force, because he felt that now not only a spiritual ambition but a human love was a casuist in favour of self-interest. He had returned on a visit to Humberston Rectory, about a week previous to the date of this chapter. The niece was not there. Sternly he had forced himself to examine a little more closely into the condition of the flock which, if he accepted the charge, he would have to guide, and the duties that devolved upon a chief pastor in a populous trading town. He became appalled. Humberston, like most towns under the political influence of a great house, was rent by partisan party, who succeeded in returning one of the two members for Parliament, all for the House of Montfort, the other party who returned also their member, all against it. By one half the town, whatever came from Montfort Court was sure to be regarded with a most malignant and distorted vision. Meanwhile, though Mr. Alsop was popular with the higher classes, and with such of the extreme poor as his charity relieved, his pastoral influence generally was a dead letter. His curate, who preached for him, a good young man but extremely dull, was not one of those preachers who fill a church tradesman, wanted an excuse to stay away or choose another place of worship, and they contrived to hear some passages in the sermons over, which while the curate mumbled they habitually slept. That they declared to be Puseyite. The church became deserted, and about the same time a very eloquent dissenting minister appeared at Humberston, and even professed church folks went to hear him. George Morley, alas, perceived that at Humberston, if the church there were to hold her own, a powerful and popular preacher was essentially required. His mind was now made up at Carr Vipont's suggestion. The bishop of the diocese, being then at his palace, had sent to see him, and while granting the force of his scruples, had yet said. Mine is the main responsibility, but if you ask me to ordain you I will do so without hesitation, for if the church wants preachers, it also wants deep scholars and virtuous pastors fresh from this interview. George Morley came to announce to Lady Montfort that his resolve was unshaken. She, I have said, paused long before she answered George. She began at last in a voice so touchingly sweet that its very sound was balm to a wounded spirit. I must not argue with you. I bow before the grandeur of your motives, and I will not say that you are not right. One thing I do feel, that if you thus sacrifice your inclinations and interests from scruples so pure and holy, you will never be to be pitied. You will never know regret. Poor or rich, single or wedded, a soul that so seeks to reflect heaven will be serene and blessed. Thus she continued to address him for some time, he all the while inexpressibly soothed and comforted. Then gradually she insinuated hopes even of a worldly and temporal kind. Literature was left to him, the scholar's pen if not the preacher's voice. In literature he might make a career that would lead on to fortune. There were places also in the public service to which a defect in speech was no obstacle. She knew his secret modest attachment. She alluded to it just enough to encourage constancy and rebuke despair. As she ceased, his admiring and grateful consciousness of his cousin's rare qualities changed the tide of his emotions towards her from himself, and he exclaimed with an earnestness that almost wholly subdued his stutter, "What a counsellor you are, what a soother! If Montfort were but less prosperous or more ambitious, what a treasure either to console or to sustain in a mind like yours." As those words were said you might have seen at once why Lady Montfort was called haughty, and reserved. Her lip seemed suddenly to snatch back its sweet smile. Her dark eye, before so purely softly friendlike, became coldly distant. The tones of her voice were not the same as she answered. "Lord Montfort values me as it is far beyond my merits, far," she added with a different intonation, gravely mournful. "Forgive me, I have displeased you. I did not mean it. Heaven forbid that I should presume either to disparage Lord Montfortora." Till he stopped short, saving the hiatus by a convenient stammer. "Only," he continued after a pause, "only forgive me. This once recollect, I was a little boy when you were a young lady, and I have pelted you with snowballs, and called you Caroline." Lady Montfort suppressed a sigh, and gave the young scholar back her gracious smile, but not a smile that would have permitted him to call her Caroline again. She remained indeed a little more distant than usual during the rest of their interview, which was not much prolonged, for Morley felt annoyed with himself that he had so indiscreetly offended her, and seized an excuse to escape. "By the by," said he, "I have a letter from Mr. Carr Vipont asking me to give him a sketch for a Gothic bridge to the water yonder. I will with your leave walk down and look at the proposed site. Only do say that you forgive me." "Forgive you, cousin George? Oh yes, one word only. It is true you were a child still when I fancied I was a woman, and you have a right to talk to me upon all things, except those that relate to me and Lord Montfort. Unless indeed," she added with a bewitching half-laugh, "unless you ever see cause to scold me, there good be my cousin. And in turn forgive me if I was so petulant. The Caroline you pelted with snowballs was always a wayward, impulsive creature, quick to take offence, to misunderstand, and to repent." Back into the broad gravel walk walked more slowly than before Lady Montfort. Again the 60 ghastly windows stared at her with all their eyes back from the gravel walk, through a side door into the pompous solitude of the stately house, across long chambers where the mirrors reflected her form, and the huge chairs in their flaunting damask and flaring gold stood stiff on desolate floors, into her own private room, neither large nor splendid that plain chintzes quiet bookshelves. She need not have been the Marchioness of Montfort to inhabit a room as pleasant and as luxurious, and the rooms that she could only have owned as Marchioness, what were those worth to her happiness? "I know not, nothing," fine ladies will perhaps answer, yet those same fine ladies will contrive to dispose their daughters to answer all in her own room. Lady Montfort sank on her chair wearily. She looked at the clock, wearily at the books on the shelves, at the harp near the window. Then she leaned her face on her hand, and that face was so sad, and so humbly sad, that you would have wondered how anyone could call Lady Montfort proud. "Treasure, I, worthless, fickle, credulous fool, I." The groom of the chambers entered with the letters by the afternoon post. That great house contrived to worry itself with 2 posts a day, a royal command to Windsor. "I shall be more alone in a court than here," murmured Lady Montfort. Chapter Roman 2. Truly saith the proverb, much corn lies under the straw that is not seen. Meanwhile George Morley followed the long shady walk, very handsome walk, full of prize roses and rare exotics, artificially winding to walk, so well kept that it took 34 men to keep it noble walk, tiresome walk, till it brought him to the great piece of water which perhaps 4 times in the year was visited by the great folks in the great house,
and being thus out of the immediate patronage of fashion, the great piece of water really looked natural, companionable, refreshing. You began to breathe, to unbutton your waistcoat, loosen your neckcloth, quote Chaucer if you could, recollect him or Cowper or Shakespeare or Thomson's Seasons, in short any scraps of verse that came into your headers. Your feet grew joyously entangled with fern, as the trees grouped forest-like before, and round you trees which their being out of sight were allowed to grow too old to be worth 5 shillings a piece, moss-grown, hollow-trunk, some parlour dead trees invaluable. Ha, the hare, how she scuds, see the deer marching down to the water side, what groves of bulrushes, islands of waterlily, and to throw a Gothic bridge, they bring a great gravel road over the bridge, oh shame, shame. So would have said the scholar, for he had a true sentiment for nature, if the bridge had not clean gone out of his head. Wandering alone, he came at last to the most umbrageous and sequestered bank of the wide water, closed round on every side by brushwood or still patriarchal trees. Suddenly he arrested his steps. An idea struck him, one of those old whimsical grotesque ideas, which often when we are alone come across us, even in our quietest or most anxious moods. Was his infirmity really incurable? Elocution masters had said certainly not, but they had done him no good yet. Had not the greatest orator the world ever knew a defect in utterance? He too, Demosthenes, had no doubt paid fees to elocution masters, the best in Athens, where elocution masters must have studied their art ad ungum, and the defect had baffled them. But did Demosthenes despair? No. He resolved to cure himself. How? Was it not one of his methods to fill his mouth with pebbles, and practice manfully to the roaring sea? George Morley had never tried the effect of pebbles. Was there any virtue in them? Why not try no sea there, it is true? But a sea was only useful as representing the noise of a stormy democratic audience. To represent a peaceful congregation, that still sheet of water would do as well. Pebbles there were in plenty just by that gravelly cove near which a young pike lay sunning his greenback, half in jest, half in earnest. The scholar picked up a handful of pebbles, wiped them from sand and mould, inserted them between his teeth cautiously, and looking round to assure himself that none were by, began an extempore discourse. So interested did he become in that classical experiment that he might have tortured the air, and astonished the magpies, 3 of whom from a neighbouring thicket listened perfectly spellbound for more than half an hour, when seized with shame at the ludicrous impotence of his exertions, with despair that so wretched a barrier should stand between his mind and its expression, he flung away the pebbles, and sinking on the ground, he fairly wept like a baffled child. The fact was that Morley had really the temperament of an orator. He had the orator's gifts in warmth of passion, rush of thought, logical arrangement. There was in him the genius of a great preacher. He felt I knew it. And in that despair which only genius knows, when some pitiful cause obstructs its energies and strikes down its powers, making a confidant of solitude, he wept loud and freely. "Do not despond, sir, I undertake to cure you," said a voice behind. George started up in confusion. A man, elderly but fresh and vigorous, stood beside him in a light fustian jacket, a blue apron, and with rushes in his hands, which he continued to plait together nimbly and deftly as he bowed to the startled scholar. "I was in the shade of the thicket yonder, sir. Pardon me, I could not help hearing you." The Oxonian rubbed his eyes and stared at the man with a vague impression that he had seen him before. "When you can cure me," he stuttered out, "what of the folly of trying to speak in public? Thank you, I am cured." "Nay, sir, you see before you a man who can make you a very good speaker. Your voice is naturally fine. I repeat, I can cure a defect which is not in the organ, but in the management." "You can yahoo, and what are you?" "A basket maker, sir. I hope for your custom. Surely this is not the first time I have seen you." "True, you once kindly suffered me to borrow a resting place on your father's land. One good turn deserves another." At that moment, Sir Isaac peered through the brambles and, restored to his original whiteness, and relieved from his false horned ears, marched gravely towards the water, sniffed at the scholar, slightly wagged his tail, and buried himself amongst the reeds in search of a water rat he had therein disturbed a week before, and always expected to find again. The sight of the dog immediately cleared up the cloud in the scholar's memory, but with recognition came back a keen curiosity and a sharp pang of remorse. "And your little girl?" he asked, looking down abashed. "Better than she was when we last met. Providence is so kind to us." Poor waif, he never guessed that to the person he thus revealed himself, he owed the grief for Sophie's abduction. He divined no reason for the scholar's flushing cheek and embarrassed manner. "Yes, sir, we have just settled in this neighbourhood. I have a pretty cottage yonder at the outskirts of the village, and near the park pales. I recognised you at once, and as I heard you just now, I called to mind that when we met before you said your calling should be the church were it not for your difficulty in utterance, and I said to myself no bad thing those pebbles if his utterance were thick, which is it not. And I have not a doubt, sir, that the true fault of Demosthenes, whom I presume you are imitating, was that he spoke through his nose. Said the scholar, through his nose, I never knew that, and you are trying to speak without lungs, that is without air in them. You don't smoke, I presume. No, certainly not. You must learn speak between each slow puff of your pipe. All you want is time to quiet the nerves, time to think, time to breathe. The moment you begin to stammer, stop. Fill the lungs thus, then try again. It is only a clever man who can learn to write, that is to compose, but any fool can be taught to speak. Courage. If you really can teach me, cried the learned man, forgetting all self-reproach for his betrayal of Waif to Mrs. Crane, in the absorbing interest of the hope that sprang up within him, if you can teach me, if I can but conk. Slowly, breath and time, take a whiff from my pipe. That's right, yes, you can conquer the impediment. Then I will be the best friend to you that man ever had, there's my hand on it. I take it, but I ask leave to change the parties in the contract. I don't want a friend, I don't deserve one. You'll be a friend to my little girl instead. And if ever I ask you to help me in aught for her welfare and happiness, I will help heart and soul, slight indeed any service to her, or to you compared with such service to me, free. This wretched tongue from its stammer and thought, and zeal will not stammer, whenever you say keep your promise. I am so glad your little girl is still with you. Waif looked surprised. Is still with me? He not. The scholar bit his tongue. That was not the moment to confess, it might destroy all Waif's confidence in him. He would do so later. When shall I begin my lesson? Now, if you like, but have you a book in your pocket? I always have. Not Greek, I hope, sir. No, a volume of Barrow's sermons. Lord Chatham recommended those sermons to his great son, as a study for eloquence. Good, will you lend me the volume, sir? And now for it, listen to me one sentence at a time, draw your breath when I do. The three magpies pricked up their ears again, and as they listened marvelled much. Chapter Roman 3, could we know by what strange circumstances a man's genius became prepared for practical success, we should discover that the most serviceable items in his education were never entered in the bills which his father paid for it. At the end of the very first lesson, George Morley saw that all the elocution masters to whose skill he had been consigned were blunderers in comparison with the basket-maker. Waif did not puzzle him with scientific theories. All that the great comedian required of him was to observe, and to imitate. Observation, imitation, lo, the groundwork of all art, the primal elements of all genius, not there indeed to halt, but there ever to commence. What remains to carry on the intellect, to mastery 2 steps to reflect, to reproduce. Observation, imitation, reflection, reproduction. In these stands a mind complete and consummate, fit to cope with all labour, achieve all success. At the end of the first lesson, George Morley felt that his cure was possible, making an appointment for the next day at the same place. He came thither stealthily, and so on day by day. At the end of a week, he felt that the cure was nearly certain. At the end of a month, the cure was self-evident. He should live to preach the word true, that he practised incessantly in private, not a moment in his waking hours, that the one thought, one object was absent from his mind, true, that with all his patience, all his toil, the obstacle was yet serious, might never be entirely overcome. Nervous hurry, rapidity of action, vehemence of feeling brought back might at unguarded moments always bring back the gasping breath, the emptied lungs, the struggling utterance, but the relapse, rarer and rarer now with each trial, would be at last scarce, a drawback. Nay, quoth Waif, instead of a drawback, become but an orator, and you will convert a defect into a beauty. Thus justly sanguine of the accomplishment of his life's chosen object, the scholar's gratitude to Waif was unspeakable, and seeing the man daily at last in his own cottage, Sophie's health restored to her cheek, smiles to her lip, and cheered at her light fancy work beside her grandsire's elbow chair with fairy legends, instilling perhaps golden truth, seeing Waif, thus the scholar mingled with gratitude a strange tenderness of respect. He knew not of the vagrants past his reason, might admit that in a position of life so at variance with the gifts natural and acquired of the singular basket-maker, there was something mysterious and suspicious, but he blushed to think that he had ever ascribed to a flawed or wandering intellect the eccentricities of glorious humour. Rabbited an attempt to separate an old age so innocent and genial from a childhood so fostered and so fostering, and sure I am that if the whole world had risen up to point the finger of scorn at the one-eyed crippled George Morley, well-born gentleman,
The refined scholar, the spotless churchman would have given him his arm to lean upon, and walked by his side unashamed. Chapter Roman 4. To judge human character, rightly a man may sometimes have very small experience provided he has a very large heart,